Chapter 1. Awakening, a Fatal Turn? America, West Virginia. On a secluded road nestled within a remote forest, a Ford F-150 pickup truck was forced to brake abruptly due to a punctured tire chain lying on the road. The shrill sound of tires screeching against the asphalt echoed through the tranquil woods. The truck, moving at a high speed combined with the sudden tire blowout, collided violently, snapping a young sapling in its path. Inside the vehicle, a strikingly handsome young man, with hair more lustrous than that of Reeves in his youth, slammed his head against the steering wheel. The jarring impact left his mind blank, consciousness lingering in a haze for what felt like an eternity. Damn it, where am I? As he regained his senses and rubbed his forehead, fragments of memories from a past life resurfaced. These were his recollections from Earth, albeit brief, just over 20 years, but indelibly etched in his mind. Rubbing his throbbing temples, the young man soon reconciled with the memories of his former existence and accepted the reality of being a reincarnate. After all, there was little in his previous life worth mourning, though his current life bore a striking resemblance to that of an orphan once more. Yet, at least he had a cousin who sent him money each month and showed genuine concern for his well-being, even if this cousin was rather unreliable and had not been seen for years. Still, Yverre was grateful for that. Pressing his slightly bruised forehead, Yverre gazed at the deployed airbag, his initial panic gradually subsiding. Peering through the driver's side window to assess his surroundings and confirming there was no immediate danger, he dared to open the car door. Damn it, who left this tire chain here? Upon exiting the vehicle, Yverre's eyes fell upon the tire chain dragged several meters by the truck, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Though aware of the peculiarities of this nation, he never expected to encounter such absurdity today. Leaving tire chains on the road was truly reckless and could cost lives. However, he had no choice. He would need this second-hand Ford pickup to continue his journey. Before long, Yverre, benefiting from his superior physical constitution, found relief from the pain and swiftly replaced the flat tire with a spare. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his current physical prowess. Initially uncertain of the reason behind his enhanced capabilities, Yverre now contemplated that perhaps the confluence of 2 lifetimes had bestowed upon him a strength that granted him greater control over his body. This also explained why his training had yielded superior results compared to others. At that moment, piercing cries echoed through the serene forest, laced with urgency and desperation. "Help me! For heaven's sake, someone save us!" Accompanying these cries was the sharp whistle of something slicing through the air. Yverre's initial reaction upon hearing that sound was not to rush towards the source of the commotion. His 20 years of experience in America had suppressed the impulse to investigate the chaos. Quickly returning to the truck, he retrieved a Glock handgun resting on the floor mat of the passenger seat. With deft hands, he disassembled the magazine, counted the bullets, reinserted the magazine, disengaged the safety, and chambered a round in one fluid motion. Satisfied that his weapon was in order, Yverre moved to the other side of the truck, using it as cover while he peered into the forest in the direction of the voices. As it was now around 5 or 6 in the evening, the light within the forest had dimmed considerably. In the twilight, he could barely make out 2 female figures darting through the trees, seemingly fleeing from something. Given the earlier sound of the arrow slicing through the air, an unsettling premonition began to swell within him. Could it be that I've stumbled upon a deranged killer? Such twisted individuals were far too common in this land. Yverre had failed to connect the dots with memories from his past life. Had he paused to think, he would have realized that this scenario resembled a classic horror movie scene. At that moment, the 2 women desperately fleeing through the woods were filled with tears, their makeup smeared, and their bodies marred by scratches from branches. Yet, even in their distress, their striking beauty shone through. One of them, wearing a blue-cropped athletic tank top and white fitted pants, was Carly, whose heart was heavy with a mix of emotions. She felt that today was the unluckiest day of her life. What was supposed to be a relaxing getaway with friends and her fiancé had turned into a nightmare. In less than half a day, 2 friends had perished, her fiancé was dead, and even a passerby had met a tragic fate. Now, only she and her best friend, Jessie, remained. As Jessie, with her long brown curls and dressed in a white tank top paired with blue jeans, spotted the pickup truck on the road, panic surged through her. Believing salvation was at hand, she shouted desperately, "Please save us! There's a terrifying mutant cannibal after us. We have money. I promise to give you $100,000 once we're safe. From his side of the pickup, Yverre, utilizing his extraordinary observational skills, recognized Jessie and her companion, Carly, as they ran. He recalled their striking features and the words he had just heard. A film from his past life, Wrong Turn, sprang to mind. This is not a game. This is real. As clarity returned to Yverre's mind, he began to critically analyze the situation. The current year was approximately 2003. However, major cities like New York had already embraced advanced technology, such as smartphones. In fact, their development surpassed that of 2025 from his previous life in some respects. Yet, in remote towns, life felt stuck in the last century, especially in Western nations where capital was heavily concentrated in urban centers. This dissonance caused Yverre, now fully aware of his past memories, to break into a cold sweat. Most alarmingly, many horror films from his previous life had never been released in this world, and even renowned horror authors were non-existent. This realization was haunting. Oh no, this was akin to a hellish difficulty level. We're doomed. At this thought, Yverre felt an overwhelming urge to be reborn once more. But unsure if he would be reincarnated as a human in his next life, he suppressed this unreliable notion. Beep. Detection of host awakening past memories and acceptance of this chaotic world. The infinite copy word system has been officially activated. Upon hearing this ethereal electronic voice in his mind, Yverre instinctively pinched his arm. Ouch! Not an illusion. By the heavens, my system has arrived. Joy overflowed, and as a seasoned bibliophile in his past life, Yverre was no stranger to the system. He promptly initiated communication with the system residing in his mind. System? Brother System, esteemed one. Pray, enlighten me about your capabilities. Without a hint of hesitation, Yverre decisively knelt before the system. Unlike those ungrateful transmigrators who insult the system while exploiting its power, Yverre understood the value of gratitude. Fully aware that his life was of little worth and that he could not achieve greatness on his own, Yverre was indifferent to the system's objectives. Whether it was a whim of some high-dimensional being or the machinations of powerful entities from myriad realms, he cared not. After all, with a life of little value, as long as he could let his ordinary existence resonate and showcase his own narrative, even death would be worthwhile. Ding! As the name suggests, this system is one of infinite word entry replication. System capabilities are as follows. Ability 1. Replicate the talent entries of slain extraordinary beings. Ability 2. Perform a 5-in-1 fusion of entries or enhance the quality of entries. Quality enhancement requires 5 entries of the same level as materials. Ability 3. Upon defeating extraordinary beings, gain 1/10 of the total attributes combined as origin points. Use these to enhance one's physical body, soul, and spiritual energy. Ability 4. Initially, gain 10 opportunities daily for entry replication and entry fusion or enhancement. The number increases with level progression, adding 10 more for each tier ascended, and in used opportunities can stack. Ability 5. Display a personal panel, a permanent proof of self, ensuring one's status does not diminish due to negative effects. Ability 6. Defeating primary plot extraordinary beings grants a corresponding tier random lottery opportunity from the myriad realms. Entry, item, and lottery opportunity quality levels. White, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold. Remarkable! Yverre exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the ethereal system panel. This system's capabilities were astounding. With an infinite stacking mechanism for entries, his potential for growth was boundless, provided he could eliminate enough extraordinary beings. Besides this bug-like mechanism, I didn't anticipate a lottery as well. However, the current situation posed some challenges. With his only slightly superior physical attributes, could he truly defeat those aberrant beings who possessed physical prowess several times that of an ordinary human and exhibited remarkable regeneration? Chapter 2. The Golden Sand Eagle with Infinite Bullets, Truly Bouncy. As if sensing Yverre's thoughts, another system prompt appeared. Ding! Host Novice Gift Pack shall be open now. Open. Let the grand plan. Suddenly, memories from his past life struck Yverre, and he quickly corrected himself. Ahem! Open the gift pack. Ding! The Novice Gift Pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 white entry replication card with no death limit, 1 3-tier random lottery opportunity, and 5 origin points. Gazing at the virtual panel visible only to himself, Yverre couldn't help but smile. Now his stability was assured. System utilized the lottery opportunity. As his words fell, a magnificent wheel of fortune radiating 7 colors appeared before him, through which he seemed to glimpse countless rare treasures beckoning him. In the next moment, the wheel began to spin. Yverre's heartbeat quickened in tandem with the rotation. After a few seconds, the golden pointer gradually came to a halt. The system's notification instantly materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a green quality weapon, a pair of infinite bullets, golden sand eagles from a certain shooting game. After system enhancement, ordinary bullets have transformed into silver holy mark bullets that counter evil extraordinary beings. To avoid attracting attention, the items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. Brother System truly is considerate. Having taken that into account, Yverre gazed at the pair of golden pistols emanating a faint glow within the system space, silently giving a thumbs up to the system. He then quickly summoned his attribute panel. Name, Yverre Lucia, race, human, identity, an unemployed graduate. Realm, 0th tier, 9/10, physical body, for soul, 5, spiritual energy, 0, origin points, 5, innate talent, white dual soul. Available replication talent slots, 10, each tier advancement grants 10 empty slots. Backup replication talent entries, none. Available lottery chances, 0. Available replication talent entry chances, 10. Available synthesis talent entry chances, 10. Available enhancement talent entry chances, 10. System warehouse, green infinite bullets, golden sand eagles, pair. System notification. The physical and soul limits of an ordinary person are both capped at 5 points. When the sum of physical and soul attributes exceeds 10 points, one reaches the first tier. Exceeding 50 points signifies the second tier. Exceeding 100 points denotes the third tier. Until the 7th tier, where a transformation occurs at 10,000 points, initiating a 10-fold increase. So I'm not even the first tier? Looking at the tier description displayed by the system, Yverre self-deprecatingly remarked. However, he did not feel disheartened. He promptly prepared to allocate points to surpass human limits and become a true first-tier extraordinary being. Before allocating points, Yverre pondered the option of spiritual energy with curiosity. Brother System, what is spiritual energy? Why isn't it counted among the soul and physical attributes? Host, when the soul, physical body, and spiritual energy each reach 10 points, the innate talent will awaken. Spiritual energy corresponds to the mana or energy of extraordinary beings with supernatural abilities. However, not all extraordinary beings can awaken spiritual energy talents upon reaching the first tier to cultivate techniques and awaken spiritual energy-related talents. Thus, spiritual energy is calculated separately. This is indeed the dividing line between the gifted and the mundane. Those with spiritual energy are the gifted, inherently possessing an additional means of attack and cultivation, while the mundane can only develop their physical and soul attributes. Though both paths may lead to the same destination, the gap between them is understood solely by the mundane themselves. Fortunately, I have Brother System to directly allocate points. Otherwise, as a mundane, I would truly be at a dead end. Having comprehended the ability system, Yverre had determined where he needed to allocate his points. Firstly, it was evident that the aberrant beings in this deadly curve were undoubtedly physical-type extraordinary beings. Regardless of whether they had been enhanced in this world, a first tier is still a first tier. As long as they are not some particularly exceptional first-tier extraordinary beings, they could still be harmed by conventional weaponry. Fortunately, he now possessed a pair of infinite bullets, golden sand eagles designed to counter evil extraordinary beings. With sufficient accuracy, he could effortlessly eliminate these aberrant beings without sustaining any harm. Physical strength is one of the most crucial factors in stabilizing firearms, and coupled with my opportunity for unlimited replication of abilities, I am certain of my success. System, allocate points. Physical strength, 3, soul 2. Name, Yverre, Lucia, race, human, identity, a recently graduated unemployed drifter. Realm, Level 1, 14/50ths, Physical Strength, 7, Soul, 7, Psychic Energy, 0. Innate Talent, White Dual Soul. Available Replication Talent Slots, 10 each. Elevation in Rank Grants, 10 vacant slots. Backup Replication Talents, none. Lottery Chances Available, 0. Content has been collapsed. System Repository, Green Infinite Bullets, Golden Sand Eagle Pair. What a sensation, exhilarating, marvelous. The moment the points were allocated, Yverre felt a profound transformation within himself. A surge of warmth erupted from his heart, coursing through his entire being, swiftly invigorating his limbs and bones, fortifying his muscles as they tore and reformed, becoming stronger and more resilient. It was a delightful agony. This feeling, as fleeting as it was intense, dissipated quickly. When Yverre opened his eyes, the world appeared vividly clear. He could see several meters ahead, the intricate patterns on the leaves of the towering trees in the forest, and he could hear the cries of Jesse and Carly, the two distressed friends. Through his spiritual perception, he even discerned colorful energy particles flowing through the air. Among them, the black particles exuded a distinctly malevolent energy. Yverre clenched his fist once more, sensing an increase in his power, now exceeding 3 times its previous strength. With a mere exertion of his fingers, he could deform the metallic frame of the pickup truck's cargo bed. Just as Yverre reveled in the shock and pleasure brought by his newfound strength and soul enhancement, Jesse and Carly, pursued by the grotesque creature with 3 fingers, burst forth from the woods, hastening towards his vehicle. As the 2 women believed salvation was at hand, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. An arrow, rusted at its tip, struck Carly's calf with unerring precision, embedding itself into a great tree on the opposite side of the forest. The arrow penetrated deeply. The grotesque, 3-fingered creature, with its withered white hair, observed its handiwork, savoring the scent of blood in the air, a cruel grin spreading across its distorted face. It relished the thrill of a hunter toying with its prey, deliberately refraining from delivering a fatal blow. It yearned to witness how one of its quarry would react upon being struck in the leg while the other watched. The creature found satisfaction in their desperate struggle for survival. Carly, pierced in the leg, cried out in despair, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. In a swift motion, Jesse, quick-witted, rushed to support her, guiding her as they tumbled into Yverre's pickup truck. Throughout this, the 3-fingered creature refrained from loosing another arrow, quietly observing the 2 women as they scrambled into the vehicle. To it, they were already ensnared, their struggles futile. At best, they would merely prolong its enjoyment of the hunt. Inside the pickup truck, a composed Jessie looked at her wounded friend Carly without hesitation. She swiftly tore a strip from her white tank top, wide enough to dress the bleeding wound inflicted by the branch. "It's all right, Carly, we'll be saved." After comforting the terrified Carly, Jessie opened the door towards Yverre's side. Upon seeing Yverre, her instinct for survival compelled her to leap forward. Returning to his senses from the surge of power, Yverre felt a soft touch on his arm, followed by Jessie's urgent and pleading voice. "Hello, sir, we beg you to help us." In that moment, Jessie, her emotions calmed, gazed upon Yverre's handsome visage, and even as a well-to-do young woman accustomed to seeing many attractive men, she could not help but be momentarily captivated. It is not surprising that Jessie is infatuated. After all, Yverre possesses a visage that rivals the most esteemed among readers. However, given the gravity of their situation, Jessie suppresses her peculiar thoughts and promptly articulates the current circumstances. "Sir, my name is Jessie. You may find it hard to believe, but what I am about to disclose is entirely true." She sets the stage for her narrative and succinctly recounts the entire ordeal. Having foreseen the plot, Yverre merely listens to her summary, already grasping the essence of the matter. For the remainder of the time, his attention is drawn solely to the striking figure before him. It is no wonder he finds it difficult to concentrate. Jessie's current attire is exceedingly eye-catching. Clad in tattered denim jeans and a white tank top that reveals ample fair skin, her alluring figure is undeniably captivating. "You need not explain further, Jessie. I have already seen that grotesque creature lurking in the woods," Yverre remarks, noting the malicious gaze of the malformed figure, which stands out like a searchlight in the night. Pointing toward the woods, he indicates the deformed individual hiding behind a tree, observing them with malevolent intent. Following Yverre's gesture, Jesse's gaze shifts, and upon locking eyes with the creature's sinister stare, she instinctively bows her head in alarm. Her voice trembles, and her eyes are filled with dread. Yes, that's the one. It has two accomplices. My friends fell victim to their hands. Chapter 3. Copy, Precision Shooting, reveals a sense of unease. Observing Jessie's frightful demeanor, it is clear that she has been deeply affected, perhaps even left with a psychological scar. Nevertheless, Yverre remains silent, knowing that once he dispatches these grotesque cannibals, the truth will speak for itself. He gently pats Jessie, who is still trembling, feigning to reach into his coat pocket. Yverre retrieves 2 golden desert eagles imbued with exorcism properties from his spatial inventory. The cool, smooth surface of the golden eagles exudes a faint halo of holy light, and the grip fits comfortably in his hand, as if custom-made for him. This perfectly exemplifies the adage that products of the system are invariably of superior quality. Stay here with your friend. I shall take care of those repugnant creatures. Yverre's voice is low, imbued with undeniable resolve. Yet Jessie, leaning against the pickup truck, gazes at this kind stranger with concern. She is torn between her injured best friend, unable to move, and the well-meaning individual who is determined to save them. Any choice to abandon either side weighs heavily on her heart. Yverre seems to perceive Jessie's inner turmoil. Hey, Jessie, do not worry. I have this, he declares, shaking the golden eagle in his hand. Moreover, having just fled through the woods, you must be running low on strength. Thus, it was best to remain and watch over your dear friend. Jessie hesitated, torn between the choice of staying to care for her companion or pursuing the hunt for the man-eating ogre. However, Yverre was somewhat reassured, as it confirmed that he had not erred in his judgment of character. After assisting Jessie in making her decision, Yverre gleaned from her the location and certain details about the grotesque ogre's dwelling. Once he established that the situation did not deviate significantly from the original narrative, Yverre felt a sense of relief. The great leader wisely stated that one should disdain the enemy strategically while taking them seriously tactically. Yverre would not stake his life on risks without possessing absolute strength, although the potential gains were proportional to the risks, and perhaps even greater. With everything prepared, Yverre activated the system to utilize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to copy a white skill with no restrictions on death. Ding. Detected a nearby target for copying. Name: Aberrant, 3 fingers. Body: 10. Soul: 4. Psychic energy: 0. Copyable skills: White, rapid recovery. White, precise shooting. Observing the 2 skills of Aberrant 3 fingers, Yverre experienced no hesitation and decisively chose the most practical talent for his current circumstances. He copied the white, precise shooting. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the white, precise shooting. Upon successful copying, Yverre promptly added the skill to his usable repertoire. In an instant, he experienced an epiphany regarding the usage of various shooting weapons, significantly enhancing his accuracy. Simultaneously, the world around him seemed to slow down. In the forest, the taut bowstring held by the grotesque ogre, along with the slightest movements of its arms, became vividly apparent to him. Sensing the power of this skill, Yverre hesitated no longer. He seized his twin golden pistols and swiftly emerged from the rear of the pickup truck with a tactical sidestep. Utilizing the precise shooting skill, he quickly aimed and fired 4 shots. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding roar of the desert eagle echoed through the woods. The aberrant 3 fingers reacted with remarkable speed. At the moment Yverre appeared, it adjusted its aim and drew back the bow. The arrow sliced through the air, colliding with one of the silver bullets, which fell to the ground. However, the remaining 3 silver projectiles, undeterred, flew towards the creature in a perfect formation. 3 fingers was powerless to evade. In an instant, the silver bullet, marked with a divine imprint, shattered its skull, sending brain matter splattering several meters away. 3 fingers fell straight to the ground, with 2 gaping holes piercing through its chest. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. Even God would shake his head at this. Such injuries, even for one who had attained the first tier of the extraordinary with restorative abilities, were insurmountable. The aberrant ogre 3 fingers met its demise on the spot. The system notification soon resonated within Yverre's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the deadly bend grotesque man-eater, earning a chance for a white random lottery and 14 source points. Copyable talent: White, rapid recovery. Would you like to copy it? Copy. Embracing the philosophy of seizing opportunities, Yverre chose to replicate this rapid recovery ability. Ding. Copy successful. White, rapid recovery. A primal talent of the grotesque's flesh, enabling swift recovery of stamina and minor non-fatal injuries. Ah, splendid. Observing the system's description, Yverre felt a surge of satisfaction as he briskly ventured into the dimly lit forest, not glancing back. Outside on alert, Jesse and the lifeless Carly within the vehicle gazed at Yverre's resolute silhouette, their eyes brimming with hope for life and admiration for strength. Goodness, Jesse, this man is truly captivating. He is like an angel descending to rescue us. I can feel my heart fluttering. The bold and straightforward Carly reclined in her seat, watching Yverre gradually fade into the woods, her eyes sparkling with wonder, completely oblivious to the fact that she had just lost her fiancé. Such a state of mind is quintessentially American. Meanwhile, Jessie, gripping her Glock, found her thoughts consumed by Yverre's striking figure. Although she too yearned for Yverre, she refrained from voicing her feelings, remaining ever vigilant of their surroundings. Within the ominous depths of the forest, having already startled and eliminated the grotesque named Three Fingers, Yverre maintained a heightened state of alertness since his entry. He was also employing his soul perception to detect areas saturated with malevolent energy. Upon dispatching Three Fingers, he realized that these aberrations differed significantly from their cinematic counterparts. They had undergone some form of mutation. In the original film, these grotesques were merely stronger than elite soldiers and possessed slightly enhanced recovery abilities, still within the realm of ordinary humans. However, Three Fingers' uncanny precision and predictive capabilities regarding Yverre's location were distinctly abnormal, coupled with his soul perception revealing the presence of dark, malevolent particles in the air. The truth became glaringly evident. In this world where horror seeped into reality, the surge of evil forces had fortified these already sinister beings. For Yverre, being forewarned of such intel was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. It allowed him to take preventive measures, ensuring he wouldn't stumble into peril. After wandering through the forest for several minutes, following the flow of malevolent energy, Yverre finally arrived at the location described by Jesse. Before him stood a modest cabin nestled in the woods, seemingly dilapidated, consisting of merely 2 or 3 rooms. Such wooden structures were not uncommon in the desolate outskirts of America. Many members of the middle class, possessing a bit of disposable income, weary of the urban clamor, often seize the opportunity to retreat into the mountains for a spell, seeking respite and relaxation. This phenomenon has led to the proliferation of quaint cabins nestled deep within the woods. However, it is noteworthy that a considerable number of horror films, particularly those in the thriller genre, revolve around such woodland cabins, with titles like Evil Dead and Friday the 13th taking the lead as primary themes. Yverre gazed at the dilapidated cabin before him, and as he inhaled deeply, he detected a pungent, nauseating stench, reminiscent of decaying rodents mingled with the odor of an unsanitary latrine. Indeed, this was the place. There was no doubt about it. Creak. The cabin door, worn and weathered, swung open, emitting a dissonant scraping sound. Observing this, Yverre swiftly concealed himself, yet his gaze remained fixated on the figure emerging from the cabin. It was a grotesque being, towering approximately 2 meters, its body adorned with unsightly flesh, and its visage contorted into a fearsome grimace, featuring a single, fierce yellow eye. Yverre's memory served him well. This monstrosity was known as the One-Eyed. Ah, the leader, the third finger, had fallen to my hand. The One-Eyed was present. But where was the second, the Sawtooth? Just as Yverre pondered this, another distorted figure, burdened with a male corpse, ambled forth from the opposite side of the forest. Though shorter than the One-Eyed, this creature still stood nearly 1 meter 90. Its tattered garments were soaked in fresh blood, and its horrid, deformed face bore a satisfied expression from the hunt, as it gnawed on a piece of raw flesh that appeared to be an ear. Well then, everything was in place. Despite the 2 cannibalistic aberrations converging, Yverre refrained from acting hastily. While he held a degree of confidence in his ability to eliminate the 2 from such a distance, he opted for caution. He waited until the One-Eyed had dragged the corpse into the cabin before he made his move. Inside the decrepit cabin, the third finger, the One-Eyed cannibal, had commenced the dissection of today's meal, which happened to be Jesse's friend and, notably, Carly's fiancé. The sound of a cleaver crunching through bone echoed within the confines of the cabin. The Sawtooth, meanwhile, busied itself with other corpses. occasionally seizing the morsels the one-eyed had chopped, devouring them with ravenous delight. Outside, Yverre, emboldened by his newly attained strength, stealthily approached the cabin's side window, carefully observing the actions of the two twisted cannibals. Just as Yverre was about to withdraw his Golden Eagle sniper rifle from his system inventory, poised to launch a surprise attack, the one-eyed and Sawtooth reacted with an uncanny instinct, as if sensing imminent danger, and swiftly sprang into motion. Chapter 4. All resolved. Special thanks. Roar. Bang. 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 Accompanied by the one-eye's thunderous roar, Yverre rapidly fired 3 shots, with silver bullets imbued with sacred marks. They pierced through the sluggishly reacting creature known as the Sawtooth. Struck by 3 rounds infused with exorcistic power, even the grotesque ogre, blessed with the talents of rapid regeneration and incredible strength, was forced to succumb to the ground, rendered immobile. Although it still clung to life, its combat capabilities were utterly extinguished, effectively as good as dead. In contrast, the one-eyed creature, possessing the beast instinct talent, though not particularly astute, managed to evade the onslaught. Simultaneously, his actions were swift. At the moment his brother collapsed, the one-eyed being launched his sharp cleaver, hurling it towards the assailant who had ambushed them. A fierce wind howled as the blade sliced through the air. Empowered both physically and spiritually, the assailant, Yverre, reacted with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing the cleaver being thrown, he deftly sidestepped. The razor-sharp weapon narrowly grazed his back, allowing Yverre to escape a blow capable of cleaving a brown bear in 2. The brush with death accelerated his heartbeat, prompting his body into rapid response. In a flash, seizing the opportunity while the one-eyed creature was momentarily unarmed, Yverre pivoted back to the window and raised his firearm to fire. Bang, 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 bang. Silver bullets cascaded like raindrops, peppering the grotesque ogre as it lunged toward the workbench in search of a weapon. The exorcistic silver bullets transformed the one-eyed creature's chest into a veritable hive of destruction. Yet, the resilient one-eyed creature pressed on, absorbing the bullets, shattering the wooden wall, and advancing toward Yverre, malice glinting in its eyes as it raised the cleaver high. Just as the blade was about to descend, Yverre, propelled by his explosive strength, took a swift step back, narrowly evading the lethal strike, then raised his firearm towards the creature's head. Submit to your demise. Bang, bang, bang. The silver bullets erupted, and the one-eyed creature's head shattered like a watermelon, its massive form collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Immediately thereafter, a notification echoed in Yverre's mind. He disregarded the alert and strode past the lifeless body of the one-eyed creature, advancing into the interior to deliver a finishing blow to the still motionless Sawtooth. The infinite ammunition of his Golden Eagle unleashed a symphony of gunfire within the confines of the room. Were it not for the sacred silver bullet's automatic disappearance after a designated duration, the grotesque ogre Sawtooth would likely have been entombed beneath a deluge of silver projectiles. After vanquishing these 2 formidable grotesque ogres, Yverre felt a measure of relief, yet he remained vigilant, fully aware of the potential presence of other grotesque ogres akin to those in Deadly Curve 2. Surveying the ravaged wooden cabin, inhaling the nauseating stench, Yverre suppressed his revulsion and began to search for anything useful, while also keeping an eye out for any surviving souls. Half an hour later, Evelyn emerged from the wretched little cabin, a small backpack filled with low-denomination bills and trinkets in hand. There were no survivors. Only a heap of corpses remained. As she gazed at the spoils she had secured, a thought crossed her mind. She seized a nearby barrel of gasoline and hurled it towards the dilapidated wooden structure, then produced a kerosene lighter to ignite it before casting it into the flames. Though Evelyn was no saint, she believed in affording the deceased some semblance of dignity by respecting their possessions. Once the flames consumed everything, and she was certain no forest fire would ensue, she departed without a backward glance. On the road, Evelyn summoned the system panel to assess her recent acquisitions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 Deadly Curve grotesque ogres. You have earned 2 white random lottery chances and 36 source points. Available talents to copy: white, rapid recovery; 2, white, superhuman strength; white, beast instinct. Would you like to copy? Copy all, Evelyn declared, adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity. She then prompted the system to display her own panel. Name: Evelyn Lucia. Race: human. Identity: a recently graduated unemployed wanderer. Realm: Level 1, 1450. Physical strength, 7. Soul, 7. Psychic energy, 0. Source points, 5. Innate talent, white dual soul. Available copied talents, 20 white, precise shooting. Copied backup talent entries, white, rapid recovery, 3. White, beast instinct, white, superhuman strength. Available lottery chances, white, 3 times. Folded system warehouse, green, infinite bullets golden sand eagle x2, white, a backpack filled with $1,000 in coins and trinkets. Evelyn allocated her points, 3 to physical strength and 2 to soul. Additionally, she equipped the entries for white, rapid recovery, superhuman strength, and beast instinct. With 5 substantial source points at her disposal, she resolutely embarked on her journey to enhance her power. Now was not the time to conserve source points. Rapid strengthening was paramount. As the entries were attached, her source points were depleted, and the moment her physical attribute shattered the first-level boundary, Evelyn stood firmly in place. A surge of vitality began to swell within her, her essence rolling forth with newfound strength, her body undergoing yet another enhancement. A novel force began to spread within her, distinct from the copied talents. In a moment of inspiration, Evelyn let out a fierce shout. Armor transformation, activate. In the next instant, a wondrous scene unfolded. Surrounded by a dense aura of vitality, Yverre felt an ethereal force coalesce around him, akin to scales intricately enveloping his body. As if he were adorned in a suit of crimson dragon scale armor. He sensed that this illusory armor was a manifestation of his innate talent awakened upon transcending the physical limits of his being. Moreover, he could perceive that the current form of this ability was but a mere shadow of its complete potential. Ding. Attribute allocation complete. Entry successfully appended. Host panel as follows. Name: Yverre, Lucia. Race: human. Identity: a freshly graduated unemployed wanderer. Realm: first tier, 1950. Physique: 10 soul, 9 psyche, 0 essence points, 0 innate talent. White dual souls. White, armor transformation. Vitality transforms into scales affixed to the body, doubling defensive capabilities while simultaneously augmenting strength twofold. Available talent replication slots, 20 white, precise shooting, rapid recovery. Mighty strength, beast instinct, backup talent entries. White, rapid recovery, x2 available lottery attempts. White, 3 times system repository, green, infinite bullets golden sand eagle pair. White, a backpack brimming with $10,000 worth of coins and trinkets. P.S. Not obligatory, but the author will not detail the protagonist's personal attributes so explicitly. Any state updates for the protagonist will be noted in the author's commentary, avoiding unnecessary numerical elaboration in the main text. Gazing at the system panel and feeling the raw, overwhelming power surging within him, Yverre couldn't help but smile. His strength now eclipsed his former self by at least tenfold. If he were to confront the grotesque one-eyed ogre again, he could effortlessly disregard its formidable strike, even deflect it with ease. Though uncertain as to why his physical talent manifested as an enhancement ability, Yverre remained thoroughly content. After shattering several robust trees and reveling in the visceral pleasure of his strength alongside the defensive prowess granted by his armored state, Yverre dismissed the transformation and hastened towards the highway. He was acutely aware that if he delayed any longer, Jessie, the forthright woman, would undoubtedly venture into the woods to seek him out. With that thought in mind, Yverre swiftly returned to the road, reuniting with the anxious Jessie and Carly. Upon witnessing Yverre and Scathe, both women erupted with excitement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they returned to the vehicle, where the more open-minded Carly eagerly inquired about the events that transpired during Yverre's time in the forest. Unable to evade her curiosity, Yverre recounted the incidents, ensuring that no embellishments were included. Yet, even this straightforward account left Carly utterly enthralled, her fascination palpable as if she were wholly captivated by Yverre. Despite the presence of her friend Jessie, who acted as a human barrier, Carly's enthusiasm remained undiminished throughout the journey. It was only upon their arrival in a quaint town at night that Yverre, ever considerate, escorted the two women to a hospital for treatment and bandaging. During their conversation, Yverre learned about the origins of the two women, only to discover that they hailed from Los Angeles. Coincidentally, Yverre was also planning to relocate to Los Angeles, having driven through West Virginia to return to New York and gather his belongings. Upon receiving this news, Carly shared a few whispered words with Jessie. Embracing the notion that good girls should be cherished and bad girls should not be overlooked, Yverre reluctantly accepted an invitation to engage in a game of dodiju. Following a night of revelry, as the sun rose high the next day, the three of them shared a flirtatious breakfast before embarking on their journey once more. Chapter 5. New York Vampires? In an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and eccentricity, the trio set off again, driving onto the highway towards New York. Having already experienced moments of intimacy, the three appeared remarkably at ease, freely expressing themselves while displaying audacious behavior. Aware that Carly, despite her past engagement, felt at a disadvantage, she took the initiative to discuss her role as Jesse's sidekick. Over the course of these 2 days, Carly truly showcased her exuberance, embodying the spirit of a vivacious woman. One could hardly blame them for their frequent accidents, as driving while distracted is a recipe for misfortune. By the time Yverre and the two women reached New York, it was already the night of the third day. After enjoying yet another delightful evening, Jesse and Carly reluctantly left the hotel. Following their family's arrangements to visit relatives residing in New York, they agreed to meet Yverre at the airport the following day. Before departing, both Carly and Jesse, recognizing Yverre's exceptional capabilities, each transferred him $200,000, hoping to ensure he would remember them and not stand them up the next day. Clearly, they were mistaken. Yverre was inherently selfish, the kind of person who believed that what was his should remain solely his. Even without Jesse's and Carly's reminders, he would have seen them off. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, he would do his utmost to keep them within his line of sight, driven by both a desire to protect and an undeniable possessiveness. The following day at New York Airport, Jesse and Carly appeared rejuvenated, adorned in fashionable attire and exquisite makeup, their spirits lifted by Yverre's influence. They were as tempting as two ripe peaches. Surrounded by the two women, Yverre stood amidst a throng of envious, jealous, and complex expressions from the many single men at the airport. He passionately kissed each of them before they boarded. "I will come to find you once I arrive in Los Angeles." Jesse and Carly nodded, understanding the moment, and each placed a gentle kiss on either side of Yverre's face. "Well then, we shall take our leave, honey. Remember to think of us," they said, reluctantly linking arms as they departed, only boarding the aircraft after Yverre had completely walked away. After bidding farewell to the two women, Yverre left the airport and returned home in his dilapidated old pickup truck. This house was one of the few assets his parents had left him in this lifetime. His father, Weston, was a man from the Dragon Kingdom, a child supported by the Constantine family and a son-in-law by marriage. His mother, Mary Constantine, was a renowned beauty and a psychic fortune-teller in Queens. The commercial property located in Queens was purchased by his mother with the earnings from her psychic consultations. The upper floor consisted of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, serving as their residence, while the lower floor, over 100 square meters, housed a shop. When his parents were still alive, Weston dealt in buying and selling valuable antiques, while Mary conducted her fortune-telling and psychic sessions in a separate room. Clearly, before awakening to his own abilities, Yverre was incapable of divination or spiritual communication, thus he could only inherit his father's legacy. He dealt in antiques and trinkets of little monetary value, yet this was the business that sustained him. His recent trip to Los Angeles was prompted by the availability of a vacant shop in Chinatown, situated in an excellent location. After several online discussions with the shop owner, Yverre visited and found it to be quite satisfactory before deciding to rent it. Originally, he intended to tidy up and relocate, continuing his antique dealings. However, with the advent of the system, Yverre's aspirations shifted. The modest profits from trading antiques paled in comparison to the lucrative potential of exorcism. Establishing an exorcism agency would not only yield income from banishing malevolent spirits, but also enable him to enhance his abilities through the essence points acquired from vanquishing supernatural entities. Once he garnered a reputation, he could trigger various narratives, hunt more valuable supernatural beings, and seize opportunities for rewards. Seeking out narratives independently was cumbersome, with so few encounters throughout the year, often enduring hardships along the way. Yet, once his exorcism agency gained prominence, would he not attract those narrative characters willingly offering their wealth? With this newfound vision, Yverre surveyed the antiques within his shop, contemplating alternative pursuits. He resolved to reach out to fellow traders, clearing out unnecessary items to recuperate some funds. Time slipped by quietly amidst Yverre's bustling phone calls, continuing until past 6 in the evening. Most of the items within the premises were sold at a price just slightly above their cost, a feat achieved only through the connections he had with a dozen peers, leveraging the legacy of his deceased parents for this remarkable outcome. The last rays of the setting sun streamed into the now entirely vacant hall. Yverre gazed at the mobile banking account in his hand, where the balance displayed a gratifying figure of $970,000. Setting aside the $40,000 gifted by Jesse and Carly, his own $57,000 constituted a substantial fortune in this era. It was high time to replace his old pickup truck upon arriving in Los Angeles. The current vehicle hardly befitted the stature of a future grand exorcist. While a luxurious sports car was not a necessity, a comfortable coupe would certainly suffice. Moreover, an all-terrain vehicle was essential for excursions. With these thoughts in mind, Yverre stood up and departed from the spacious hall. However, he did not head out to view cars just yet. After a long day, he had yet to enjoy lunch. With money in hand, he was determined to treat himself well. He left his home and ventured into a genuine Chinese restaurant nestled within New York's Chinatown, where he heartily ordered several sumptuous Cantonese meat dishes. After dining, the clock had already struck past 9 in the evening. Following a day of bustling activity, Yverre lacked the inclination to linger on the streets and promptly returned home. In a certain segment of a subway station in Queens, this antiquated station, constructed in the 1940s, had undergone renovations that improved its condition significantly compared to previous years. Here, a mix of gang members loitering at night and white-collar workers returning home awaited the arrival of the subway. Due to the summer heat, even the underground station felt stiflingly warm. Many passengers waiting for the train harbored a sense of deep frustration, akin to explosives ready to detonate at the slightest provocation. At that moment, a hooded black youth, engrossed in his music, accidentally stepped on the polished shoe of a middle-aged white man. Although racial discrimination against black individuals had diminished considerably, a sense of superiority still lingered in the hearts of some white individuals. In the next instant, the middle-aged man stood up and shoved the youth. "What the hell, are you blind? Or are you deliberately trying to provoke me? You racist? Do you look down on us black folks? Or do you wish to flaunt your superiority as a white man?" The young black man, quick-tempered, immediately invoked political correctness, accusing the middle-aged white man of racial discrimination. However, a closer inspection revealed that there was no anger in the young man's eyes. He hardly seemed to take the middle-aged man's derogatory remarks to heart. This observation struck an odd note, yet no one present seemed to notice the discrepancy. As the two argued heatedly, the subway arrived. The doors slid open to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman, resembling an ethereal being, with shoulder-length black hair. Her pupils sparkled like blue gemstones, her skin was as fair as jade, and her body was tightly enveloped in black leather, accentuating her alluring curves. She wore high-top boots that adorned her long, slender legs and sported two specially designed handguns at her waist. The entire figure appeared both exquisite and formidable, embodying Celine from Underworld. The moment Celine stepped out of the subway carriage, a sound erupted like a beast's roar. "Die! Damn vampires!" Before the echoes of the voice faded, a cacophony of gunfire ensued. In the enveloping darkness, several untransformed werewolves emerged, brandishing automatic rifles. Innocent bystanders, caught unawares, were mercilessly riddled with bullets. A young black man, whose gaze bore the weight of age, fortuitously avoided this catastrophe by choosing to leave after a trivial dispute with a middle-aged white man. Thus, he narrowly escaped the onslaught. Only Celine, a third-generation vampire agile in her movements, evaded the sudden ambush without succumbing to the barrage. Simultaneously, she wielded a specially designed pistol loaded with silver bullets, ready to retaliate effectively. Chapter 6. The Ambush, Demon Hunting Forum. Each silver bullet that struck a werewolf's head or heart ensured its total demise. The nimble Celine maneuvered through the subway station, evading attacks with grace. With each counterstrike, a werewolf fell. The assailants, attempting to ambush her, found their aim woefully lacking. Even if Celine were to be struck by ordinary copper bullets, they posed no real threat to her. Thanks to her innate vampire healing abilities, her wounds would swiftly mend. In this ebb and flow of combat, even the battle-hardened Celine began to underestimate her opponents. After dispatching 3 werewolves, she ceased her onslaught and concealed herself behind a supporting pillar, pondering how her location had been compromised. As she mentally replayed the night's events, confirming her own actions were not to blame, a hint of gravity clouded her otherwise striking visage. Was there a traitor among them? Regardless, she resolved to deal with these wild dogs first, intending to report the matter to the elders upon her return. The ambush by the werewolves had taken her by surprise. For nearly a millennium, the vampires of the Marcus Alexander Corvinus lineage had relentlessly hunted the werewolves of the William Alexander Corvinus line. After centuries of pursuit, the feeble werewolves had become akin to rats, relegated to the shadows of the sewers. Yet today, these wild dogs had dared to strike at her. The intricacies of this situation were beyond what a mere third-generation vampire could manage alone. Reflecting on this, Celine decided to exchange injury for injury in a bid to conclude the skirmish swiftly. Should the opportunity arise, she yearned to capture a werewolf for interrogation upon her return. Reloading her magazine and grasping her dual heavy pistols, Celine resolutely emerged from behind the sturdy concrete pillar. In the instant she appeared sideways, she swiftly fired more than a dozen shots towards the location of the remaining 3 werewolves. The werewolves, who had been lying in wait for Selena, were seemingly entranced, standing motionless as the bullets flew towards them without attempting to evade. Upon spotting their target, they unhesitatingly stood their ground and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The sound of gunfire echoed as dozens of bullets intersected and collided in midair. Ultimately, the silver bullets struck the 3 werewolves first. 2 of the unfortunate werewolves had their skulls obliterated on the spot, meeting a swift demise. The leader of the pack, however, had been spared more severe injury due to Selena's deliberate restraint, sustaining only gunshot wounds to his left ankle and wrists. Yet, in a moment of overconfidence, Selena fell prey to the cunning of the werewolves. In the gaze of the wounded werewolf, filled with sinister anticipation, a specially designed bullet pierced Selena's left abdomen, leaving behind a charred wound. While one could argue that the bullet's power was not particularly formidable, indeed, it might not even be lethal to a human, it was nonetheless a deadly bane to the frail vampires. Selena's wounds, which should have healed rapidly, were instead stifled under the influence of the ultraviolet bullet, showing no signs of recovery and bleeding profusely. Regrettably, the bullet had missed her heart, but it was sufficient to demonstrate its potency. Next time, with an increased dosage, her luck would certainly run out. With a fierce roar, the werewolf, who had once appeared as a young Caucasian man, abruptly transformed into a creature cloaked in black fur. The moment the metamorphosis was complete, it exerted its legs with considerable force and swiftly fled the scene. This indicated that the lineage of William's werewolves did not possess significant enhancements. Their transformation merely rendered them slightly stronger than ordinary humans, with a longer lifespan, yet they paled in comparison to more formidable werewolves. Even the lineage of Marcus's vampires was among the weaker factions of their kind. For instance, Selena, upon being struck by the ultraviolet bullet, found herself plunged into a state of weakness, starkly inferior to other vampires who could withstand sunlight and dismiss holy water and other exorcism methods. The prosperity of the werewolves and vampires belonging to the Alexander lineage stemmed from their ease of transformation and proliferation. Leaning against a support column, her complexion pale, Selena felt a burning sensation in her abdomen, rendering her unable to pursue the enemy, her hand that held the gun drooping helplessly. The narrative had shifted. In the original storyline, it was uncertain if Selena had been struck by the ultraviolet bullet. However, she had undeniably been hit, albeit by the first generation of ultraviolet bullets, which had not proven immediately fatal. Coughing, she thought. Indeed, there was a conspiracy afoot. Selena pressed her hand against her wound, her expression shifting between fear and disbelief. The revelation she encountered today left her utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that a mere bullet could so effectively suppress her regenerative abilities. If the wild dog had spoken the truth about increasing the dosage, the consequences might indeed have the power to devastate her entire clan. A chill coursed through her, leaving no room for further contemplation. In a desperate bid to hasten the healing of her abdomen, she glanced at the corpses of ordinary folks scattered on the ground, seized one, and raised it overhead, swiftly severing an artery. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. Selena drank eagerly, and after consuming the blood of several individuals, she managed to quell the searing pain in her abdomen. Yet the wound remained unhealed, continuing to bleed profusely. Damn it! How could this be? Was the energy within the blood of ordinary humans insufficient for her recovery? Selena pressed her hand against the wound, her pallid complexion betraying her distress. As she swiftly departed the blood-soaked subway station, as she journeyed back to her clan's stronghold, The injuries she had initially subdued surged once more violent than before. Crimson blood flowed forth relentlessly, as if it were free. Even a vampire, capable of serving as a mobile blood bank, could not withstand such a drain. Moreover, Selena was merely a third-generation vampire, her strength barely reaching the nascent second tier. The most frustrating aspect was that beings of darkness like her, easily subdued by the forces of light, could be dispatched even by ordinary individuals wielding exorcism tools. This encapsulated the inherent flaws of dark supernatural entities. Consequently, those extraordinary beings who ascended through their own merits held little regard for those transformed creatures, clearly displaying their vulnerabilities. This left Selena in a dire predicament, unable to find a companion who could provide genuine, pure supernatural blood to heal her wounds. In her weakened state, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, Selena relied on her innate survival instincts, following the intoxicating scent of blood toward the nearest extraordinary being. Meanwhile, in the Yverre household, Yverre, having dined around 9, was only now preparing to rest as the clock approached 1 in the morning. It was not a penchant for late nights that kept him awake, but rather his recent endeavor to absorb knowledge online, researching a plethora of information. He had ascertained that this world indeed intertwined with numerous horror films. It was not solely American cinema, as other nations harbored their own spectral occurrences and legends. Just from the descriptions of these events, Yverre could recognize the corresponding movie titles and plots. Notably, the infamous Tomi incident, the Kayako incident, and the Korean Gwonjeon event all had traceable references online. He even stumbled upon a forum claiming to be the official website of a demon hunting guild, filled with various posts. Some individuals, identifying as demon hunters, shared accounts of their successful hunts, while others, proclaiming to be victims of extraordinary events, posted desperate pleas for help. Even Yverre noticed a post calling for a demon hunting team. This post was even endorsed by the church, the Demon Hunting Guild, and bore the official seal of the United Nations. Everything extraordinary disseminated on this website appeared strikingly authentic, leaving Yverre utterly dazzled. Consequently, he registered an account on the site, seizing the opportunity to promote his forthcoming exorcism agency. Lying in bed, Yverre reflected on the information he had encountered online, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. The torrent of information that night had overwhelmed him, elevating his perception of the world's perilous nature. Simultaneously, a burgeoning desire for strength eclipsed his drowsiness. Curse it! Had I known, I would have saved this information for tomorrow. Alas, if sleep eludes me, I shall forgo it. Rising, he decided to venture outside and see if there were any minor calamities to haunt. Chapter 7. First Encounter with Selena. Clang. Crash. Just as Yverre prepared to dress and leave his bedroom, a cacophony erupted from the shop below. The sound struck him as though a heavy object had shattered glass upon impact. Damn it! Could it be that wretched Hejihai has come to rob me? Contemplating this possibility, Yverre's expression soured instantly. His earlier enthusiasm for demon hunting was abruptly diminished. Drawing forth his golden eagle from the spatial realm, he stealthily descended the stairs without turning on the lights. The white, precise shot, talent not only bestowed upon Yverre unparalleled accuracy and meticulous observational skills, but, when augmented in a state of soul perception, allowed him simple night vision. Thus, the darkness served not only as Hejihai's cloak, but also as Yverre's hunting ground. If it truly is the thieving Hejihai, then let him await his demise. Holding on to this thought, Yverre silently approached the lower level. To his surprise, the anticipated scene of Hejihai breaking a window and sneaking in to steal did not materialize. Bathed in moonlight, the spacious antique shop revealed only a woman sprawled on the ground, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Clad in a form-fitting leather jumpsuit, she possessed a striking figure, with modified twin pistols holstered at her waist. Though her true visage remained obscured, her silhouette exuded an undeniable allure. Yverre sensed something was amiss regarding her presence, and her attire felt oddly familiar. Yet without seeing her face, he could not discern from which horror film this character might hail. "Hey, beautiful, who are you? You are trespassing, do you realize that?" He called out twice, but the woman on the floor remained unresponsive. Emboldened, he approached and turned her over. As the exquisite and alluring visage of the woman came into view, the name Selena instantly surfaced in Yverre's mind. What a surprise! How could Selena possibly be here? And given her injuries, Yverre's gaze fell upon the charred wound on the left side of her abdomen. Still oozing blood, questions flooded his thoughts. The movies never depicted Selena as having sustained such grave injuries. The sight of her appearing as if on the brink of death was bewildering. Before Yverre could react, the unconscious Selena instinctively twitched her delicately sculpted nose. In the next moment, she lunged at his hand as if she had caught the scent of an exquisite vintage. Biting down fiercely. Goodness, was this woman akin to a dog? Why would she bite without provocation? Even for a vampire, such insatiable thirst seemed excessive. Observing the sharp fangs protruding from her mouth, Yverre hastily withdrew his hand. He retreated several steps, and without his support, Selena collapsed to the ground, aggravating her wound. The pain jolted her back to her senses, her gaze gradually clearing. As she beheld the young man before her, clad in sleepwear, with a statuesque form and striking features. A blush crept across Selena's pallid face, and she spoke with an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Despite her aloof and reclusive nature, she was not like other vampires who looked down upon mere mortals. As a third-generation vampire with access to the upper echelons of her clan, Selena understood all too well what her lineage represented to humanity. They were not lofty hunters, but rather a virulent blemish upon humankind. Should the human elite decide to be ruthless, a mere slice of flesh and a drop of blood would suffice to eradicate them. This was the reason why the Alexander lineage of vampires, despite their highly infectious nature, managed to maintain a foothold in major urban areas across various nations. Perhaps to the human elite, they were akin to subjects of observation, permitted to inhabit a small territory for survival and propagation. When humans required research or experimentation, they could easily be captured without the need for extensive effort in pursuit. Such truths were well known among the upper echelons of vampire clans. Yet those who reveled in admiration and regarded themselves as nobility would never divulge such demoralizing insights to their kin and subordinates. If one were to sincerely apologize, perhaps monetary recompense would suffice. 100,000 in damages, Yverre jested, his tone light despite the gravity of the situation. His remark was certainly not influenced by Selena's beauty. Seeing that the handsome young human bore no anger, Selena mustered her strength and leaned against an empty display case, her pale visage turned towards the tranquil Yverre. "I can provide you with that. However, you must have realized by now that I am a vampire. Are you not at all curious about my identity?" After saying this, Selena suddenly reconsidered, feeling that she had spoken unnecessarily. The reason she had come here was precisely due to the allure of the extraordinary blood coursing through her counterpart's veins. Since her companion was also an extraordinary being, accepting her identity as a vampire should be quite normal, right? With these thoughts, Selena found herself chuckling at her own musings. Indeed, her kin were correct. A lack of blood truly does dull one's wits. The moonlight filtered through the shattered glass window, casting a radiant glow upon Selena's pale, delicate visage, imbuing her with an air of sanctity. Coupled with the faint, enchanting smile gracing her lips, this beautifully fragmented scene stirred even Yverre's emotions. As a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, it must be acknowledged that, despite Jesse and Carly from this world having been enhanced by the extraordinary energy in the air and their own essence, rendering them more beautiful and achieving an overall score of around 90, they still paled in comparison to the unadorned Selena before him. In this world, Selena could undoubtedly be rated as a beauty surpassing 95. Her features were exquisitely defined, her skin as fair as jade, her demeanor cold yet noble. And the mystery inherent in her vampiric nature spoke of her perfection. Regardless of age or gender, anyone with a sense of aesthetics would find themselves drawn to her. Though Yverre was undeniably captivated by Selena's beauty, he was still a pragmatic individual and extended his hand to demand compensation for the window. "Miss Vampire, first and foremost, I am not at all curious about your identity. Secondly, the damages for the window and glass, along with compensation for emotional distress, amount to a total of $100,000 and $3,000. Is it merely $100,000 and $3,000? So, you are in dire need of money?" Selena's response was laced with a hint of playful sarcasm, momentarily leaving Yverre speechless. His fists clenched tightly. Were anyone else to speak in such a manner, he would have readily aimed his golden eagle at their head. Yet, gazing into Selena's sapphire-like eyes, he detected no trace of smugness or malice, only an innocent curiosity. Oh, Yverre nearly forgot. Selena was not merely a beautiful face. She was also exceedingly wealthy, a true heiress. Thus, her words were not without merit. In the original narrative, Selena's family was quite affluent, The estate and the sports car were merely a fraction of their wealth. In reality, her family's fortune could very well be even greater, as there are always those who, despite their riches, desire to transform into vampires to enjoy a prolonged existence, even if it meant sacrificing some wealth and relinquishing the warmth of sunlight. This was not a matter of financial need, but rather a question of restoring what was rightfully his. Although Yverre was somewhat displeased with Selina's Versailles-like remarks, he nonetheless expressed his viewpoint. Having lived for so long, Selina was no naive youth. She discerned that the handsome young man before her was perturbed by her words. Unsure of how to offer comfort, she boldly stated, "I can compensate you tenfold, or even purchase your establishment as a gift, but you must assist me in return." Yverre responded, "On what grounds?" She added, "In due course, I can provide you with a compensation of $5 million, payable immediately." As she spoke, Selina retrieved her phone from the tactical belt at her waist, waving it slightly. "Well, that is not entirely out of the question. After all, I do enjoy being helpful." Yverre showcased what could only be described as a masterclass in rapid facial expressions, transforming in an instant. "Then, may I inquire, what is it that you require from me, beautiful vampire?" Observing the young man's swift transformations, Selina felt a stir of emotions within. He was indeed a mysterious and intriguing character. How astonishing that he lacked the haughty demeanor typical of other extraordinary beings. Reining in her wandering thoughts, Selina gestured toward the wound on the left side of her abdomen. "I require blood to heal my injuries." "Excuse me? Are you asking me to assist in capturing a living person, or perhaps to pilfer from a hospital's blood bank?" Yverre inquired curiously, while discreetly assessing Selina. Although he did not mind the idea of capturing a few miscreants or stealing from the hospital's inventory to aid Selina's recovery, it seemed inherently wrong. Even with her injuries, as a vampire, she should find it simple to hunt ordinary people, should she choose to do so. Being a first-tier extraordinary being himself, Yverre understood the disparity between the mundane and the extraordinary, as long as one was not countered by a significant weakness. Even a fledgling extraordinary creature could decimate a village or town without fear of fatigue, allowing an ordinary person to take advantage. As expected, upon hearing Yverre's words, Selina shook her head. "Ordinary blood is ineffective. I have already tried it. What I require is extraordinary blood." With that, she fixed her gaze upon Yverre's neck, her throat moving as she swallowed. It was Yverre's first experience of being so eagerly scrutinized by a stunning woman, and the sensation was peculiar. More astonishing was the realization that she was genuinely craving his essence. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Yverre finally declared, $5 million is inadequate. The price must be increased. Chapter 8. The Secrets of the Vampire. In the end, Yverre capitulated for the sake of 5 measures of rice. Following a thorough conversation and mutual introductions, Selina promptly paid a deposit of $5 million. Gazing at the eager Selina, Yverre's expression turned serious. "Selina, I am uncertain if, after you bite me, I will be afflicted by your bat venom. Thus, I shall use a cup to collect your blood. Do you have any objections?" Observing the cautious Evil, Selina, with her pale complexion, shook her head with an air of indifference. Upon seeing Selina's refusal, Evil assumed she was in disagreement. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he heard Selina's cool voice gradually elucidating. "Evil, I can sense that you are a first-tier extraordinary being, and a rather powerful one at that. Unless an elder from my clan personally administers the bat venom to you, or a more formidable vampire bestows the initial embrace of blood poison upon you, you, with your first-tier extraordinary physique, shall not contract any virus, even in the face of toxins from our second-tier extraordinary beings." After clarifying, Selina added, "However, if you are uneasy about me biting you or harbor any distrust, using the cup is perfectly acceptable." It is worth mentioning that since her transformation from human to vampire, Selina has always avoided intimate contact with her sustenance while feeding. She detests the notion of closeness with strangers, particularly with those she considers her food. This aversion is one of the primary reasons for her lack of friends within the vampire circles of New York. After all, while others indulge in extravagant gatherings, she, as a third-generation bloodline leader of the Alexander Covinus clan, remains aloof, which might be perceived as disdain towards the others. Such sentiments have led to her becoming somewhat ostracized, even within her own family. Gazing into Selina's clear eyes, Evil felt assured that she spoke the truth. Furthermore, even a half-damaged vampire, despite any tricks, would find themselves taught humility by his prowess. Moreover, with the white, rapid recovery attribute and the enhancement ability of armor, he felt secure. Come now. Who said you were the benefactor? He declared, extending his arm towards Selena in a gesture of surrender. Selena, witnessing Evil's demeanor, could not help but emit a soft laugh. Even as a cold and alluring lady. Once again seeing her smile, Evil felt captivated and found himself stealing glances at her. Noticing Evil's unabashed and somewhat fervent gaze, Selena quickly stifled her laughter. In a moment of impulsivity, she sprang into Evil's embrace. As she gazed at the pulsing carotid artery so close at hand, she swallowed hard but, adhering to their agreement, refrained from biting down, her cheeks flushing slightly. She never anticipated that after centuries of solitude, this youthful man, centuries her junior, could evoke such a blush. Could it be that I still have a preference for humans? Unaware of Selena's thoughts, Evil only sensed an inexplicable shift in her demeanor. However, since she had not proceeded to bite his neck as agreed, he made no attempt to push her away. Once Selena composed herself, she released Evil from her embrace and kindly reminded him, Evil, I am about to begin. Come, Irina, she said. However, I have heard that vampires experience a certain ecstasy while feeding. Initially, it felt somewhat normal, but upon hearing the latter part of Yverre's sentence, Selena hastily covered his mouth. In a fit of frustration, she adhered to their agreement and seized Yverre's arm, biting down hard on his wrist. This marked her first intimate encounter with her sustenance. Her sharp fangs pierced the skin, and in an instant, a warm, sweet stream of blood filled her mouth. The unprecedented taste and the surge of life energy overwhelmed Selena's mind and body, rendering her momentarily numb. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though her centuries of existence had been in vain, as if all the blood she had consumed had been wasted. Being one of the weaker bloodlines and a third-generation vampire, Selena had never had the opportunity or the privilege to savor the blood of the extraordinary. Not only had she never tasted it, but she had never even laid eyes on it. Thus, this was her inaugural experience with the blood of an extraordinary being. Reminiscent of the adage that societal laws can transform lives. In previous eras, extraordinary individuals, when in need of money, would not have considered earning it through labor. They would resort to robbery or theft. Alternatively, they would have been treated as honored guests by wealthy patrons, never engaging in transactions with vampires. Now, however, in the face of fearsome firearms and the might of national machinery, lower-tier extraordinary beings must adhere to the order of modern society until they grow stronger. Fortuitously, Selena encountered an extraordinary individual today who was communicative and willing to trade, rather than aloof and disdainful. Such opportunities are rare and precious. The life-filled blood was irresistible to Selena. Instinct soon took over her rationality, and she began to gulp down the blood voraciously. The wound on her left abdomen began to heal, expelling the shattered ultraviolet bullets that had stifled her regenerative abilities. Within mere seconds, the once grotesque injury transformed into flawless, fair skin. Even though the wound had healed, Selena did not relent. Instead, she continued to draw more blood from Yverre. Yverre, having lost a few drops, felt little effect. With the combined state of his physical attributes, his vitality was more robust than that of an ox. A few sips were trivial, and even if Selena craved a substantial amount, he could withstand it. After a few more seconds, Yverre sensed a significant decrease in the force of Selena's feeding. Just as he thought it was coming to an end, her soft, jelly-like lips began to wander from his wrist to his forearm, upper arm, and cheek, finally landing on his lips. At the moment Selena pressed her lips to his, Yverre remained bewildered. Could it be true what they say, that while vampires experience pleasure when feeding, the one being fed upon also feels a sense of ecstasy? No one ever mentioned that those who are drained can experience such joy. I must intervene, otherwise, what shall I do when she awakens and holds me accountable for the remaining debts? Yet, as Yverre and Selena locked eyes, his mind went utterly blank. Financial concerns faded away, replaced by a singular thought: yield to her. It is worth it. Desire triumphed over reason, and following Selena's instinctual awareness and yearning, Yverre ascended the stairs with her into the bedroom. The two exchanged no words, embarking on their endeavor. As the primary contributor to the renovation, Yverre enlisted Selena to assist him. They toiled for nearly 4 to 5 hours, until just past 5 in the morning, when they finally completed the work in the upstairs bedroom. After finishing, Yverre, the main worker, took a moment to rest, gradually regaining her awareness from their exertions. Selena cast a gaze filled with complex emotions upon the striking young man who had labored alongside her for so long. Initially, her eyes were cold, her arm raised, nails sharpened like daggers, as if she might slay Yverre. However, upon noticing the blood congealing and forming a scab on his wrist, the marks of her kisses upon his neck, and the stark crimson stains upon the bed, she resignedly closed her cerulean eyes. Though she struggled to accept it all at once, Selena understood that everything stemmed from her own actions. Ultimately, Yverre was not to blame. Such thoughts lingered. Yet the reality remained that her centuries of chastity had been relinquished to Yverre, a fact that stung. What a little rascal. Why didn't he just push me away? Selena retracted her hand, gazing forlornly at the slumbering Yverre. If he had truly pushed her away, she would have been displeased. Yverre, feigning sleep, internally scoffed at the irony. In truth, he had just drifted off, but the surge of murderous intent radiating from Selena upon her awakening had triggered his instinctive alertness, causing him to awaken. Unsure how to confront Selena, he chose to remain in pretense, perhaps out of trust or some other sentiment. Selena did not scrutinize Yverre's condition closely enough to realize he was merely pretending to sleep. She rose, dressed, and with her sharp nails, sliced through the bed linens, removing a piece of fabric. Having survived from the feudal era to the present, Selena valued her chastity far more than modern women. Folding the handkerchief-sized cloth and tucking it into her bosom, she cast a complex glance at Yverre. Alas, as the strongest of her family line for 3 generations, she could not enjoy the same freedoms as her siblings. Nevertheless, a fleeting night of passion was not so bad. Having traded her purity for a semblance of humanity, Selena bared her heart for the first time. Listening to Selena's soliloquy, Yverre felt a pang of sympathy. He longed to rise and inform her that her adoptive father, Victor, was a scoundrel who had deceived her all along. Moreover, he was the true architect behind her parents' demise. But at present, the plot has yet to unfold. And absent any evidence, even if he and Selena shared an intimate bond, Yverre could not assure that Selena would unequivocally trust him. Such candor might instead breed discord between them. Even if Selena were to believe him and choose to investigate the matter alone, the peril involved remains uncertain. It would be wiser to remain silent for now, waiting until the narrative commences or until he has fortified his own strength, at which point he could reveal the truth to aid her in avenging herself. Contemplating these thoughts, Yverre made a silent resolution in his heart. He must assist Selena in breaking free from Victor's control, allowing her to truly be herself. As Yverre resolved this in his mind, Selena gently leaned down. "I will seek you out again, my little man." Observing Yverre in slumber, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and tenderly placed a kiss upon his forehead. After this, Selena lingered for a moment, cherishing the memory of this remarkable chamber. Finally, she approached the window, casting a glance back at Yverre, who had turned to face her. In that instant, Selena grasped a profound realization. Ultimately, she said nothing, instead offering a breathtaking smile before leaping gracefully into the night, her figure swiftly vanishing from the street. Having taken refuge with Yverre upon their first encounter, Selena harbored no disdain. After centuries of solitude, she yearned for affection and connection. Yet, as time passed, these emotions were buried deep within her heart. Today, unexpectedly stirred by Yverre, fear and anxiety intertwined, prompting her instinctive desire for violence. Now, however, reason prevailed, and love began to resurface from the depths of her soul. Chapter 9. Los Angeles, the Haunted House. Once Selena's silhouette had completely dissipated, Yverre sat up, feeling a sense of ennui. He was certain that Selena had noticed his subtle movements. That fleeting smile over her shoulder was the best evidence of this. Given the circumstances, there was no need for him to provide a detailed explanation to Selena. Both were aware of the events that had transpired that evening. Their unspoken understanding arose from the significant disparity in their current statuses, with many issues entangled in between. At the very least, Selena could not simply extricate herself from her family, even if she wished to do so. Her family, having nurtured her for so long, would not permit her to leave without resistance. Moreover, Yverre lacked the power to resolve these matters. To withstand the pressure from a vampire clan with a singular lineage, one would require a prowess exceeding the 4th level, an unattainable feat otherwise. Setting aside the complexities of a vampire clan's covert dealings and influence within human society, even the elite warriors within a vampire family are formidable entities that ordinary extraordinary beings would find difficult to confront alone. Moreover, during Selena's self-introduction, Yverre learned that the most formidable vampire of their lineage, Marcus Alexander Corvinus, is suspected to be a fifth-tier vampire. Although in Yverre's memories from his previous life as cinematic works, Marcus's strength could hardly be deemed fifth-tier, at best it barely reached second-tier. Yet, in this world abundant with dark powers, a vampire inheriting the perfect bloodline may indeed possess nearly fifth-tier strength. Despite Yverre having never encountered a fifth-tier extraordinary being and being unaware of the true extent of their powers, Selena, having lived for centuries, has indeed witnessed the patriarch Marcus in person. In such circumstances, to bluntly reveal the truth is not romantic. It is tantamount to courting death. Should this information be leaked by someone in the know, not only would Yverre face the repercussions from the Alexander Corvinus family, but Selena herself would also find herself in dire straits. The fate that awaits them could very well mirror that of the unfortunate werewolf leader Lucian and his wife Sonia in this generation. A truly tragic end. Shaking his head, Yverre resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. Just then, his phone on the bedside emitted a notification sound. Upon checking, he discovered a message indicating that funds had been deposited into his bank account. Before he could delve into the details, a message from Selena popped up on his chat application. Selena, the final payment has arrived. Do remember to check it. Also, I bought your house. I'll stay there for a few days when I have the chance. See you next time in Los Angeles, little man. Reading Selena's messages, Yverre couldn't help but smile faintly. She still called him little man. He would make her pay for that at their next meeting. However, despite his playful thoughts, Yverre replied with an OK emoji. After sending the message, he took a moment to check his current bank balance. Seeing the figure of over 10 million displayed on his phone screen, Yverre felt a surge of excitement. This amount was more than sufficient for him to purchase the store in Los Angeles and even acquire a luxury car. Together, these purchases would not deplete his funds, leaving him with enough to sustain a comfortable lifestyle for a considerable time. During this period, Yverre could establish his own reputation within the exorcism circles of Los Angeles, relying entirely on his own abilities. With a heart full of anticipation, Yverre soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, bright sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Yverre rose early, gathered all his belongings, and after sending Selena a message about his departure from New York to Los Angeles, he took a taxi to the New York airport. He checked in and boarded the plane. As the aircraft ascended, it traced an arc through the sky, passing over the iconic Statue of Liberty, en route to Los Angeles. Throughout the journey, Yverre's striking appearance and the elevated aura he exuded after becoming extraordinary attracted the attention of flight attendants and several affluent women. Among them were some audacious individuals who boldly sought to obtain Yverre's contact information. Although there were no significant characters in the narrative, he did not outright refuse them. Acquiescing instead, around 3 in the afternoon, the sun still hung high in the sky. Yverre disembarked from the plane, dragging his suitcase away from the airport amidst the fervent entreaties of numerous enthusiastic women. Unyieldingly, he entered a taxi bound for Chinatown. Several minutes later, the taxi halted before a storefront that bore no sign indicating its number. After settling the fare, Yverre stepped out and beheld a middle-aged Chinese man waiting for him inside the shop. This establishment was the man's asset. Originally, the landlord would not have come today, but Yverre's expressed interest in purchasing the premises had compelled him to appear. As Yverre entered the spacious shop, Uncle Lee greeted him with a smile. Yverre, you have finally arrived. You mentioned your intention to buy this store. Is it truly the case? Uncle Lee inquired in Mandarin, tinged with a Cantonese accent. While rummaging for a cigarette, observing the enthusiastic Uncle Lee, Yverre accepted a lit cigarette and nodded with a smile. Uncle Lee, didn't you say you were returning to your homeland? Regardless, you intend to sell this property. If it is to be sold to someone else, why not allow me to purchase it? Very well, it seems I have a good impression of you. It is better to offer you a deal than to sell it to someone else, Uncle Lee replied, his lean frame nodding in agreement as he began to introduce his property, preparing to negotiate the price. You have seen the premises. It encompasses 2 levels, totaling approximately 810 square meters. Its location is quite prominent on these streets. After a brief pause, Uncle Lee finally disclosed the price he had in mind. For others, I would demand at least 10,000 per square meter. However, as I find you agreeable, I will offer it to you at 9,000 per square meter. Calculating 800 square meters, you can acquire it for 7.2 million today, and I will transfer ownership to you. It appeared that Uncle Lee was indeed sincere, and the location of this substantial storefront justified the asking price. However, Yvelle was acutely aware that the reason Uncle Lee was eager to sell was not merely due to a hasty return to his homeland. The true motivation behind his urgency stemmed from the fact that a tragic death had occurred within the premises. The daughter of the previous tenant had perished there. According to Yvelle's prior research, it was established that this high school girl had met her untimely end on the second floor of the shop while playing a spirit-calling game that had originated from Japan. Upon learning this, the locals in Los Angeles' Chinatown had entirely abandoned the notion of purchasing or renting the establishment. After all, how else could Uncle Lee be persuaded to sell such a lucrative asset? Uncle Lee, let us dispense with the pretense. I am fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this store. Although misfortune has befallen you, my wealth did not come easily. In truth, it is rather effortless. Perhaps even more gratifying. With that, Yvelle extinguished the nearly finished cigarette and slowly uttered a phrase, a flat price of 3 million. Anything beyond that shall be considered compensation for your losses. Impossible, Uncle Lee exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the offer. His store, originally valued at nearly 10 million, had been reduced to a mere 3 million, slashing almost 2/3 off the price. Such a drastic cut was unfathomable to him. He would never agree to it. As Uncle Lee pondered this, Yvelle's next words shattered his realm of impossibilities. Chapter 10. The Exorcism Agency, slashing another 500,000. Uncle Lee, do you not consider the possibility that this house is a cursed dwelling where anyone who resides meets their demise? Remember, the girl who perished here did so while playing a spirit summoning game. I investigated this game and discovered its origins trace back to a place called Shhh. While gathering information, I specifically reviewed the relevant details and reports from that locality. Pausing for effect, Yvelle pulled out his phone and, in Uncle Lee's presence, opened a website containing pertinent information. Take a look for yourself, Uncle Lee. It states that anyone who dies while participating in this game, known as Silver Fairy Spirit Game, ultimately transforms into a vengeful spirit, forever bound to the site of their death. Should anyone dare to trespass into their territory, they will not hesitate to exact lethal retribution. Uncle Lee took the phone, and as he read the information, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. A buzzing sensation enveloped him, and he suddenly blacked out, falling stiffly backward. The reality of the situation was undeniable, and Uncle Lee was compelled to believe it. Yet, he struggled to accept this harsh truth. Seeing this, Yvelle quickly reached out to catch Uncle Lee before he hit the ground. As he prepared to apply pressure to revive him, Uncle Lee gasped for breath and gradually opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, it appeared he contemplated much. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he resolutely waved his hand. Alas, such is fate. I shall not profit from ill-gotten gains. I will not sell you this house. I refuse to be the cause of your demise. It was said that abroad, compatriots were often the most ruthless in exploiting one another. Yet here I found a person of such integrity and principles. Yvelle silently nodded in appreciation and gently patted Uncle Lee on the back. Since I am bold enough to offer to purchase your establishment, it is proof that I possess the means to safeguard my own life. Initially, I considered further negotiating the price, but given your honesty and the fact that you do not wish to deceive a fellow countryman, draft a new contract. I remain willing to offer you 3 million. Considering the undeniable charm of this location and his own capacity to address the issues at hand, Yverre still presented his original offer. Uncle Lee looked up, astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at Yverre. Are you serious, young man? I must warn you. The second floor is truly haunted. I have consulted several competent exorcists, yet none have emerged unscathed. One fellow, claiming to be a yin-yang master, was so terrified he soiled himself. Had I not procured a talisman, hand-painted by a renowned sage back home, I fear that the day of the exorcism would have resulted in several casualties within this very house. Reflecting on that harrowing experience sent a shiver down Uncle Lee's spine. However, when he met Yverre's gaze, a chill of realization struck him. Oh no, I've said too much. In a bid to prove he had no intention of leading Yverre to his doom, Uncle Lee hastily clarified, initially, when you expressed interest in renting this establishment, I had intended to let you occupy only the ground floor. The second floor has been locked and sealed off with a new wall. With that, Uncle Lee led Yverre to the staircase leading to the second floor. Where the entrance to the staircase should have been, there now stood a solid wall of cement bricks. Gazing at the barrier, Uncle Lee felt a pang of regret. You only decided to purchase the entire property today, and in my eagerness to close the deal, I thought I could pull a fast one on you. Once you made the payment, I intended to reveal the true nature of this house. Yet, you unexpectedly conducted your own research, thwarting my scheme and forcing me to lower the price, didn't you? Yue looked at Uncle Lee, who wore an awkward smile. In utter disbelief. Come on, return my sense of integrity. You sly old man. I never wished for your demise, but you certainly aimed to swindle me. Without further ado, Yue declared, given your actions, I demand an additional reduction of 500,000. Otherwise, prepare to be burdened with this dilapidated property. Faced with Yue's unwavering resolve, Uncle Lee could only swallow his pride and concede. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, selling the two-story establishment to Yue for the rock-bottom price of 2,500,000. He was powerless to summon the esteemed sage from his homeland, and the local exorcists and various charlatans were merely pretenders. A truly capable, extraordinary individual was beyond his reach as an overseas Chinese. Ultimately, Uncle Lee revised the contract and, following Yue's payment, departed with his tail between his legs. As time passed, after a week of navigating the subsequent procedures for the shop and the necessary certifications for the exorcism agency, Yue finally resolved the haunting on the second floor, eliminating the little Karami spirit and earning 2 attribute points along with a white, illusion manipulation, talent entry. The exorcism agency belonging to Yverre has finally reached completion. The expansive first floor, exceeding 400 square meters, has been divided into 2 distinct areas. The front reception area, adorned with an array of enigmatic decorations from various cultures, serves as the welcoming zone for guests. The rear section, spanning over 300 square meters, has been partitioned into 3 exhibition spaces, intended to showcase the spoils of Yverre's future exorcisms. In this nation where strength is revered above all, it is exceedingly difficult to conduct business without displaying one's prowess and abilities. Cognizant of this reality, Yverre had meticulously planned ahead. The primary reason for leasing such a spacious establishment was to facilitate the exhibition of his future trophies. The second floor is modestly decorated, resembling a typical residence. Lacking the means to purchase a lavish mansion in Beverly Hills, Yverre finds himself residing here for the time being. However, he firmly believes that it won't be long before he can acquire a grand estate of his own. When that day comes, a grand celebration will ensue, complete with an extravagant pool party. He envisions inviting Hollywood starlets and top-tier models to the festivities. The mere thought sends a thrill through him. With such aspirations, Yverre awaited in his establishment for an entire month. Although he occasionally sought diversion with Jesse and Carly, engaging in spirited games of landlord, the majority of his time was spent within the shop. By now, it was September. During this month, Yverre had yet to secure a single deal. While a few inquiries were made, potential clients fled upon hearing Yverre's fees, terrified he might demand a consultation fee. This misfortune led to much amusement for the locals, as it is rare to encounter someone charging so exorbitantly. With a minimum appearance fee of 100,000 and no upper limit, it was indeed a hefty sum. Yet, Yverre refused to lower his prices. Doing so would be tantamount to undermining his own credibility. As a true extraordinary individual, he should not fear the absence of business. It was merely that he lacked suitable trophies to display at present. Otherwise, in the affluent expanse of Los Angeles, it would be unlikely that no one could afford his rates. Once his reputation is established, pricing himself too low would render him unworthy of respect. Thus, starting at 100,000, with no ceiling on fees, is entirely justifiable. Chapter 11. The police station, the first order arrives. 2 days prior, on Broadway Street, which runs through Chinatown, the 6th Precinct received a report early this morning. In a residence on 4th Street of Broadway, a family of 5 had met with a bizarre and tragic demise. Upon discovery by their neighbors, the scene was so horrifying that it left them utterly petrified. Immediately upon receiving the report, the 6th Precinct dispatched personnel to secure the scene. After a thorough search yielded no results, they discovered a nameless, fully unclothed female corpse in the basement, seemingly unrelated to the case at hand. In pursuit of clues, as the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the chief of the 6th Precinct instructed his subordinates to deliver the female corpse to Tommy, a retired coroner renowned for his expertise. Chief Tom had complete faith in his old comrade, convinced that Tommy would uncover some unusual details. However, contrary to expectations, an unexpected tragedy unfolded. The following morning, when Chief Tom personally visited his dear friend Tommy's residence to collect the autopsy report, he was met with a harrowing sight. The the lifeless bodies of his friend Tommy and his son Austin in the basement autopsy room. Overwhelmed with regret, Chief Tom lamented his decision to have allowed Tommy to wade into such murky waters. With the case unresolved, Chief Tom had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to transport the unidentified female corpse along with Tommy and his son to the precinct's autopsy room. Now, in addition to the family of 5, there were 3 more bodies to be examined, burdening the precinct's coroners. Nevertheless, with the assistance of 2 aides, the precinct's coroner managed to determine the cause of death for Tommy and his son before 8 in the evening. Just as he was preparing to have a meal and proceed with the autopsy of the female corpse, a horrifying twist occurred. The coroner and his 2 aides inexplicably turned on one another, resulting in the tragic demise of the 2 aides before the coroner, in a fit of unspeakable brutality, took his own life. By the 3rd morning, an early arriving officer at the 6th precinct, upon witnessing the gruesome scene in the autopsy room, quickly contacted Chief Tom. Within the span of 2 days, 2 extraordinarily horrific and bizarre incidents had transpired. With a clearer understanding of the gravity of the situation, Chief Tom could no longer remain passive. He realized the true nature of the troubles plaguing the 6th precinct. Aware of the gravity of the matter, Chief Tom promptly ordered his subordinates to place the unidentified female corpse into a sealed storage cabinet. Afterward, he directed his team to search for credible exorcists within the jurisdiction of the 6th precinct. This was his only recourse, as he understood that under the dominion of the official authorities, there were no extraordinary organizations. In a place governed by self-interest, no supernatural beings were willing to serve the common folk. Furthermore, as a modest chief of the 6th precinct, he lacked the funds to enlist the services of the elite exorcist guilds that collaborated with the official authorities. Outside the 6th precinct, Jennifer Langer, a newcomer from Seattle, unlike her local counterparts, was unaware of any well-known exorcists in the area. She could only drive aimlessly through the streets in search of her target. As the police car approached the intersection of Broadway Street, a conspicuous establishment named the Yverre Exorcism Agency caught Jennifer's attention. If memory served her right, this shop was the residence of the high school girl who had recently committed suicide while engaging in a seance at home. To my astonishment, there exists an individual audacious enough to establish an exorcism agency here. I am intrigued to witness whether this person possesses genuine capabilities. With this thought in mind, Jennifer Lethe instructed her companion to halt the vehicle at the roadside as she briskly entered the establishment. The tinkling of a bell resounded melodiously as the glass door swung open. Having not heard that sound during the day for several days, Yverre Constantine promptly rose from his chair, directing his gaze toward the entrance. To his surprise, the visitor was neither Jessie nor Carly, but rather a striking policewoman with cascading golden curls, a graceful figure, and an exquisite appearance, clad in a blue uniform. Undeterred, Yverre approached with a smile, extending his hand with poise. "Greetings, I am Yverre Constantine, the proprietor of this establishment." While introducing himself with a warm smile, he inquired, "Hello, beautiful officer. What may I assist you with today?" "Hello, I am Officer Jennifer Lethe from the 6th precinct." Jennifer extended her hand politely, shaking Yverre's before posing her question. "Given that you operate an exorcism agency here, you must be aware of the occurrences that have transpired, correct?" "Indeed. However, such matters are merely trifles to me." Yverre acknowledged with a nod, subtly showcasing his abilities. He recognized the policewoman before him as Jennifer Lethe, affectionately known as JJ, a character from the crime drama series Criminal Minds. Although puzzled as to how a character from a mundane crime show had crossed into this horror-laden world, Yverre felt no concern. His sole focus was on the prospect that this captivating officer might bring him his inaugural business following the opening of his shop. Seeing Yverre's unhesitating affirmation, JJ momentarily stiffened, but recalling the unsettling events at the precinct, she shivered slightly before regaining her composure. "How do you calculate your fees?" "Our 6th precinct requires exorcism services." Upon hearing this, Yverre felt a surge of excitement. His first client had finally arrived, and it was a task from the police department. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly elevate his reputation significantly. He would then have no shortage of characters seeking assistance at his establishment. Nevertheless, while exhilaration coursed through him, Yverre maintained a calm and professional smile. "It is a flat rate, starting at $100,000, with subsequent adjustments based on the complexity of the case. However, should the task remain uncompleted, a full refund is guaranteed, ensuring fairness for all." Goodness, what a steep price. What a shrewd proprietor. to demand $100,000 right off the bat. This handsome gentleman truly dares to make such a declaration. Yet, one cannot deny that his appearance warrants such a price. As for the efficacy of his exorcism skills, that remains to be seen. The quoted fee left JJ momentarily astonished. But as she recalled that the funds were not to come from her pocket, but rather from the precinct's budget, the flicker of surprise on her beautiful visage vanished entirely. All right, let us proceed. Once matters are concluded, your reward shall be assured. Yverre nodded in agreement. After a brief preparation, he and JJ boarded the police car, swiftly making their way to the 6th precinct. Within a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. Stepping out of the vehicle, Yverre and JJ entered the precinct's grand hall, where an array of individuals donned in eccentric attire wielding peculiar artifacts and tools greeted their eyes. Observing this scene, Yverre felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a whimsical masquerade. In a state of heightened perception, he discerned that among this eclectic gathering, not a single individual had transcended to the first tier of the extraordinary. In fact, there were none even approaching 8 attribute points. The only somewhat reliable figure was a middle-aged Caucasian man dressed as a priest, holding a bottle of approximately 300 milliliters of water imbued with a semblance of holy light and exorcism power, presumably the church's holy water. Chapter 12, The Nameless Corpse. Hey, JJ, did you manage to find an exorcist here? Just as JJ was scanning the surroundings with Yverre, an older Caucasian police officer approached them. Hey, old Jack. You're back so soon. JJ greeted her partner and mentor with enthusiasm. In their precinct, formalities were not strictly observed. While they maintained a degree of familiarity with their mentors, titles were generally issued. Jack waved his hand dismissively, his expression somewhat strained. Don't get me started. The exorcist I know turned out to be a mere amateur. When I went to seek him out, his neighbor informed me that he had taken on a job involving genuine supernatural phenomena. Not only did he fail to assist the individual in need, but he ended up ensnared himself. At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards Yverre beside JJ. Who might this handsome young man be? Surely, he isn't your boyfriend. In Jack's eyes, the strikingly handsome, robust figure before him epitomized the current ideal of youthful allure, a standard that even his little partner could not escape. Don't be ridiculous, old Jack. This is Yverre, the exorcist I specifically invited to assist the precinct, JJ interjected, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she realized Yverre had not refuted the implication. She quickly added in a hushed tone to Jack, he is the one who dared to open an exorcism office in that place notorious for its deadly spirit summoning games. I believe he truly possesses the capability, which is why I brought him. Is that so? I would not have guessed this young man held such prowess. Jack scrutinized Yverre from head to toe, attempting to discern something with his 2 decades of experience. However, after a prolonged examination, aside from acknowledging Yverre's striking looks and distinguished demeanor, he found nothing particularly extraordinary. Very well, then let me introduce you and this exorcist to the chief. Jack, speaking, led Yverre and JJ into the office of Director Tom of the 6th Division. Upon entering, the trio was met with the somber visage of Director Tom. It was evident that he regarded the assembled exorcists with skepticism. His seasoned eyes, honed through decades of experience, had already discerned that few among them possessed any genuine prowess. However, this was fortuitous news for Yverre, as it meant he would not have to compete with these charlatans for the authority to address the current situation. Director Tom, may I introduce Mr. Yverre? JJ mentioned that Mr. Yverre has resolved the lingering issues stemming from the spirit summoning game incident, Jack announced, lightly rapping on the door to capture Tom's attention while presenting Yverre's credentials. The previously troubled expression on Tom's face transformed as he listened to Jack's introduction, his eyes alight with interest. He was well aware of the true circumstances surrounding that establishment, having received numerous complaints from its owner, Mr. Lee. With the mess left on the 2nd floor, Tom felt powerless to intervene, leaving Mr. Lee to grapple with it himself. To his astonishment, this dashing young man had managed to rectify the situation. With this in mind, Director Tom abandoned any pretense of formality, rising to shake Yverre's hand and offering compliments. Mr. Yverre, you truly embody the saying from the Dragon Kingdom, young and accomplished. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, you would already be a master exorcist? You're too kind, Director Tom. It was merely a matter of dealing with some low-level malevolent spirits, Yverre replied with a faint smile, subtly showcasing his confidence. How else could he demonstrate his capabilities or elevate his own worth? Such strategies, once commonplace in the digital realms of his past life, were perfectly suited to this world and era. JJ, who had remained silent since entering the office, observed Yverre engaging in lively conversation with the director and felt a surge of inexplicable pride. Look at this. This is the exorcist JJ, discovered, immediately connecting with the director, who recognized his skill. With this thought, JJ's admiration for Yverre grew, his gaze almost sparkling with enthusiasm. Indeed, the youthful and accomplished, at over 50, Tom, having ascended to the position of director, was no fool. He quickly detected Yverre's self-assuredness. Considering the circumstances he was aware of, Tom decisively inquired, "What is Mr. Yverre's fee for this engagement?" Recognizing that Tom was genuinely interested in enlisting his services, Yverre smiled and reiterated the price he had quoted to JJ. Although Tom's lips twitched at the mention of a starting fee of $100,000, he refrained from bargaining. He understood the peril associated with this incident. It was clear that some financial sacrifice was inevitable. Certainly, Mr. Yverre, given the perilous nature of this incident, commencing with $100,000 is indeed warranted. Director Tom nodded, acquiescing to Yverre's terms. After negotiating the price and drafting 3 copies of the contract, Director Tom, accompanied by several subordinates, Yverre, and the priest and an African-American woman whom Yverre had previously observed outside, proceeded in a grand procession toward the police morgue. Along the way, Director Tom personally elucidated the events that had transpired. The increasingly familiar narrative resonated with Yverre, who recognized it as the plot of the nameless corpse. However, the storyline had diverged. The protagonists, a father and son, were no longer present, and even members of the police department had met their demise. The urgency of the situation was palpable, justifying Director Tom's willingness to spend a substantial sum to engage an exorcist for resolution. If the events within the precinct were to become public knowledge, the 6th precinct would be utterly ruined. Inside the vast, sterile morgue, only Yverre, Father Darrow, and the medium, the African-American woman named Delphine, remained. After escorting Yverre and the others downstairs, Director Tom retreated with the officers to the exterior. Aware of the formidable nature of supernatural occurrences, he would not jest with his or his subordinates' lives. Having summoned the exorcists, it was only fitting that they bear the brunt of the danger, otherwise, the expenditure would be in vain. As for the exorcist's capability to justify their fee, that would depend on their own prowess. Gentlemen, the female corpse resides within the first body drawer. Kindly retrieve her. We ordinary folk shall refrain from intruding to spare you any inconvenience. Director Tom, positioned at the iron door of the morgue, pressed his face against the small window, vociferously explaining to Yverre and his companions. It was evident that he was genuinely cautious. Even if thrust into a horror film, he would undoubtedly be among those who survived. Exchanging glances, Yverre and the others recognized the shared sense of resignation in each other's eyes. Very well. Let us extract this corpse and ascertain what she truly is. Chapter 13. The Witch. Undying upon opening the body drawer, a pale, naked young body appeared before Yverre and his companions. An inexplicable chill permeated the air, spreading instantaneously. The youthful and beautiful female corpse appeared so lifelike that it was difficult to ascertain how long she had been deceased. Through his spiritual perception, Yverre distinctly observed malevolent black particles of energy flowing through the air, entering the corpse in a remarkably rapid and rhythmic manner. The orderly flow was too systematic to be anything other than humanly orchestrated, and Yverre harbored no doubts regarding this. Given that the 2 individuals beside him were competitors, Yverre refrained from offering any warnings. He was keen to assess the capabilities of these 2 exorcists. Should they prove themselves adept, he would not hesitate to claim a share of the spoils. However, should he lack the capacity to resolve this matter, he would undoubtedly exact a hefty toll from the 2 individuals. The funds of the police station belong to the police station. Any monetary assistance for their salvation must be accounted for separately. The lifeless body was once again hoisted onto the autopsy table by the 3 men. The middle-aged priest, Darrow, noted that neither Yverre nor the medium, Delphine, had spoken. He stepped forward confidently, positioning himself before the autopsy table, casting a self-assured gaze upon the female corpse. Without turning back, he proclaimed, "Since neither of you intends to take the lead, allow me to commence." Yverre replied, "That is acceptable. I have no objections." Delphine added then, "Mr. Darrow, you may initiate." Satisfied with the responses from Yverre and Delphine, Father Darrow felt a swell of contentment. These two were indeed the perfect complements to his own performance. His reputation would surely expand, and with it, the prospect of greater earnings. Contemplating this, he retrieved a glass vial containing over 300 milliliters of holy water, along with various implements from his tool kit at his waist, and began to prepare for his exorcism ritual. It appeared quite formal, adhering to the church's exorcism protocols. However, Yverre remained uncertain of its efficacy, at least within his perception. The ritual did not seem to attract the flowing particles of luminous energy in the air. Meanwhile, the medium, a black woman, observed with great interest, her gaze frequently appraising Father Darrow, as if she had developed a keen fascination for him. After a period of preparation, Father Darrow, clad in his clerical vestments, finally completed the ritual process. He produced a new edition of the Bible from his robe, uncapped the vial filled with holy water, and began to recite scripture in a manner akin to that of a pilgrimage, cautiously sprinkling the holy water upon the female corpse. In that moment, the exorcism ritual appeared to take effect, as the chilling atmosphere of the autopsy room gradually began to lift. The peculiar ambience generated by the ritual made the group outside, led by Chief Tom, feel as though they had entered a cathedral. This extraordinary sensation instilled within them an inexplicable sense of reverence for Father Darrow. Yet, before they could offer their acclaim for Father Darrow, the corpse upon the autopsy table opened her murky, vacant eyes. Those eyes bore an oddly eerie emptiness that sent shivers down Father Darrow's spine. For a moment, he found himself halting the recitation of his scripture involuntarily. However, recalling the substantial fee for the exorcism and the sanctified holy water in his grasp, Father Darrow regained his composure. This time, he hesitated no longer. Raising the vial of holy water high, he no longer held back as he poured half of it liberally over the body of the corpse. Concurrently, he shouted the exorcism incantation. "Depart, O devil, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We command you, unclean spirit, to leave this creation of God. Depart from this realm that is not yours. The divine Lord has bestowed upon us strength. I act upon his command. Amen. Amen." The power of the consecrated holy water seemed to be activated by the exorcism incantations. The faint yet sacred force within the water began to exert its influence upon the female corpse. Hiss! In an instant, the once pristine body of the corpse began to dissolve rapidly, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Witnessing this, Father Darrow felt a surge of triumph. His fist clenched in excitement. Just as he was about to declare the exorcism a complete success, the partially dissolved corpse began to visibly regenerate outside the dissection room, before the astonished eyes of Director Tom and his companions. This horrifying spectacle left everyone in a state of disbelief. As the onlookers grappled with their reality, the female corpse seemed to react in anger to Father Darrow's actions. The restored, rigid body stirred, its neck creaking as it turned toward Father Darrow. Those vacant, lifeless eyes fixated menacingly on him, and its mouth slightly parted to release an almost imperceptible ethereal breath. Noticing this, Yverre quickly sealed his mouth and nose with the control of a first-tier physical form. In the original narrative, the corpse harbored mandrake flowers in its stomach, known for their hallucinogenic properties. Now, in this realm saturated with malevolent energy, the corpse's abilities could be even more sinister. It was prudent to take precautions. With protective measures in place and his focus sharpened, Yverre turned his gaze to the oblivious Father Darrow, who had succumbed to a hallucinatory state. Initially, he envisioned himself successfully completing the exorcism, having secured the promised reward from the police department. From the delusions of Father Darrow, it became clear that Director Tom had offered him a fixed sum of 150,000, a figure not far removed from Yverre's starting sum of 100,000. In his fantasy, after receiving the money, Father Darrow did not leave. Instead, he began assisting the police with the dissection. However, as the dissection in his hallucination deepened, Darrow seemed entrapped in a vicious cycle, repeatedly cutting open the corpse and gradually uncovering its secrets. As he pieced together all the information about the corpse, real injuries began to manifest upon Father Darrow, mirroring those of the deceased. The intense agony compelled him to scream, his grip on the Bible tightening to the point of creaking. Just as the pain reached its zenith, Father Darrow, in a frenzy, cast aside the Bible and seized a scalpel from the dissection table, plunging it towards his own lung. This scene caused the already dark countenance of the medium, to darken further in shock. He shouted incessantly, This devil is too powerful. I must leave this place. Outside the dissection room, Director Tom and his companions watched in horror, their bodies covered in a cold sweat. The situation had spiraled out of control too rapidly for them to comprehend. Once dominating the situation, Father Dello suddenly appeared as if he were being manipulated, mumbling to himself and ultimately resorting to self-harm with a blade. The medium, Miss Defili, hadn't even attempted to engage before she was frightened enough to consider retreating home to her mother. The only one who remained remarkably composed throughout was Yverre, evoking both astonishment and curiosity among their group. It was truly unexpected that among the three exorcists, the youngest, Yverre, would be the last one standing. Director Tom peered through the small glass window of the door, observing the unfolding scene inside, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. JJ, as Yverre's advocate, followed him down, watching through the same window, her eyes filled with tension and anticipation. She genuinely hoped for Yverre's safety, while also yearning to witness Yverre's prowess. After all, Yverre was her choice, and he perfectly matched her ideals of a partner. Even if Yverre were to fail in the exorcism, she would still pursue a relationship with him. Director, how can we assist them? JJ asked anxiously, glancing at Tom with urgency. Alas, if I had a solution, I wouldn't have called for an exorcist. Tom shrugged helplessly, indicating his lack of options. Enough chatter. Look, Mr. Yverre is making his move. At that moment, JJ's partner, Officer Jack, interrupted their conversation, urging them to focus on Yverre, who was beginning the exorcism. Chapter 14, Bullet Time, Spatial Control. Back in the chilling autopsy room, Yverre had extracted from the ether a golden eagle with infinite silver bullets designed for exorcism. Having chosen the path of a public exorcist rather than a monster hunter for the guild, Yverre was unperturbed by revealing some of his capabilities. This not only showcased his strength and uniqueness, but also subtly established his prestige and served as a form of advertisement. Step back, Miss Defili, he commanded. With a burst of white, ethereal light emanating from his golden dual pistols, Yverre decisively fired 2 silver bullets. Enhanced by the white, precise shot, talent, and his own prowess, the 2 bullets sliced through the air with piercing shrieks. They struck Father Dello's surgical knife in his left hand and the nameless corpse's forehead, interrupting the latter's incantation. In a swift motion, Yverre advanced to save Father Dello, who was on the verge of impaling himself, delivering a powerful punch that rendered the man unconscious. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me today. $100,000, and you're not getting away. Miss a word, and your leg's broken. Internally passing judgment on Father Dello, Yverre turned to the now silent medium, Miss Defili. I believe you would be willing to part with $100,000 to secure your life, wouldn't you? You should now comprehend that this female corpse is beyond your capacity to confront. The medium, Defili, did not argue but nodded in agreement, indicating her lack of dissent. Over the years, I have assisted many in contacting the departed, accumulating a considerable sum. I can certainly afford $100,000. Please, I implore you, preserve my life. Defili, who has always relied on African voodoo to commune with ordinary spirits for profit, found herself facing the most terrifying malevolent entity she had ever encountered. Even though the soul remained trapped within the confines of its deceased form, it possessed the power to influence the living through its own essence. Truly, this was a dreadful terror. Had she known, she would have refrained from wading into such murky waters, and now, she must sacrifice $100,000 for her life. This would inevitably reduce the number of strapping young men she could afford to support. The thought of such expenditures left Defili feeling as though her heart was being crushed. Even a half-hearted practitioner of voodoo like Defili could discern some information about the corpse. One could only imagine what the soul, with nearly 10 attribute points, like Yverre, could perceive. Through Yverre's spiritual vision, the nameless female corpse's soul was ensnared within her own body, the nature of the ritual unknown. Yet, Yverre could see 5 elemental energies, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, spiraling into the corpse, dispersing in the locations of her 5 fatal injuries. The metallic lungs were ensconced in red energy, the wooden liver in golden energy, the watery kidneys in yellow energy, the fiery heart in blue energy, and the earthy spleen in green energy. The attributes of the corpse's internal organs were in complete opposition, while her limbs had been severed at the tendons. Such torture could inflict excruciating agony upon a living being. And even after death, the soul would be tormented by the opposing forces of the 5 elements, causing a continuous escalation of resentment. This insidious method was astonishing to behold. The corpse, having endured such torment for countless years, bore a soul so dark it appeared nearly purple. Were it not for the witch's vengeful spirit, whose amassed power was insufficient to shatter this unknown seal, she might have already begun a spree of slaughter. Judging solely by the intensity of her soul, it rivaled that of a third-tier extraordinary being, a formidable character with over 100 attribute points in singular soul attributes. However, it was precisely due to this soul-targeting seal that Yverre dared to exploit the opportunity. He unleashed the Golden Sand Eagle, a third-tier entity imbued with exorcism powers, to weaken and annihilate the malevolent spirit within the corpse. Otherwise, with Yverre's current first-tier strength, he would be incapable of breaching the corpse's defenses. At best, he would leave her drenched, much like Father Dello. Bang, bang, bang. The silver bullets, imbued with exorcism power, were relentlessly driven into the corpse's form by Yverre. Unable to manipulate Yverre's fantasies, the soul of the corpse could only seethe impotently within her body, emitting a chilling, otherworldly wail. The chilling winds stirred within the room, echoing with an ominous presence. The terrifying aura of the spectral soul transformed the atmosphere of the dissection room into an exceedingly eerie and macabre setting. Defali, who possessed the ability to communicate through voodoo, was so taken aback by the ghastly scene that he fainted on the spot. Outside, Director Tom and his team, confronted by the piercing wails of the spirit, were similarly startled, collapsing onto the ground in fear. Their heart rates soared, nearly reaching an alarming 180 beats per minute. Had anyone with a frail heart been subjected to such a fright, it might have proven fatal. However, within the dissection room, Yverre, who had taken precautions, merely experienced a brief moment of dizziness before regaining his composure. Such a display of spectral power could not affect him, at least not before the soul of the female corpse broke free from its corporeal confines. This minor spiritual assault did not hinder Yverre's marksmanship. After expending over 20 magazines, the Nameless, which became the first third-tier extraordinary to fall victim to Yverre's Golden Eagle. It serves as a reminder of the unpredictable nature of the world and the importance of restraint in relationships. The Nameless female corpse, which was destined to gradually break its seal and unleash chaos over time, was unexpectedly vanquished by a fledgling first-tier extraordinary. After the witch's body dissolved into a pool of viscous remains, the horrific atmosphere within the dissection room dissipated. Shortly thereafter, a notification resonated in Yverre's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating the Nameless female corpse, a third-tier Nameless witch. Name: Nameless female corpse, Natalie. Body: 11. Soul: 100. Psyche: 0. Replicable abilities: Green Soul of Resentment. A soul born from extreme suffering, capable of achieving tenfold growth through the energy of pain once freed from its corporeal bindings. White: Pseudo-immortality. While the soul remains intact, the body can gain indestructible properties through the power of the soul. White: Illusion manipulation. By harnessing soul power, one can ensnare a target within a fabricated illusion. Rewards obtained: 1 opportunity for a green lottery draw, 111 source points. Host: do you wish to replicate this target's abilities? Replicate, he commanded, adding the attributes accordingly. He allocated points to Body 1, Soul 1, Psyche 10. Observing the exquisite ability entries of the Nameless witch, Yverre decisively chose to replicate them, utilizing the acquired source points as well. The witch's white abilities, the pseudo-immortality of the body and the illusion manipulation of the soul, were particularly useful. Although he had no immediate intention of using the Green Soul ability, it could serve as a valuable material for future synthesis. As for the 10 points dedicated to Psyche, Yverre was motivated by the desire for early awakening and advancement. Ding! Ability replication complete. After allocating points, the host's attribute panel is as follows. Name: Yverre, Lucia. Race: human. Identity: owner of the Evil Exorcism Agency Realm. Level 1, 22, 150. Physical body: 121 soul, 10 spiritual energy, 10 source point, 0 innate talent. White dual soul. White armor transformation. White bullet time. Upon activation, time appears to slow down to approximately 0.5 times its normal speed, allowing one to foresee the actions of others 5 seconds into the future. White spatial control. A passive talent that harmonizes the body with spatial energy, enabling the manipulation of spatial forces within a meter radius for tasks such as cutting and defense. Available talent slots: 20 white, precision shooting, rapid recovery, superhuman strength, beast instinct, pseudo-immortality, illusion manipulation. Backup talent entries: white, rapid recovery, X2, green, soul of resentment. Available draws: white, 3 times, green, 1 time. System repository: green, infinite bullet golden sand eagle pair, white, bank card with 8 million US dollars. The moment the attribute points were allocated, Yverre felt as though everything before him had slowed, even come to a standstill. In activating bullet time, he could clearly discern the intricate details of the doorknob being twisted in the autopsy room, even predicting the imminent entrance of Director Tom. However, this effect demanded a considerable toll on his spiritual energy. Without lingering on the sensation, Yverre promptly deactivated bullet time. In the next moment, the world resumed its normal pace. And as Yverre had anticipated, Director Tom swiftly entered, opening the door with haste. As for the talent of spatial control, Yverre resolved not to experiment with it here. Recognizing that the demonstration he had already provided was ample, he understood the principle of moderation. Chapter 15: Rising Fame, Breaking Through to Level 2. A grand procession led by Director Tom stormed into the autopsy room. Upon seeing Yverre, who appeared in scathed save for slightly soiled attire, the onlookers were utterly astonished, filled with curiosity and admiration for him. Prior to Yverre's intervention, they had harbored doubts about his capabilities. Yet, after witnessing him effortlessly resolve the case of the nameless female corpse, which even Father Dello could not conquer, in their eyes, Yverre transcended even the clergy, emerging as a master exorcist. Recognizing Yverre's prowess, Director Tom's intentions shifted. He aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship with this exorcism master. Should any future dilemmas arise, he would find it prudent to seek Yverre's assistance. With gratitude in his gaze, Tom addressed Yverre. Master Yverre, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for your timely intervention, we might have succumbed to the grasp of this female corpse. Had it not been for the consideration of appearances, Director Tom would have gladly bowed to Yverre right then and there. In his youth, he had witnessed supernatural occurrences and was acutely aware of their perils. Had JJ not invited Yverre today, it was likely that each of them would have fallen prey to the female corpse. He had observed the entire exorcism process, and its level of danger was no less than the harrowing experience he had faced in his youth. You're too courteous, Director Tom, Yverre remarked, retracting his hand to grasp the delicate one extended by JJ. Why was an old man getting so close? Surely, a beautiful young woman's hand felt much softer. The awkwardness of having his hand pulled back did not deter Director Tom from expressing any discontent. Instead, he discreetly cast a glance at his newly assigned female subordinate. Oh, youth truly is a blessing. As he admired the vibrant JJ, he sighed inwardly, then sensibly withdrew his hand behind his back and shifted the topic, saying, Master Yverre, I will submit your remuneration for approval. Given the complexity of this matter, how much do you require? Yverre was straightforward when it came to finances, though he did not intend to ask for an excessive sum. Contemplating an acceptable price for the police department, he finally spoke in a calm tone. You witnessed the exorcism process, Director Tom. Is $500,000 too much to ask? Director Tom pondered this, realizing that if he filed for the federal special fund, there was a good chance of securing the $500,000. However, in an effort to secure goodwill with Yverre, he hesitated momentarily before feigning a troubled expression and responding. $500,000 may be difficult to obtain, but I will make every effort to secure it. Even if it falls short of that amount, I shall personally make up the difference for you, Master. Thank you very much, Director Tom. Yverre expressed his gratitude. He was well aware of the underlying message from Director Tom. It was merely an attempt to ingratiate himself. He had no objections to this arrangement. For even if Director Tom needed his services in the future, it would still involve expenditure on the latter's part. Thus, the two cunning individuals, one large and one small, shook hands once more under the watchful eyes of their colleagues, perfectly reaching a consensus. Following this, they exchanged contact information and discussed the subsequent handling of the incident. During this time, Father Darrow and the medium, Delphi, awakened, begrudgingly paid the $20,000 for their safety, and left in a rather dejected manner. Finally, after completing some necessary procedures at the 6th precinct, Yverre departed in a taxi, leaving behind JJ's lingering gaze. Following the incident involving the nameless female corpse at the police station, the reputation of Master Yverre, bolstered by Director Tom's discreet promotion, had soared in Chinatown. In no time, many individuals, believing they had encountered supernatural events, sought consultations with Yverre. Among these, some less fortunate families, upon seeing Yverre's exorbitant fees, promptly opted to forego his services. Those in dire need, despite the exorbitant price, find it daunting, yet when weighed against the value of their very lives, they are willing to pay the price with a reluctant acceptance. In the span of a fortnight, Yverre has undertaken 10 assignments, albeit all involving lesser malevolent spirits, which did not trigger any significant events. However, he has accrued 30 attribute points, amassed a plethora of inconsequential white talent entries, engaged in 10 white draws, and secured a sum of $1,200,000. Simultaneously, the $50,000 from the 6th Division has also been credited to his account. With over $11 million in his possession, Yverre resolved to purchase a grand villa in Beverly Hills, nurtured by the guidance of the affluent beauties, Jessie and Carly. After an afternoon of exploration, Yverre, albeit with a heavy heart, spent $10,500,000 on a lavishly renovated villa spanning 700 square meters along Sunset Boulevard. Elated by the acquisition of his new abode, Yverre and the two women celebrated through the night. It was not until the following morning, around 9, after the women departed for their respective fathers' companies, that Yverre roused himself from slumber. One cannot deny the resilience of these women. They possess vitality and endurance. After an entire night of revelry, Jessie and Carly were still able to attend work, which, although merely a formality, attests to their robust constitution. Truly, they are women who have evaded the clutches of grotesque man-eating monsters. Without utilizing those 30 attribute points, Yverre would not have been able to overpower either of them. After breakfast, Yverre did not rush to the store, reassured by the presence of a contact number on the shop's sign. Should an urgent matter arise, a call would suffice. Seizing the moment of tranquility, Yverre resolved to allocate some points and upgrade the copied entries. Those redundant entries merely occupied space in the warehouse and were better served by being decomposed to enhance other entries. Yverre summoned his attribute panel and commenced his operations. Both body and soul must be enhanced. Breaking through to the second tier is paramount. The enhancement of psychic energy can wait. Reflecting on the events of recent days, Yverre concluded that the enhancement of body and soul holds greater significance. These attributes form the foundation of his strength. With sufficient physical prowess, Yverre could even embody a character akin to Saitama, effortlessly dispatching foes with a single blow. With robust soul attributes, he could wield his will to alter the very fabric of reality, akin to an outer god, assimilating all through mental corruption. System: allocate 20 points to physical attributes. For now, as he primarily engages in combat, Yverre prioritized the enhancement of his physical capabilities. As the source point descended, his physique began to elevate. Yverre's muscular form began to move in a peculiar manner, blood surging through his veins, his heart pounding like a drum. While it felt as if countless serpents writhed within his muscles, the red vitality radiated outward, enveloping him, making him resemble a fearsome primordial beast in its youthful form. At the moment of completing the task, Yverre felt as if he could shatter the earth with a single punch. However, this was merely an illusion. With his current physical strength, penetrating a steel plate several millimeters thick was effortlessly achievable. Yet, he soon experienced the adverse effects of his physical attributes vastly surpassing his soul attributes. Now, his soul struggled to animate his body, akin to a diminutive horse attempting to pull a colossal cart. No, it should be likened to a small pony dragging a truck. Oh dear. No, this is wrong. System: promptly allocate 10 points to my soul attributes. Enduring the agonizing pressure of his body on his soul, Yverre hastily utilized the system to augment his soul. As the essence points flowed into his soul attributes, a sense of relief washed over him, and the uncontrollable sensation dissipated. How terrifying! I nearly reached the brink. It appears that the disparity between body and soul must not exceed 10 points. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mindless, ferocious beast or having one's soul depart, transforming into a malevolent deity that corrupts all within the mental realm. Upon this realization, Yverre resolved that in the future, the attributes of body and soul must never differ by more than 10 points. After a while, the 10 points were fully allocated to his soul attributes. A sensation of clarity and enlightenment enveloped Yverre, as if the world had become transparent. His soul's perspective expanded once more, increasing from 10 meters to 100. The precision of his observations significantly improved, allowing him to track the flight trajectories of mosquitoes within a 100-meter radius. Truly astonishing. Now, the combined total of his physical and soul attributes reached 521, surpassing the 50-point threshold and attaining the second tier of strength. Before Yverre could voice his exultation, both his body and soul underwent a secondary transformation due to this breakthrough. His flesh, bones, blood, and internal organs experienced yet another refinement, subtly radiating a soft glow. His soul power solidified, undergoing a second cleansing and forging, greatly enhancing his mental strength, with an emerging tendency to extend beyond his corporeal form. At this moment, his entire being underwent a new elevation in life essence. Even his 3 innate talents experienced an upgrade, transitioning from white to yellow as his tier ascended. Yellow, armor transformation. Blood and vitality convert into armor, granting fourfold defense and strength enhancement. Yellow, bullet time. Time appears to slow down in his vision, allowing him to foresee another's actions 1 second in advance. Yellow, spatial manipulation. He can control the spatial energy within a 10-meter radius, enabling simple maneuvers such as strikes, defenses, and confinement. Until his strength reaches the requisite level, he cannot traverse space with his body. Yverre gazed at the system screen, displaying the upgraded effects of his attributes. Feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 16. Reflections in the Mirror. A natural-born troublemaker encounters a rival. After acclimatizing to his newfound strength in a specially designated gym, Yverre, gazing at the system panel, with its numerous instances of white lottery draws and perplexing entries. I was torn between accumulating 100 consecutive draws for a guaranteed yellow reward or relying on sheer luck. The entries themselves, a blend of the worthless and the valuable, threatened to diminish the quality of any synthesis. Ultimately, I decided to postpone my actions. Otherwise, I could end up with a plethora of useless items, synthesizing a collection of rubbish, leaving me with no avenue for lamentation. Withdrawing from the personal system panel, I stood up to stretch my limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of frying beans. Little did I know about the nature of my neighbors. I was unaware of whether any of them were characters entwined in a narrative. Despite these thoughts, I had no intention of making a visit. Instead, I focused on channeling my internal energy, experimenting with my spatial control abilities within the gym. At this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, approaching 11 o'clock. Not far to the south of my villa, another modern 2-story villa stood. Inside its spacious and illuminated living room, a stern and shadowy middle-aged man sat on a leather sofa, reprimanding his daughter with evident dissatisfaction. "Maria, look at yourself. Do you resemble a ridiculous madwoman? Are you intent on bringing me even more shame?" Maria, with her pure and innocent appearance, exuding a pitiful aura, wore a tattered black school uniform. As she absorbed her father's suffocating words, a chill coursed through her. The greatest sorrow lay in the death of hope. Maria had ceased to harbor any expectations for her father. Bowing her head in acknowledgement, her voice trembled as she replied, "I'm sorry, father. I will tidy up right away." With that, she hurried back to her room on the 2nd floor. Stripping off the tattered remains of her school uniform, she buried her head into her soft pillow. As she felt the constricting sensation of suffocation, she yearned to smother herself in the pillow, escaping the relentless bullying from her classmates and the indifference and oppression from her parents. "Maria, come here." Just as she was on the brink of despair, a voice, eerily similar to her own, emanated from a full-length mirror in her room. Struggling to breathe, Maria initially thought it was a figment of her imagination. She lifted her head from the tear-stained pillow, looking towards the source of the voice, and was met with a shocking sight. Within the expansive mirror stood another version of herself, strikingly similar, smiling and waving at her. "What are you?" Maria, startled, curled up at the head of her bed, her voice quivering with fear. "Huh, don't be afraid. I am you." The mirror image of Maria replied with a mischievous chuckle, her tone laced with temptation. "Your desire is to transform into a girl who is courageous, confident, and bold, impervious to the bullying of others. Thus I have arrived." As she spoke, Maria in the mirror underwent a magnificent transformation. Her tattered school uniform morphed into an exquisite black evening gown, and her pale complexion, long subjected to the pressures of life, was adorned with a strikingly flamboyant makeup that exuded confidence. In that moment, she embodied the very essence of the Maria she had always envisioned. "Now, stand before the mirror. and with our hands aligned, you shall become the person you aspire to be. How does that proposition sound? The reflection of Maria in the mirror displayed her newfound self, enticing the timid, bedbound girl who dared to steal a glance at her true self. This mirrored Maria was, in fact, her sister Elon, while the real Maria was the protagonist of The Mirror's Edge. Although the dark forces of this intertwined world were far more abundant than those in the singular realm of The Mirror's Edge, Elon, confined within the mirror, could not directly usurp her sister's soul or seize her body. Unless Maria, like in the original film, willingly accepted Elon, she remained powerless, merely an observer in the mirrored world. However, unlike the original narrative's passivity, Elon, having absorbed sufficient dark energy, now possessed greater agency. She could leverage their twin lineage to manifest herself in the mirror realm adjacent to Maria. This newfound ability granted her numerous opportunities to lure Maria into her designs. The timid Maria gazed at her confident, vibrant reflection, a flicker of anticipation and yearning illuminating her eyes. Yet, the cautious nature within her refrained from trusting the figure within the mirror. Despite facing exclusion at school due to her disposition, Maria had overheard her classmates discussing supernatural occurrences, indicating that this extraordinary reflection was indeed one of those unusual phenomena. Although she yearned for the bold and self-assured version of herself within the mirror, Maria ultimately clutched her bed linens and, amidst Elon's inquiries and pleas, obscured the mirror's surface. After completing this act, Maria changed into a fresh school uniform in her bedroom and proceeded downstairs for a meal. Simultaneously, a little over 100 meters north of the Yverre villa, within another residence, an exquisitely charming girl of 8 or 9, resembling a delicate Barbie doll, was concocting a scheme in her mind to eliminate the nanny her father had hired for her. Additionally, she intended to deal with another adopted girl, who made her feel uncomfortable. This adorable yet cunning girl was Emma, a naturally malevolent genius. Today marked one of Emma's most discontented and disappointing days of the year. First, at school, that insufferable Milo had snatched away the medal that rightfully belonged to her. Upon returning home, she was confronted with the sight of the nanny her faith. These mere occurrences have already drained much of Emma's patience. Subsequently, her father informed her that he had adopted an older sister for her, under the pretense that this sister would provide companionship during his busy work hours, preventing Emma from feeling excessively lonely at home. The entire situation, which lay beyond her control, filled Emma with dread and unease, to the extent that she harbored a faint, almost imperceptible murderous intent towards her father, David Grossman. Emma's current disposition is also a reflection of her father, David. Following the death of Emma's mother, David became so engrossed in his work that he neglected his responsibilities in guiding Emma. Consequently, Emma, as a child, developed no reverence for life and death. It is well known that other parents, when witnessing their children harm small creatures, would promptly correct and educate them about the significance of life, instilling a sense of awe for existence and mortality from a young age. This lack of guidance led Emma to lose her respect for the sanctity of life, resulting in her contemplating the elimination of those who create situations beyond her control. Thus, Emma fixated on the idea of disposing of the nanny, Chloe, and dealing with her adopted sister, Esther, without intending to kill her. Throughout the afternoon, she scarcely managed to eat, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to discreetly eliminate Chloe, while also plotting against Esther, albeit without lethal intentions. Unbeknownst to Emma, her newly adopted sister, Esther, was no ordinary adversary. Underestimating her would undoubtedly lead to Emma's suffering consequences. Around 2 in the afternoon, with the sunlight still radiant and the weather unremarkable, Yverre had just finished enjoying a home-cooked steak and was preparing to leave for his shop. As he stepped outside, he noticed a striking trio, one tall and 2 small figures. They included Maria, who appeared delicate and pale, exuding an aura of fragility that invoked sympathy, Emma, with her innocent yet cunning demeanor, and Esther, who, despite her youthful appearance, harbored a dark and oppressive spirit. Gazing at these 3 enchanting girls, Yverre found himself momentarily stunned. What a remarkable sight! 3 distinct narratives had unexpectedly converged. However, only Maria was genuinely entangled in supernatural events, while the other 2 were embodiments of dark and sinister innocence. Chapter 17. Tim's Childhood Nightmare, the malevolent spirit that devours fear. As Yverre's attention was drawn to the 3 girls, they too turned to gaze at him. The handsome older brother. Yet, The timid Maria, upon encountering Yverre, who shone like a second sun, instinctively lowered her head and hurriedly vanished around the street corner. Within the depths of Maria's heart, she perceives herself as an utterly despised ugly duckling, utterly unworthy of associating with those who radiate confidence, especially when it comes to that strikingly handsome gentleman who effortlessly attracts the affections of other girls. Long subjected to bullying and oppression, Maria remains blissfully unaware that she is, in fact, a beautiful girl envied by others. In stark contrast to the timid Maria, Emma and Esther exude a much more pleasant demeanor. These two young girls, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, embody a charm that is instantly comforting to behold. Emma, with a serene smile, takes a few steps forward and naturally extends her delicate hand for an introduction. "Hello, big brother, my name is Emma, and I am your neighbor." After retracting her hand, she seamlessly introduces her companion. "This is my adopted sister, Esther." Yverre can discern that Emma places a slight emphasis on the word adopted. However, this does not concern Yverre. Instead, he responds with a warm smile and nods at Emma and Esther. "Hello, little sisters, my name is Yverre, and I am an exorcist. If you have any interest or encounter any related issues, feel free to visit me at my home. However, I must attend to my shop now, so I shall see you in the evening." Casting a glance at the Rolex watch on his left wrist, a gift from Jesse and Carly, Yverre notices the time approaching 3 o'clock. With a wave, he bids farewell to the two young girls. Emma watches Yverre's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. How intriguing it is to discover that he is an exorcist. In this moment, Emma finds herself deeply fascinated by Yverre, even momentarily suppressing her darker thoughts of eliminating the nanny, Chloe. Beside her, Esther, clad in a black vintage dress and having remained mostly silent, also exhibits a glimmer of intrigue. She suddenly senses that, compared to conquering Emma's father, David, it is this young exorcist named Yverre who truly stirs her desire for conquest. Thus, these two darkly whimsical young girls, each harboring their own secret intentions, clasp hands and make their way to the street corner, awaiting the arrival of the school bus. No one could fathom the peculiar thoughts swirling in their minds. In Los Angeles' Chinatown, as Yverre arrives at the shop driving Jesse's Porsche, he unexpectedly encounters a disheartened young white man recommended by the precinct police. Upon seeing Yverre, who appears younger than himself, the young man hesitates momentarily but, recalling his own troubles, steps forward and extends his hand. "Hello, my name is Tim. Are you the exorcist master, Mr. Yverre, recommended by Chief Tom?" "Indeed, I am Yverre," he affirms with a nod, shaking hands with his prospective client. Then, fixing his gaze upon the young man, who is surrounded by malevolent forces, Yverre speaks solemnly. "Child, you are on the brink of death." Tim's body stiffened, his complexion paling further, yet he refrained from contesting Yverre's words. A person of sound mind would undoubtedly retort or even hurl insults at Yverre upon hearing such a statement. However, it was evident that the young Caucasian man before him, Tim, was not a typical individual. He was a person beset by supernatural entities, or perhaps by the devil himself. "Come, step inside and elaborate on your predicament," Yverre said, observing the rigid Tim as he leisurely opened the door to his establishment, gesturing for him to enter and converse. Tim followed Yverre into the room with great difficulty, eventually finding a chair to sit upon before recounting the events that had transpired in his life. As Tim spoke, Yverre attentively listened while pouring him a cup of instant coffee. Once Tim had finished recounting his harrowing tale, parched and weary, he caught a whiff of the affordable coffee's aroma and took a gentle sip. The warm liquid soothed his throat, dispelling the chill that had settled within him. Having absorbed Tim's entire narrative, Yverre recalled the plot of a certain film, The Entity, a horror flick centered around a malevolent spirit residing within a cupboard. The protagonist, Tim, witnessed his father being dragged away and murdered by the spirit during his childhood. Years later, upon returning to his hometown to settle matters concerning his deceased mother, he discovered that the spirit had not vanished. After a series of tumultuous events, the protagonist ultimately confronted his innermost fears, successfully breaking the curse of the malevolent entity. In the original film, despite his passivity, Tim emerged victorious. Yet, the version Yverre now heard from Tim had morphed entirely. In this terrifying amalgamation of reality, devoid of the protagonist's aura, Tim had returned to his hometown for less than a day. First, his girlfriend Jessica was dragged away and killed, followed by the tragic fate of his uncle and his family. Even his cousin, Kate, who had aided him in searching for Jessica, narrowly escaped death. This cascade of calamities had driven Tim to the brink of collapse. With Kate in tow, he fled from the town of Roynes back to his residence in Los Angeles. After ensuring Kate's safety, Tim promptly reported the incidents at the nearest precinct. Initially, the officers at the 6th Precinct dismissed Tim as mentally unstable or assumed he was hallucinating due to excessive exposure to hallucinogenic substances. However, when Tim presented the video footage he had surreptitiously recorded, Chief Tom decisively recommended Tim to seek assistance from Yverre. He also noted that although Yverre's fees were steep, the efficacy of his services was beyond compare. Now, Yverre regarded the troubled visage of Tim, pondering whether he could take on this case. From the information gleaned from Tim, Yverre could surmise that the malevolent spirit known as Bogeyman was likely of a low-tier classification, perhaps just above the 2nd tier, with discernible weaknesses that could be subdued by individuals devoid of fear. However, the spirit's ability to teleport posed a formidable challenge, though not insurmountable. The lower-tier malevolent spirits and demons in this realm are largely subdued by holy water and salt. While their damage may be minimal, these substances effectively confine them. If necessary, once we arrive at the location, I could use Tim as bait. When the spirit known as Boogeyman emerges, I will scatter salt before all entrances to prevent its escape. Contemplating this solution, Yverre spoke in a calm tone. Tim, would you like to partake in this quest for vengeance against the malevolent spirit? Absolutely, Master Yverre, Tim replied, his eyes glowing with excitement, as if he were about to transform into a fierce beast ready to hunt. Yverre observed that in Tim's current state, armed with some holy water and salt, he might even confront the spirit named Boogeyman himself. Truly, it is the one who has nothing left to lose who is most terrifying. Do not become overly enthusiastic, Tim. Yverre gently patted Tim's shoulder, indicating he should take a seat before continuing. This endeavor carries a degree of danger. However, if you are willing, I can reduce the fee to $400,000. Tim waved his hand, his tone resolute. No need, Master Yverre. As long as you allow me to exact my revenge and vanquish this spirit, I will pay the full $500,000. Then we have a deal. Yverre nodded. Since Tim, the client, was unwilling to negotiate the price, he had nothing further to say. He retrieved a contract from a wooden cabinet and slid it across the table to Tim. Please write your name and the agreed sum on this contract. Pointing to the signature line and the blank space for the amount, he added, once this is completed, we can set off. If we hurry, you won't miss your supper tonight. Tim took the contract and promptly filled in his name along with the amount of $500,000. As a highly skilled computer professional, he could save that amount within 6 months. Chapter 18. The Spirit Boogeyman. Do not skimp on salt. Around 4 in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. To prevent Jesse's Porsche from suffering the same fate as his previous battered pickup truck, which had been destroyed by some inexplicable man-eating monsters and murderers, Yverre chose not to drive himself. Instead, he opted for Tim to drive him back to his hometown of Roynes. Upon reaching the town, Yverre did not direct Tim to charge straight to his old family home. Instead, he guided him to a local supermarket, where he purchased several bags of 1 kilogram salt. Once adequately prepared, Yverre instructed Tim to drive him to his ancestral residence. Throughout the journey, Yverre imparted some fundamental exorcism knowledge to Tim. This information had been entrusted to Yverre by his unreliable cousin, none other than John Constantine. Though this world's Constantine may be a rogue, he is not as thoroughly disreputable as his comic book counterpart. In this world, John Constantine embodies a fusion of the cinematic and television portrayals of the character, possessing both the divine intellect exhibited in the film and the reckless abandon seen in the series. Evil, filled with gratitude and warmth towards his cousin, who is over a decade his senior, cherishes the bond they share. Constantine remains the sole surviving link to his bloodline. Now, Evil, the hired exorcist, offers invaluable insights, demonstrating an admirable commitment to his craft. Should Tim remember and apply Evil's teachings, he may not achieve the status of a renowned exorcist, but at the very least, he could safeguard his own life in this perilous world. Upon reaching their destination, the tires screech against the pavement, announcing their arrival. Both Evil and Tim disembark from the luxury vehicle, and as they behold the dilapidated 2-story building before them, Tim is engulfed by painful memories. Yet, what appears to be an ordinary structure to the untrained eye is, in Evil's perception, a sinister domain shrouded in ominous black miasma. Countless particles of malevolent energy converge upon this house, and even in the absence of the malevolent spirit known as Bogeyman. Any ordinary individual residing here for an extended period would inevitably be affected. The abundance of dark energy here renders it entirely unsuitable for a normal person to inhabit. Let us proceed, Tim. Remember what I told you. Suppress your fear with anger. Evil interjects, breaking Tim's trance of painful reminiscence, and steps into the house first. Tim follows, his thoughts consumed by the tragic fates of his girlfriend and family. A surge of wrath ignites within him, causing his eyes to redden with fury. They enter the first floor, which appears somewhat decrepit due to neglect. Evil gestures and produces several large bags of salt from his spatial storage, presenting them to Tim, whose eyes blaze with crimson intensity. Scatter a circle of salt in every room with a door, except for the one you inhabited as a child. This will prevent our adversary from escaping. Tim, unfazed by evil's extraordinary abilities, feels a renewed hope for vengeance with each display of evil's strength. He fervently wishes that evil possesses the prowess to effortlessly vanquish all malevolent spirits and demons. I understand, Master Evil, Tim replies, accepting the salt and commencing his preparations. Meanwhile, Evil remains industrious, intent on sketching a simple pentagram for Tim's protection. Ensuring the safety of his client is paramount, as Evil is meticulous about matters that could tarnish his reputation. Had he possessed a protective incantation in his repertoire at that moment, he would have employed it immediately. After several minutes of diligent preparation, when all is finally ready, Evil retreats to the corner of the staircase, gesturing for Tim to open the wardrobe that once instilled the greatest dread in his childhood. Upon receiving the directive from Yverre, Tim, although initially apprehensive, soon found that trepidation was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of anger. In the dim and dilapidated main bedroom on the second floor, which had been uninhabited for over a decade, he roughly yanked open the small door of the wardrobe. In the next moment, a chilling aura began to seep forth. Astonishingly, from the seemingly empty wardrobe, a swirling black mist began to rise. In that instant, Tim realized that the very thing he feared most was about to emerge. He promptly turned and fled, hurling provocative curses as he ran. Damn you, worthless spirit, Bogeyman. Is that all you can do? Come out now and finish me. You've chased me for over a decade and still haven't managed to eliminate me. You pathetic wretch. You are a disgrace among spirits. You should be with Shhh. As Tim vented his frustrations, a peculiar roar, infused with rage and a murderous intent, erupted from within the wardrobe behind him. In the next heartbeat, a shadowy figure, swift as lightning, burst forth from the wardrobe that emanated a dark glow, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Tim. Just as the shadowy bogeyman was about to unleash its razor-sharp claws upon Tim, a memory flashed through his mind, the words of Master Yverre before their plan commenced. He had mentioned that, if necessary, one could roll into the pentagram. Although this would compromise certain intricate aspects of the formation, it would still retain some degree of efficacy. In an instant, Tim leaned forward, executing a roll that propelled him into the expansive pentagram that occupied the entire corridor, narrowly evading the menacing claws trailing behind him. In a previous life, Yverre had often wondered, while watching some horror films, why exorcists or priests did not create larger formations, allowing those within to avoid damaging the finer details of the array. Now, with practical experience, Yverre had drawn a pentagram with a diameter of over 5 meters. Upon completion, he observed that the light energy concentrated within the formation, though modest in quantity, was entirely sufficient to repel lesser evil spirits and demons. Yverre himself felt little drain on his power, having utilized nearly 10 bags of salt weighing a kilogram each. However, the value of this salt pales in comparison to that of life itself. With a harsh hiss, the claw surrounded by black mist struck against the ethereal barrier, producing a piercing corrosive sound. The assault from the bogeyman was wholly thwarted by the protective shield of the pentagram, its claws losing a layer of flesh to the accompanying radiant force. Though the attack lacked potency, it was steeped in humiliation. The dim-witted bogeyman, clearly incensed, let out a series of eerie shrieks, conjuring winds that reverberated throughout the entire room. As Bogeyman's form began to dissolve, striving to transform into an ethereal shadow and glide into the pentagram array, Yverre, observing the scene, felt the exquisite opportunity unfold before him. Every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing the full extent of his formidable physical attributes, exceeding 30 in number. With a thunderous crash, the wooden floor shattered beneath his feet. In an instant, Yverre surged forth at supersonic speed, effortlessly surpassing the shadowy apparition of Baki Man and diving towards the entrance where Tim had once resided. Upon stabilizing his stance, he swiftly extracted a packet of salt, sealing off Baki Man's final avenue of escape. With this accomplished, Yverre cracked his neck, declaring, "Now, it is my turn." A blood-red aura emanated from his being as he entered his armored state. This time, the spectral crimson scales adorning his form appeared more tangible, an increase of 20% in their coverage enveloping his limbs and upper chest. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power quadruple within him, Yverre was engulfed in exhilaration. This marked his inaugural experience in armored combat. He hoped that this capricious spirit, Baki Man, capable of shifting between the tangible and the intangible, would bring forth genuine amusement and a true battle. Chapter 19. Release. Instantaneous traversal. With half of his body cloaked in blood-red spectral scales, Yverre propelled himself forward, crushing the wooden floor beneath him. His form transformed into a crimson blur, racing towards the phantasmal Baki Man. Along his path, the searing aura crackled with a hissing wind. Before Baki Man could react, Yverre's mighty hand, infused with the blood aura, seized its throat. Prepared to be smashed, muscles bulged as he exerted force, slamming Baki Man's towering frame, over 2 meters tall, down to the ground with tremendous impact. The wooden floor splintered, creating a gaping hole wide enough for two. The malevolent spirit plummeted to the first floor from the force of the strike. To Yverre's astonishment, the blood aura proved effective against this spirit, endowed with ethereal abilities. Observing Baki Man, now embedded in the first floor, Yverre marveled at the wonders of the blood aura, yet his movements remained relentless. He leaped fiercely, aiming his foot, infused with the aura, towards the struggling Baki Man below. Die! This foot, empowered by the blood aura, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Should it land squarely upon Baki Man, it would surely obliterate its very essence. On the dimly lit first floor, Baki Man writhed in agony, its form seared by the blood aura, reflecting the brilliance of Yverre's impending strike in its pitch-black eyes. Overwhelmed with terror, it disregarded its own pain and hastily activated its ability for instantaneous traversal, hoping to evade the impending fatal blow. Yet, as Baki Man surged towards the nearest door, the anticipated scene of spatial traversal failed to materialize. A threshold of salt, cast by Tim, transformed into an invisible barrier that completely obstructed the corporeal form of Baki. The impact sent it rebounding several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Although it could not evade capture, Baki fortuitously escaped the devastating strike from Yverre, which descended with lethal precision. A resounding roar echoed through the first floor. Yverre unleashed the full force of its physical might with a kick that was as weighty as a mountain, shattering the entire floor beneath it and leaving behind a deep pit over 3 meters wide. On the second floor, within the confines of the pentagram, Tim watched in astonishment, momentarily convinced that Yverre was indeed a divine being descended from the heavens. How could it possess such formidable power? It was not that Tim lacked experience. Rather, the strength that Yverre exhibited was far beyond what a typical second-tier extraordinary creature ought to demonstrate. Ordinary second-tier extraordinary beings possess at most 2 or 3 talents, and not all of them necessarily enhance combat prowess. However, in Yverre's case, not only did its innate talent amplify its combat ability, but it also boasted an array of replicated talents. This multitude of talents conferred upon Yverre a combat strength that far exceeded that of its peers. It was a veritable paragon of versatility, a high defense, high attack, high magic damage, and astonishingly swift battle mage. Yverre itself perceived this disparity. The attributes enhanced by its primordial points were markedly distinct from those cultivated by other extraordinary beings. The attributes acquired through primordial points were exceptionally balanced and comprehensive. As Yverre augmented its physical attributes, its strength, defense, speed, reflexes, and recovery all grew in synchrony. Similarly, enhancements to its soul attributes yielded concomitant effects. In contrast, the extraordinary beings Yverre encountered, whether corporeal or ethereal, were typically limited to 1 or 2 areas of proficiency. Thus, within the same tier, Yverre could easily dominate other extraordinary entities, regardless of whether they were humanoid, spectral, or beastly, having been propelled several meters away by the residual force of Yverre's attack. The malevolent spirit Baki harbored no desire to retaliate. This creature, so reminiscent of humanity, was overwhelmingly powerful. It swiftly regained its footing, its form shifting into an ethereal shadow as it sought an escape route. For the first time in over a century of effortless hunting, it had stumbled into peril. Long ago, the residents of this town had summoned exorcists to confront it, yet none had been as terrifying as the entity it faced today. If Bogomon could escape today, it vowed not to return to this town for at least 2 decades. The dark specter dashed about, testing each door on the first floor. But none permitted it to unleash its innate talent for instantaneous traversal. Just as despair began to overtake the malevolent spirit, it caught sight of the fireplace on the left side of the grand hall. Salvation was at hand. Boogeyman fixated on the diminutive mouth of the fireplace, his body shuddering before he swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving with astonishing speed that left behind a series of afterimages. He approached velocities nearly double that of Yverre's full-force sonic burst. Yverre, who was poised to strike once Boogeyman exhausted himself with futile efforts, recognized the dire situation. Alas, he had forgotten about the fireplace. As Boogeyman drew near to it, Yverre felt a surge of urgency. If the proverbial duck flew away from his grasp, his frustration would be palpable. In an instant, Yverre unleashed all his physical strength, his form morphing into a crimson blur, trailing closely behind Boogeyman. Just as Boogeyman was about to succeed in diving into the fireplace to activate his instantaneous traversal ability, Yverre harnessed the energy within him, raising his hand to manipulate the spatial force within a 10-meter radius. Space barrier halt. In the final second before Boogeyman plunged into the fireplace, Yverre conjured an invisible barrier of space. Thud. Boogeyman, propelled at full speed, collided violently with the intangible barrier, producing a muffled thud. The force of the impact sent his towering 2-meter frame careening backward, crashing heavily to the ground, where he lay motionless for an extended period. In his desperate creation of the spatial barrier, Yverre expended 6 out of his 10 points of energy in an instant. With more than half of his energy consumed, he realized that, given his current recovery rate, it would take him at least 6 hours to rejuvenate. Fortunately, his combat prowess did not rely primarily on energy, otherwise, he would be in dire straits. How peculiar that such a minor manipulation of spatial ability consumed so much energy. I had anticipated that this barrier would deplete the majority of it. Were I solely a mage, my energy reserves would undoubtedly be my fatal weakness. Yverre mused, shaking his head as he dismissed such thoughts. Observing the fallen malevolent spirit of Boogeyman not far from him, he surged forward, channeling his vital energy into a powerful kick aimed squarely at Boogeyman's head. Perish! A resounding hum accompanied his strike as his leg descended like a mountain, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The terrifying force, imbued with the purifying essence of his vital energy, crashed into Boogeyman's head, which offered no resistance. In the horrified gaze of the malevolent spirit, Yverre's foot loomed larger and larger. With a resounding bang, Boogeyman's grotesque head was shattered upon impact, dispersing into a cloud of black mist that faded into the ether. The headless body convulsed a few times before disintegrating into a flurry of ash, vanishing entirely. On the second floor, Tim watched as the nightmare that had entwined a third of his life dissipated completely. He collapsed weakly within the pentagram, his mind conjuring images of his father, mother, girlfriend, and uncle. Tears welled in his eyes as a smile of relief and liberation graced his lips amidst the devastation wrought by the battle below. Yverre sat upon a relatively intact chair, listening to the system's notification echo in his mind, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the second-tier supernatural entity, Boogeyman, within the evil spirit realm. Name: Fearful Evil Spirit, Boogeyman. Physical: 30. Soul: 30. Psychic energy: 10. Replicable abilities: Yellow, Instantaneous Traversal, Fear Absorption. Shadow Phasing, White, Morphing, Illusion Manipulation. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards: 1 yellow lottery draw and 7 essence points. Would you like to replicate the ability traits of this supernatural being? Replicate all, along with an additional 7 essence points to the soul. Chapter 20. Each harboring their own thoughts, an unexpected visit. By the time Yverre and Tim returned to Los Angeles' Chinatown, it was already past 8 in the evening. Having thoroughly settled his childhood grievances, Tim appeared far more spirited than when Yverre first encountered him. Free from psychological burdens, although still bearing a hint of despondency. A smile of relief had taken residence on his weathered face. He extended a bag containing $600,000 in cash, his current liquid assets, toward Yverre with both hands. His tone filled with gratitude and his eyes shimmering with admiration. "Thank you, Master Yverre, for your assistance. Here is $600,000. It is all I have in liquid funds. Please do not find it lacking." Yverre, observing Tim's respectful demeanor, accepted the bag with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Well then, Tim, having cast off your nightmares, carry forth the will of your departed loved ones and live well." Tim nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Having been granted a new lease on life, he resolved to engage in endeavors of significance. In the ensuing moments, Tim exchanged pleasantries with Yverre and sought knowledge on exorcism before departing from Yverre's establishment. Watching Tim's resolute figure retreat, Yverre shook his head. He discerned Tim's intentions. The unabashed thirst for knowledge on exorcism hardly reflected the demeanor of someone intent on living a fulfilling life. Yet, Yverre refrained from offering counsel. Recognizing that fate was not his to dictate, Tim's future lay entirely in his own hands. As the clock approached 8, and with the likelihood of further customers dwindling, Yverre decisively locked the shop. What a folly it would be to traverse realms only to remain ensnared in the mundane. Beverly Hills, Sunset Boulevard Villa District. Within a modern, minimalist two-story villa adorned with glass facades, the austere and shadowy figure of Dan reclined on a genuine leather sofa, one hand grasping the latest newspaper, while his gaze fixated on his daughter Maria, seated on the opposite couch. No matter how he looked at her, Dan felt an inexorable dissatisfaction with his daughter. Her appearance was far from perfect, her figure lacked ideal proportions, and her demeanor exuded a soft vulnerability, accompanied by a timid and introverted personality. Dan could see all the derogatory terms he had ever encountered reflected in his daughter Maria, yet he remained blind to his own flaws. "Maria, I hear we have a new neighbor next door, a young and handsome lad. Go pay him a visit on behalf of your father, lest others think we are unwelcoming," Dan proclaimed, setting aside his newspaper to take a sip of the steaming coffee on the table. As he savored its rich aroma, his gaze scrutinized the averted eyes of Maria. "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to go? Or do you wish to remain friendless like that madcap friend of yours, Carrie?" Dan's tone grew more intense as he recalled the disparaging remarks from his colleagues at the cosmetic surgery clinic regarding his daughter. A wave of unbridled frustration surged within him. What does it mean for the daughter of a plastic surgeon to still be a virgin at 19? How can she have no male friends at this age? In Dan's eyes, Maria's situation tarnished his reputation, something he could not allow to continue. He was determined to transform Maria into the confident, graceful, and beautiful daughter he envisioned, one who would bring pride to him. This was the first step toward change. He intended for Maria to engage in meaningful social interactions and to make friends of her own caliber. The new young neighbor was the perfect candidate, regardless of whether he had moved in through a mortgage like Dan or purchased a mansion outright. Either scenario would attest to the young man's capabilities, aligning perfectly with Dan's aspirations for Maria's future partner. Unbeknownst to the timid Maria, her father's expectations weighed heavily upon her. The memory of her encounter with Yverre lingered, rendering her bashful and lowering her gaze in self-doubt. Throughout the day, her thoughts remained chaotic, often drifting back to Yverre's unforgettable handsome visage. Could someone like her, akin to a rat scurrying in the shadows, truly interact with someone so radiant? As if he were the sun? With a perplexed expression, Maria kept her head bowed, oblivious to the fervent, obsessive look on Dan's face. After a moment of internal struggle, her anticipation for the future finally eclipsed her fears and insecurities. "Father, I'm going upstairs to change. Please ask Mother to prepare a small gift for our meeting," she declared. "Excellent, Maria. That's the spirit." Dan nodded in satisfaction. Once Maria ascended the stairs, he instructed his wife, who was busy cooking, to prepare a suitable gift for their new acquaintance. Meanwhile, in a two-story villa blending modern and classic architecture, Emma and Esther, having long returned home from school, each occupy their own rooms. Emma sits on the carpet before her bed, her thoughts consumed by the words spoken by Yverre in the morning. A girl of considerable maturity and reason, she initially dismissed the notions of supernatural events, exorcists, evil spirits, and demons. However, a prior experience, when she was alone at home, altered her perspective. During that time, she encountered the apparition of her mother, who had passed away many years prior, and they exchanged words. The familiarity of that moment convinced Emma that it was truly her mother. Yet, since that encounter, She had not seen her mother again. Emma speculated that perhaps a nanny was constantly watching over her, preventing her mother from visiting. Consequently, she developed a deep-seated animosity towards all caregivers who monitored her. As Emma pondered whether Yverre truly possessed the abilities of an exorcist in the adjacent room, Esther sat before her vanity. She gazed at her youthful visage, which had remained unchanged for 3 decades, and at her underdeveloped body. Her large eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet, she swiftly tempered this bitterness. Reflecting on her first meeting with Yverre that morning, a nervous grin crept across Esther's lips. An exorcist, indeed. She mused on whether he might possess a remedy for her physical shortcomings. With this thought in mind, Esther began to strategize in her mind on how to approach Yverre and successfully entice him, hoping he would assist her in resolving her bodily issues, preferably by bearing a few children with her. As these 2 cunning little girls plotted their schemes, David returned home from work, bearing 2 large bags filled with snacks, toys, new clothes, and a gift, all intended for the spacious living room. He noticed the dinner that the nanny, Chloe, had prepared and called out from the foot of the stairs, "Emma, Esther, come down for dinner. Daddy has brought you a gift. Come see if you like it." The girls, jolted from their contemplations, ceased their musings about Yverre. It was now time to play the role of obedient children. The 2 clever little actresses exchanged glances and donned sweet smiles, masking their true intentions. "Esther, shall we go down together?" Emma proposed. "Of course, Emma," Esther replied. Hand in hand, the 2 girls descended the stairs, refraining from any mischievous antics. Astute as they were, they would never resort to such petty tactics as tripping one another. Thus, they appeared inseparable, resembling true sisters, much to their father David's delight. After dinner, David addressed his 2 daughters seated on the sofa. "I am going to visit your older brother next door. Would you like to join me?" "Father, is that Brother Yverre?" Emma giggled as she took over the conversation. "He is quite handsome. I saw him this morning with my sister." Beside her, Esther eagerly chimed in, "Yes, I met Brother Yverre with my sister this morning. He looks very dashing and is even an exorcist." Listening to his 2 daughters sing the praises of another man, David, a man in his 40s, felt a twinge of jealousy. Is he truly that remarkable? "I have prepared a gift for you. Would you like to accompany me on my visit? Or shall you go alone?" "Father, you are so busy with work. It would be better if my sister and I went on our own." Emma cleverly used her father's workload as an excuse to decline David's company. Despite being turned down for the outing, David was touched by Emma's words. Truly, she was a wonderful daughter, a paragon of filial piety. Thus, Emma and Esther, the 2 little girls, successfully reunited with Maria. The 3 girls, each holding a gift, set out to pay a visit to Yverre on behalf of their respective parents. Chapter 21. A proactive approach from Aelin, wailing and howling. In a Western-style 2-story villa, Yverre had just returned home and had not yet had the chance to contact Jesse and Carly when he was drawn to the sound of the doorbell. At this late hour, could it be Jesse and Carly? Yverre pondered as he set down his phone and rose to answer the door. As the heavy wooden door swung open, he was greeted not by the fiery faces of Jesse and Carly, but by 3 girls of varying ages standing at the threshold. To the left stood a cute yet sinister little girl clad in a vintage black dress, appearing to be around 30 years old but resembling a dark, pseudo-loli named Esther. On the right was a sweet and charming girl dressed in a pink and white Lolita outfit, exuding an elegant and graceful demeanor, embodying the true essence of a deviously charming loli named Emma. Sandwiched between these 2 lolas was a delicate-looking girl of 18, Maria, who was in her final year of high school, exuding an air of vulnerability that made her utterly endearing. "Oh, aren't these the 3 girls known for their dark transformations?" Yverre gazed at the trio before him, momentarily dazed. However, upon noticing the gifts they held, he quickly understood the situation. "Come in. What would you like to drink, milk or juice?" Yverre stepped aside, smiling as he welcomed the 3 dark lolas into his home. He was not intimidated by them. In fact, he found himself quite intrigued by Maria's twin sister, Aelin. The notion of an evil spirit residing within a mirror was enough to pique the curiosity of an exorcist like Yverre, especially one with the ability to replicate talent attributes. Upon Yverre's invitation, the 3 girls entered the house, each displaying her own unique demeanor. The confident and bold Emma surveyed Yverre's home while subtly probing the depths of his character, eager to discern whether Yverre would inadvertently reveal anything. One might question if he is merely a deceptive exorcist. The cunning and obsessive Esther deliberately positioned herself close to Yverre on the sofa. occasionally brushing her small dumpling-like hands against his arm, seeking to gauge his reaction for her subsequent actions. In stark contrast, the shy and self-effacing Maria, upon entering Yverre's abode, adopted a demeanor akin to an ostrich, keeping her head lowered. She only spoke when addressed by Yverre, otherwise she was either covertly observing him or eavesdropping on his conversations with Emma and Esther. As the clock struck 9:30, the two little girls, Emma and Esther, having achieved their desired outcomes, bid Yverre good night before returning home. The bashful Maria, too, murmured a quiet farewell as she shyly scurried home after their departure. Standing at the entrance of the villa, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, Yverre reflected on the details of their earlier conversation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fascinating. The distinction between real and faux Lolis. Genuine lowly Emma seeks to extract information, testing whether I am indeed a capable exorcist. Meanwhile, the false lowly Esther aims to seduce me to fulfill her own motives. It appears that my leisure time at home shall not lack amusement. Yet, when compared to Emma and Esther, Maria, now an adult, resembled an unblemished sheet of pristine white paper. The thought of Maria, so innocent that a mere word from him could render her face crimson, elicited a resigned smile from Yverre. One cannot help but desire to leave their mark and create a masterpiece upon such a blank canvas. With an inward sigh, Yverre turned and re-entered the house. After tidying up a few empty milk cartons on the coffee table, he proceeded to the bathroom on the first floor. He filled the bathtub with water. But before he could begin undressing, he felt an unusual gaze upon him. In an instant, his sole attribute, peaking at 27 points, directed his attention to the large glass mirror in the bathroom. Observing the familiar mirror before him, Yverre's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke in a calm tone. "Alan, are you attempting to spy on me while I bathe?" After a brief silence, noticing no response from the mirror, he allowed a knowing smile to grace his face and began to remove his garments one by one before the mirror. To his astonishment, the half-height glass mirror quivered slightly, as if startled by Yverre's abrupt actions. The next moment, a figure identical to Maria, albeit clad differently and exuding a colder demeanor with a sharp, resolute gaze, appeared within the mirror. "How did you come to know of my existence? I recall that Maria did not mention anything earlier, did she? Moreover, Maria does not even know my name. Who exactly are you, and what are your intentions?" Aylin's countenance darkened, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. The individual favored by Maria before her was truly enigmatic. I must not allow Maria to approach this person, Aylin resolved in her heart on behalf of her sister, Maria. There's no need to be anxious. Yverre waved his hand dismissively. He paid no heed to the apprehensive Aylin reflected in the mirror, sauntering towards the bathtub. Once he felt the water was at a suitable temperature, he reclined comfortably within it. Yverre had no desire to harm Aylin. A mere minor malevolent spirit like her could be easily vanquished with a mere flick of his wrist. However, considering she was Maria's twin sister, a part of the joy he would experience in the future, he exhibited a remarkable patience. In the mirror, Aylin, covering her eyes while stealing glances, flushed with an unnatural hue of crimson on her icy visage, her heart seething with indignation towards Yverre. That shameless scoundrel. Does he not see I am still here? How could he so blatantly disregard me and simply lie down in the bathtub, embarrassed and furious? Aylin's figure flickered and vanished from Yverre's mirror, as if her presence had momentarily stuttered. Indeed they are twin sisters, although they feign differences in appearance. Their essences are remarkably similar. Yverre smirked, continuing to luxuriate in his bath, savoring this tranquil moment. It was a pity that Jesse and Carly were unable to join him today due to prior commitments. Otherwise, they could have entertained him with a delightful performance. Meanwhile, a mile east in Los Angeles' Chinatown, within a block, stood an old mansion, its 2 floors long unoccupied, offered at a low price, yet shunned by locals. Just a day prior, a single mother purchased the property to secure medical care for her son in Los Angeles, moving in with her 3 children. From the moment they entered, the eldest daughter, Belle Walker, sensed something peculiar about the house. This feeling intensified when she witnessed her brother, James, who had been paralyzed for a lengthy period due to an accident, suddenly rise to his feet. Belle realized the house must harbor some mystery. How could her brother, who had endured such severe injuries, been paralyzed for nearly 3 years and unable to speak, suddenly stand unaided? Yet, she could not confide in her mother, Joan Walker, for she wished to spare her from further anguish. Their mother had already sacrificed so much for the three of them. That night, Belle lay on the dilapidated spring bed in the upstairs bedroom, clad only in a thin nightgown, tossing and turning in vain. The bizarre events of the day instilled in her a sense of fear and unease. In this state of inner turmoil, Belle drifted into a restless slumber. Until, in the early hours of the morning, around 3 o'clock, she was jolted awake from a night filled with nightmares. In her dream, she envisioned her brother James being well again, yet the outcome for their family was far from a blissful resolution. The restored James, seemingly driven mad, began a relentless pursuit of her, their mother, and sister Julia. Having nearly met her end in that dream, Belle was jolted awake. She rose, shedding her sweat-soaked nightgown, and slipped into a t-shirt, compelled by an inexplicable urge to glance toward her brother's room on the first floor. That single glance left her astounded, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. She beheld her brother James standing once more. This time, Belle was utterly convinced she had not been mistaken. Overwhelmed with shock and dread, she hastily retreated to her bedroom, burying herself beneath the covers, as if that alone could offer her solace. Chapter 22. A Desperate Mother. The following morning, Belle recounted her unsettling experience to her new friends at school. The audacious Marissa proposed a nighttime visit to Belle's home. Her close companion, Terence, agreed enthusiastically. Thus, Belle consented to let Marissa and Terence come to her after 10 that evening. As the clock chimed past 10, Marissa and Terence arrived, bringing along a recently popular horror film, one telling the tale of a family that encounters malevolent spirits after moving into a new home, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. This classic American horror narrative strikingly mirrored the plight of Belle's family, prompting Marissa and Terence to bring the film in hopes of devising strategies while watching it with Belle. A quintessential recipe for disaster. As the trio prepared to immerse themselves in the horror film, their plans were interrupted by their mother, Joan, who declared that James needed rest. Hence they were to engage in quieter activities. Consequently, Marissa and Terence lingered until after 11, and upon finding no issues, bid farewell to Belle and returned home. Belle, believing the night would unfold without incident, was abruptly startled awake around 3 in the morning by another nightmare, once again witnessing her brother James in motion. This time, she could even sense James peering at her through the curtain's gap. After a night spent in fear, Belle recounted her experiences to her mother, Joan, leading to a heated argument. It was only after receiving a slap and witnessing her mother's tearful distress that Belle fell silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With a reddened face, Belle arrived at school. The moment she stepped in, Marissa and Terence immediately surrounded her. "Belle, what transpired after we left last night?" Marissa inquired. "Belle, why is your face so red?" Terence added. Gazing into the concerned eyes of her new friends warmed Belle's heart, and after a reluctant shake of her head, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. As she began to recount the events of the previous night, Belle described the haunting scene she had witnessed. And after discussing it with her mother that morning, she had received a sharp slap across the face. Upon hearing Belle's narrative, Terence fell silent. Being a boy, he could not fathom the feelings a girl experiences after being struck by her parents. Yet, observing Belle's helplessness and indignation stirred a sense of concern within him. Conversely, Marissa, after absorbing the entire account, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I've just remembered. A few days ago, my father mentioned a newly opened exorcism agency over on Broadway in Chinatown. The proprietor is a remarkably skilled exorcist. Even the 6th Precinct has sought his services." Upon hearing this, Belle silently noted the name and address in her mind, resolved to visit the proprietor after school to inquire about her brother's condition. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with her heart heavy with worry, Belle bid farewell to Marissa and Terence before hailing a cab to Broadway. She could hardly contain her anticipation. The events from her dream were about to unfold. She feared that her brother might indeed be possessed by a malevolent spirit, potentially leading to the tragic demise of their mother, sister, and herself, culminating in a painful suicide upon regaining consciousness. The taxi driver, an experienced man, navigated the streets with ease, swiftly delivering Belle to Broadway. Upon disembarking, she began her search for the establishment Marissa had mentioned. Just a few steps in, she spotted the shop at the center of a crossroads, marked by a prominent sign reading Yverre Exorcism Agency. Confirming with Marissa via her phone that this was indeed the correct location, Belle hurried inside. As she caught sight of the counter and the languidly handsome young man seated in the boss's chair, her heartbeat faltered momentarily. However, recalling the pressing matters at home, She suppressed her unusual emotions and approached him with urgency. Are you Master Yverre? Yverre, who was meditating, drawing energy from the universe through his physical presence, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the raspy yet clear voice of the girl. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. He rose to regard the girl before him, whose beauty, while not extraordinary, was nonetheless striking. In a tone that sent chills down her spine, he uttered a chilling proclamation. My dear, you are on the brink of death. According to the traditions of the Dragon Kingdom, Belle's current state indicated that her yang energy was overshadowed, and she was beset by calamity. In the context of American beliefs, it meant that Belle's family was cursed and imminent misfortune awaited them. Regardless of the interpretation, it was clear that misfortune loomed over Belle and her family. The past few sleepless days, compounded by fright, had already left Belle in a state of heightened anxiety. Now, upon hearing Yverre's words, she was so startled that she collapsed into a chair, momentarily unable to process her surroundings. However, thoughts of her mother, Joan, and sister, Juliette, still at home, rekindled her spirit. Grasping Yverre's arm as if it were her last lifeline, her face pale and her voice laced with desperation, she pleaded for his assistance. Master Yverre, please assist my family. I am willing to pay any price. As long as it can save my mother and the others, I would sacrifice anything. Calm down. Yverre lifted the kneeling Belle and inquired about the circumstances and developments. Although he had his suspicions upon meeting Belle, it was only after hearing her words that he confirmed this was indeed the narrative from the Wailing, Awakening. Despite being a derivative storyline, the character of Mother Joan was vividly portrayed and profoundly touching. She epitomized a resilient mother, one steeped in despair. Perhaps when her daughter first mentioned issues with the house, she harbored some inkling of the truth. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope for her son James's recovery kept her in denial until the bitter end. Yet, it was evident that this world diverged significantly from the original narrative, being far more perilous. The malevolent spirit of the priest within the house had likely committed even greater atrocities. In the original context, Jeremiah had constructed a chamber in his basement specifically for the torment of indigenous people, many of whom perished within that small red room, their accumulated grievances transforming them into vengeful spirits. After Jeremiah's demise, he became a bound spirit, perpetuating his malevolence. According to the original storyline, those who moved into that house would be manipulated into killing their own kin, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking their own lives, only to be compelled by Jeremiah to serve him in death. From the portrayals in several related films, it was clear that Jeremiah was formidable. Absent the loathsome teleportation abilities of the malevolent spirit Boogeyman, Jeremiah surpassed Boogeyman in every respect. In this world, infused with dark power, this wicked priest Jeremiah might pose an even greater threat. Otherwise, Belle would not have sensed such profound malice in a single day. Moreover, from Belle's words, it appeared that James had become possessed and stood up on the very first day. This was at least 7 times swifter than the 7 days depicted in the original narrative. Fortunately, Belle was not foolish. Upon gaining hope for her family's salvation, she sought assistance directly. Had she waited a few more days, the 6th Division might have found yet another family of 4 lifeless. After estimating the strength of the priest named Jeremiah, Yverre pondered what would be an appropriate fee for this commission. Previously, he charged a starting price of 100,000 for a first-tier incident and 500,000 for a second-tier incident, later adding an extra 100,000 voluntarily. Clearly, the predicament faced by Belle's family was far more complicated than that encountered by Tim. Observing Belle, with her cascading golden curls and a visage that exuded vulnerability, Yverre ultimately refrained from making exorbitant demands. His tone was measured, as if merely stating a fact. You must have acquainted yourself with my rates before coming here. For a situation such as yours, I typically charge a starting fee of 700,000 for a mid-tier second-level commission. As he spoke, his tone shifted. However, considering that your family is not exceptionally affluent, I shall commence with a modest sum of 500,000 at the second tier. Ultimately, the total required will entirely depend on the number of malevolent spirits your family harbors and the effort I must exert to address them. Chapter 23. The Cursed Priest's Malevolent Spirit, a Fortuitous Misfortune? Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Belle was rendered utterly bewildered. Had it merely started at 100,000, her family might have managed to scrape together the funds, but 500,000 was exorbitant. It was a cost so staggering that she found herself at a loss for how to confront it or articulate her own assets. $500,000 is a price that most dual-income American households can only afford through immense sacrifice. Even though her father left a substantial inheritance for her mother before his passing, over the past few years, her mother had spent a significant portion of that money on her brother James's medical expenses. Given the meager savings in their household, coupled with her own contributions, Belle still felt woefully inadequate. She was not one to indulge in self-deception or to inflate her own worth. Even when considering her appearance and physique, Belle estimated her value to be merely in the tens of thousands, which already felt exorbitant. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became, her head bowed in despair. We cannot afford such a sum," she murmured, preparing to leave the shop in a daze. Observing this, Yverre could not allow such a promising opportunity to slip away and quickly interjected. "Though you purchased this haunted house for a mere 100,000, its original value exceeds $1 million. I am willing to accept this property as collateral." "Really, Master Yverre?" Belle's spirits lifted at his words, her eyes gleaming with hope. This matter pertained to the lives of her loved ones, and she could not afford to treat it lightly. Yverre nodded affirmatively, then retrieved a contract from his drawer. After Belle signed her name, he rose and made his way to the entrance. "Let us proceed to your home for a brief inspection. Do tidy up a bit and close the shop." Yverre then drove Jessie's white Porsche, escorting Belle to her residence. After several minutes, the vehicle came to a halt before a two-story villa with a spacious courtyard. Gazing at this vintage two-story house, Yverre furrowed his brow. In his eyes, the residence and its grounds were enveloped by a dense aura of malevolent energy. Straining to listen, Yverre could even hear the wails of restless spirits, resentment and sorrow threatening to overflow. What a truly ominous dwelling. Any knowledgeable individual would not only refrain from purchasing it for $10,000, but would find it unthinkable even if the bank offered that amount to take this cursed house off their hands. Yverre mused inwardly, yet he maintained a facade of politeness towards Belle's family, refraining from voicing his true sentiments. Upon returning to her home, Belle, as the hostess, hastily invited Yverre inside. "Master Yverre, why not come in for a cup of tea? Now is certainly not the time for tea," he replied. Yverre waved dismissively at Belle's suggestion, catching the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. His gaze fixed upon the northern part of the courtyard, where the supply room, which should have been securely shut, stood wide open. There lay a large German shepherd, its body drenched in blood, with its abdomen grotesquely eviscerated, an utterly harrowing sight. Following Yverre's line of sight, Belle beheld the gruesome scene, causing a violent spasm in his stomach, and he could not suppress his retching. He heaved several times, expelling sour bile, before rising clumsily, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at Yverre. "Master, how could this happen to Larry? What has killed him?" Just as Yverre intended to explain the situation to Belle, he perceived with his 100-meter soul sense that James, who should have been bedridden, was now standing upright. Remarkably, his gaunt frame had transformed into that of a muscular figure. Contrary to the original plot, James's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and a sinister smile twisted upon his lips, resembling a grotesque demon from the depths of hell. This was alarming. Why was it happening so soon? Observing the possessed James, Yverre hesitated not a moment and grabbed Belle, urging him to dash into the house. "You must find your mother and sister. Once you do, take them out immediately. Your brother James has been possessed." At this point, Yverre paused momentarily, offering Belle a glimmer of hope. "This could be both a blessing and a curse. If your brother can maintain his will after I vanquish the malevolent spirit that controls him, he will have received a gift from the evil entity without having to serve it further. This way, he will no longer be a bedridden invalid, and your mother's wish can be fulfilled." Upon entering the room, Belle nodded in understanding and hurried towards his sister Julia's room, while Yverre charged towards the possessed James. Just as James was about to grasp the double-barreled shotgun in Joan's room, Yverre raised his left fist and struck, rendering the possessed James unconscious. With this concern alleviated, Yverre proceeded toward the area of the house saturated with malevolent energy, the basement, the very heart of the house's darkest sins. Meanwhile, Belle, accompanied by her bewildered mother Joan and sister Julia, rushed outside. "Belle, what is happening?" Joan, still possessing her allure, wore a look of utter disbelief. She could not comprehend her daughter's frantic behavior. Struggling to find the right words, Belle led her mother and sister to the entrance of the supply room. Joan looked in horror at Larry, their German shepherd of over a decade, left lifeless and eviscerated like refuse within the supply room. Her eyes brimmed with tears. her voice trembling with fear as she exclaimed, "Belle, what is happening? How could Larry be like this?" Belle, gazing at his anguished mother, was filled with compassion and began to explain to her. In the basement, Yverre entered and immediately felt as though he had stepped into a cold storage facility, perpetually maintained at a chilling temperature. The air here was at least a dozen degrees colder than outside, thick with malevolent energy particles, nearly tangible. A sinister wind howled through, carrying the mournful wails of the deceased, echoes of the countless indigenous people who had endured torment and torture here, their cries lingering in the air. To Yverre's eyes, the basement was steeped in sin, yet it was not his concern. His sole purpose was to vanquish the spirit of priest Jeremiah and save Belle's family. How intriguing. After decades, you are the first exorcist to arrive here. The interrupted spirit of priest Jeremiah had been awaiting Yverre's arrival in the basement. If Yverre came, it would fight on its home turf, giving it the advantage. If Yverre did not come, that suited it just fine. The family could flee, and others, unafraid, would continue to meet their demise, nurturing its power. In any case, it would not suffer loss. Yverre turned towards the west wall, distinct from the brick and other walls, confirming it as Jeremiah's true hiding place, the very root of the house's sins. Jeremiah, after a lifetime as a priest, have you devolved into a mere shadow of your former self? Look at the sins strewn across the ground. If your God were to witness this, he would surely send down divine retribution to rend you asunder. Within the small red room behind the red brick wall, upon hearing these words, Jeremiah's eyes glinted with heightened madness. What God? What Jesus? All mere nonsense. Only power. Power is the only reliable and worthy object of faith. As this deranged laughter echoed, the evil energy surrounding Jeremiah's spirit began to surge. The entire basement trembled, shaking the 2 floors above. At Jeremiah's command, dozens of ghastly, scarred spirits emerged, their faces contorted in agony, all under his control. The chilling atmosphere coalesced into a palpable force. Now, destroy him. Jeremiah barked with authority. At his command, the tormented first-tier spirits surged forward, their expressions twisted in pain as they rushed towards Yverre at the entrance of the basement. Chapter 24, Irredeemable Sin. One shot to the head. Yverre beheld the grim visages of those tortured souls, bound even in death, and took a moment to mourn for them. Then, a searing heat erupted from within him, transforming into an ethereal armor that enveloped his being. Simultaneously, his spiritual energy surged forth, activating bullet time. "Let me bring an end to your suffering," Yverre bellowed. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he charged forth like a fierce tiger. In the realm of bullet time, the movements of the controlled malevolent spirits appeared to Yverre as though they were unfolding in slow motion. He effortlessly navigated through the throngs of the undead. His fists and feet, imbued with the power of vitality, struck with tremendous force, shattering each spirit he encountered, granting them liberation. In less than a minute, all 52 of these first-tier specters were utterly disintegrated, achieving their salvation within the confines of the Red House prison. Jeremiah observed in awe as Yverre dispatched all his puppets in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, he resembled a child who had just discovered a new toy. The entire being, no, the entire spirit, was electrified. This power, this is the kind of substitute puppet I desire. A glimmer of sinister light flickered in Jeremiah's eyes as his soul surged towards the altar he had once occupied in life. This was his trump card, a demonic altar capable of amplifying soul power. The altar, constructed from the bones of 6 adults, formed an inverted star pattern. It required but a single soul to be sacrificed to the demon in exchange for an hour of doubled soul strength. It was through this very artifact that he had managed to suppress the transformed spirits of the Native Americans after his demise. Jeremiah seized a tormented, vacant soul within the Red House, thrusting it onto the demonic altar. With the offering prepared, Jeremiah swiftly recited the incantation. "Open the dark abyss. I summon my Lord Satan. Unseal the gates of hell to welcome the true God, Satan. I call upon you, Lord Satan Zaburath. Glory be to you. Glory to the omniscient and omnipotent demon king. Sataniel, please accept the offering of your most loyal servant, Jeremiah. Grant me your power." As the malevolent incantation echoed, an indescribable aura began to emanate from the sacrificial array. It was pure, unadulterated evil power from the abyss, from hell itself. Even a mere wisp of this energy caused Jeremiah's soul power to swell to double its original might. As he reveled in his newfound strength, Jeremiah suppressed his joy. A servile smile plastered across his face as he offered his gratitude. "Thank you for the grace of my lord Satan. Your servant Jeremiah shall faithfully deliver the monthly offerings of souls." As if satisfied with his response, the aura of the demonic altar gradually faded, the oppressive sensation dissipating entirely. Just as Jeremiah prepared to erupt into laughter, a thunderous crash resounded. The wall connecting the red house to the basement was obliterated, as though struck by a cannonball, leaving a massive gaping hole where Yverre had delivered a powerful kick. "My masterpiece. Damn it, you are cursed." Jeremiah seethed, watching in fury as the blood-red wall, crafted from human blood, lay in ruins. His pale eyes ablaze with rage. The soul power, amplified to twice its strength, erupted at this very moment. Death. The terrifying sound waves infused with soul energy manifested into a chilling shriek of the spirit. Wherever this force traversed, material entities were obliterated. The dazed souls, tormented and frozen in place, instantly shattered into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Yverre's pupils constricted sharply, shrinking to the size of a pinhead. By the heavens! This is a hybrid assault targeting both body and soul. With no time to evade, Yverre hastily summoned all the power within him, the full force of his soul attribute. Reaching an impressive 27 points, surged forth to shield his spirit. The attributes of his physical form, exceeding 30 points, further invigorated the vitality of his armor transformation state. Drawing upon the energy of the universe, achieving an astounding 11 points of psychic energy, he instantly depleted it, forming an ethereal barrier before him. It was not that Yverre wished to employ the talent, instant traversal, he had replicated from Boogeyman. Rather, this flawed ability required prior marking of a portal. Without such a mark, the passage could not be opened. With only one entrance in this basement, if he were to sprint towards it at his current speed, he would be struck by the hybrid soul attack midway. The outcome of such a confrontation was uncertain. In the blink of an eye, the hybrid soul attack descended, shattering Yverre's spatial barrier first. The attack, reduced by a third of its strength, struck Yverre, who was fortified with dual layers of defense. With a resounding thud, the soul infused. Formless sound wave blades crashed against both his body and spirit. This formidable soul assault caused Yverre's extraordinarily solid soul, far surpassing that of his peers, to sway momentarily. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the razor-sharp sound wave blades accompanying the soul attack tore through Yverre's clothing, leaving a gaping wound on his chest, deep enough to see bone. Such grievous injury might hinder others in battle, but for Yverre, endowed with the talent of pseudo-immortality, it was but a trifling concern. The resilient Yverre successfully withstood Jeremiah's lethal blow, capable of obliterating opponents of equal rank. Mere seconds later, the deep, bone-exposing injury on his chest rapidly healed, bolstered by numerous talent enhancements. Observing Yverre's continued mobility, Jeremiah stood agape, unable to utter a word. "Good heavens, are you telling me this is human?" Seizing the opportunity while Jeremiah was still recovering his soul power, Yverre exerted force beneath his feet. The hard cement floor shattered beneath him. Utilizing the reaction force, Yverre's speed transcended the sound barrier, creating a mock ring in the air. His foot, ablaze with vital energy, descended upon Jeremiah's head with the weight of Mount Tai. "Prepare to meet your demise." In the face of Jeremiah's horrified and bewildered gaze, Yverre's foot, radiating like the sun, loomed larger before him. The speed was so astonishing that evasion was utterly impossible. He could only watch in horror as his head was about to be struck by that terrifying kick. Bang! The sound echoed like thunder. The blow arrived in an instant, tearing through the air as if it were nothing, shattering Jeremiah's skull. And the force continued to crash down onto the ground. The terrifying aftermath instantly reduced the sin-filled red house to ruins. The tremendous commotion sent shivers down the spines of Belle and her two daughters in the courtyard. As the dust settled, Yverre, who had been clad in a high-end Armani leisure suit, now found himself in ragged attire. Damn! Without ranged attacks, he truly suffered a disadvantage. Just as Yverre was lamenting, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the final boss of the Wailing Ghost series, Jeremiah. You have slain a normal first-tier evil spirit 52 times. Name, Evil Spirit Priest, Jeremiah. Body 0, Soul 50. Psychic energy, 20. Replicable talents, yellow, possession, soul enslavement, wailing of the soul. Normal evil spirit replicable talent, white, illusion manipulation. Rewards obtained, 1 yellow lottery, 52 white lotteries. 209 origin points. Splendid. Suddenly, Yverre found himself wealthy. He grinned broadly as he gazed at the rewards displayed on the system panel. Origin points could not be stored, so he allocated 10 points to psychic energy, 5 points to soul, and 59 points to body. With the origin points nearing 21, Yverre quickly spent them all without hesitation. Since the allocation wouldn't provide healing effects, it was better to convert them all into his current strength. These recent battles made Yverre acutely aware of the importance of psychic energy. His spatial talent required ample blue energy. Without sufficient blue energy, his spatial barrier was as fragile as paper. Meanwhile, as Yverre finished tallying his gains and returned to the ground to negotiate rewards with the Bell family. At the 5th precinct of the Los Angeles Police Department, a group of officers was in a frenzy in the hall. Chief Jerry sat in his office chair, listening to his subordinates' reports, his forehead gradually creasing into a frown. What a joke! Because of a toy doll, 5 of his officers and a sheriff had perished. It was as if God were mocking him. Chapter 25, Halashao, the unfortunate Emma. Soul enslavement. I don't care whether you're talking nonsense or if there's truth to your claims. Immediately gather a team to search that toy factory and see if there are any dolls like the one you mentioned, those with self-awareness, capable of killing and controlling others to commit murder. The short but imposing Jerry slammed the table, angrily commanding several of his officers. Upon receiving directives from his superior Jerry, the few sheriffs, who had endured training sessions lasting upwards of half an hour, were drenched in cold sweat. They hastily bowed and exited the office with urgency. After reprimanding his subordinates, Director Jerry took several deep breaths, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the supernatural occurrences he and his old partner Tom had encountered in the desolate graveyard during their youth. Surely, it could not be yet another of those supernatural incidents. By all that is sacred, may I never face such matters again. As this thought crossed his mind, Jerry felt a familiar twinge of pain emanating from the scar on his left side, a remnant from that fateful day. Since then, with the onset of nightfall, his temperament would inexplicably turn irritable and volatile, only to return to normalcy with the dawn of day. Time flew by, the silvery moon descended, and the sun ascended. The next morning, having not returned home, Director Jerry awaited his subordinates, who had spent the night searching in vain. After a night of fruitless efforts, the sheriffs reported that they had meticulously inspected the toy factory, examining over 100,000 finished products. Aside from not unboxing or physically touching the items, they had utilized machinery to shake and verify each one. Indeed, there was only that singular doll with self-awareness. Listening to his subordinates' reports, the now composed Director Jerry felt no anger. How could ordinary individuals like them hope to investigate such supernatural phenomena? Observing his weary and disheveled subordinates, Jerry sighed and ultimately waved his hand in resignation. Go rest. This matter ends here, attributing the actions to the deceased criminal Charles Luray. Little did he know, by mere chance, he had inadvertently presented the true perpetrator to the news media. In Los Angeles' Chinatown, at the Yverre Exorcism Agency, within an establishment adorned with an air of mystery and unease, Yverre sat behind the counter, perusing the contractual documents handed to him by Belle's mother, Joan. After confirming there were no issues, he affixed his signature, retaining the contract. We truly owe you our gratitude, Master Yverre. Otherwise, our family might have perished in that house. Joan expressed, momentarily at a loss for words to convey her appreciation. After placing the contract in a safe, which was actually stored within a system space, Yverre smiled and waved his hand dismissively. You have already compensated accordingly. With a bit of tidying up and a professional certification, you could sell that house for at least $700,000. That's not the point. Joan shook her head, contemplating her words, but ultimately deciding against them, realizing that at her age, it would be inappropriate. Instead, she shifted the topic, saying, Master Yverre, since James is now well, we are preparing to move. Our new apartment is located at 123 Broadway. If you have some free time, you are welcome to visit our new home and offer your suggestions. Of course, replied Yverre. With nothing else to occupy her, Joan, who was in search of a new job, drove away from Yverre's shop. Yverre leaned back in his comfortable office chair, closing his eyes once more to absorb the energy that permeated the atmosphere. He discerned the unspoken thoughts lingering behind Joan's words, but chose not to address them. She was a remarkable mother, and he did not wish to engage in any inappropriate behavior. Furthermore, Yverre had a preference for youthful married women. He was not one to find a lure in the aging of women, unlike some. As the day quietly slipped away, aside from Joan delivering the house transfer contract, Yverre encountered no new clients. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he promptly locked up and headed home. Sliding into his Porsche parked outside the shop, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. A lackadaisical approach to work indicated a troubled mind. Upon returning to his luxurious two-story villa in Beverly Hills on Sunset Boulevard, Yverre barely had time to remove his shoes before the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Who could it be? Yverre slipped on his slippers and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Emma, clad in a light blue dress, resembling a little princess, cradling a doll with bright red hair, dressed in overalls, whose appearance was both endearingly odd and somewhat unsettling. The moment he saw the doll, Yverre couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wasn't this a manifestation of one of his childhood fears, the infamous Chucky? Choosing to remain silent about the doll's identity, Yverre looked at Emma with a curious expression and inquired, "Little Emma, what brings you to your brother Yverre's place? Where is your sister Esther?" Emma looked at Yverre, whose presence brought her comfort, and was about to speak. However, just as she was about to voice her plea for help, she felt the sharp blade pressed against her back, inching closer to her spine. The thought of seeking assistance was immediately quelled, and she instead altered her words. "Sister Esther is still at home. She doesn't know I've come out. I managed to escape on my own. Aren't I clever, brother Yverre?" Observing the unfortunate Emma still playing her part, Yverre stifled a laugh. Truly, one creature overcomes another. The dark, cunning little girl was being held hostage by the infamous Chucky. Though he was uncertain why Andy had been replaced by Emma in this narrative, Yverre had already contacted Jesse and Carly, inviting them over for some fun. And he had no intention of prolonging the charade. The entity that had just possessed the doll, Charles Lee Ray, was at best of only a first-tier caliber. Even with the malevolent energy of this world bolstering him, Chucky was not formidable in the least. No longer toying with Emma, Yverre's psychic energy erupted instantaneously, a flash of silver light enveloping him as he raised his hand to grasp Hara Shao from a distance. The formidable force of spatial power immediately ensnared the ghostly child Hara Shao, rendering him utterly immobile before he could react. Emma felt Hara Shao stiffen in her embrace, and, disregarding everything else, she suddenly leaped into Yverre's arms like a normal child. Her lovely face was marred by a palpable fear, her large eyes red and wide, resembling a frightened little rabbit. "Everything is all right, Emma. There's nothing to fear, for your brother Yverre is here." Sensing the tension in her delicate body, Yverre, for once, displayed tenderness. He extended his warm hand to caress Emma's head, his soul energy penetrating her very being, soothing her frightened spirit. As she basked in the dual warmth enveloping her head and heart, Emma, nestled in Yverre's embrace, felt a smile involuntarily tugging at her lips for the first time. Her large eyes gleaming like crescent moons. This was Emma's first genuine happiness. She never imagined that her brother Yverre could truly be so powerful, capable of controlling another's actions from afar. Was this telekinesis? Or was it spatial power? How intriguing. I must look up some information tonight. As curiosity and thoughts stirred within Emma, Yverre sensed her body relaxing, her fear subsiding. Having calmed her, he gently released her soft, petite form, pulling her behind him. His gaze then fixated once more on Hara Shao, suspended in midair. According to the original narrative, this worthless ghost child possessed nothing but the ability to reincarnate. Alas, I shall first imprint a soul slave mark upon him. Should I need his ability later, it would not be too late to dispose of him. For now, I shall keep him as a decorative piece in my collection, enhancing my reputation. With this resolve in mind, Yverre narrowed his eyes, unleashing an invisible yet potent wave of soul energy that surged into Hara Shao. Though the immobilized Hara Shao attempted to resist, Yverre's formidable, solidified soul energy forcibly breached his spiritual defenses. Deep within his soul, Yverre inscribed the mark of enslavement using the soul enslavement ability. Chapter 26, The Witch Carry. A haunting neighbor. Upon completing the soul enslavement and gaining control over Hara Shao, Yverre stored him within the system space. While the system space could not accommodate living beings, it was not restricted from housing souls. Thus, Yverre could collect the souls of the deceased, provided they offered no resistance. This feature of the system certainly deserves commendation. It presents an opportunity to exploit. In times of necessity, one could separate the soul from the body and store them both in the space. When the appropriate abilities to merge body and soul arise, or when greater power is attained, he would be prepared. One could indeed encapsulate the soul within the corporeal form, granting it a chance at resurrection. As Evil completed his collection of halasha under Emma's astonished gaze, he took her hand and escorted her back to his abode. Emma, next time, be cautious and refrain from indulging every curiosity. With a smile and a wave, Evil departed. Remarkably, he exhibited a rare sense of conscience, abstaining from demanding a fee from Emma's father. It was not until Evil's figure had entirely vanished into his villa that she withdrew her gaze. Excitedly, she returned to her room, retrieved the phone she had secretly purchased with her savings, and began searching for the information she yearned to uncover. Meanwhile, not long after, as Evil awaited at home, Jesse and Carly arrived, clad in alluring attire. That night, the three engaged in a marathon of poker. With his enhanced physique, Evil, as the landlord, decisively triumphed over the two beautiful farmer girls, Jesse and Carly. It was a resounding victory, leaving both ladies utterly flabbergasted. A week later, on Saturday, September 10th, the weather was overcast, the air neither too dry nor damp, accompanied by a gentle breeze, perfect for outdoor excursions. At Maria's adjacent residence, throughout the week, whenever she had a moment to spare, she would venture to Evil's home in search of him. Initially, their conversations were casual, but as Evil noticed Maria's deteriorating spirit, he employed his soul power to soothe and guide her wounded heart. After several days, Maria's spirit had indeed rejuvenated. Yet deep within her soul lingered Evil's ethereal imprint, a consequence of prolonged exposure to his formidable essence. This led to Maria's uncontrollable urge to throw herself into his embrace whenever they met. At that moment, due to Alan's incessant disparagement of Evil, Maria felt somewhat melancholic. Angered, she contemplated teaching Alan a lesson, yet found herself unable to extend her hand towards the mirror. Thus, she chose to ignore Alan, lying silently on her bed. Recalling the last time she was hurt and the frown Alan wore in the mirror, a mischievous idea began to form in Maria's mind. The image of Evil surfaced in her thoughts, and unconsciously, her hand slipped beneath the covers, her delicate foot clutching the sheets tightly. After a while, her arched back gradually relaxed, an unusual flush painting her pale visage. "Ah, Maria, what are you doing?" Alan, observing the peculiar behavior through the mirror, was left aghast and screamed in anger as he witnessed Maria's morning mischief. Satisfied, Maria smirked, disregarding Alan's outcry. At that moment, all she desired was to savor the recent sensation and indulge in a blissful slumber. Just then, her phone chimed. Ding dong. Maria picked it up to find a message from her soul friend, Carly. She opened the message, discovering it was a voice note. Without hesitation, Maria clicked play. "Carly, Maria, are you home? I feel as though I have encountered something peculiar. If you have the time, could you come to my house? I am feeling quite frightened." Upon hearing her dear friend Carrie's plea for help, Maria appeared somewhat dazed. Something strange? What could be so strange? Could it be of a supernatural nature? At first, Maria thought of Yverre, yet she was uncertain whether this matter pertained to him. Thus, she hesitated to reach out directly. After some contemplation, Maria steeled herself and resolved to investigate the situation on her own. She picked up her phone and replied to Carrie, "Don't worry, Carrie, I will be there shortly." With that, she left her fragrant, cozy bed, changed her clothes, and descended the stairs to ride her bicycle to Carrie's home. Half an hour later, in the southwest district of Los Angeles, at 456 Hill Street, within the jurisdiction of the 5th Precinct, Maria parked her bicycle in front of Carrie's door and sent her a message. She refrained from knocking on Carrie's door, as she harbored an aversion to Carrie's mother, the neurotic and obsessively controlling fanatic. Maria felt that Carrie's current predicament was largely attributable to that madwoman. It was also because both Carrie and she were like puppets manipulated by their parents that they found camaraderie in one another. Shortly after Maria sent the message, Carrie hurriedly emerged. With her golden, cascading curls and an endearing countenance, Carrie appeared quite flustered. She seemed to be in a state of nervous agitation. Witnessing Carrie in such a state caused a flutter of anxiety in Maria. Her initial thought was that Carrie might have been afflicted by her mother's madness and transformed into a lunatic herself. However, the next moment, Carrie's words interrupted Maria's frantic musings. Maria, you must ride me away from here. I will explain what I have seen. Taken aback, Maria snapped to attention as she was led to her bicycle. She pedaled away with Carrie toward the park. Minutes later, seated on a bench in the park, Carrie took a sip of soda to calm her racing heart before finally speaking in a quivering voice. I saw a spirit in a house near mine. It was a boy about our age. When I was watching him, he noticed me too. And then you fled in terror? Maria interjected. Caught off guard. Carrie blushed and awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Yes, and then I returned home to message you. It seemed that due to their close friendship, Maria's true nature was liberated in Carrie's presence. Rolling her eyes, Maria sighed in exasperation. So, what do you intend to do? Shall we go back and take another look? Or should we seize the opportunity to warn the family residing there? Maria's inquiry seemed to perplex Carrie, who took several sips of cola and pondered for a while before resolutely speaking up. I wish to speak with the newly arrived family, regardless of their beliefs. I feel compelled to caution them. Although Carrie had always been under the influence of her deranged mother, she remained inherently kind-hearted and innocent. Maria, equally pure and benevolent, nodded in agreement with her soul friend, Carrie. In that case, let us hasten our steps. The sooner we inform them, the earlier they can make their decision, preventing them from suffering the torment of malevolent spirits come nightfall. Maria proposed, recalling the chilling narratives from horror films. Carrie, in response, nodded affirmatively, finding wisdom in Maria's words. Thus, two sensitive yet self-effacing girls, imbued with their kindness, ventured towards the haunted house. Not far from Carrie's home, they reached their destination in under half an hour on their bicycles. After securing their bikes, Maria led Carrie to the entrance of the three-story house. Standing before the weathered wooden door, Carrie whispered close to Maria's ear, Maria, I recall this place used to belong to a doctor. It is said that he and his family perished in a tragic fire caused by an explosion while he was researching souls. As she spoke, Carrie's tone took on a foreboding quality as she leaned closer to Maria. Do you think it's possible that the boy I saw was the doctor's child? Startled by the chilling notion, Maria playfully swatted Carrie's arm in annoyance. Oh, come on, Carrie. Must you frighten me at a time like this? Please don't be upset. Maria, Carrie replied, sticking out her tongue, allowing her youthful exuberance to emerge in front of Maria. After soothing her agitated friend, Carrie stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief pause, a faint voice from within responded, coming. With a creak, the sturdy wooden door swung open, revealing a handsome yet pallid young man. He regarded the two unfamiliar girls with curiosity and inquired, I am Matt, the new tenant. Who are you two here to see? The previous occupants? Hello? I'm Carrie, your neighbor, she stammered, her usual shyness resurfacing in the presence of the stranger. Feeling her words falter, Carrie stepped aside to fully reveal Maria. This is my friend, Maria. Let her speak with you. Maria observed Carrie, who had reverted to her former timid and frail self at school, and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, though she did not display it outwardly. Instead, she silently contemplated whether she should take Carrie to see Brother Yverre, hoping he could offer her good friend guidance just as he had done for her. With her thoughts swirling, Maria ultimately made a decision. Returning to the matter at hand, Maria turned her attention to the ailing Matt and began to articulate the purpose of their visit. Hello, Matt, my name is Maria, and I am a close friend of Carrie. We have come today with no ill intentions. Carrie and I wish to inform you and your family that there is something malevolent residing in your home. As she spoke, Maria gestured towards Carrie. It was because Carrie encountered a malevolent spirit in your house this morning that she brought me here to alert you. Regardless of whether you believe us or not, we felt it was our duty, out of goodwill and neighborly concern, to bring this to your attention. Upon hearing Maria's words, a flicker of unusual expression crossed Matt's face. No wonder he had been plagued by nightmares and hallucinations ever since moving into this house. It turned out that it was not merely the medication he was taking, but rather that the place was indeed haunted. Although Matt was now largely convinced, he maintained a calm demeanor. I understand, and I will discuss this with my family. Carrie, Maria, I truly thank you both, Matt said, bowing politely to express his gratitude to the two young women. He was not one to be ungrateful. It was remarkable that strangers like Carrie and Maria would risk unnecessary danger to inform them rather than keeping their distance. If it weren't for the lack of valuables in his home, Matt would have considered offering a couple of items as tokens of appreciation to Carrie and Maria. Not at all. If you find yourselves in need of an exorcist, Carrie can reach out to me. I know a particularly skilled brother in exorcism who can assist you. Maria seized the moment to promote Yverre's exorcism services. It was evident that she would undoubtedly become a resourceful and prudent woman in the future. Having informed Matt of the haunting in his home, Maria and Carrie chose not to linger any longer. Maria's thoughts were entirely with Yverre, while Carrie seemed to trigger her social anxiety once more. After leaving Matt's house, Maria rode her bike to take Carrie home. Now that the matter has been addressed, you should feel a sense of relief, Maria said, glancing at Carrie, who was slowly regaining her true self. Carrie stuck out her tongue playfully and shyly nudged Maria's arm. Fortunately, you were there. Otherwise, I would have been tangled in my thoughts until evening. I dared not approach Matt alone to inform him of the malevolent spirit residing in his home. Maria gently tapped Carrie on the head and exchanged a few whispered words with her. Once she was assured that Carrie would remember, Maria cheerfully rode her bicycle back home. Unlike Carrie, who was plagued by her mad mother's bizarre beliefs, Maria's solitude and obsession stemmed merely from her parents' neglect and the bullying of her classmates. Having already been guided by Yverre's soul power, Maria was now gradually evolving towards a more positive state. She exhibited a noticeable increase in vivacity and began to nurture her self-confidence, although her pallor remained weak and ghostly due to the increased frequency of her mining activities. In the afternoon, business at Yverre's remained lackluster. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that his reputation was not sufficiently prominent, and he lacked influential individuals to promote him. Gazing at the empty shop, Yverre felt an impulse to hire a secretary. As the saying goes, a secretary is for tasks. When there are none, they still serve. How could a master of exorcism be without a secretary? However, upon further reflection, Yverre realized that suitable candidates were scarce. To serve as his secretary, one must be trustworthy and, ideally, not an ordinary person, lest they prove inadequate for the role. Jesse, Carly, and Selena were indeed close. Yet neither Jesse nor Carly were extraordinary beings at the moment. Even with his nurturing, it would take time for them to break through to the first tier. As for Selena, being the pillar of her family's third generation, she could not be absent from her family for extended periods. After a long while of searching for a worthy candidate, Yverre reluctantly abandoned the idea. He reclined in his chair once more, closing his eyes to absorb the energies diffusing through the cosmos. Meanwhile, at Angel Railway, on Hill Street, in Matt's home, he pondered the nightmarish visions he had experienced. Believing they were intrinsically linked to the house, he spent the entire day ruminating over the details of the dream. It wasn't until his mother, Sarah Chabelle, returned in the evening that he snapped back to reality. As soon as he regained his composure, Matt recounted the words of Maria and Carrie to his mother in detail, along with his own dream and speculations. Initially, Sarah thought her son might be under the influence of medication, causing his mind to conjure illusions. However, when Matt distinctly mentioned a young man of similar age in his dream who had been trying to communicate with him, Sarah realized that this was not merely a figment of her son's imagination. Those two girls were not simply playing pranks on their family. For Sarah had heard from her real estate agent about the house's peculiarities during the purchase process. The young man spoken of by her son is most likely Jonas, the son and assistant of Sinclair, the former owner of this house. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Sarah did not dismiss her child's claims as many other mothers might. She quickly summoned Matt, instructing him to gather his younger siblings and his aunt. Together, they began hastily packing their belongings, eager to vacate the eerie three-story house. As they approached the exit, a sense of impending salvation enveloped them, only to be obstructed by an ethereal figure. It was a young man possessed of two visages, one, the gentle countenance of a sunlit youth, the other, a grotesquely charred visage, a remnant of his demise. This spectral figure was none other than Jonas, Sinclair's son. "What do you want from us? We have not wronged you. Please allow us to leave. We no longer wish to remain in this house." Sarah, embodying fierce maternal instinct, shielded her children and sister-in-law behind her as she confronted Jonas with a commanding tone. Rather than show anger at her reprimand, Jonas offered a resigned smile. "My dear mother, I harbor no malice. In fact, you should be grateful to me." As he spoke, the incorporeal Jonas gestured towards his heart. "You may wish to examine your own hearts. Do you not see a faint red mark upon them?" Upon hearing this, Sarah remained still, extending her hand behind her to signal Matt to check his own heart for verification. He complied, pulling aside his shirt to reveal a distinct red mark, reminiscent of a knife's incision, yet devoid of pain. Confirming its authenticity, he tugged at his mother's hand to indicate its truth. Jonas, enveloped in an aura of spectral energy, observed their exchange with a silent shake of his head. Engaging in such trivialities with a mortal family was akin to mockery. Were it not for his benevolence, they would have been dealt with long ago. What is your intention? Did you leave this mark? Sarah, still protective of her children, softened her tone. Noticing the dimming light of day and feeling the urgency of time, Jonas resolved to speak plainly. I bear no ill will. Rather, I come to save you. That mark is a curse from my father, Sinclair. Once it is placed upon you, it will follow you relentlessly, draining your lives no matter where you flee. As he elucidated the origin of the mark, he preempted any questions from Sarah and her family, continuing, I am Jonas, the son of the original owner of this house. Years ago, my father, Sinclair, became obsessed with the study of souls and supernatural phenomena. Upon discovering my innate ability for clairvoyance, he diligently groomed me to be his adept assistant. However, in the end, my father met with failure. It became evident that the overwhelming power of the spirits I had absorbed was beyond my control, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that ignited a fire. Ultimately, my father, my mother, myself, and all the guests perished in the blaze. Jonah recounted the demise of his family with a chilling calmness, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if the inferno had claimed not their lives, but mere shadows. Upon hearing Jonah's harrowing tale, Sarah felt a surge of maternal affection for the young man before her. Then why do you not seek rebirth? Those events were not dictated by your actions. You need not linger in this house. Jonah resolutely shook his head, his tone turning grave. I must inhabit Matt's body. Our energies resonate harmoniously. My father's sins should be atoned by me. This buried guilt of decades must be resolved by a long overdue conflagration. And what of you? Where will you go afterward? Matt stepped out from the protective embrace of his mother, Sarah, confronting Jonah directly. Jonah's demeanor remained impassive, betraying no signs of joy, anger, or sorrow. I shall accompany my father to meet death. It is our finest sanctuary. Chapter 28. A poignant scene of paternal love. Wait, Jonah. Perhaps you need not die? Matt felt a deep admiration for this peer, who dared to shoulder everything. He recalled Maria's earlier words, that she knew of a powerful exorcist. Would that not mean Jonah could avoid death while still confronting the malevolent Sinclair? Although uncertain of the consequences of a soul facing death once more, Matt was unwilling to see Jonah, who had captured his interest, perish alongside the deeply flawed Sinclair. Resolute in his decision, Matt shared Maria's words verbatim with Jonah and Sarah. The five souls deliberated briefly, ultimately deciding to seek out the formidable exorcist that Maria had mentioned. With this resolution, Matt volunteered to venture to Callie's home. Within minutes, he arrived at the doorstep of Callie's residence. Observing the dilapidated house, even more worn than his own, Matt felt a pang of sympathy for Callie, a sense of shared suffering. Knock, knock, creak. Before Matt could strike a third knock, the weathered wooden door of Callie's home opened a crack. Having been instructed by Maria to stay up late, Callie hurried to answer the door, anxious to avoid waking her mother, lest she face dire consequences. Callie, I know why you are here. She interrupted Matt before he could speak, extending a slip of paper through the door. This is Maria's number. You should call her. She would contact her brother, who was skilled in exorcism. No, it's nothing. I'm going to close the door now. My mother is already asleep, and I don't want to disturb her, Carrie declared, shutting the door before Matt could respond. Confused and holding the note, Matt reluctantly departed, hurrying back home. In front of Matt's house, five souls gathered, gazing at the phone in Sarah's hand. After a few rings, the call was answered, and Maria's voice resonated on the other end. Hello, is this Matt from earlier? Thank heavens. Upon hearing Maria's voice, Matt exclaimed in excitement. Maria, recognizing Matt's voice, inquired, Does your family need an exorcism? Yes, Miss Maria. Sarah took over the conversation, asking for details. What kind of exorcist is your brother? We have a genuine, malevolent spirit in our home. If he lacks sufficient power, it could lead to injury or even death. Maria, confident in her brother Yverre's abilities, tightened her grip on the phone at the mention of death. He's quite formidable, rest assured. However, can you afford my brother's fee? It starts at a minimum of $100,000. The moment Sarah, Matt, and Aunt Wendy heard the price, they gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Jonah interjected. My father had a hidden fortune in his lifetime. Converting those assets should yield over $200,000. So, there's no need to worry about finances. After addressing the monetary concerns and exchanging a few more words, Maria hung up the phone, brimming with excitement. It was already 9 in the evening, and she had noticed through her telescope that her brother Yverre had returned home. Furthermore, Jessie and Carly, her two older sisters, were absent today. She could personally inform Yverre about the business opportunity she had found for him. After tidying her appearance and clothing, satisfied with her reflection, she swiftly made her way to Yverre's house, guided by Alan's reminders. Inside Yverre's home, he was in the hall, perusing the Demon Hunter Guild forum on his computer. His expanded spiritual awareness had already sensed Maria's arrival. Before Maria could ring the doorbell, Yverre opened the door with a mere thought. Having grown accustomed to Yverre's remarkable abilities over the past few days, Maria felt no surprise. She quickly approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his and leaning against him. With a proud expression, she exclaimed, "Brother, I have brought you a business opportunity. Am I impressive, or what?" Yverre smiled as he gently patted Maria's little head, his tone imbued with warmth and praise. "Well done, Maria. You can even help me attract clients now." He felt no regret for inadvertently imprinting his thoughts upon Maria's soul. Even without this unforeseen event, he would never let go of this little white rabbit. Naturally, he would not spare that little wildcat, Alan, either. Receiving accolades from her beloved, Maria felt a sense of elation envelop her. Leaning against Yverre, she tenderly recounted the entire situation to him. In the end, Maria suggested that Yverre offer guidance to Carrie. In her view, rather than allowing Carrie to continue on her current path, it would be preferable for her to receive Yverre's counsel alongside her. Even though such guidance would leave her mind filled with thoughts of Yverre, was that not a better outcome? Good sisters should be together. Maria's obsession had not dissipated. It had merely shifted entirely towards Yverre. Observing the increasingly restless Maria in his embrace, Yverre gently halted her small hand, which was tugging at his belt. "All right, Maria. Let's wait a little longer. Allow me to resolve Alan's issue first. By then, you two can how annoying. You're the worst, Yverre." Maria's cheeks flushed as she listened to Yverre's teasing words, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. When that day truly arrived, she intended to show Alan her true colors, to confront her for the fear she had instilled in her. The restored essence of Maria relished in witnessing Alan's anger and enjoyed the thrill of teasing her. Sisters should be the ones to bully each other, not the other way around. After curbing Maria's antics, Yverre set off towards Matt's house on Hill Street. Upon his arrival, he happened to catch sight of Sarah's family. At that moment, Sarah was hiding behind the spirit Jonah with her 3 children and sister-in-law, Wendy. It turned out that not long after Maria had hung up the phone, the malevolent spirit Sinclair in the basement had noticed Sarah's family's intention to move. Sensing that his meal was about to escape, Sinclair became furious. He roared in anger, his charred body bursting forth from the basement. Watching Sarah's family laden with bags glance at his beloved son Jonah, Sinclair's smoldering, blackened form surged with rage. An aura of dark malevolence emanated from him, carrying the acrid scent of charred remains, swiftly enveloping the house. Any ordinary person caught in this presence for even a moment would likely perish instantly. Truly splendid. No wonder he is mine, my dear son. Sinclair's fierce gaze fixated on Jonah, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, as if he longed to devour Jonah whole. The Sarah family trembled under the intensity of the gaze directed at them, their hair standing on end, as an ineffable fear rose within their hearts. Ordinary individuals had seldom encountered such a malevolent spirit, especially one like Sinclair, who bore the resentments and bitterness of a life extinguished by flames. Enough is enough. Father, how long will you continue this path of sin? Jonas, undeterred, felt his own aura surging, repelling the encroaching black mist of death that sought to engulf them. The entire Sarah family stood behind him, shielded by his presence. In the face of his father Sinclair's threat, he met it with unwavering resolve in his gaze. In a one-on-one confrontation, Jonas, a medium with the ability to commune with the spirits, felt no fear of his father Sinclair. His need to borrow Matt's body stemmed from the presence of countless innocent souls trapped within the basement, ensnared by his father's curse. Alone, he could not simultaneously vanquish Sinclair's vengeful spirit and incinerate the remains of the innocents. Sinclair, upon witnessing the pitiful expression on his son Jonas's face, felt his fury intensify. "Jonas, you hold yourself in too high regard. You are not the savior of souls. You cannot save those who have perished at my hands. The sins I bear, you as my son shall inevitably share a portion of." With each heart-wrenching word, Sinclair's ghostly form flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, his charred claws, infused with the winds of death, lunged fiercely towards the face of the youngest child, Mary. Realizing the imminent danger, Sarah's heart raced with anguish, her voice breaking like the mournful cries of a cuckoo. "No, my little Mary." Chapter 29. The Unyielding Sinclair, the Light of Redemption. Bang, bang, bang. The three explosive gunshots reverberated through the desolate street. Silver bullets, imbued with the power of exorcism, swiftly found their mark, piercing through Sinclair's claw aimed at young Mary. With a swift motion, Yverre retracted his dual golden pistols, blowing lightly on the barrels, taunting an old ghost, preying on a little girl. Such actions deserve 100 deaths. As Sinclair's claw was obliterated, he hastily retreated several meters, his entire spectral form retreating into the house. His vengeful gaze glared through the crack of the door, fixating on the youth who had shattered his hand. "Damn it, one after another, you all wish to be saviors. Since you refuse to let me rest, do not expect to fare any better yourselves." In a fit of rage, Sinclair's dark essence began to emit a series of black incantations, swiftly enveloping the entire house. Within the basement, the bodies that Sinclair had once utilized and buried within the walls began to awaken, their eyes opening one by one. The runes inscribed upon them radiated a dark light, gradually merging with the black incantations released by Sinclair into the air. Under the control of Sinclair's cursed power, these corpses began to draw upon the strength of their own souls. Despite their resistance against Sinclair's attempts to drain their very souls, their bodies remained unresponsive. After siphoning sufficient soul energy, the soulless forms began to stir. With a thunderous roar, the first of the undead unleashed a chilling cry, prompting a cacophony of howls from the other controlled spirits. In the basement, chaos unfolded as a frenzied dance of malevolence took shape. The souls, drained of most of their essence, lay prostrate on the ground, their ethereal forms flickering like erratic light bulbs. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as their former bodies, now puppets of Sinclair, charged recklessly towards the first floor, serving as mere cannon fodder to impede Yverre and Jonah's advance. Meanwhile, Sinclair himself remained ensconced within the confines of the house, amassing the sinister particles of evil energy he had gathered over the decades. He was poised to deliver a grand surprise to his beloved son Jonah and the audacious youth who dared to pierce his palm. He intended to see both of these wretched souls meet their demise at his hands. In the shadowy courtyard enveloped by dark mist, Yverre had just finished his self-introduction. Yet he hadn't even begun to negotiate his appearance fee when his gaze drifted towards the entrance of the house. In his perception, a horde of undead was charging towards them at an alarming speed. Beside him, Jonah, now a mere soul, gazed at the oncoming specters with a mixture of determination and confusion in his eyes. He understood that these apparitions were forced into servitude by his father's will, sent to their doom. How could he, who owed them so much, bring himself to slay them again? For the first time since deciding to eliminate his father, Jonah felt lost. In the next moment, the sharp crack of gunfire shattered Jonah's contemplation. Yverre harbored no such reservations regarding the undead. His motto was simple: "I care not for your plight. As long as you are a hostile supernatural being, you shall be silenced." Bang, bang, bang. The golden Desert Eagle pistols fired with relentless precision, the gunfire falling like rain. Each silver bullet, imbued with the power of exorcism, was capable of vanquishing a single undead. Yverre unleashed a barrage at a staggering rate of 5 to 6 shots per second, his aim unerring amidst the chaos. In less than a minute, he had discharged over 300 rounds. The courtyard was littered with fallen spirits, each riddled with at least 5 or 6 bullet holes. Exhilarating, for clearing out the riffraff. Nothing felt quite as satisfying as the Desert Eagle, which was both effective and effortless. Surveying the carnage around him, Yverre stowed away the heated Desert Eagles into his system space. The firearms would no longer be necessary. With adequate caution, any second-tier supernatural being could easily dodge bullets. Were it not for the Desert Eagle's exorcistic qualities that countered evil spirits, Yverre might have found himself relegated to harassing mere mortals. Jonah, forced to abandon his doubts, cast a glance at the nonchalant Yverre. He harbored no resentment within him, although he could not bring himself to harm these restless spirits. It did not signify that he was a saint. His gaze was filled with curiosity and admiration for Yverre, who executed the swift purging with remarkable efficiency. This young man was far superior to the version of himself from years past. The decisiveness with which he dispatched malevolent forces was truly extraordinary. Jonah, overwhelmed with emotion, eventually averted his gaze, and turned his attention back to the interior of the house. He could sense that his father, Sinclair, was amassing all the malevolent energy that had accumulated within these walls over the decades. In the next instant, it felt as though that power had reached a critical threshold. A muffled explosion reverberated throughout the house, the immense sound echoing within the inky mist. Strangely, not a single additional sound emerged from the black fog, as if it had silenced all noise. The desolate street remained eerily quiet, contrasting sharply with the chaotic three-story building and small courtyard where Yverre and the others found themselves. The oppressive sound ceased entirely after a few resounding booms. Then, as the Sarah family gazed on in horror, their house seemed to awaken as though it possessed a consciousness of its own. The windows on the left and right sides of the third floor transformed into eerie eyes radiating dark light and ghostly flames, while the central window of the second floor morphed into a bare nasal bone devoid of flesh. The front door on the ground floor became a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. This three-story edifice twisted and contorted into a grotesque and malevolent form. The entire structure bore a resemblance to Sinclair's visage during his lifetime, forcibly reconstructed. This was one of Sinclair's abilities, environmental manipulation. This power allowed him to control the environment of the building he inhabited in life, enabling him to merge completely with it, thus gaining its amplification. This was a last resort for Sinclair, now transformed into a vengeful spirit. Today marked the first occasion he employed this ability. As Sinclair reveled in his newfound strength, he felt invincible, his ego swelling with every passing moment. He regarded his son Jonah and that accursed young exorcist with disdainful indifference. What a monstrous creature this was. Stunned into silence, Sarah instinctively shielded her children, protecting them behind her. Her eyes brimmed with horror and fear, her once graceful form trembling slightly. The sights and sounds she had witnessed today shattered her understanding built over 40 years. Meanwhile, Yverre observed Sinclair's integration with the house and felt a chuckle rising within him. He had encountered those who transformed themselves into smaller or ethereal forms to evade attacks. But this was the first time he had seen someone enlarge themselves, thereby broadening their area of vulnerability. What use was this expansion? If it did not enhance one's defenses, was he not still as fragile as paper? Yverre scoffed disdainfully, then stomped his foot, instantly entering his armored state. Harnessing the force of the reaction, he soared into the air, his towering figure exceeding 1.80 meters, enveloped in a swirling tempest of crimson energy and flames, akin to a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. In the next instant, Yverre concentrated all his physical might into his legs, simultaneously amplifying it with spatial power, effectively depleting all his spiritual energy. Shatter. With a leg reinforced by spatial force, he plummeted from above like a meteor, igniting a dazzling blaze in his wake. Sinclair watched this onslaught with trepidation, yet the immense power bestowed upon him by merging with the building instilled a sense of confidence. He opened his maw, transformed into a grotesque visage, and lunged fiercely at the descending Yverre. "Damn you, little wretch, perish!" Boom. The earth trembled. Yverre unleashed the full force of his corporeal strength. His leg, enveloped in spatial energy, wielding a colossal power of several tons. Upon colliding with Sinclair's monstrous mouth, he obliterated the doorway formed from the house, forcefully collapsing the first floor of the villa. Only then did Yverre come to a halt. Sinclair, forcibly shattered from his merged state, felt his soul shift violently. The once solid essence of his spirit materialized again, now in a state of half illusion, half reality. Cough, cough. Damn it. How could this happen? How could a mere human possess such strength? Sinclair muttered, his visage contorted with rage, jealousy, and despair. He had devoted his life to the study of souls and the supernatural, yearning for the power that would elevate him beyond the ordinary. Yet, first, his newborn son, Jonah, was endowed with the very spiritual prowess he had sought for so long. Now, after his demise, he had finally become a malevolent spirit with terrifying power, only to encounter an absurdly formidable young man today. Just a single kick had shattered the accumulation of power he had gathered over the years after death. How cruel is fate! Why could the divine not cast a glance upon me, Sinclair? In that fleeting moment, the ethereal Sinclair pondered the failures of his life, and his gaze twisted with resentment and madness. Jonah, my son, you are the one I loathe most in this world. Why must you possess the gift of spiritual communication? Why were you born when my research bore no fruit, carrying with you that innate ability? Had it not been for you, Perhaps I would have lived a tranquil life with your mother, free from such turmoil. I shall ensure you suffer. I will take you down with me. As these venomous words escaped his lips, Sinclair detonated his spirit. Boom. Sinclair, already a spirit consumed by flames, bore the essence of shadowy fire. Coupled with the explosion of his soul fragments, which would stoke the flames, they ignited rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the shadowy fire began to spread toward the basement. At the moment of Sinclair's self-detonation, Yverre, clad in a new outfit, heard the system notification echo in his mind once more. Yet he did not directly observe, intending to ponder it thoroughly upon his return. In the courtyard, stimulated by his father Sinclair's voice, Jonah felt a tightening in his heart as he noticed the direction in which the dark flames were spreading. This is dire. Those innocent souls. Jonah swiftly directed his gaze toward Yverre, who had donned a new attire. Do not look at me. Permit me to continue vanquishing the malevolent spirits. However, when it comes to protecting them, I find myself momentarily powerless. I possess no spiritual energy left. You understand my predicament. Yverre helplessly raised his hands, signifying his inability to assist. The blue energy was depleting too rapidly, rendering him unable to wield spatial powers for the time being. Alas, perhaps it is my burden to atone for my father's transgressions. Jonah sighed, his gaze resolute once more, as his spiritual form began to emanate a cerulean glow. In the next instant, an explosion occurred. Jonah's spirit shattered, unleashing decades of accumulated pure spiritual energy, swiftly extinguishing the dark flames that consumed all living beings. Just as Yverre and Sarah's family believed Jonah to be perished, a beam of holy light pierced through the black mist, cascading down to where Jonah had once stood. In the blink of an eye, Jonah's spirit was restored, even the charred side returning to normalcy. Immediately, before the astonished eyes of Yverre and Jonah, a voice of divine authority resonated, accompanied by a radiant platinum light descending from above. It was the guiding light from the heavenly realm. Jonah, your devout and steadfast noble spirit has moved the Almighty. Dedication, sacrifice. You have fulfilled your duty. You have atoned for your father's sins. Now, ascend into the heavenly embrace along with the holy light. Coming to his senses, Jonah, despite his astonishment, performed a respectful bow, grateful for the divine grace. Jonah yearned to return to the heavenly realm. With that, he faced the holy light, his spirit gradually ascending. Simultaneously, he glanced back at Yverre below, aware that Yverre could still see him and the radiant light, having noticed the astonishment in Yverre's eyes. Yverre, until we meet again, thank you for your assistance. The payment is beneath the large tree behind the house. Unearth it and convert it into currency. Apart from your fee, the remainder shall serve as my compensation to Sarah's family. Chapter 30. The prisoners surpassed the capacity of the cells. Observing Jonah gradually fade with the holy light, Yverre felt no envy, for his ambitions lay elsewhere. What he truly desired was the mastery of supreme power, granting him liberation from the constraints of others and geography. Furthermore, he aspired to protect those he cherished, liberating them from the cycle of life and death. Retracting his gaze, Yverre regarded Sarah's family, who seemed as if time had paused. Jonah had already communicated the location of the reward to me. I shall convert it into currency, and after deducting the fee for my services, the surplus will be returned to you. Here is a postcard from my office. Do remember to visit me at my store tomorrow afternoon. Without waiting for a response from Sarah's family, Yverre turned gracefully and strode towards the rear of the house. He directed his sole perception downward, focusing on the large tree mentioned by Jonah. To his surprise, he discovered a small chest of jewelry buried 3 meters underground. Channeling a fraction of his recovering spiritual energy, he subtly manipulated the spatial force to extract the chest and bring it to the surface before finally storing it away. Unfortunately, his rudimentary talent was rather inadequate, proving to be both energy-consuming and inflexible. Having completed this task, Yverre departed from the location, intending to compensate Sarah's family with the original value of the items, ensuring it did not appear as though he had exploited them financially. However, should these antiquities find their way to future clients through his own efforts, he would not hesitate to capitalize on their true worth. The death of Sinclair, while elevating his son Jonah to the heavens, stirred no significant repercussions. The world continued to evolve, with Sinclair's demise akin to a drop of ink dissolving into the vast ocean. As the clock struck late into the night, Los Angeles, often referred to as the City of Angels, descended into chaos reminiscent of a scene from a GTA game. As the night deepened, various illicit transactions and activities proliferated throughout the city, particularly in the slums of downtown, south of the 10 freeway, and in Compton. Beyond these primary zones, other areas also witnessed a frenzied display of lawlessness, especially in this world intermingled with supernatural forces. Those unfortunate enough to fall victim to robbery, theft, assault, or battery could only reach for their phones to call for help, inundating the Los Angeles Police Department and its precincts with calls. Since the turn of the millennium, crime rates had surged alarmingly, likely fueled by the pervasive negativity and the ever-expanding influence of malevolent forces. The number of wrongdoers had escalated, with petty thefts evolving into violent robberies, and what began as minor offenses spiraled into heinous acts. Many petty criminals, swept up in this tide, ultimately crossed the threshold into serious crime, transforming small evildoers into greater threats. Within the Angels Railway, the atmosphere in the 5th Precinct grew tense as the night unfolded, with Chief Jerry casting a grim gaze upon his subordinates. "Are you implying that our holding cells can no longer accommodate the increasing number of criminals?" he inquired. "Yes, sir. That is indeed the case," a seasoned, upright middle-aged officer replied, his voice tense. "As the number of offenders rises, our facilities are overwhelmed. Damn it. We ought to reinstate the death penalty. Allowing these scoundrels to live is merely draining our police budget." Chief Jerry's expression darkened as he grappled with the escalating costs of feeding the growing number of inmates. Before a thorough conviction is achieved, these scoundrels cannot be confined to prison, nor should they engage in compulsory labor that yields profit. This situation has further irked Director Jerry, who has always held a disdain for them. Consequently, he has reduced their daily meals from 3 to 2. Well then, starting tomorrow, let us revert to the utilization of the old police station. Helpless in his decision, Director Jerry opted to reinstate the original 5th Precinct. Upon hearing this, an old sheriff grew anxious. "No, Chief. Have you forgotten that our previous police station was haunted? You need not concern yourself. Tomorrow we shall ensure normal attendance." Director Jerry waved his hand, interrupting the old sheriff's impending protest while assuring him, "I will find a way to resolve this matter." Witnessing the director's resolute determination, the sheriffs in the office reluctantly acquiesced to his orders. Despite their reluctance to return to such an unsettling place, the new precinct simply lacked available space, necessitating the use of the old station. It would be utterly preposterous to send criminals captured in their jurisdiction to another district, as that would clearly imply their area was too chaotic for them to manage, which would be a blatant embarrassment. As several sheriffs exited Director Jerry's office and returned to their respective posts, they began to deliberate on how to arrange the shifts. Once his subordinates had departed, Director Jerry lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag that instantly invigorated him. He then picked up the landline and called his good friend Tom. The following morning, the weather was particularly dismal. Not only was it overcast, but the air also felt stifling. Early in the day, Yverre rose and opened the system panel to tally his gains from the previous day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 52 soulless wraiths, earning 52 white lottery chances and 52 essence points. Detected 52 identical talents, wraith body. Does the host wish to replicate? Really? A wraith is worth only a single essence point? Yverre stared at the information displayed on the system screen, momentarily dumbfounded. Ah, well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He proceeded to replicate all the entries. Ding! Entry replication successful, stored in the backup entry repository. Listening to the system's prompt, Yverre's gaze shifted to another kill notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the second-tier malevolent spirit, the boss Sinclair, in the haunting at the morgue event. Name, Sinclair. Body, 0. Soul, 70. Psyche, 50. Replicable talents, yellow, environmental control, cursed mark, doom black mist, fire. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a yellow lottery chance and 12 essence points. Would the host like to replicate this target's talent entries? Replicate all of them, and then grant me some enhancements. With a physical enhancement of 25, a spiritual augmentation of 25, and a psychic increase of 14, Yverre has decisively chosen to convert the surplus of 64 essence points into his own power. As the essence points gradually dissipate, Yverre distinctly senses his strength surging, a transformation emanating from within. His body undergoes a process of tearing and reconstitution, elevating his life level and enhancing his personal limits. His soul is continuously refined and tempered, becoming ever more pure and concentrated. His physique autonomously and rapidly absorbs the energies of the cosmos, converting them into the most refined psychic energy. As the upper limits and quality of his psychic energy rise, Yverre perceives an acceleration in his energy recovery rate, potentially reducing consumption as well. Yet, the precise effects will only be revealed upon the completion of this enhancement. With the infusion of 64 essence points, Yverre's physical and spiritual attributes combine to reach 120 points, propelling him to a pivotal third tier. As his physical, spiritual, and psychic enhancements attain this third tier, Yverre's life level undergoes another evolution. His innate talent is simultaneously strengthened, achieving a third-tier green quality. Clenching his fist, Yverre casually thrusts forward with a punch. Boom! The air shatters, his strike echoing like cannon fire. This punch surpasses its predecessor by over threefold, and Yverre estimates his physical strength to be around 10 tons. A full-blooded surge would yield approximately 20 tons, and after a six-fold enhancement from his armor, he could potentially contend with the cinematic Hulk in his normal state. Indeed, the third tier is a significant watershed. Yverre revels in his newfound power, momentarily believing he could pierce through the very earth. Of course, this is merely an illusion born from his sudden surge in strength. After acclimating to his newfound power, Yverre accesses his personal attribute panel. Name: Yverre, Lucia. Race: human. Identity: owner of the Yverre Exorcism Agency. Realm: Tier 3, 120. 500. Physique: 63. Spirit: 57. Psyche: 34. Essence points: 0. Innate talent: green dual soul. Doubles all attributes based on the current tier's spiritual quality. Armor transformation: 60. Armor coverage, unleashing 6 times personal strength while simultaneously granting 6 times physical defense. Bullet time: surpassing the watershed, the quality of the entry improves, allowing foresight of events occurring 3 seconds into the future while slowing the perceived speed of opponents by threefold. Spatial control: surpassing the watershed, enhancing control, expanding the range of spatial manipulation, enabling minor instant teleportation within the controlled area without prior movement. Available copy talent slots: 40 white, precise shooting; yellow, instantaneous traversal, shadow phasing; illusion manipulation, body possession, soul whale, environmental manipulation, curse symbols. Backup talent attributes: white attribute, omitted, 97, yellow, fear absorption, green, soul of resentment. Available lottery attempts: white, 97 times, yellow, 3 times, green, 1 time. Copy attempts: synthesis attempts, upgrade attempts, omitted, accumulating daily. System warehouse: green, infinite bullet golden eagle pair; white, 1 bank card with 900,000 US dollars. Chapter 31. Accepting the police station's commission again, cult leader. How exhilarating. I am on the verge of 100 consecutive draws. I eagerly anticipate what yellow guaranteed reward will be triggered. Gazing at the more than 90 white lottery attempts, Yverre is filled with excitement. As an avid gambler, is it not the very moment of anticipation that brings joy to the heart? Stowing away the system panel, Yverre commenced honing his ability of instantaneous movement within the spacious gym. It is crucial to practice beforehand. What if, in the heat of battle against an adversary, he accidentally teleports right into their face, delivering himself as a gift? While Yverre diligently practiced his instantaneous movement, shifting laterally within the gym, at the Angel Railway 5th Bureau, in the office of the chief, Jerry, who had not returned home the previous night, took a deep drag from his cigarette, mustering his energy. After a few minutes of waiting, an older white sheriff, who had come in early, entered his office. Jerry, having scarcely rested through the night, regarded his subordinate, who had been with him for over a decade, with tired eyes. Have a seat, Bob. The reason I asked you to come in early today is that I need you to enlist an exorcist to help us cleanse the old police station. Bob, a longtime employee under Jerry's leadership, accepted without hesitation. He settled into the guest sofa in the office, his curiosity tinged with doubt. Chief, do you truly believe this exorcist can help? You must remember, after the incidents at our old station, none of the exorcists we hired were able to resolve the issues there. Unperturbed by the skepticism, Chief Jerry extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a deep cloud of smoke before calmly explaining, while I am uncertain of this exorcist's true capabilities, I can assure you that my old friend Tom would not recommend someone unworthy. So, it is Tom's recommendation. Bob realized this and understood why his chief was so confident in the exorcist. It was a recommendation from an acquaintance. Bob's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he inquired. Since it is recommended by Chief Tom, it must imply some level of competence. So, Chief, how much should we offer? Once you arrive there, simply mention that you were referred by Chief Tom. He should provide a reasonable price. We will then proceed to draft a contract at that rate. After the matter is concluded, I shall apply for special funding from above. Receiving a clear response, Bob wasted no time. He stood, exchanged greetings with Chief Jerry, and swiftly departed the police station. Over an hour later, Bob parked his patrol car a mere dozen meters from the prominent exorcism agency run by Yverre. The journey had not required such an extensive duration. However, during his drive, Bob had encountered a gang of robbers. As an experienced sheriff, his sense of justice compelled him to intervene, which resulted in a slight delay. Upon disembarking, he surveyed the intersection, his gaze falling upon the conspicuous exorcism office. And a sense of belief began to take root within him. Surely, only a capable exorcist would dare to establish their office in such a visible location. Unafraid of the potential repercussions should a genuine supernatural event occur. With this thought in mind, Sheriff Bob strode confidently into the establishment. At that moment, Yverre, who had just finished practicing his spatial teleportation abilities, had only recently arrived at the office. He had just placed the glass display's haunted doll, Paralysis, onto the front desk when he noticed a middle-aged Caucasian man with the classic appearance of a redneck entering his shop. "Good sir, have you encountered some trouble?" Yverre paused his actions, placing Paralysis on the counter before inquiring. Bob, who had been surveying the interior, turned his attention toward the counter upon hearing Yverre's voice. To his surprise, the exorcist was a young man. Could it be that Director Tom had made an error? This youth appeared to be only a few years older than his own daughter, Brenda, who was a high school senior. As Bob observed the young Yverre, doubts about the exorcist's reliability began to surface, an opinion held by many. A common adage echoed in his mind: no hair on the lips, unreliable in action. Yet, the very next moment, the doll on the counter shifted Bob's perspective. He recognized it. It was the same cursed doll that had killed his colleague and had subsequently escaped. Had he encountered this object elsewhere, Bob might have remained indifferent. However, finding it within an exorcist's office recommended by the police chief elevated his certainty that this doll was, indeed, a genuine haunted artifact. With his thoughts transformed, Bob hastened to introduce himself. "Hello, you must be the exorcist master recommended by Director Tom." Seeing Bob's rapid change of demeanor, Yverre understood the implications. Instinctively, he patted Paralysis on the head, unperturbed by Bob's fluctuating attitude. At the very least, Bob's acknowledgement validated Yverre's approach. Displaying tangible evidence indeed bolstered his credibility. "Since you were sent by Director Tom, please share the details of your experience." "I shall offer you a suitable price," Yverre stated ambiguously, refraining from directly implying a discount. The price remained fixed. Rules could not be bent, not even for Director Tom. Bob, however, paid little mind to this, swiftly recounting the events that had transpired at their police station. After hearing the entire account, Yverre confirmed that this was the plot of a film titled The Last Shift. However, compared to the original storyline, the events unfolding in this world were far more bizarre and terrifying. Based on the information provided by Bob, Yverre estimated that the cult leader, Paimon, had transformed into a malevolent spirit of approximately second-tier peak strength. The women who had fallen under his influence and perished had become malevolent spirits, likely of first-tier strength. After a brief calculation, Yverre stated his fee for intervention. "According to your information, there are at least a dozen malevolent spirits within your precinct, depending on their varying strengths. I shall set my starting fee at 1.5 million. Should you have any objections, feel free to consult the price list over there." He indicated towards the pricing chart on the counter. Bob, upon hearing such an exorbitant fee, instinctively swallowed hard. However, considering that the cost would not come out of his own pocket, he managed to regain his composure. "Very well. Since this comes as a recommendation from Director Tom, I naturally place my trust in you." Yverre then produced a contract, and he and Bob signed it. Afterward, Yverre continued, "This evening you shall proceed with your regular shift. Whoever is scheduled to come, let them come. I will arrive punctually at your precinct around 8 o'clock. Yverre had not forgotten about the rookie female officer from the movie, who was quite commendable. Someone like him, who would never waste a grain of rice, would not be remiss in accepting such unexpected delight. Bob then conferred with Yverre about what preparations they should make for the night. Once he was certain of his recollections, Bob took his leave from Yverre's establishment and hurried back to the precinct to report his findings to Chief Jerry. Seated in his office chair, Chief Jerry's expression twitched slightly upon hearing the starting fee of $1.5 million. However, recalling the reminder from his old friend Tom the previous night, he managed to maintain his composure. I understand, Bob. You've done a commendable job. In due time, I will grant you a month of paid leave, Chief Jerry assured. It was not his style to have his subordinates work without rewards. With Jerry's promise, Bob's usually stern visage broke into a rare smile. With this holiday, he could take his family on a splendid road trip from Los Angeles to New York. Chapter 32. The Followers of the Demon Pillar Paimon. Time swiftly passed amidst the bustling procurement at the 5th Precinct. As the clock struck 8, the weather was unkind, and darkness fell much more swiftly than in previous days. Even at this early hour, the night had wholly descended. This evening, the 5th Precinct had assigned a newcomer to the old station for duty, a young girl. She was none other than Jessica, the female protagonist from the original storyline of The Last Shift. Dressed in a crisp and capable police uniform, Jessica remains oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. Unbeknownst to her, as a novice, she has been thrust into this role by seasoned veterans, serving as a scapegoat for their burdens. At this moment, Jessica is fueled solely by the passionate resolve inherited from her father. With nearly 50 pounds of salt slung over her shoulder, she trudges into the precinct of the old 5th Division. As she gazes upon the place where her father once served, a multitude of emotions floods her heart. Steeling herself, she begins to carry out her superior's instructions, meticulously scattering a circle of salt around the police station. Though the reasoning behind this task eludes her, she remains steadfast in her commitment. One by one, the 500-gram bags of salt are emptied, and after utilizing all 50 pounds, she finally encircles the precinct. Just as Jessica completes her task and returns inside to rest, Yverre arrives in Jessica's sports car at the old precinct's exterior. Stepping out, he surveys the perimeter, now lined with salt, and nods in satisfaction. Not bad. At least she isn't a liability. Although she may not contribute much, her obedience is commendable. Yverre's criterion for assessing a teammate's reliability is simple. As long as they follow instructions and execute their tasks, they are not a liability. Upon entering the old 5th Division, Yverre is met with Jessica, who, startled by the sound of the door, approaches him with her firearm drawn, her demeanor tense. No need for alarm, beautiful officer. A Glock 17 cannot harm me, he remarks, casually snatching the weapon from her grasp with a flick of his wrist, weighing the loaded firearm in his hand. He continues in a calm tone. Moreover, I am here to exorcise, and I believe your superior has informed you of my purpose. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of encircling the precinct with salt. Taken aback by Yverre's display of prowess, Jessica's heart races at his next words, prompting her to lower her weapon. So you are the master Yverre mentioned by Sheriff Bob. I am Jessica, an intern at the 5th Division. Your abilities are remarkable. Being able to manipulate objects from a distance, you truly live up to the title of a master. I have never encountered someone as impressive as you. It feels like a meticulously orchestrated magic trick. Once Jessica begins to speak, she cannot seem to stop, pouring out her thoughts until she finally pauses. In truth, Jessica embodies the spirit of a passionate and benevolent young woman, driven by a sense of responsibility and her father's legacy, a quintessential embodiment of youthful fervor. However, Yverre harbors no disdain for her enthusiasm. Despite not being a kind-hearted idealist himself, he appreciates such spirited individuals. All right, Jessica, let us discuss these matters after tonight. First, allow me to show you the place where John Makeson worshipped Paimon. I sense that there is more to this than meets the eye. Ah, very well, Master Yverre. Upon hearing this, Jessica took the lead, guiding Yverre while curiously inquiring, is there perhaps some hidden truth in this? Yverre followed closely behind Jessica as they entered the corridor of the police station. He did not respond directly to Jessica's question, but instead reflected upon the information he had encountered in his cousin John Constantine's collection of exorcism texts, where he had come across references to the 72 pillars of the demon Paimon. Paimon, rooted in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, is one of the fallen angels, possessing immense power. He is the proud king of demons and one of the most loyal adherents of Lucifer, commanding the first legion of demons under Lucifer's banner. It has now become evident that this individual, John Makeson, venerates the demon Paimon to such an extent that he has even altered his ancestral surname to Paimon. effectively disavowing his lineage in favor of this demon. Utilizing his formidable soul power, Yverre swiftly recalled the pertinent details. Finally, he addressed Jessica's curiosity. The demon worshipped by John Makeson is known as Paimon, a pillar of great strength with a significant status in hell. As he spoke, Yverre's expression grew grave. At this juncture, I am uncertain whether Makeson has indeed acquired the power granted by Paimon through the sacrifice of innocent maidens. He harbors a concern that Makeson might receive Paimon's boon and transform into a semi-demonic entity capable of traversing the physical realm. This is one of the detrimental consequences of the horrific amalgamation of worlds. While individual potential has been elevated, individuals of previously modest strength have, through sacrifice, genuinely attained the favor of certain entities. According to the original narrative, Makeson's power would likely max out at the pinnacle of the first tier. His murderous inclinations would rely on manipulating Jessica into a state of chaos, prompting her to commit acts of violence. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Should Makeson truly obtain the powers bestowed by the pillar demon Paimon, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a third-tier lesser demon, and furthermore, he would manifest as a corporeal semi-demon within the real world. The power of such a semi-demon would undoubtedly surpass that of other beings of the same tier, making it conceivable that he could engage Yverre in combat on equal footing. Yverre himself does not fear those of the same tier. Rather, he dreads the possibility of Makeson transforming into a tangible mid-tier demon or even a higher-tier demon. While the likelihood of this is minimal, it cannot be entirely dismissed. Presently, Yverre's objective is to inspect the cell where Makeson was once held, as well as the entirety of the police station. Should the levels of malevolent energy remain within acceptable limits, it would indicate that Makeson is still merely a Kalami, unobserved by the pillar demon Paimon. However, if the malevolent energy exceeds the threshold, surpassing the third tier, Yverre will not hesitate to turn and escort Jessica from this place without delay. In the midst of their conversation, Yverre and Jessica arrived at the cell that once held Makeson, a place where several prisoners had met their demise. Even after Makeson's own death, Yverre gazed through the glass window at the interior of the cell. In his perception, the malevolent energy particles in the air were distinctly vibrant, swirling, gathering, and rolling within the confines of the cell. However, their quality and intensity were not particularly high, appearing to be of a secondary nature. Upon realizing this, Yverre quietly exhaled in relief. He genuinely did not wish to confront the demons so soon. They were not only troublesome, but they also traveled in packs, with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Particularly, the demons of a single faction would send another to continue their assault upon the demise of one, relentlessly pursuing until they successfully consumed your flesh and harvested your soul. Do not question why Yverre understood all this. It was simple. His cousin, Constantine, who was still wandering the globe hunting demons, held significant authority and representation in such matters. It was not that John did not desire stability in one place. Rather, as soon as he paused, the demons from hell would pinpoint his location, leading to a continuous cycle of death among those close to him. Not wanting to burden his friends indefinitely, John had no choice but to remain rootless, relying on his exorcisms to accumulate merit for his ascension to heaven, thereby averting his descent into hell, where he might be torn apart by the very demons he once banished. Observing the mere secondary level of malevolent energy within the cell, he returned to Jessica and spoke. The situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Perhaps Makeson's ritual had not been completed, leaving him merely an ordinary malevolent spirit. Is that so, Master Yverre? Shall we commence the exorcism? Jessica replied, her innocence evident as she nodded, her expression one of admiration and reliance. Chapter 33. What divine messenger? Truly a master of self-aggrandizement. Yverre, noticing Jessica's naivete yet obedience, responded with a smile. Indeed, since there are no unforeseen complications, we may begin the exorcism. Upon receiving affirmation, Jessica excitedly shook her small, fair fists before her, like a child brimming with enthusiasm. What do you need me to do, Master Yverre? How may I assist you? As a novice in the realm of exorcism, Jessica appeared overly excited, wholly unaware of the inherent dangers involved. No need for that. While I perform the exorcism, you shall wait outside. No matter what you hear, do not enter, especially if you hear my cries for help or the voices of your deceased relatives. Observing Jessica's eagerness, Yverre decisively waved his hand in refusal. He had no intention of allowing Jessica to partake in this exorcism. not solely due to her being an ordinary human, but also because Yverre harbored suspicions that she might be an integral part of Makeson's sacrificial ritual. Young individuals like Jessica, possessing a heart of sincerity, serve as the finest offerings for the sacrificial ceremony. It is quite possible that after Michael's sacrifice of Jessica, he might indeed attract the gaze of Paimon, thereby acquiring the powers bestowed by her. However, there are no buts. Eve interrupted Jessica's forthcoming words, grasping her soft hand, which bore the calluses of a gun-wielding life, and swiftly pulled her outside the police station. He also shared his conjectures with her. Eve was not the type to harbor thoughts in secrecy, leaving others to speculate. He expressed everything plainly, so as to avoid endangering his teammates or himself. Upon hearing Eve's speculation, Jessica's minor grievances about not being included in the exorcism dissipated. It turned out that Master Eve was protecting her, not dismissing her. His kindness was overwhelming. In a brief span, Jessica had conjured countless scenarios in her mind, a testament to the innate talent of women, even though she was a strong and competent police officer. Observing Jessica, who was lost in her own thoughts, Eve retrieved the golden desert eagle from the system space and tossed it to her. Use this for self-defense. You must shoot with both hands, or it may fracture your wrist. Ah, understood, Master Eve. Coming back to her senses, Jessica eagerly caught the golden desert eagle, which soared through the air in a graceful arc. The moment she held the golden pistol, a wave of comfort washed over her, purging the malevolent energy that had clung to her within the police station. Truly, it was the weapon of an exorcism master. Fascinated by the exquisite firearm, which resembled a work of art, Jessica couldn't help but marvel internally. She then lifted her gaze to Eve, who had re-entered the old 5th precinct. You can do it, Master Eve. Eve did not look back. With a casual wave of his hand, he conveyed an air of confidence as if everything were under his control. Once inside the police station, his figure swiftly vanished as he searched for Michael's whereabouts. Jessica stood in place, watching Eve disappearing silhouette, her heartstrings resonating as if touched. It thumped incessantly, echoing the very essence of her fantasies about a partner, a solitary superhero, confronting adversaries and facing all challenges alone. In this realm that revered individual strength, such a personal heroism was avidly admired by women. As time trickled by, it reached midnight. The malevolent energy became increasingly active in Eve's perception, and the atmosphere within the police station grew ominous. After fruitlessly searching the 1st and 2nd floors, Eve turned his gaze toward the 3rd floor hall, now the epicenter of the malevolent energy. As anticipated, upon arriving on the 3rd floor, Yverre was greeted by the vast, desolate studio. Within its confines, a dozen ethereal female specters adorned in white, tormented in life and now controlled in death, had materialized. At the center of their circle knelt a man, his face marked with an inverted pentagram, fervently devoted to his dark purpose. The tiled floor bore a grand ritualistic magic array, intricately inscribed in blood. The design was peculiar. The outer circle featured an inverted pentagram, while the inner circle comprised an inverted triangle, intersecting X symbols, and a V shape at the base. At its core lay a complex geometric emblem, a crown intertwined with a single humped camel and musical notes, representing the sigil of Paimon. Witnessing this scene, Yverre suddenly felt a profound connection. It dawned on her that the missing element in her cinematic experiences was indeed the sinister rituals of demonic sacrifice and arcane formations. Cursed exorcist, you should not be here, she thought. You obstruct the arrival of the great Paimon, hinder his divine gaze upon his devoted followers. As a future apostle of Paimon, I shall not forgive your trespass. Michael, kneeling within the confines of the array, slowly lifted his head to reveal his ghastly visage, etched with the inverted pentagram. Another fool, utterly enamored with the demon to the point of madness. Yverre mused, her expression tinged with derision. Pray, spare us your self-aggrandizing proclamations of being an apostle of Paimon. Do you not comprehend that Paimon, the lord of the Pillar of Demons, is renowned for his pursuit of knowledge and art? As she contemplated Paimon's dedication to the pursuit of ultimate artistry and wisdom, the sight of Michael in his current state incited a desire to intervene, yet she hesitated, aware of his status as a follower. She was compelled to endure the sight of his grotesque form, listening to him refer to her as master. The thought of having to grant him power to further propagate his misguided faith stirred a sense of amusement within Yverre. As if sensing her disrespectful thoughts, Michael rose, his yellow eyes piercingly cold, fixated on Yverre. Cursed exorcist, are you mocking my faith in Lord Paimon? He seethed. In response, Yverre fired her gun, abruptly interrupting his tirade. Cease your incessant barking. You are nothing but a wretched soul who can only seduce and slaughter women. Do you truly believe yourself to be an apostle of the demon? You are mere refuse, a foul remnant of society. Lies do not harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. As her pointed remarks lingered in the air, Yverre's psychological tactics bore fruit. The simple, scathing words had shattered Michael's composure. He had turned to the worship of Paimon out of despair for his unfulfilled life, and now Yverre's incisive words pierced through his fragile facade, leaving him unable to endure the truth. At this moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. Michael's figure, enveloped in malevolent energy particles, vanished from the sacrificial magic array in an instant. His voice, laden with venomous bitterness, reverberated throughout the vast studio. Damn exorcist! I shall tear your mouth apart. Without any warning, a ghostly claw materialized ominously behind Yverre's head, poised to crush his skull. Yet, Yverre appeared oblivious, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Die! Michael bellowed, seemingly expending all his strength, intent on shattering the head of this accursed exorcist. However, at the moment his claw was about to make contact with Yverre's skull, it bizarrely met with emptiness. The previously stationary Yverre had vanished. Damn it! Where is he? As Michael stood there, bewildered, a fist the size of a sandbag silently appeared above the back of his head. Yverre had swiftly consumed 10 points of spiritual energy to execute 2 spatial teleports within a 10-meter radius. This fist, empowered by 6-fold armor-enhanced strength, struck Michael's head with tremendous force. Bang! The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed through the air. Black, red, yellow, and white matter exploded instantly in midair. Soon after, a headless corpse plummeted from the heavens. Ugh! Disgusting! Yverre disdainfully flicked off the bits of flesh clinging to his hand. Were it not for the fear that Michael might die within the sacrificial magic array and trigger unforeseen consequences, Yverre would have dealt a blow earlier. Just as he ascended the stairs, he unleashed a sudden, soul-targeting, soul wail upon his adversary. For someone like Karami, an ordinary second-tier malevolent spirit, Yverre found no need to exert himself. He could dispatch them in a heartbeat, let alone now that he was a tier above. With Michael's body and soul facing dual demise, the girls he had controlled, their faces twisted in agony, slowly regained their senses. Where's this? Why have I become like this? Mommy, I want to go home. The once dominant female spirits now cried out, in confusion. Generally, Yverre refrained from harming such unfortunate souls unless they posed a threat to him. He would not kill these already unfortunate beings for the mere sake of a few source points. Enough. Quiet down. You are dead now. There's no going back home. However, if you are willing to pay, I can arrange for you to meet your family. Yverre interjected, silencing the wailing spirits. Those who wish to see their families, come to me. Those who do not can follow the guidance of the soul light to their next destination. Among the young female souls, only 2 or 3 followed the soul light's guidance and departed, while the others chose to pursue a meeting with their families. For such an opportunity that promises both profit and prestige, Yverre would certainly not let it slip by. After collecting the female specters into the system space and designating a specific area, Yverre stepped out of the police station. Chapter 34, Mayflower Department Store. Grasping Michael's headless corpse, Yverre strode back to the first floor. As he reached the ground floor of the station, he spotted Jessica, who was bent over with her backside protruding, pressing her face against the glass door, intently observing the happenings inside. Being a young woman, she still possessed a lively spirit. Upon noticing Yverre, Jessica, aided by the corridor's light, vaguely saw him holding a corpse. Wow, Master Yverre, you did it! She exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing him. However, recalling Yverre's previous warning, she quickly took a step back, raising her golden Desert Eagle pistol with a wary expression directed at him. Are you really Master Yverre? Well done, Jessica, Yverre replied, raising his hand to effortlessly retrieve the golden Desert Eagle from her grasp. No need to be tense. It is indeed me. As he spoke, he casually discarded Michael's headless body as if disposing of trash, striding confidently out of the station. Yverre was quite pleased with Jessica's reaction. He did not require his woman to be extraordinary before becoming his. He only demanded that she not be mindless. Upon witnessing Yverre's telekinetic abilities once more, Jessica promptly confirmed that the man before her was truly Yverre. She rushed closer, scrutinizing him up and down for a moment, ultimately exclaiming, "Wow, Master Yverre, your physique is remarkable. You completed such a lengthy exorcism without even breaking a sweat. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted downward, leading her to recall the risque remarks shared among friends about needing a physically capable boyfriend to experience the thrill of soaring. Ahem. Jessica, contact Sheriff Bob and have him bring a team to assess the results. Yverre noted Jessica's increasingly audacious gaze, clearing his throat to interrupt her behavior. One must admit, the boldness of her spirit was indeed striking. Oh no. Jessica, caught in her gaze, bashfully averted her eyes. She quickly retrieved her phone to contact Sheriff Bob, who was working late that evening. Upon connecting the call, she succinctly relayed the situation. After listening to her report, Sheriff Bob promptly assured her he would arrive within 10 minutes. In the ensuing moments, Yverre, under Jessica's persistent inquiries, briefly recounted the details of this exorcism and shared some of his past experiences. Finally, after exchanging contact information with Jessica, Sheriff Bob arrived as promised, interrupting their conversation with Jessica's discontented gaze lingering on them both. As Sheriff Bob hurriedly arrived at the scene, Yverre observed him with a sense of urgency. He guided Bob to the first-floor corridor where Michael's lifeless body lay, before briefly showcasing the exorcism site on the third floor. He detailed the circumstances surrounding Michael's demise and advised Sheriff Bob to cleanse the sacrificial magic circle with either salt or holy water, as its capacity to accumulate malevolent energy was alarmingly potent. Failure to eradicate it would leave the old police station susceptible to hauntings. Based on his observations and Yverre's thorough account, Sheriff Bob was convinced that the exorcism had indeed been successfully performed. No problem, Master Yverre. I will remember everything you said. We will ensure that your fee is dispatched by the end of the month. Yverre had no objections to this timeline. After finalizing their exchange, Sheriff Bob turned to meet Jessica's eager gaze. With a satisfied smile, Bob nodded approvingly at the young woman, recalling his previous conversation with Chief Jerry. He commended Jessica for her efforts, recommending her promotion to a full-time position and stating that her shift for the night was concluded, permitting her to leave early. Jessica's excitement was palpable, a double celebration indeed. She turned to Yverre and boldly extended an invitation. Master Yverre, would you care to join me for a late-night snack? After our battle, I find myself quite hungry. Yverre did not decline. In fact, he would not entertain the notion of refusal. As Sheriff Bob watched Yverre and Jessica depart in their vehicle, a wave of nostalgia for youth washed over him. He silently resolved to raise his standards for any future suitor of his daughter, Brenda, not necessarily requiring them to be as remarkable as Yverre, but certainly not as lackluster as his son-in-law. It was past 3 in the morning when Yverre returned to his villa on Sunset Boulevard. Their late-night meal consisted of ordinary steak and grilled delicacies. Though both harbored romantic notions, the reserved Jessica did not accompany Yverre back to his home. Their interaction was limited to a simple meal, allowing them to glean a bit about each other. However, before parting ways, Jessica bestowed a tender kiss upon Yverre, signaling her intentions. She clarified that she was not deliberately stringing him along, but wished to avoid hastily offering her first intimate experience. She preferred to prepare herself properly, don elegant attire, and plan a proper date. The following afternoon, under splendid weather with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze, Yverre had just risen, still reflecting on the gains from vanquishing Michael the previous day, when he was forcibly escorted by Maria, Emma, and Esther to Rodeo Drive. This street was renowned as the most opulent shopping avenue in Beverly Hills. Oh my, Yverre, look over there. That's a brand new shopping mall. Not long after they set off, Emma grasped Yverre's large hand with her left and pointed towards a newly opened 10-story shopping mall on the left side of the street. Following her finger, Yverre beheld the grandeur of the Mayflower Mall, which harmoniously fused European architectural elegance with modern design, exuding an impressive aura. Despite its numerous alterations, it appeared even more magnificent than in the films. However, the name Mayflower Mall struck a familiar chord with Yverre. Was this not the very mall from the movie Mirror of Evil, where a tragic fire had once occurred? Yverre's gaze faltered as he stood transfixed before the imposing structure. In the film, the original site of the Mayflower Mall was not a shopping center, but rather a sanatorium known as the Mayflower Asylum. There, a girl named Anna Essek had been possessed by a demon, and the doctors employed mirror therapy to forcibly separate the malevolent spirit from her, trapping it within a mirror. Though Anna was cured, the demon remained imprisoned in the glass. Shortly after Anna's departure, it unleashed a massacre within the hospital, leading to its eventual abandonment. Later, the Mayflower Asylum was purchased and transformed into a mall. Yet, shortly after its grand opening, the demon within the mirror wreaked havoc, resulting in a fire that forced the establishment to close, setting the stage for the events depicted in Mirror of Evil. Yverre rapidly recalled the plot of the film, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. The Mirror Demon, master of the mirrored realm. This creature's abilities, he was determined to seize for himself. The three girls, Maria, Emma, and Esther, observed Yverre, who stood in deep contemplation, gazing intently at the Mayflower Mall. They refrained from breaking the silence. Maria and Emma were well aware of Yverre's formidable prowess, while Esther, perceptive and astute, noted their reactions before forming her own. She realized her own response had lagged behind the other two. It was evident that Maria and Emma had gleaned information regarding Yverre, while she remained in the dark. This realization stirred a sense of urgency within Esther, prompting her to reconsider her strategy and contemplate whether to hasten her actions. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three girls, Yverre snapped back to reality and noticed their silence. With a warm smile, he waved his hand and said generously, "Come on, let us explore the mall. Whatever you desire, it's on me." Despite the lurking dangers of Mayflower Mall, he was not deterred. However, he felt it prudent not to venture too deeply with Maria and the others, as it would complicate his ability to utilize spatial powers to escape with them. After all, the mirror demon in the film was exceedingly sinister, its capabilities nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to counteract. Not to mention, this version of the entity seemed to be fortified within this world. As the quartet entered the mall, Yverre was barely able to absorb the surroundings before he sensed that he had entered a peculiar boundary. The atmosphere within the shopping mall is chaotic, imbued with the protection of a radiant magic array and an insidious, malevolent force that entwines and spreads throughout. The three sisters, Maria, possessing a stronger spiritual essence than ordinary individuals, feel an unsettling discomfort amid the mall's opulent yet eerily peculiar decor, as if they are being watched. They have sensed the disquieting nature of their surroundings and instinctively draw closer to Yverre. Particularly, Maria hears the haunting screams of her sister, Alan. "Ah, Maria, you must leave this place. There is a demon here. The entity is exceedingly dangerous. Even from a distance, my soul is repelled by the mirrors in this place. While this demon is ensnared by the unknown magic array on the ground, you must take Yverre and the others and escape." Alan's urgency conveys the dire implication that a single moment's delay could seal their fate. Chapter 35. The Demon in the Mirror. Prompted by her sister Alan's warning, Maria instinctively turns to Yverre. "Brother Yverre," Alan said. "I am aware," Yverre interjects, halting Maria's forthcoming words. Though he harbors suspicions that this locale is ensnared by a seal set by a capable exorcist or demon hunter, he refrains from allowing Maria to take unnecessary risks by voicing any words that may attract the mirror demoness' attention. It is crucial to note that Maria's twin sister, Alan, is also associated with a malevolent spirit linked to mirrors. Such malevolent entities do not coexist harmoniously. Rather, they engage in a relentless struggle for dominance, seeking to consume one another in order to seize the powers that each possesses. Maria, Alan, Esther, take a look at the patterns on the floor of the main hall. Yverre gestures towards the intricate yet ordered designs etched into the marble surface of the shopping mall. Heeding their brother's directive, the three sisters scrutinize the patterns with utmost seriousness. After a brief moment, Emma, who has diligently studied exorcism lore over the past few nights, grimaces as she articulates her conclusion. This is a sealing magic array that combines the Red King's seal with both the hexagram and pentagram. Indeed, Emma is correct, Yverre replies, nodding in astonishment at her depth of knowledge. This is unequivocally a sealing magic array, and a formidable one at that. At its core lies the Red King's seal, which symbolizes sulfur, the sun, and the principle of masculinity, corresponding to the Holy Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The pentagram and hexagram serve to suppress and dispel malevolent forces, thereby diminishing the power of a certain presence in this place. Armed with his formidable spiritual strength, Yverre has meticulously retained all the knowledge he has previously absorbed. This information is a synthesis drawn from the exorcism texts and John's own journal that he had previously examined. Based on the information at hand, Yverre could ascertain that the mirror demon was far more complex than what was portrayed in films of the past. After all, this was a realm steeped in horror, and it was entirely plausible that this mirror demon was a manifestation or a projection of some entity from the depths of hell. As Yverre imparted some exorcism knowledge to Maria and her companions, they found themselves on the 6th floor of the building. This level was dedicated to clothing, featuring both luxury and affordable brands, alongside a line introduced by Mayflower itself. Given its nature, this floor housed the most mirrors in the entire Mayflower department store. Notably, the western wall displayed an enormous floor-to-ceiling mirror, towering 3 persons high and 2 wide, where many women came to take photos while shopping for clothes. Consequently, the area was bustling with people. In the midst of this lively crowd, a pair of eyes, shrouded in malice, frenzy, and a thirst for blood, quietly opened within the mirror realm. Its appearance was grotesque, resembling a desiccated corpse devoid of skin, having lain dormant for decades. The awakened mirror demon, with its yellow, malevolent eyes, greedily observed the chattering individuals outside the mirror, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. Its voice, grating and harsh, emerged like a cacophony worse than that of a quacking duck. So many vibrant souls. What a splendid feast this would be. Praise be to my Lord Mammon. This marked the demon's first prayer to its sovereign since awakening. However, it did not immediately act upon the individuals beyond the mirror. Instead, it scrutinized the reflected information, plotting an accident to claim a life. It was not out of mercy that it refrained from striking. Rather, it feared being plunged back into slumber by the exorcist who had once sealed it away. Having failed to fulfill the task bestowed by its king, it had been granted a brief revival through certain means to engage in a new plan. These years were pivotal for the scheme, and should it suffer severe injury leading to another slumber, it would be left with no choice but to succumb to despair and return to hell for punishment. Fire. So warm yet perilous. The mirror demon gazed at a discarded cigarette butt, still smoldering on the ground, and a sinister grin crept across its grotesque visage. It picked up the still-burning stub, channeling a fraction of its power to accelerate its combustion. Then, unseen by the denizens of the real world, the mirror demon ignited the garments within its realm. As flames began to swell, it unleashed its power. In an instant, the clothes in the real world erupted into fierce flames, spreading rapidly, offering no chance for reaction. The fire seemed almost alive, clinging tenaciously to anything it touched. Panic-stricken individuals, fleeing in all directions, were engulfed by flames and quickly reduced to charred remains. The entire 6th floor was ablaze, and the fire was not merely spreading gradually. It was advancing with an irrational swiftness. By the time the mall's general manager received the news, the ferocious flames had already leapt to the 5th and 7th floors. Aware of certain details, the manager, disregarding his own safety, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily contacted his employer. "Hello, boss, we have a situation. It seems that the entity we contained in the mall has awakened." There was a prolonged silence on the other end before the boss finally replied with a detached tone. "Understood. Someone will handle it." His demeanor suggested an utter disregard for the loss of life resulting from this incident, as well as the potential financial repercussions it might entail. Such an attitude was indeed thought-provoking, starkly contrasting with the expected demeanor of a businessman. "Dear patrons, a fire has erupted on the 6th floor. We kindly ask all guests and staff on floors below the 6th to exit the premises in an orderly fashion. Guests and staff on the 6th floor and above should proceed to the top floor via the rear safety exits." Upon hearing the announcement, Yverre wasted no time, swiftly leading Maria and the other 2 women away. The situation was clearly abnormal. The 1st floor had yet to bear the scent of burning, yet the flames were rapidly encroaching upon other levels. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about exorcism would recognize that something sinister was afoot. Although it was likely that the sealed demon was at play, Yverre was not inclined to involve himself in such a perilous endeavor. At least until he had conferred with the authorities and negotiated a fair price, he would not take the lead. Should he intervene now and resolve the issue, the mall could very well refuse to compensate him, or even turn against him. That would be disastrous for Yverre. As Yverre and the 3 women escaped the mall and glanced back, they beheld the 6th floor entirely engulfed in flames, with the 5th and 7th floors suffering as well. The fire only grew more intense, seemingly threatening to spread further. Yverre was determined not to keep Maria, Elon, and Esther in such perilous proximity. He maneuvered through the chaotic throng with the 3 women, and once they reached the safety of the street, he released the spatial barrier enveloping them. "Please, take some time to explore here. I have matters to attend to." Yverre handed each of the 3 women a stack of green bills. They accepted the money without protest. The young girl, Emma, despite her curiosity, restrained herself and simply embraced Yverre. Be careful, big brother Yverre. The faux lowly, Esther, suppressed her curiosity and endeavored to feign the terror befitting her youth. Brother Yverre, we await your return. Please hurry back. Maria, however, was more straightforward. With her age and their relationship granting her ample confidence, she approached Yverre and planted a kiss on his cheek. Be careful, brother Yverre. I will keep a close watch on Emma and Esther. And here, take this. As she spoke, Maria handed him a small mirror. Upon receiving it, Yverre glimpsed Alan within its depths, instantly comprehending Maria's intent. Rest assured, Maria, everything will be fine. Go take Emma and Esther shopping. With that, Yverre departed, leaving behind the complex gazes of the three women, reluctant, expectant, and curious. Upon returning to the street where the Mayflower Mall was located, the crowd had largely dispersed. Yverre paused, allowing his spiritual power to emanate outward. He pierced through the inferno, revealing within the 6th floor a harrowing scene. The mirror demon voraciously devouring the souls of those perished in the flames. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? The mirror demon, sensing a gaze upon it, ceased its gluttonous feast and sharply turned its attention to the world beyond the glass. Yet by then, Yverre had already retracted his spiritual essence. Fascinating, truly extraordinary. He mused inwardly. The demon's overall prowess was vastly superior to that of ordinary malevolent spirits. Just then, a figure on a motorcycle executed a deft drift, stylishly halting not far from the Mayflower Mall. He refrained from entering the throng, as the streets were awash with individuals fleeing the disaster. This individual had been summoned for the exorcism. Chapter 36. Yverre, Dean, how is it you? Navigating against the tide of fleeing people, the short-haired, robust young man caught sight of a familiar silhouette even before he entered the inferno-engulfed mall. Brother Yverre. The exclamation from the youth drew Yverre's attention. He withdrew his gaze from the imposing mirror on the 6th floor and turned to the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the handsome, stalwart young man, Yverre was momentarily taken aback, then beamed in delight. Dean, what a surprise to see you. Encountering Dean Winchester filled Yverre with joy, not merely due to the memories of dark forces from his past life that drew him to this television series, but primarily because in this life, he was a longtime neighbor of the Winchester family. His memories spanned from the age of 7 to 15. When Yverre was 7, the eldest Winchester, Dean, was merely 3 or 4 years old, while the second, Sam, had only just been born. In that very year, Dean and Sam's mother, Mary, was cruelly pinned to the ceiling and burned to death by the yellow-eyed demon Azazel, her soul cast into the depths of hell. That same year, their father, John Winchester, upon learning the harrowing truth, sought advice from Mary Constantine, Eve's mother, regarding the esoteric knowledge and techniques of exorcism. In a matter of months, John honed his skills and expertise in exorcism. Subsequently, he requested Eve's parents to care for Dean and Sam for a while, assuring them that he would send money regularly. Given their amicable relationship, Eve's parents readily agreed. With their consent, John embarked on a solitary journey of vengeance, hunting demons, and searching for his wife. Thereafter, apart from the regular financial support he sent, John seldom returned to visit Dean and Sam. It wasn't until Eve turned 15, following the tragic death of her parents in a mysterious plane accident, that John took the older Dean under his wing, leaving Sam in New York under the care of a nanny. Yet, the annual monetary support continued to flow into Eve's account until she reached adulthood. Consequently, since that pivotal year, Eve had scarcely seen Dean, while Sam, her junior, remained a more frequent visitor. Interestingly, at the time of Eve's graduation, Sam was merely a freshman. Observing the significantly changed Dean, Eve approached and patted his shoulder. Well, look at you. You've matured. It seems Uncle John has entrusted you with his true skills. Dean, thrilled to see his brother after years, felt an overwhelming wave of nostalgia. As a devoted brother, he couldn't help but think of Sam back in New York. Bashfully scratching his head, he inquired about Sam's well-being. Eve, how is Sam doing lately? I've been preoccupied with hunting demons and haven't returned to New York in a while. Fear not, Sam has become a perfectly normal adult. Eve teased, noting Dean's anxious yet composed demeanor, attempting to mask his concern for his brother. She continued with a playful tone, that kid is doing far better than you. Not long ago, when I was in New York, Sam invited me out to dinner with his new girlfriend. Though their acquaintance is recent, their bond appears strong. It seems Sam intends to marry her after graduating. Upon hearing this news, Dean experienced a whirlwind of emotions, his expression shifting rapidly before he finally uttered, "That actually sounds quite good." With that, Dean shifted the conversation, directing his gaze toward the still-burning Mayflower Hotel. "Eve, I know you haven't delved into Aunt Mary's exorcism knowledge. However, this fire is anything but ordinary. It harbors a demon associated with the powers of mirrors. 3 years ago, my father, another formidable demon hunter, and I managed to subdue it into slumber, sealing it within this magical array. It appears that the creature has undoubtedly awakened." Dean's expression grew grave as he spoke, his tone earnest. "Yverre, you would be wise to escort these 3 young girls away from here. I cannot be certain that I alone can confront that fiend." Dean, at this moment, is not the formidable figure equipped with 6 divine armaments from the original narrative of evil forces. Rather, he is, at best, a mere fledgling. In this chaotic and terrifying realm, whether Dean can achieve the same feats as in the original tale remains uncertain. After all, the real world does not offer an abundance of protagonist luck. There is a distinct possibility that today Dean might fall victim to this third-tier mirror demon. Yverre, realizing the gravity of the situation, noted the absence of Uncle John nearby amidst their conversation. If it were only Dean who had come to exorcise the demon, it would indeed pose a serious challenge. A third-tier demon, even when weakened, is not something that the current Dean could recklessly confront. The thought of this darkened Yverre's expression. He could not bear to witness his younger brother, who had lived alongside him for several years, lose his life here. Even within the original storyline of evil forces, Dean is the earthly vessel of the Archangel Michael, endowed with considerable fortune. It is conceivable that in this world, Dean might also serve as the earthly vessel for the Archangel Michael. With the angels in heaven watching over Dean, it would be unlikely for him to perish at this moment. Yet who can be certain that in this world, Dean is indeed Michael's earthly vessel? What if Michael has other vessels and is indifferent to the loss of Dean? Yverre detests the notion of relinquishing destiny to others, and he does not wish for the fate of those around him to be manipulated or controlled at will. "Dean, you must reconsider. That mirror demon is a third-tier entity. Although uncertain of how it has manifested physically, it is indeed a tangible demon." Yverre intercepted Dean as he prepared to enter the mall, his countenance grim as he explained. Dean was taken aback, gazing at Yverre with incredulity. How did you know, Brother Yverre? Have you already resolved to inherit Aunt Maria's will and engage in matters related to exorcism?" Dean, as the central figure, is well aware that the mirror demon is a third-tier entity. Yet, hearing the truth so plainly articulated by Yverre, whom he had not seen in many years, left him genuinely astonished. Pretty much, Yverre did not deny it. He indeed considers himself to have inherited his mother Maria's legacy, albeit for his pursuit of power, while his mother sought to aid others. Though both are engaged in the same endeavor, their motivations differ significantly. All right, let's not dwell on my queries for now. Why didn't Uncle John accompany you? Cough, cough. Dean felt a bit uneasy under Yverre's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively touching his nose and awkwardly clearing his throat. A few days prior, after completing a demon hunting commission, I met a girl at a bar. I sensed a remarkable connection with her, leading to several days of deeper conversation. However, upon returning to the inn to find my father, I discovered he was missing. As Dean recounted this, a complex look crossed his face, ultimately culminating in a resigned shrug. I hadn't even had the chance to search for him when the Los Angeles Demon Hunters Guild called, summoning me to address an issue within the mall. With no way to reach my father, I had no choice but to brave the situation alone. "You rascal." Yverre sighed in exasperation. There was little he could say in such circumstances. Dean, true to form, never faltered in critical moments, yet whenever he found himself idle, he would invariably concoct some peculiar predicaments. This was a sentiment Yverre, who had mentored Dean for 7 or 8 years, was quite familiar with. Moreover, Yverre had already discerned that this was the beginning of a "Where is Daddy" storyline. Very well. Once this matter is resolved, make sure to search for old Uncle John. Yverre waved his hand, halting Dean's forthcoming justifications, then continued. Inform your contact that this demon is formidable, a Tier 3 entity. You will need external assistance, and their starting fee is 1,500,000. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Not to mention, this predicament was entirely unrelated to Dean. Thus Yverre quoted his standard fee for Tier 3 engagements. If they agree, he would effortlessly procure the funds to address the matter. If not, he would whisk Dean and Maria away. By the time the Demon Hunters Guild sent someone, Yverre would reap the benefits. After all, the system does not stipulate that one must solely rely on their own efforts to vanquish extraordinary beings in order to replicate talent attributes. At worst, he could play the role of a bounty hound and claim the head of this mirror demon. Chapter 37. Alan, help me obtain the core. I shall give you anything. Unbeknownst to Yverre, whose mind was filled with convoluted thoughts, Dean, upon hearing the quote of 1,500,000, instinctively gasped in shock and inquired, "Yverre, are you planning to rob me?" Slap. What nonsense. Yverre, with a frown, smacked Dean on the head, then clenched his fist and pointed his thumb at himself. My exorcist fees are indeed this high. Charging 1,500,000 for a Tier 3 demon is already the bare minimum. Wow, I understand now. Dean stumbled back, grimacing in pain, rubbing his head as he quickly retreated a step. He then hastily retrieved his phone to contact the customer service of his demon hunting guild, returning a call. Just as the ringtone began, it was immediately answered on the other end. The next moment, a professional female voice resonated from the phone. Greetings, esteemed Bronze Tier Hunter Dean. What inquiries do you wish to make? Upon hearing the familiar voice of the dedicated customer service representative, Dean promptly conveyed his request. In accordance with Brother Yverre's instructions, Customer Service 7456, I need to apply for external assistance. The demon sealed within the Mayflower Mall has awakened, and it is evident that its power has returned to the 3rd tier. I have an extraordinary individual capable of confronting a 3rd-tier demon. As he spoke, Dean glanced at Yverre, silently questioning whether he possessed the requisite strength. Yverre, in response, gestured an affirmative okay. With this confirmation, Dean unhesitatingly stated the fee. The opposing party requires a payment of 1,500,000. Thus, I must report this to the guild. The female customer service representative exhibited no surprise at Dean's declaration. Rather, her demeanor remained composed, though her speech quickened slightly. Hunter Dean, I comprehend your request. I will report this immediately and provide you with a response within 1 minute. Please do not disconnect the call. Maintain an open line. With that, her voice faded as she contacted her superior. Once he set the phone down, Dean exchanged a glance with Yverre, and both remained silent. A minute later, the representative's voice returned punctually. Esteemed Hunter Dean, your request has been approved. Upon the successful completion of this demon hunting task, you may bring the distinguished individual who assisted you to our Los Angeles Demon Hunters Guild, where you will receive appropriate compensation based on the demon's strength. Hunter Dean, if there is nothing further, Customer Service 7456 will refrain from intruding. Dean nodded, replying, Okay, 7456, thank you for your assistance. It was my pleasure, Hunter Dean. Customer Service 7456 is delighted to serve you. With that, the representative concluded the call. Yverre was no stranger to the Demon Hunters Guild. He had even registered an account on their forum. However, he was taken aback by the guild's authority in the real world, especially with its provision of personalized customer service. He pondered whether there were additional perks to be found. While he harbored no intentions of working for anyone, he would not mind engaging in transactions with the Demon Hunters Guild. For instance, after completing a task commissioned by the guild, he could leverage their reputation to promote his exorcism agency. Yverre found this prospect quite promising. Nevertheless, those considerations were matters for another time. The immediate task at hand was of utmost importance. Setting aside his musings, Yverre addressed Dean, who was busy preparing his exorcism equipment, saying, Let us proceed and confront that mirror demon. By the way, what exactly delineates your status as a Bronze Tier hunter? Very well. I am eager to discern where the magical array has faltered. Dean nodded and followed Yverre toward the Mayflower Mall, simultaneously explaining. This classification pertains to the internal hierarchy of the hunters within the guild. From lowest to highest, the ranks are Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Starlight, and Radiant Moon. The Radiant Moon rank signifies the position of vice president within the guild, which is held by the leaders of the various branches, thus wielding considerable authority. The Demon Hunter Guild is renowned for its fairness and has garnered international acclaim. Numerous countries eagerly seek the guild's assistance in establishing local branches. There are 3 primary reasons for this phenomenon. Firstly, unlike many other organizations, the Demon Hunter Guild harbors no ambitions. Its core purpose is to ensure that hunters earn a livelihood while providing aid to those in need of their services. Secondly, the guild approaches demon hunting with utmost seriousness. Even if the initial envoy fails to resolve an issue, they will dispatch a second team without additional charges. Thirdly, despite its esteemed status and the adoration it receives from local officials and wealthy patrons, the guild refrains from interfering in local policies, adhering to its own operational logic and regulations. Once one joins the guild, their individual prowess is assessed in detail, as Dean thoroughly explained, articulating nearly everything he knew. Yverre sensed the looming image of the Demon Hunter Guild forming in his mind as he listened intently. As the two conversed, they soon entered the still smoldering Mayflower Mall. Upon re-entering the mall's grand hall, Yverre could distinctly feel a malevolent gaze upon them, a formless eye scrutinizing him and Dean through the glass of the mall. "Dean, do you sense that?" he inquired. "Huh, what?" Dean replied, puzzled by Yverre's anxious demeanor, oblivious to the unseen presence watching them. "Never mind." Yverre rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Just keep your distance from the mirrors." To not detect such intense malice and scrutiny, he wondered how Dean had managed to seal the mirror demon here with Uncle John and a moderately powerful hunter. "Understood, big brother Yverre," Dean nodded, then retrieved the tools he typically employed for exorcism from his backpack: a silver cross, salt, chickpeas, blessed holy water, silver bullets, and a Desert Eagle pistol, along with his father's exorcism journal. How rudimentary, Yverre mused, perceiving these items as woefully inadequate. Within the context of the malevolent forces of their world, these common exorcism tools would only suffice against lesser-tier calamity evils. It was no wonder Dean remained a bronze-tier hunter after years in the Demon Hunter Guild. Observing Dean crafting exorcism bullets by hand, Yverre could only shake his head in bemusement, producing his own golden Desert Eagle and a magazine filled with third-tier silver bullets imbued with exorcism power. "Enough tinkering here. Take these," he offered the astonished Dean, passing him the silver bullets while simultaneously issuing a reminder. "This entity cannot endure for long. Do not entertain notions of frugality." Having bestowed upon Dean a life-preserving trump card, Yverre began to seal off the escape routes of the mirror demon and the spaces it evaded. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as Yverre unleashed a torrent of silver bullets, seemingly without restraint. The clattering of spent shells upon the floor harmonized with the shattering of mirrors, creating a symphony within the hall. Dean, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded, his hands faltering in the reloading of ammunition. Although he remained oblivious to the origin of Yverre's divine weapon, the sheer expenditure implied a starting fee of 1,500,000, which was indeed a modest price. As the mirrors shattered one by one, purified by the power of exorcism, the malice contained within the remaining shards intensified. Only when every mirror on the first floor lay in ruins did that unsettling sensation of being watched finally dissipate. At that moment, Alan, who had remained motionless in Yverre's embrace, finally spoke. Her voice was urgent, laced with an insatiable yearning. "Yverre, you must help me obtain the core of this mirror demon. I can offer you anything you desire." Hearing Alan express such a desperate plea, Yverre grasped the significance of the mirror demon's core for one like her, a mirror specter. He surmised that perhaps this core could enable Alan, who had long yearned for a corporeal form, to manifest her own body. This would elucidate how such a purely malevolent entity as the mirror demon could possess a physical form in this realm, whereas far more formidable demons were unable to do so. This peculiar circumstance suggested that the mirror demon possessed its own unique means. Chapter 38. Greed. The mirror of survival. Very well. If it means vanquishing that fiend, I would not hesitate to grant you the core, Yverre communicated telepathically to Alan within the mirror. He was willing to indulge her modest request. After all, Alan was already as good as his, with no means of escape. Receiving Yverre's affirmative response, Alan felt a surge of elation and excitement. She was on the brink of acquiring a body of her own, a lifelong aspiration since her consciousness first emerged. The inferno raging within the Mayflower Mall continued to spread, engulfing the entire 6th floor and above in an eerie blaze. The flames on the floors below were equally ferocious. Having already reached the 2nd floor, amidst the roaring flames, apart from the newly ignited mirrors on the 2nd and 6th floors, the remaining mirrors had been largely consumed by the fire. Without the ability to manifest its corporeal form in this realm, the mirror demon could only safeguard the mirror it inhabited. As the mirrors that constructed the mirrored world were ravaged by the flames, and with Yverre and Dean, the two accursed exorcists, hastening toward the 2nd floor, the mirror demon, initially inclined to remain hidden, found itself stirred by rebellious thoughts. Cursed fate. Why have the exorcists arrived so swiftly? I have yet to identify a suitable candidate to assume my earthly identity. I had envisioned utilizing the reflective capabilities of the mirror demon to project the appearance of another. My plan was to indulge in a sumptuous feast of souls and subsequently usurp the identity of a wealthy individual or an official who perished in a fiery blaze, thereby fulfilling the tasks entrusted to me by the king. Yet here I am, without a suitable selection, confronted by two accursed exorcists at my door. The more I ponder this, the more incensed I become. The mirror demon swiftly devoured the soul it held, wiping the blood from its cracked lips. Its fierce gaze fixed intently on the figures of Yverre and Dean as they ascended to the second floor. To the mirror demon, Dean, whom it had encountered once before, was but an amateur. Despite the distasteful aura surrounding him, his strength was rather unimpressive. However, the other young man was an entirely different matter. His presence exuded formidable power. Even the mirror demon had to concede that this human's physique might surpass its own. A direct confrontation would be disadvantageous for it. Thus, the mirror demon shifted its primary target to Dean, who harbored enmity towards it and possessed lesser strength. Its withered and grotesque form slowly straightened as it raised its sharp demonic claws. In the next instant, the mirror's traversal ability activated, and the mirror demon surged forth from the nearest mirror, a specter of malice. Unseen by Dean, the demon lunged towards his heart, its claws slicing through the air, stirring a tempest of malevolence. Had Dean lacked any sense of danger, this sudden assault would surely have pierced his heart, leading to his demise. Yet, in anticipation of a sneak attack, Yverre activated his bullet time as soon as he reached the second floor. Within this heightened state, he foresaw events unfolding within the next 3 seconds and beheld this very moment. Armed with foresight, Yverre conveyed a mental warning to Dean. Aim 40 degrees to the west behind you and fire. Without hesitation, upon hearing the voice of his elder brother resonating in his mind, Dean swiftly redirected his weapon and discharged several rounds. This was a testament to their trust and tacit understanding, the epitome of their years of brotherhood. In matters of such gravity, Dean knew his elder brother would not jest, just as he would never joke with Yverre regarding serious matters. Neither would Yverre do so with him. The silver bullets imbued with exorcist power burst forth, colliding with the mirror demon's claws, producing a series of resounding thuds. Remarkably, the once invincible exorcist's silver bullets failed to pierce through the mirror demon's palm. Damn the exorcist's power! The mirror demon, its hand shattered and blackened bone exposed, let out a furious curse. The emaciated figure once again followed its original trajectory, returning to the realm of mirrors. Seizing this opportunity, Dean swiftly distanced himself from the mirrors nearby. A few wild donkeys tumbled and successfully concealed themselves in a corner devoid of reflective surfaces. Despite having encountered the mirror demon once before, Dean remained cautious. However, he was unprepared for the unforeseen trick this demon employed, one he had never witnessed previously. Yet, possessing an understanding of the core powers of the mirror demon, Dean surmised the necessary conditions for its abilities. As long as he maintained a safe distance from the mirrors, he would remain unharmed. All of this transpired within a brief span of 3 seconds. Yverre, observing the entire ambush, felt a wave of anxiety for Dean. Fortunately, his shrewdness and caution had led him to activate bullet time before ascending the stairs. Otherwise, even if Dean had managed to save himself, he would have been gravely injured and incapacitated. He had underestimated this peculiar demon's capabilities. In order to prevent Dean from being eliminated or severely wounded by this fiend, Yverre decisively communicated telepathically, "Dean, retreat to the first floor." However, Dean's face stiffened, ready to protest. "Silence. Listen to your elder brother. There are no buts." Yverre shot a glance at Dean, halting his impending retort. It was clear to Dean that Yverre was not seeking a discussion, but was merely informing him. With a conflicted expression, Dean swiftly descended to the first floor. Power. Dean sighed inwardly, realizing that his presence was more of a burden at this moment. It would be wiser to investigate the source of the magical formation on the first floor. Upon returning to the ground level, Yverre began to focus intently. His vital energy surged, rapidly transforming into an illusory armor of vitality that enveloped 60% of his body. In an instant, Yverre's strength and defense multiplied 6-fold, exuding a fierce aura that enveloped him. Were it not for the fact that Yverre was a demon hunter, one might easily mistake him for the demon lord himself. Within mere seconds, Yverre had completed his augmentation, his vigilant gaze scanning the surrounding mirrors. Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically with Alan. Is there any way to lure it out? Or can you guide me into the mirror realm? At present, Yverre's command over spatial manipulation was insufficient to open a rift, thus preventing him from casually entering the alternate dimension of the mirror world. Inside a small round mirror, Alan received the telepathic message and quickly replied, "We cannot venture into the mirror world. That is its domain. Within that realm, it can control everything that reflects. In there, it reigns like a god." Upon hearing Alan's explanation, Yverre found himself in a quandary and, with a hint of resignation, inquired telepathically, "If we cannot enter the mirror world, how can we defeat it? I can attempt to entice it out. As one of its kind, it cannot resist the insatiable desire to devour that emanates from the depths of its soul." As Alan proposed, her tone was cunning, and a mischievous smile adorned her lovely face. "Once its entity emerged to pursue me, I would lead it to the first floor, devoid of mirrors. There, not only would there be a magical array to suppress it, but it would also prevent its traversal through mirrors. In that moment, its core would belong to me." Yverre listened intently to Alan's suggestion, briefly contemplating its feasibility in his mind. Ultimately, he confirmed that he could indeed exploit the greed of demons and their kind to lure this mirror demon. "Alan, I shall now reveal you, no longer concealing your essence. You will then unleash your control over the mirrors to attract this mirror demon." Yverre communicated telepathically to Alan. Once Alan was prepared, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a small lady's mirror. The instant the mirror manifested, its essence drew the attention of the mirror demon lurking within the mirror realm. Initially cautious due to its previous exposure, the mirror demon's eyes turned crimson upon sensing the deep-rooted desire and insatiable hunger emanating from the source. Belonging to the realm of greedy demons, the mirror demon could hardly suppress the greed surging within. In the very moment when its avarice eclipsed reason, its withered form sprang to life, akin to a rabid dog, charging out of the mirror world. It lunged ferociously toward the small mirror in Yverre's grasp, intent on devouring the kindred spirit without a thought for the potent aura radiating from Yverre. This, in fact, is one of the principal weaknesses of demons. Once one comprehends the specific sin to which a demon belongs, it becomes relatively easy to entice and expel them. Even skilled sorcerers and exorcists utilize this knowledge to summon and bind demons for their own purposes. Observing the mirror demon, now devoid of reason due to its insatiable greed, Yverre discerned instantly that it was a minion of Mammon, the greed king among the 7 deadly sins. However, there was no time to set up a magical array specifically designed to counter greedy demons. Naturally, Yverre had no intention of deploying a superficial array that merely banished the demon back to hell without slaying it. As the mirror demon approached, Yverre realized he no longer needed Alan to lure it downstairs. "Come forth," he beckoned, extending his arm, imbued with the power of life essence and shrouded in ethereal scales. Seizing the mirror demon that lunged toward Alan's mirror, "Smash it!" Before the demon could react, Yverre hoisted it up and forcefully slammed it onto the marble floor of the first floor. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the space. Grasping the mirror demon, Yverre descended like a cannonball, creating a 6-meter-deep crater upon impact. Dean, who was still repairing the magical array, was startled by the immense noise and quickly scrambled to hide behind a supporting pillar. As the smoke dissipated, he beheld the site where the magical array had once been, now transformed into a deep pit. Before Dean could rise and approach for a closer inspection, a gaunt figure sprang forth. It was the mirror demon, which had survived intact by relying on its innate ability, mirror clone, to escape death. Just moments ago, as Yverre had seized it by the head and smashed it against the ground of the first floor, the mirror demon had indeed sensed an ominous premonition of its impending demise. Yet, in that critical moment, its powerful instinct for survival quelled the greed that stirred within. The mirror demon hastily invoked its ability, expending half of its primordial essence to create a mirror clone to replace itself. This maneuver allowed it to evade Yverre's terrifying strike, which carried a formidable force. Otherwise, the corporeal form, coalesced from the essence of mirrors, would have likely been shattered. In such a case, it would not only face death but also severe injury, rendered a mere fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Chapter 39, Alan's Ascension. The invitation from the Los Angeles Demon Hunter Guild? Damn it, why are humans so powerful? The mirror demon, having forcibly severed its essence to escape, was engulfed in trepidation, with countless questions swirling in its mind. Even after a millennium of existence, it had seldom encountered such formidable humans. As the mirror demon recalled the mission bestowed upon it by the king, the insatiable greed that had surged within it moments before faded away. It needed to flee this place. It must escape. Otherwise, how could it fulfill the king's task? If it failed to accomplish the mission, how could it leave an impression on the king or elevate its standing within the ranks of the greedy demons? With thoughts racing, the mirror demon no longer harbored any desire to remain and fight. The instant it leaped from the pit, it dashed toward the upper floor. On the 6th floor awaited its refuge, a grand floor-length mirror. It had to destroy that mirror first, otherwise it could easily become its Achilles heel. Cunning exorcists and sorcerers could use that mirror to forcibly summon it, or even counter its abilities. This was something the mirror demon could not abide. Just as the mirror demon burst forth from the pit and soared toward the 2nd floor, Yverre followed closely behind, his body ablaze with the flames of vitality. The moment he shattered the mirror demon's clone, Yverre sensed something amiss. The hardness of the mirror demon's body before and after its descent varied significantly. Were it not for his close combat experience, he might not have noticed the discrepancy, but Yverre had crushed the mirror demon with his own fists. The difference was palpable to him. There was no escape. Soul shriek. Roar. The instant Yverre leapt from the pit, he hesitated no longer and unleashed the full force of his soul-related abilities, swiftly channeling his spiritual power. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar, fully activating Soul Shriek, targeting both body and spirit. The terrifying essence of the soul unleashed a blade of sound waves, striking the fleeing mirror demon with unrelenting force. The dreadful aftermath shattered every glass object within a 100-meter radius. Even the nearby shops beside the Mayflower Mall were not spared, their glassware and display cases exploding into fragments. The mirror demon's form, subjected to both physical and spiritual assault, began to crack like a shattered lens. Ultimately, in a display of rage, fear, and confusion, the demon's entire body disintegrated, crumbling into shards upon the ground. Suspended in midair was a small, diamond-like core of the mirror, emitting a faint white glow, resembling a pigeon's egg in size. In the very moment the mirror demon burst apart, a system notification echoed in Yverre's mind. However, he had no desire to check it at that moment. Instead, his attention was drawn to the mirror demon's core, observing it for a brief few seconds. Yverre felt no allure emanating from this object. Eventually, he concluded that this demon's remains were likely unsuitable for humans. Yet, in his grasp, Alan gazed at the ethereal mirror core through the small circular mirror, yearning to leap through and consume it immediately. Yverre, brother Yverre, hurry, give me that core. Once I gather my form, I will heed your words and those of Maria. Alan's urgent voice bombarded Yverre's mind. It was evident that Alan was truly desperate. However, in stark contrast to Alan's trivial concerns about obtaining the mirror core, Dean, hiding behind the weighing pillar, was unfortunate. He felt as if a massive truck had blared its horn directly against his face, the intense sound waves rendering him momentarily dazed, his ears ringing. Even though Yverre's previous strike had fully impacted the mirror demon without dispersing any soul-affecting force, Dean, who had not yet reached the 1st tier, was still affected by the residual sound waves. Yverre glanced at Dean, who was rubbing his ears and shaking his head, and, seeing that he was not in serious trouble, he moved towards the mirror core at Alan's urging. Grasping the pigeon egg-sized core, Yverre transmitted a message to Alan. Taking this means you are now mine. Understood. I will comply with you. If it eases your mind, you can even place a soul mark on me. I know you possess that ability. Alan replied eagerly, affirming his stance. Sensing Alan's straightforwardness, Yverre felt no hesitation and directly presented the mirror core in front of the small circular mirror. The moment the core neared the mirror, it was absorbed into it, merging with Alan. The energy is overwhelming. I must enter a slumber for a while. After absorbing the core's energy, Alan sensed an impending explosion within himself, necessitating a deep sleep to complete his transformation. Feeling the burgeoning power within her, Alan had already conjured a thought in her mind. Before succumbing to slumber, she swiftly sent a message to Yverre with a tone laced with temptation. Master, do not hasten to consume Maria. Await my awakening for a delightful surprise. As her words faded, her visage vanished from the small mirror. How intriguing. Yverre chuckled softly and stowed the mirror away in the system space. He felt a flicker of anticipation for Aylin's surprise, and he was curious about how she would manifest after acquiring the powers of the mirror demon. However, that was a matter for another time. For the moment, Aylin would certainly remain elusive. The energy of a third-tier demon was not easily absorbed. Yverre estimated that Aylin would require at least a week to digest and master this newfound strength. Setting aside his thoughts, Yverre approached Dean, who was still rubbing his ears. He raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy into Dean's body to mend his ruptured capillaries and damaged eardrum. Dean felt a warm current enter him. The power coursed through his being, rapidly initiating the repair of his hearing. Before long, he realized he could hear once more. Just as he was about to express his astonishment and praise for Yverre's abilities, his gaze fell upon the shattered form of the mirror demon not far away. You. This. It. Dean's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the vicinity, ultimately confirming that what lay before him was indeed real. The mirror demon was dead. This marked the first time he had genuinely slain a demon. Previously, he had only assisted his father in banishing demons back to hell. Look at you, all flustered. Yverre laughed, draping an arm over Dean's shoulder, his tone casual yet inquisitive. Have you never considered breaking the limits of your own body to enter the realm of the extraordinary? Sighing, Dean's eyes shimmered with yearning. I wish I could, but it is far too difficult. Lacking innate talent and rare treasures makes it a daunting task. I cannot bear to associate with dark beings. Relying on secret techniques for cultivation, we lack the requisite foundation. So, for now, I must depend on working for the Demon Hunter Guild, completing tasks to earn contributions that I can exchange for some cultivation techniques. Within the guild, methods from sorcerers, mages, and knights can be traded, but they are exorbitantly priced. His words conveyed the bitterness and helplessness he felt. Yverre listened, his heart aching for Dean's plight. Yet, the surplus of talent he possessed could only be utilized by himself for the time being. He had no cultivation techniques to offer. As for rare treasures, he had none to speak of either. Presently, he and Dean were akin to two impoverished souls, were it not for Yverre's system, which allowed him to gain power without the need for arduous cultivation. He would be in the same predicament as Dean. Perhaps his cousin might possess some legacy. Yverre suddenly recalled his cousin, John Constantine. Although John did not truly practice any particular system in other original works, in this world, he undoubtedly would master one. For Yverre had witnessed his cousin John exuding a certain radiant power during their childhood. In retrospect, it was nothing less than the vitality imbued with a luminous essence. Currently, Yverre's own vitality manifests as a crimson hue, for he has not yet endowed it with any specific attributes. He intends to rely solely on the attributes derived from his primal point, aiming to break through myriad laws with sheer strength. It seems prudent to intercept his cousin in advance and inquire about some cultivation techniques. Although Yverre may not require them for himself, he could bestow such abilities upon the women in his life, granting them a means of self-defense. Moreover, he could even nurture Dean and Sam, allowing them to serve his interests. He cannot possibly wait until his business expands, relying solely on his own efforts for every endeavor. With this thought in mind, Yverre conversed with Dean as they exited the now smoldering Mayflower Mall. Within the dominion of the seven kings of hell, the king of greed, Mammon, a ninth-tier demon, awakened with a roar that was anything but human. Damn it, who has slain my earthly avatar? Outside the Mayflower Mall, after waiting for the firefighters to arrive, Yverre, with the remnants of the mirror demon in tow, followed Dean to the Demon Hunter Guild. The Los Angeles Demon Hunter Guild was not located within the city, but rather nestled in the secluded mountains to the southwest. Under Dean's guidance, Yverre completed his registration in the hall imbued with the spirit of the Hunters Guild. He was presented with a Swiss bank check, amounting to a staggering $450,000, twice the initial sum of $150,000. This clearly indicated that the guild was indeed affluent. Upon receiving his due reward, Yverre was approached by the administrative supervisor of the Los Angeles Demon Hunter Guild, who sought to invite him to join their ranks. The offer included a guarantee of $100,000 monthly, regardless of his level of involvement. While Yverre found this proposition enticing, he ultimately declined. However, he did sign a cooperative contract with the guild's administrative supervisor, Old William. Should the guild require his demon hunting services, they could enlist Yverre's assistance. After each successful hunt, the guild would not only provide the corresponding reward but also promote Yverre's exorcism establishment. Old William found nothing unreasonable in these terms, readily agreeing to them. It was rare for someone as young as Yverre, already a third-tier transcendent, to cross his path. Most individuals of that caliber were now beyond his reach. Chapter 40. Emma's Uncle. The Unexpected Mansion and the 13 Vengeful Spirits. Leaving the Los Angeles Demon Hunter Guild, Yverre bid farewell to Dean, who was searching for his father. Watching Dean depart, Yverre shook his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on what lay ahead for him. The world had transformed. Everything was in flux. He could not predict the future for Dean and Sam, yet he resolved to offer assistance when necessary. At present, Yverre's thoughts were occupied with the 3 little darlings waiting for him to join them for a shopping excursion on the street adjacent to the Mayflower Mall. With this thought in mind, Yverre hailed a cab and swiftly returned to the side of Maria and her companions. Upon arriving, he spotted the 3 uniquely styled little girls, lost in their reverie as they gazed toward the street entrance. It was only when they caught sight of Yverre stepping out of the taxi that they excitedly rushed towards him. Slow down. As the trio dashed toward him, Yverre quickly opened his arms to embrace them, preventing any potential falls. Are you all right, brother Yverre? Have you settled everything? Emma was the first to break away from Yverre's warm embrace, her adorable face filled with curiosity and concern. Upon hearing Emma's inquiry, Esther and Maria also stepped back from Yverre's comforting hold, their bright eyes fixed upon him. Everything is fine. This afternoon, the priority is to enjoy shopping with you. In response to their pure concern and the mix of curiosity in their gazes, Yverre smiled and nodded, his tone unusually gentle. Now let us go? What would you like to eat or buy? Don't hesitate to ask your brother. Having just made a significant profit, Yverre was more than willing to indulge them. Seeing that Yverre was truly unscathed, the 3 girls accepted his words without further mention of recent events and began to revel in their shopping spree. Throughout the afternoon, Yverre treated Maria and her friends to a delightful shopping experience, purchasing an abundance of clothes and toys, as well as plenty of food and drinks. Ultimately, everything was delivered to their doorstep. Upon returning home that evening, Yverre began to reflect on the outcomes of the 2 recent encounters. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the second-tier boss, John Michael Paimon, in the last train. Name, John Michael. Physical, 20. Soul, 30. Psychic energy, 50. Copyable talent, yellow, instant movement. A surge of physical strength and psychic energy allows for rapid movement, achieving nearly instantaneous relocation. Indirect possession, consumes soul energy to indirectly possess others. Mental corruption utilizes one's own soul energy to disrupt and invade the minds of others, capable of seduction and manipulation. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1 chance for a yellow lottery draw and 10 origin points. Does the host wish to copy this target's talent entries? Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the 3rd-tier boss, the Mirror Demon in Ghost Mirror. Name, Mirror Demon, Avatar of Nebas, Physicality, 60 Soul, 90 Spiritual Energy, 100 Replicable Talent, Green Mirror Clone, can consume one's own essence to create a mirrored identity that bears approximately 80% of the damage. Mirror Sovereign, by expending spiritual energy, one can dominate and manipulate all existing entities within the mirrored realm. Reflective Projection, consumes spiritual energy to control events within the mirror world, which are then reflected in reality, ineffective against entities of the same tier. Soul Devour, captures the souls of the deceased into the mirror world, allowing for the consumption of their souls to enhance one's own soul and spiritual energy. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1 green lottery draw and 25 essence points. Shall the host replicate the talent attributes of the target? Yverre gazed at the system panel, noting the rewards he had attained alongside the personal panels of the Mirror Demon and Michael. He felt a wave of relief for heeding Alan's advice. Had he harbored thoughts of entering the mirror world, he would have found the Mirror Demon truly formidable. Furthermore, this Mirror Demon was merely an avatar. The true entity was that demon, about which Yverre possessed little knowledge. He would need to rely on his cousin's extensive library for this matter. What Yverre needed to focus on now was enhancing his own prowess. The system replicated all attributes and allocated them to his available slots. He invested 35 points, adding 10 to physicality, 10 to soul, and 15 to spiritual energy. Aware of the significance of spiritual energy, Yverre prioritized its enhancement to avoid the peril of being drained during combat, which could endanger both himself and his companions. With the integration of new talents and the elevation of his attributes, Yverre experienced yet another minor leap in vitality, undergoing a metamorphosis from within. Simultaneously, he sensed a connection forming between himself and the mirrors, as if those mirrors were extensions of his own vision, enabling him to perceive the scenes behind other mirrors. In that moment, Yverre even bonded with a particular mirror, unlocking a unique realm of his own. Now, Yverre comprehended the principles governing this mirror dimension. The mirrored world was not a complete reflection of reality. Rather, it was a collage of many reflections. The breadth of one's soul perception determined the extent of the scenes that could be generated within one's mirrored world based on the mirror's reflections. How could a third-tier mirror demon create a world that mirrored reality, albeit in reverse? With this newfound understanding of his abilities, Yverre felt a sudden epiphany. Although it was not as formidable as he had envisioned, this power still surpassed the talents he had previously acquired by a considerable margin. Perhaps, in the future, he could synthesize similar attributes to forge an even more extraordinary ability. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Yverre sighed, beginning to experiment with the newfound power he had acquired. He intended to utilize the large mirror in the bathroom as the primary portal, thereby creating a mirror world exclusively his own. Meanwhile, at Emma's home, guests had arrived early that morning, around 8 o'clock. They were none other than Arthur, the cousin of Emma's father, David. Arthur's visit was prompted by the recent passing of their uncle, Cyrus, whose inheritance was to be divided between him and David. This reunion, after many years of separation, brought Arthur to David's doorstep. In the spacious hall, David sat on the left side of the sofa, examining the documents handed to him by his cousin, Arthur. After a few moments, he slowly set the papers down and spoke courteously. Arthur, I have no intention of accepting Uncle Cyrus's inheritance. Over the years, I have been in Los Angeles with my mother, and even though we were close to Uncle Cyrus, I seldom visited him. Therefore, you should inherit his estate. Arthur, taken aback by his cousin's unexpected declaration, felt a surge of joy within him. Although he had not visited Uncle Cyrus either, he was in dire need of financial support. In recent years, he had lost his wife, faced challenges at work, and found himself solely responsible for raising 2 children. The weight of financial pressure was nearly unbearable. However, if he were to receive this inheritance, he could provide a better life for his children and alleviate his own burdens. Despite his eagerness to accept the offer, Arthur exchanged polite words with David before ultimately departing after David firmly signed the document relinquishing his claim to the inheritance. Although David had insisted on inviting Arthur to stay for dinner, the allure of inheriting a fortune left Arthur unwilling to delay even for a moment. He was determined to settle into Uncle Cyrus's opulent mansion that very day. The mansion, located in Beverly Hills, was a sprawling 5 to 6-story villa. Its slightly off location accounted for its value of a mere $30 million. Yet, this did nothing to dampen Arthur's enthusiasm. Chapter 41. Emma, I am the most valuable. After bidding farewell to his cousin Arthur, David stepped inside only to find his daughter Emma gazing at him with a puzzled expression. What is it, Emma? David approached and guided his beloved daughter to the sofa. Emma sat cross-legged on the couch before questioning her father with bewilderment. Dad, why did you give the entire inheritance to Uncle Arthur? Although Emma did not possess a strong attachment to money, she understood its significance and could not fathom her father's decision to forego such wealth. David chuckled at her inquiry, having initially thought it was about something else entirely. Nevertheless, he contemplated her question and prepared to provide an explanation. My Uncle Cyrus is not an ordinary businessman. Like our neighbor, your brother Yverre, he is a master exorcist. As David spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. He recalled the whispers of his youth regarding Uncle Cyrus, who was once a renowned exorcist in the vicinity. However, certain actions and his distinctive approach eventually led to disfavor among the people. Following a report by ill-intentioned individuals to a particular organization, Uncle Cyrus ceased his exorcism endeavors. Subsequently, troubling rumors about him began to circulate. David meticulously recounted the tale of Uncle Cyrus to Emma. When he noticed his daughter deep in thought and no longer questioning, he tidied up briefly before heading to work. Dressed in a pink dress resembling a strawberry shortcake, Emma sat on the sofa. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to speak with Yverre about the matter after school this afternoon. She harbored a suspicion that this grandfather named Cyrus was not as benevolent as he seemed. Yet, Emma's intentions were not entirely altruistic. She merely wished to witness her brother Yverre's prowess and, by introducing him, facilitate a lucrative opportunity for him, proving herself no less capable than Maria. Time flew, and before long, The afternoon lessons at school had come to an end. Upon returning home, Emma eagerly abandoned her unsuspecting friend Esther, tossing her backpack aside as she dashed towards Yverre's house, eager to meet him and solidify this business venture. She was determined to demonstrate that she, Emma, was the most resourceful of them all. When Emma arrived at Yverre's residence, he had yet to return from the shop. As it was still early, just past 4 o'clock, using the spare key Yverre had given her, she unlocked the door and entered unceremoniously. She retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and settled on the living room sofa. With her phone in hand, she browsed through posts on the Demon Hunter Guild forum. To Emma, this information was akin to a mouse discovering rice. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she yearned to memorize every bit of knowledge. As she perused post after post, time slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, in the secluded section of Sunset Boulevard's Villa District, Arthur had finally completed the necessary registrations after an afternoon of discussions and arrangements. He was now able to move into the hillside villa in Beverly Hills that Uncle Cyrus had left behind, accompanied by the 2 children and their nanny. Parking in front of the modern glass-walled mansion, Arthur, along with his daughter Casey and son Bobby, along with their older African-American nanny, descended from the vehicle, their arms laden with bags. The sight of the sprawling multi-level mansion filled Casey and Bobby with excitement and anticipation. On the youthful visage, a joyful smile radiates. Even the typically stoic African-American nanny, Maggie, manages a rare grin. However, her words remain less than palatable. Arthur, now that you've moved into a grand house, you must increase my wages. Otherwise, with all these levels in the villa, I alone have to handle so much work. If I continue to be compensated at the previous rate, I shall be at a loss. Your salary is indispensable, Maggie. Arthur sighed, watching Maggie count her money on her fingers. If it weren't for Maggie's willingness to accept a lower salary than others, he would never have retained her services until now. Her incessant chatter was akin to a typewriter, droning on without respite, often exasperating him to the brink of despair. After a few playful exchanges, Arthur and Maggie finally stepped into the villa, laden with their belongings. Upon entering the spacious, luminous hall imbued with an air of mystery, their daughter, Casey, ascended the stairs with her luggage, intent on selecting her own room. As a newly minted college student, she embraced her youthful vanity, choosing a private bedroom complete with an ensuite bathroom. Their son, Bobby, was assigned to stay close to Maggie, who would watch over him during the night. Despite her sharp tongue and unappealing manner, Maggie was dedicated to caring for Bobby, which was another reason Arthur chose to keep her on. As the family selected their rooms, they paid no heed to the glass walls inscribed with enigmatic runes, nor did they notice the peculiarities of the house upon their entry. Their thoughts were solely occupied with the prospect of living in a grand residence. Not to mention Bobby, but if Arthur, Maggie, and Casey, the 3 adults, had merely been a tad more observant, they would have discerned the faint traces of blood at the basement entrance. In this world, a blend of horror and chaos, the narrative had unraveled. Arthur's uncle, Cyrus, had tragically succumbed to a heart attack on the night he captured the 12th Zodiac demon, his excitement leading to an untimely demise. Now, his restless spirit loomed within the house, fixated on Arthur's family. Even in death, Cyrus was determined to fulfill his earthly desires, to unlock the eye of the demon and acquire formidable power. In the original tale, Dennis, an assistant with intentions of pilfering wealth from the villa, had learned of Cyrus's death and stealthily entered the premises. Little did Dennis know, his former employer had transformed into a malevolent spirit. Before he could seize any riches, he was swiftly dispatched by Cyrus's vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, Arthur's family, devoid of any guidance or warnings, remained blissfully absorbed in their newfound fortune, oblivious to the chilling absence of Uncle Cyrus, who had not been seen for many years. Would one willingly entrust their assets entirely to a nephew who exhibits disloyalty? Had Arthur contemplated this notion, he would not have so eagerly rushed to inherit Cyrus's estate without due investigation. In a moment of joy, the family shared a simple dinner together and unanimously decided that the following day they would celebrate with a lavish feast. After their meal, which concluded well past 9 in the evening, the family, having already reveled in their happiness, resolved to retire to their respective quarters and extinguish the lights for the night. At that moment, the clock in the hall began to swing ominously. As the mechanism activated, the dark spirits of the Zodiac, confined in the basement, began to be released one by one. Unlike in films, these malevolent entities did not wait until the witching hour to escape their prison. The instant the device was set in motion, they stirred into action. Transformed into a vengeful spirit, Cyrus observed the unfolding scene with a satisfied grin upon his shadowy visage. Come forth. Let the chase begin. Terrify Arthur until he willingly offers his child as the ultimate sacrifice to the device. Cyrus's original target was not Arthur, but rather David, who was closest to him. However, considering David's wealth, it was uncertain whether he would choose to inherit Cyrus's fortune. Furthermore, with the death of David's wife, his bond with his daughter was also tenuous at best. Thus, Cyrus ultimately designated the ineffectual Arthur as the sacrificial heir. In a bid to summon a spirit befitting the withering lover, Cyrus even orchestrated the demise of Arthur's wife, Jane. One could assert that having Cyrus as an uncle was indeed a stroke of fortune for Arthur. Once the clockwork apparatus was activated, there was no external interference. The first of the dark zodiac spirits, the reckless firstborn, who met an untimely demise from an arrow while mimicking a gypsy archer, was the first to be released from its cage. Upon its emergence, the diminutive figure seemed to vanish instantaneously. Concealed in the shadows, Cyrus's lips curled into a subtle smile, a reflection of his impending triumph. Chapter 42, The Dark Zodiac, such a plethora of high-quality attributes. With the release of the first spirit, symbolizing recklessness and irresponsibility, the other 11 malevolent entities, each representing different celestial houses, began to emerge in succession. Among them was the headless statue, who perished at the hands of the mob after withdrawing from a gambling game, embodying speculation and greed, the chain poisoner. A prom queen whose life was extinguished by her boyfriend, representing betrayal and hypocrisy, Jane, Arthur's wife, who sacrificed herself in a fire to save her child, symbolizing sacrifice and dependency on a withering lover, and the shattered prince, a rebellious baseball star from the 50s who met his end in a street race, epitomizing fragility and obsession. Driven to despair by the anxieties of her appearance, a princess symbolizing vanity and extreme rage took her own life by slashing her wrists. Centuries ago, she was condemned as a witch and met her fate by fire, serving as a poignant emblem of prejudice and injustice. A sorrowful mother, imprisoned and burdened by her dwarfism, embodies both coexistence and vengeance. Her foolish, giant son, a reflection of distortion and brutality, represents the monstrous child. In 1890, a tragic misunderstanding led to his demise by a hammer, ultimately resulting in his own violent end, symbolizing fury and injustice through the very instrument of his death. A deranged individual, who found pleasure in murder, was consumed by flames, epitomizing the cruelty and savagery of a hellish wolf. A 7-foot-tall, muscular serial killer stands as a cold and domineering enforcer of violence. As these 12 malevolent spirits emerged, the once grand villa, towering 4 to 5 stories high, gradually succumbed to an eerie chill. The device installed by Cyrus on the second floor, intended to unlock the eye of the demon, began to stir with unsettling energy. The Arthur family, still awake, felt the inexplicable cold seep into their bones, awakening them from their stupor. Hey, what is going on, Arthur? Is it necessary to turn on the air conditioning this high? Maggie, the African-American nanny, wrapped the frail Barbie in a blanket and rapped on Arthur's door. Confused and disheveled, Arthur opened the door, ready to voice his grievances, only to be met by a sudden wave of inexplicable chill. A thought struck him, recalling the lawyer who had discussed matters of inheritance earlier that day. His uncle Cyrus, whom he had only met a few times, was a renowned exorcist. However, in his later years, he had become entangled in unfortunate affairs that ultimately led a certain organization to sever his path as an exorcist. Could it be that Uncle Cyrus is harboring malevolent spirits within his home? The thought sent a shiver down Arthur's spine, making the villa seem less inviting. Maggie, go fetch Casey. We need to leave this place at once. He refused to gamble with the lives of his family over the dubious nature of an uncle he barely knew. Maggie, observing Arthur's distress, chose not to argue further. After placing Barbie in Arthur's arms, she made her way to Casey's room. Casey, come out. She knocked urgently, the door trembling under her incessant raps. Yet Casey, lost in her bath and the music playing from her phone, remained oblivious to Maggie's frantic calls, humming along to the tune. As Casey luxuriated in her bath, the angry princess, stripped bare and consumed by her own self-doubt, stood nearby with hollow eyes, gazing at Casey's youthful form. In life, she had been equally vibrant, perhaps even more so than Casey. Yet, She could not fathom why someone she deemed less attractive continued to live. Did she not experience anxiety regarding her appearance? The venomous emotions surged within the heart of the furious princess, her already obsidian eyes darkening further as she raised the gleaming dagger high. She intended to eliminate this girl, deemed less attractive than herself, thereby ensuring that she would never suffer from appearance-related anxiety again. The blade shimmered with a chilling glint. Just as the enraged princess was about to plunge the dagger into Cassie's heart, Maggie's robust form burst through the door under Arthur's signal. Startled, Cassie, who had been reclining in the bathtub, sprang to her feet. Upon recognizing Maggie, she swiftly maneuvered through the ethereal form of the angry princess. Wrapping herself in a towel she had prepared earlier, she rushed forward to assist the fallen Maggie to her feet. "What are you doing, Maggie?" Cassie questioned, her tone laced with irritation. Despite their frequent banter, she harbored a sense of gratitude towards Maggie, the devoted African-American nanny who cared for her and her brother. "Oh, my back," Maggie exclaimed in pain, her cries echoing as she failed to respond to Cassie's inquiry. She had exerted too much force, crashing through the door and landing in a rather undignified manner. It was evident how much pain she must be in. "Cassie, beware of what's behind you. Quickly, bring Maggie over." Arthur, witnessing the angry princess's naked form from outside the door, urgently warned his daughter. If he weren't holding his son at that moment, he would have rushed into the room to pull his daughter away and flee. At that instant, Arthur wished he could chastise Uncle Cyrus 188 times. After receiving her father's warning, Cassie, trusting in him, grabbed Maggie and dashed into the corridor. Just as she caught her breath and glanced back into the room, she saw a naked, scarred female specter standing by the bathtub where she had been bathing. "What in the world is that?" Cassie gasped in horror, particularly alarmed by the dagger emanating an ominous glow in the furious princess's hand. A wave of dread washed over her. "Run! Cassie, why are you still standing there?" Maggie, still being supported, caught sight of the furious princess's true form and urged Cassie to leave swiftly. Cassie snapped back to reality and, following her father Arthur, sprinted towards the first floor. The furious princess, revealing her spectral form, pursued them with the dagger in hand, not employing her powers. Akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Outside the grand mansion's hall, Yverre held Emma in his arms, observing Arthur's family being toyed with by the malevolent spirit. He had no immediate intention to intervene. Although he was tempted by the spirit's abilities, Yverre opted to wait a while longer, knowing that only when they truly felt the threat of death would his own interests be maximized. Yverre and Emma arrived here around 8 o'clock. At that time, Arthur's family was still dining, blissfully unaware that they were residing in a haunted house. Had they knocked on the door then? Even if Arthur's family had believed Yverre and Emma's words, they would have been reluctant to pay a high price. Therefore, in a bid to maximize her brother Yverre's interests, Emma promptly suggested to him, "Let's wait until someone is dead, and then we can enter the house and negotiate the price." Although Yverre did not share Emma's ruthlessness, he too decided to wait until the 4 individuals inside were injured before entering to harvest the keywords and earn some pocket money. Thus, the current scene unfolded, with Yverre and Emma watching the drama from outside. As they observed Arthur's family fleeing back and forth in the hall, Emma clung to Yverre's arm, thoroughly engrossed. It felt akin to watching a live horror film, exhilarating. Simultaneously, Emma developed a strong desire for power. She did not wish to find herself powerless again in such situations, as she had been when Hala threatened her life with a knife. "Brother Yverre, can I acquire extraordinary power to deal with the supernatural?" Emma asked, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, resembling a child yearning for candy. Strictly speaking, despite Emma's precociousness, she was still a child at heart. Meeting her shimmering gaze, Yverre smiled gently and replied in a calm, soothing tone, "It is not yet possible for you to possess extraordinary power. However, I do have some tools and methods to confront malevolent spirits. In due time, I will present you with a gift you desire as a birthday present." "Thank you, Brother Yverre." Emma's eyes lit up at his words, and she excitedly kissed Yverre on the cheek, eagerly anticipating the gift he had mentioned. Amid their conversation, Arthur's family had been cornered in the hall on the first floor. Observing this, Yverre knew it was time for him to take action. Chapter 43, The Thrill of Battle. The power of space is still too authoritative. Yverre embraced Emma, channeling the spiritual energy within him to wield the power of space, effortlessly passing through the thick concrete wall. After gently setting Emma down, he retrieved the golden eagle from his system space. He aimed it at the furious princess pursuing Arthur's family and fired several shots. The silver bullets, infused with exorcist energy, rained down like a tempest, swiftly targeting the rapidly moving furious princess. Just as the bullets were about to strike her soul, the furious princess, in her frenzied dash, vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, her soul had already moved towards the basement entrance. A teleportation, Yverre thought, squinting his eyes. This malevolent spirit's perception was significantly stronger than that of the previous second-tier spirits he had encountered. With such reflexes coupled with instantaneous movement, the golden eagle was swiftly incapacitated. Fortunately, I am not solely reliant on external forces as an exorcist. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be doomed. Yverre raised his mental fortitude, shedding any dismissive thoughts towards these malevolent spirits, and his demeanor shifted from languid to razor-sharp. His aura surged dramatically, immediately entering an armored state. A blood-red flame enveloped Yverre, causing the chill within the room to dissipate rapidly. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Arthur's family promptly gathered behind Yverre. As the head of the household, Arthur stepped forward respectfully to inquire, "Greetings, may I ask who you are?" "Uncle Arthur, this is my neighbor, Brother Yverre. He is a remarkably skilled exorcist." Before Yverre could respond, Emma stepped forward and spoke. After introducing Yverre, she began her narration. "Uncle Arthur, after you left this morning, my father expressed concerns that something might be amiss with this house. So, after dinner, he specifically asked me to bring Brother Yverre here to investigate. To our astonishment, upon our arrival, we found you being pursued by malevolent spirits." Arthur, moved by Emma's explanation, could not discern any hint of deceit in the young girl's words. "So, it is Master Yverre. I sincerely thank you for your timely intervention." As a seasoned individual in the world, Arthur offered a compliment before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. "Master Yverre, what is your fee for your services? Once this is resolved, I will ensure payment is made to you promptly." Just as Yverre was about to quote a price, he noticed more malevolent spirits emerging from the entrance to the basement. Utilizing his soul perception, he discerned that each spirit was uniquely endowed with its own special abilities. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yverre had no time to elaborate to Arthur. He quickly relayed a message to Emma. "Emma, please discuss the payment with Arthur. I need to focus on dealing with those spirits." "Of course, leave it to me, Brother Yverre." Emma responded confidently upon hearing his faith in her. Yverre acknowledged her reply with a wink before vanishing instantaneously to confront the spirits. With a powerful kick, he sent them careening back into the basement. Aware of the special devices set by Cyrus above, Yverre knew he could not eliminate these spirits up there, especially with Arthur's wife present. He certainly could not afford to kill his client's wife in front of him. Although Arthur's wife, Jane, was under Cyrus's control, Yverre resolved to eradicate her alongside the other spirits within the basement to prevent any mishaps or harm to Emma. Inside the specially reinforced glass basement with a leg strengthened sixfold by the power of Yverre, the wrathful princess of souls, a shattered specter, was struck directly. Descending into the basement, Yverre disregarded the system's notifications echoing in his mind. His entire being erupted with vitality, his fighting spirit soaring. Each punch and kick showcased the allure of his physical prowess. The force of his strikes roared forth like a ferocious tiger, while his legs descended like a divine whip. Even while enduring the attacks of the remaining 11 malevolent spirits, Yverre stood firm, relying on his pseudo-undying form and some restorative traits. Ignoring the triviality of fatal wounds, he continued his relentless assault. At that moment, the hellish wolf, bound within an iron cage, summoned its innate abilities to empower its right hand, emanating an ominous, chilling glow. Its dark claws lunged fiercely at Yverre, who was still mercilessly pummeling the giant child. Die! Facing the hellish wolf's claw, infused with malevolent power and its innate abilities, Yverre braced himself for the impact. A fist ablaze with crimson flame, augmented by spatial force, struck with tremendous force. The sound of an explosion reverberated. The wind from his fist howled, tearing through the very fabric of space. In an instant, it collided with the hellish wolf's strike. Upon contact, there was no earth-shattering noise. Only the sound of bones shattering and souls dissolving, intertwined together. The crackling and hissing were undeniable. Yverre's power, amplified sixfold and nearing 100 tons, was sufficient to obliterate any corporeal form of the fourth tier or below. Even the specter could not withstand the impact of that searing vitality. In the moment the hellish wolf was vanquished, Yverre felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, sensing an imminent danger. He hastily grasped the giant child's head beside him and hurled it behind him. With a sound that surpassed the speed of sound, it soared through the air unguarded. The massive body of the giant child collided mid-air with a black beam of light. Despite its formidable form, capable of withstanding Yverre's fist, it was effortlessly pierced by this beam. Witnessing this scene, Yverre's scalp prickled with alarm. Ward, this fellow was truly insidious. Although this blow would not be fatal, it was undoubtedly painful. Yverre's gaze fell upon the 7-foot-tall, muscle-bound officer wielding a dagger, the intent to kill seeping from his heart. He bypassed the giant child, whose heart had been pierced and lay lifeless on the ground. With a short-distance spatial leap, Yverre appeared behind the violent officer in the blink of an eye. His arm, ablaze with the flames of vitality, seized the officer's head like a vice. In the officer's bewildered and horrified gaze, his perspective elevated before plummeting rapidly. Driven by Yverre's overwhelming strength, the officer collided violently with the lifeless giant child. At the moment of impact, the entire essence of the violent officer was compressed and deformed. Only when his upper body was utterly obliterated did he manage to crush the giant child's head. Spit. I find it most irksome when others attempt to ambush me. Naturally, even a specter is no exception. Yverre cast aside the fragments of souls that had clung to his hands and turned his gaze, brimming with menace, towards the remaining malevolent spirits. His body once again entered a state of combat. With so many attributes augmenting him, Yverre seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality, perpetually at the pinnacle of his physical state. The multitude of malevolent spirits, intimidated by Yverre's astonishing, nay, terrifying, power, felt a surge of fear and a desire to retreat. Despite being under his control, the only one still daring to confront Yverre head-on was the mighty hammer. He was adorned with iron implements, his physique robust. Wielding a hefty iron hammer, smash, strike with fervor. The hammer summoned an unusual force from within, causing his mighty weapon to resonate with a peculiar, albeit faint, shockwave. He hefted the hammer high, poised to crush Yverre with a single blow. In the face of such an onslaught, Yverre realized that if he were to endure it, he would likely sustain internal injuries and spew forth blood. Yet, he was no fool. He understood the folly of bracing himself against such an attack and feigning bravado. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yverre's mind. In the next moment, he set his plan into motion. He summoned every ounce of remaining spiritual energy, activating 2 interconnected spatial portals within his domain of control. A miracle unfolded. Bang! Thud! The hammer's full-force strike aimed at Yverre passed through the spatial portal above him, instead crashing into his own back with devastating impact. The hammer, wholly unyielding and not evading the spatial anomaly, was instantly pierced through the back, his soul shattered and extinguished. Remarkable. Truly, it worked. Yverre gazed at the remnants of the hammer's shattered soul on the ground, astonished by his own ingenious conception. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, initially, Yverre merely sought to experiment, to ascertain whether spatial portals could facilitate not only physical traversal, but also offensive maneuvers. Now, he had his answer. The power of space is indeed formidable, an embodiment of authority. Having completed his experiment, Yverre resolved to cease his playful antics. He aimed to swiftly conclude the existence of these controlled malevolent spirits and confront the formidable Ceres. Subsequently, Yverre unleashed the full force of his soul, locating the remaining malevolent spirits and instantly initiating a soul shriek. This unparalleled assault obliterated all but Arthur's wife, Jane. Observing Jane, her visage marred by flames, Yverre's murderous intent receded for the first time. If you wish to convey a message, I can relay it to your husband Arthur and your children. He bore no animosity towards the unfortunate Jane. Delivering a message would not pose any hindrance. As Jane gazed at the enigmatic young man before him, he opened his mouth, ultimately uttering only a single phrase. You must inform Arthur to take good care of Bobby and Kaisi, and if he remarries, let it be to a woman who cherishes both Bobby and Kaisi. Very well. Yverre gestured, then drew forth the golden sand eagle, unleashing a shot that purified Jian's soul. Chapter 44. The power of attribute synthesis is remarkable. Can it bestow attributes upon items? With the demise of the final withering lover, Jian, only a few minutes had elapsed. Yverre adjusted his black coat and strode back to the first floor. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the mansion stood Cyrus, sporting a short haircut and a scruffy beard. His somber and austere appearance complemented by a black suit. Oblivious to the fact that the 12 zodiac malevolent spirits he had captured were already gone. He remained engrossed in his device, envisioning the powers he would obtain upon activating the Eye of the Demon. After this night, he would reign over the entire realm of Laume. He was determined to ensure that the hunters of the Los Angeles Demon Guild would face dire consequences. As Yverre returned to the first floor from the basement, he did not greet Emma and the others, merely shaking his head to signal them not to follow. He proceeded directly to the second floor, seeking the area where the core device was located. Upon arriving, Yverre beheld Cyrus, who appeared almost unchanged from his former self, standing before the rotating apparatus with a lewd grin plastered across his face. Sensing another presence on the second floor, Cyrus swiftly redirected his focus towards Yverre's location. Who goes there? As Cyrus turned to look, Yverre raised the golden sand eagle and fired several shots. Bang, 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 thud. Confronted by the sudden appearance of Yverre and the gunfire, Cyrus waved his hand, summoning an ethereal white barrier that rose before him. Although the barrier seemed fragile, it successfully deflected the silver bullets imbued with purifying power. How splendid! The golden sand eagle has indeed become a gauge to measure both the weak and the formidable. The jester is truly the golden sand eagle. Yverre holstered the golden sand eagle and locked eyes with the furious Cyrus. Suddenly, he broke into a raucous laughter, uttering words meant to provoke Cyrus's defenses. Cyrus, what were you just fantasizing about? Your dark zodiac malevolent spirits have already been vanquished by me. Surely, you must be aware of this. You cannot be serious. It is impossible. Cyrus's face stiffened at these words, unable to believe the claims of the young man before him. He quickly expanded his soul power to envelop the entire villa. However, upon sending his soul power into the basement and failing to detect his zodiac malevolent spirits, a chilling realization struck him. With a resounding hum, Cyrus felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon him. He seethed with rage, lamenting his previous indulgence in fantasies that had allowed this young man to deceive and ambush him. Seizing the opportunity, he eliminated the malevolent spirit of the 12 houses that had awakened the demon eye. Damn it! Scoundrel! Beast! You wretched creature! You truly deserve to perish. Emerging from his sorrow, Cyrus let out a furious roar. His soul surged with unbridled power, conjuring a terrifying gale. The entire villa trembled under the force. Witnessing this spectacle from the first floor, Arthur's family stood frozen in fear, paralyzed and unwilling to make any unnecessary movements. Yet, little Emma remained fixated on the unfolding drama on the second floor. Observing the extraordinary clash at such a close range was the very thing she had yearned for. Even the matter of vanquishing the nanny, Chloe, had slipped from her mind. Confronted with Cyrus's wrath, Yverre remained unfazed. He unleashed his own soul power, effortlessly countering the impact of Cyrus's spiritual assault. Cyrus, spare us your bluster. If this is all you've got, you might as well accept your demise. Yverre's words dripped with venomous provocation. At last, unable to endure Yverre's taunts any longer, Cyrus dispelled the illusory barrier shielding him. With a thunderous shout, he bellowed, "You little beast, die!" Focusing his soul energy, Cyrus concentrated it in his eyes, manifesting 2 invisible swords that cleaved through the air, hurtling towards Yverre's head. How intriguing. This is more like it. In response to this fierce onslaught, Yverre too unleashed a soul attack. Soul shriek. He roared. The 2 formidable soul energies collided on the second floor. In an instant, the villa's tempered glass shattered into 1,000 fragments. Several invisible sonic blades, empowered by the soul attack, met the 2 ethereal swords entwined with soul energy in midair. Blade met sword. They pressed against each other, crumbling under the strain. Ultimately, Yverre, with his more solidified soul power, gained the upper hand. After their attacks collided, the remaining 3 invisible sonic blades swiftly struck Cyrus, who was momentarily slow to react. How is this possible? How can I be defeated? With those words, Cyrus's soul was cleaved into 4 segments, crashing to the ground. A lifetime spent exorcising demons and seeking greater power and immortality culminated in his utter downfall. As the system notification echoed in Yverre's mind, Cyrus's dismembered soul dissipated entirely. Phew. Dealing with a former exorcist turned malevolent spirit is quite the challenge. Yverre mused, rubbing his throbbing temples. After confirming that the device posed no risks unless a sacrifice was made, he returned to the first floor. Upon arrival, Yverre encountered Emma and others, their faces contorted in pain from the sonic waves. Drawing Emma into his embrace, he summoned the recently replenished energy to swiftly heal her damaged ear canal and eardrum. As for Arthur and the others, Yverre extended his healing to them as well. They merely transferred a small amount of spiritual energy from afar, lacking the privileges granted to Emma. Only after Arthur's family regained their composure did they express their profound gratitude to Yverre. The sheer strength of this individual was overwhelming. In their memories and hearsay, exorcists were not supposed to be this formidable. With Yverre's current power, if he claimed to be a divine envoy, Arthur and the others would undoubtedly believe him, even to the point of kneeling in reverence. This was made possible by the prior negotiations regarding the fee with Emma. Following a brief exchange with Arthur, the head of the family, in which Yverre conveyed a few final words and suggestions, he embraced Emma and departed, leaving behind the adoring gaze of Casey. During their conversation, despite Casey's fervent insinuations, Yverre did not acquiesce, for his palate had been spoiled by Jesse, Carly, and Selena. Ordinary seafood no longer piqued his interest. After escorting Emma home, Yverre activated the system prompt to review his recent gains. Beep. Congratulations to the host for defeating all 12 second-tier evil spirits and the third-tier boss, Cyrus, from the 13 malevolent spirits. Name, the Playful Longman. Body, 0. Soul, 90. Spiritual energy, 50. Copyable talent. Yellow, high-speed movement. Description folded, too lengthy, no need for excessive word count. Name, Cyrus. Body, 0. Soul, 200. Spiritual energy, 50. Copyable talent. Green, spiritual barrier. Sword in the eye. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 12 yellow lottery draws, 1 green lottery draw, and 190 origin points. Does the host wish to copy all attributes of the targets? Copy all. Additionally, allocate points. Body 60, soul 60. Spiritual energy 70. Observing the substantial sum of 190 origin points, Yverre decisively cleared them. The moment the origin points were expunged, Yverre experienced yet another internal and external metamorphosis. Although not as effective as during an advancement, he still underwent a gradual transformation. Seated in meditation, Yverre embraced the leap of life and the elevation of his soul, while his consciousness initiated the first synthesis of attributes with the system. Gazing at the numerous attributes on the panel, Yverre began to select and consume the redundant attributes to enhance the levels of those with potential. He first identified promising white attributes: super strength, rapid recovery, 3, and pseudo-immortality. Without hesitation, Yverre consumed 25 worthless white attributes to elevate them to yellow status. After the upgrade, he commenced the combination of new attributes. Observing the body recovery attributes: yellow, rapid recovery, 3, pseudo-immortality, and the giant S, iron body, Yverre summoned the system and activated the attribute synthesis function. Please synthesize these 5 talents for me. Beep. Attribute synthesis completed. In the realm of rapid restoration, the concept of an undying body emerges, an entity possessing a physique as resilient as steel, as long as one's soul and body are not utterly annihilated. Even in the face of grievous injuries, regeneration persists until one's vitality is entirely depleted. Beep. May I inquire, esteemed host, whether the newly synthesized attribute is to be infused into your own being, thereby becoming your innate talent, or shall it be bestowed upon an object to create an extraordinary artifact? The system's notification sparked immense delight within Yverre. The prospect of such formidable attributes was exhilarating. However, upon examining the supplementary details, he found himself momentarily taken aback, only to be enveloped by an exhilarating sensation reminiscent of a victorious triumph. Truly remarkable, dear system. The attribute can also be conferred upon items, facilitating the creation of extraordinary artifacts. Yet, I hold steadfast in my belief in personal strength. Thus, I shall first apply the attribute to myself. This particular attribute is far too magnificent to squander on mere artifacts. This revelation brought forth a glimmer of hope for Yverre. Perhaps in the future, he might indeed endow others with attributes. At the very least, he wished to bestow protective capabilities upon the women and loved ones in his life. Chapter 45 introduces the concepts of shockwave field and phantom shadow. As Yverre meticulously continued to engage with the system interface, observing the myriad of attributes available, he resolved to synthesize several potent ones, upgrading less useful white attributes into existing beneficial ones. Once he had exhausted his resources, Yverre commenced his operations, tailoring his approach to suit his needs. He opted for a fusion of hybrid attributes, combining physical prowess with psychic speed. As Yverre uttered his command, the system interface illuminated with a miraculous array of vibrant hues. Beep. Congratulations, esteemed host, on a successful fusion. The attributes now included instantaneous travel, shadow phasing, blink, swift movement, and phantom shadow. Phantom shadow. The body can transform into a wraith residing in an alternate dimension, enabling instantaneous movement within 100 meters, with speed augmenting according to one's level. While in the wraith state, one can evade physical harm, yet only soul-based attacks may be executed. May I confirm, host, whether you wish to fuse this into your being? Hold on for a moment. I still need to fuse additional attributes. Yverre exclaimed, grinning broadly at the description of phantom shadow. However, he managed to suppress his mirth and instructed the system once more. System, please proceed with the fusion of these attributes. Beep. Congratulations, esteemed host. On the completion of the fusion, the newly acquired attributes include mighty strength, giant power, shock attack, chain poison maiden, sonic assault, brutal officer, long-range beam, and shockwave field. The resonance field, physical mental fusion, the physical strength attribute will double according to the same rank and can be augmented with other physical traits. Physical attacks will be imbued with the power of resonance. The more mental energy one mobilizes, the stronger the resonance becomes, extending beyond the body. Shall the host integrate these abilities? Integrate, merging both new traits into my being. Without hesitation, Yverre immediately chose to fuse upon reading the descriptions of the new traits. In the next moment, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host, fusion complete. Before the sound faded, Yverre felt two new abilities, akin to innate manifestations of his physique, surging within him. Indeed, the power of the newly integrated traits. Rising, Yverre entered the gym to test his newfound strength. First, the resonance field. He summoned the nascent power within him, gently channeling it through his hand. With a light punch forward, he heard a crackling sound, akin to glass shattering in the air. It was as though Yverre had fractured the very atmosphere with his fist. Remarkable. However, it likely consumed a considerable amount of energy. Fortunately, it was a talent of physical mental fusion. Without utilizing mental energy, the only limitation would be the inability to attack others from a distance with the resonance power. Yverre quelled the awakening resonance within him, marveling at the system's fusion capability. The traits produced through fusion were exponentially stronger than their non-fused counterparts. He could even cosplay as Whitebeard and seek out sons. Yet, his current rank still fell short of matching Whitebeard's combat prowess. Nonetheless, Yverre was undeterred, believing he could surpass Whitebeard in due time. Calming his excitement, Yverre ventured to experiment with the other ability. Half an hour later, he took a shower and returned to his room for rest. The following morning dawned bright and beautiful, with warm sunshine and a gentle breeze. Upon waking, Yverre was promptly taken by Emma to Arthur's residence. According to the price Emma had quoted the day before, Arthur owed Yverre $15 million. Indeed, Emma had calculated the cost of each malevolent spirit at a fixed price of $1 million, culminating in $3 million for the final entity, Cyrus. Thus, early in the morning, Emma led Yverre to Arthur's home to collect payment. Following the harrowing events of the previous night, Arthur had no intention of remaining there. Coupled with the necessity to pay Yverre for his services, he decisively sold Cyrus's villa at a reduced price of $5 million. At that moment, Beverly Hills was still a highly sought-after locale. With Arthur's proactive price drop, he had just enlisted the help of a lawyer that morning to facilitate the sale. Within a few hours, someone was willing to purchase the grand mansion outright, after deducting various fees. Ultimately, the assets that Arthur acquired from the Sayers estate, when converted to cash, amount to just over $30 million. Although this sum has diminished considerably, it remains a fortune that Arthur has long coveted. As the saying goes, wealth provides confidence. Thus, when Arthur encountered Yverre and Emma seeking him out, he promptly approached with a check worth $15 million in hand, a smile illuminating his face as he extended it to Yverre. Master Yverre, this is a reward of $15 million for your efforts. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Without it, we would have had no chance to inherit this estate. Upon receiving the $15 million check, Yverre's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted Arthur's shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret, Arthur. The remaining assets from Sayers will sustain you for a lifetime. From this moment forward, simply enjoy your time. Do not dwell on the matters of sayers. This may be the sole supernatural occurrence you encounter in your life. In light of the generous sum, Yverre offered Arthur a few comforting words. Initially anxious about the possibility of encountering similar occurrences in the future, Arthur felt a wave of relief wash over him after receiving Yverre's reassurance. After all, if such supernatural events were to recur, even wealth would not grant him peace of mind. After exchanging a few more words, Yverre departed with Emma. Having acquired such a substantial amount, Yverre chose not to return to his shop that morning. Instead, he took Emma to the vibrant commercial district of Rodeo Drive for a lavish shopping spree. Considering the future, he decided to purchase a customized B7 level bulletproof Mercedes G63 SUV, investing over $700,000 in the acquisition. After finalizing the delivery time and location with the dealership, Yverre and Emma returned to their villa in Sunset Boulevard. With an uneventful afternoon ahead, Yverre opted to forego visiting his shop. After making dinner plans with JJ, he indulged in a rare moment of relaxation, perusing posts on the Monster Hunter Guild forum. The more he read, the more astounded he became. It appeared that supernatural events were pervasive throughout the world. However, most incidents were swiftly suppressed by various governments before they could gain traction online, leaving only the locals and the forum members with memories of these occurrences. Previously, Yverre had viewed this forum with indifference, but now, having reached the intermediate third tier and significantly enhanced his soul's quality, he discerned that access to the forum was not granted to everyone. There existed an imperceptible protective layer. Only those who were unique or had encountered supernatural events could enter. Otherwise, logging into the forum would yield only the most superficial layer of information, akin to an ordinary forum. Thus, Yverre observed the night unfold until JJ called himself, prompting him to close the forum. The influx of information was overwhelming. Even across the sea, in the vast eastern realm, numerous supernatural occurrences were reported. However, the Dragon Kingdom, rich in heritage and safeguarded by the esteemed 749 Bureau, remained untouched by the Demon Hunters Guild. Yet, there were certain extraordinary individuals who managed to breach barriers, discussing various matters within the confines of the Demon Hunters Guild forum. Shutting down his computer, Yverre gathered his scattered thoughts. He tidied himself up and changed from his trench coat into casual attire, ready for his appointment. Chapter 46. The Date and the Secrets of the Shanda Foundation. Upon arriving at the upscale couple's hotel reserved by JJ, Yverre was greeted by JJ, who awaited him in her seat. Today, she was adorned in a form-fitting black dress that perfectly accentuated her curves, complemented by a pair of sleek black stockings that rendered her akin to a beautiful black swan. Yverre approached, taking a seat beside her, and casually retrieved a prepared gift from his space, an exquisite amethyst necklace. Upon seeing the necklace, JJ's eyes sparkled with delight, her gaze towards Yverre becoming fervently ardent, as if it could weave a silken thread between them. "Yverre, could you put it on me?" "Of course, my dear," Yverre replied tenderly, fastening the necklace around her neck. The purple gem resting just above her décolletage, enhancing the pallor of her skin. "Moi, I absolutely adore this gift," JJ exclaimed, stealing a quick kiss on Yverre's cheek in her glee. The two then commenced their dinner for the evening. After the meal, JJ did not request Yverre to escort her home. Over the course of their frequent outings, she had come to realize that she could not bear to be without this domineering yet gentle man. Once at Yverre's residence, JJ invited him to play a game of landlord. Perhaps due to her inexperience with cards, JJ fumbled frequently, misplaying her hands. It was only when Yverre began to instruct her that she grew more adept. Observing JJ, who had shed her youthful naivety, Yverre reached out and lifted her delicate form. Utilizing his spatial powers, he removed the floral sheets adorned with plum blossoms, replacing them with a more comfortable set. He then cradled JJ and returned to bed, drifting into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom. With work awaiting her, JJ found herself compelled to take a leave of absence. She felt utterly exhausted and had no desire to move. Yverre gazed at JJ, who curled up like a kitten, and reached for her phone, calling Director Tom to inform him of her absence. Upon hearing Yverre's voice, Director Tom responded with enthusiastic warmth, promptly granting JJ a week's leave. Yverre graciously accepted Tom's generous offer, exchanging pleasantries that elicited hearty laughter from the director. Sometimes, declining the goodwill of others can be perceived as a subtle form of disdain. Such behavior could lead to the loss of friendships. Having arranged JJ's vacation and brought her a delightful breakfast, Yverre drove to his shop. A few hours later, upon waking, JJ noticed Yverre's messages on her phone and the breakfast in the thermos. A radiant smile illuminated her beautiful face. JJ picked up her phone to send Yverre some sweet, affectionate words before indulging in her meal. Within the demon-slaying agency, Yverre sat in the reception area, responding to JJ's messages while also attending to other women. After completing these tasks, he turned his gaze towards Hallis, who was under his control and forced to clean, his expression devoid of joy. Yverre remained curious about Hallis's ability to switch bodies, as it bore resemblance to two other films on body swapping, but was evidently more potent. Hallis's ability was compulsory, unlike the others which required rituals and auxiliary means. Hallis, from whom did you acquire this body swapping skill? Yverre inquired, halting Hallis's cleaning with a tone of curiosity. Although the original text mentioned Hallis learned this power from a black voodoo priest, that priest was swiftly eliminated upon introduction, leaving much to be desired. Yverre found it hard to believe that Hallis had learned voodoo from such a feeble character in this chaotic reality. Turning stiffly at the command, Hallis forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. With sincerity, he began to elucidate, Master. I learned this body-swapping voodoo from a master within the cult of borrowed immortality. By the way, that cult is also known as the Shandaji sect. Many prominent figures and wealthy individuals are members. Yverre was taken aback, realizing the implications. This cult, which he had once controlled in his past life, had indeed become a formidable entity in a world rife with the supernatural. Astonishment washed over him. How could the Los Angeles Demon Hunters Guild allow such a cult to thrive unchecked? Had the management of the guild become so muddled? Yverre's thoughts reflected a lack of understanding of the guild's difficulties. Each branch of the guild across various locations typically had a true expert, while a nation could only accommodate 2 branches at most. The leaders of these branches were tasked with overseeing the most perilous areas of the country. Once a leader departed, the remaining members were scant. With demon hunting already stretching their resources thin, there was little capacity left to manage these pressing issues that should have been handled by the state. This circumstance also contributed to Yverre's earlier unreasonable demands being met with compliance by Old William. The guild had no manpower and was thus compelled to seek outside assistance. Reclining in his chair, Evil rubbed his temples. He suddenly realized that Los Angeles was far more complex than it seemed. New York harbored its own vampires, while Los Angeles concealed a malevolent cult of its own. Though not overtly threatening, one should not provoke it. Moreover, he urged, reveal everything you know. Evil glanced at Hallis, beckoning him to continue. With a soul mark present, even if Hallis was reluctant to speak, he had no choice but to press on. According to my deceased mentor, this cult is divided into 2 factions. One comprises individuals like myself, who forcibly learn voodoo through innate talent, extracting others' souls to inherit their corporeal forms. The other consists of the talentless. They must rely on a prodigy within the sect, known as Roman Amatic, who devised a brain-swapping procedure called the convergence operation. This procedure allows one's brain and consciousness to be implanted into the mind of a deeply hypnotized individual. Originally fraught with risks, this operation, enhanced by certain voodoo practices, achieved effects akin to that of the soul-switching technique. Although this operation can only be performed twice, unlike our voodoo body switching, which permits 4 or 5 instances, Roman Amatic. The innovator of this convergence operation is indeed a genius, earning the respect of many within the sect. Upon hearing Hallis's words, 2 films flashed through Evil's mind, Get Out and The Skeleton Key. Both were body swap narratives, one portraying a white man's covetousness for a black body, while the other depicted a black individual's yearning for white identity and wealth. How far humans will go to survive, Evil mused. With that, Evil concluded his conversation with Hallis, waving him off to resume his cleaning duties. The subservient Hallis dared not resist. He silently picked up the broom and continued sweeping, occasionally pausing to wipe down the tables and chairs. Over the past few days, Hallis had sensed Evil's aura consistently intensifying. Resistance was futile. To preserve his life, he was willing to endure humiliation and bow down like a dog. He truly wished to live. In fact, most who voluntarily joined the Mountain Great Foundation, aware that its true name was the cult of mortal borrowing for eternal life, were those who did not wish to die and yearned to extend their lives by decades, even centuries. Chapter 47. The Half-African, Half-European Lottery and the Invitation from the Wealthy Stephen. A week later, within the Exorcism Society, Evil reclined comfortably in his executive chair. eyes closed in meditation, legs crossed. Over the past week, he had resolved 2 supernatural incidents unrelated to the main plot, earning a total of 1 million in revenue. His soul attribute points had increased, finally balancing with his physical attributes. Although his earnings during this week were modest, he had successfully addressed the matters concerning JJ, Jesse, and Carly. In passing, I have arranged several outings with Jessica, the spirited little police officer, which have turned out to be quite enjoyable. Currently, JJ, Jessica, and Carly often gather, their camaraderie resembling that of sisters. After work, they frequently embark on shopping excursions and dining adventures together. In the evenings, they indulge in games of do de jeu, each taking turns to play a card. This delightful situation is partly due to their open-minded approach to leisure. Aside from the escapades of the 3 ladies, during some evenings of card games, Maria occasionally joins in, flitting about on the periphery. She has also taken the opportunity to offer guidance to Carly, a matter that Evil has no objections to. He finds himself quite intrigued by Carly, this extraordinary young lady, and wonders just how far her potential extends. With Evil's consent, Maria has been diligently engaging Carly in thoughtful discussions at school over the past few days. The 2 dark-haired Lolas, one genuine and the other a mere facade, have not stirred up any trouble lately. Emma continues to visit Evil's home daily, undeterred by the presence of Jessica, JJ, and Carly, maintaining her routine. Observing the 3 remarkable older sisters, Emma feels a spark of rivalry within her, convinced that she will not fall short of their accomplishments in the future. Yet outwardly, she refers to them affectionately as sisters, much to their delight. Meanwhile, Esther, the older Fololi, has made several attempts to entice Evil, only to be thwarted each time by Emma's assertive interruptions, which have left Esther feeling rather reclusive. The thought of making a move now fills her with trepidation, fearing Evil's direct reprimand. Ultimately, Esther has chosen to adopt a lackadaisical attitude. Throughout this week of joy, the only surprise for Evil has been that Alan remains in a deep slumber, still undergoing transformation within her mirrored realm. After reclining in his office chair for a while, Evil, sensing that business would be slow today, decided to check his system panel. He noted that the white lottery draws had accumulated to over 100, while the yellow draws reached 20 and the green ones approached 10. Thus, he prepared to indulge in a bit of consumption. The system initiated the lottery. 100 white draws, 20 yellow draws. As the words left his lips, the system notification chimed. Ding. Initiating first-tier white lottery 100 times. The white lottery guarantees at least a Tier 0 ordinary item, with a 50% chance for Tier 1, a 1% chance for Tier 2, and a 1 in 1,000 chance for Tier 3, and so forth. A flash of golden light illuminated his mind as a colossal, ethereal spinning wheel materialized within Evil's consciousness. The pointer whirled wildly, swiftly selecting 100 distinct slots. Soon after, the system notification resounded once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following white items: 1 box of ultra-thin Durex, 1 box of Parallel Universe's new cola, and 1 pound of gold. Yellow items, 1 cubic meter of space. Goodness, is this truly the extent of my rewards? 100 consecutive draws yield merely a spatial ring. Who do they think they are looking down upon? I possess a certain degree of spatial control, thus, I cannot be overly concerned about this mere cubic meter of space within the ring. As Yverre gazed upon the items displayed on the system panel, his composure shattered. The system, indifferent to his frustrations, continued to emit its prompts. Ding. Items have been successfully stored in the system space. The yellow 20-time lottery is about to commence. Please focus, host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yverre could only shake his head in resignation, redirecting his attention to the newly manifested grand wheel of fortune in his mind. The items on this wheel were evidently far superior to those on the white lottery wheel. After all, the yellow lottery guarantees a first-tier item, with a 50% chance for a second tier and a mere 1% for a third tier. I refuse to believe it. Let it begin. As Yverre's words fell, the pointer began to whirl frantically, ultimately selecting 10 items in rapid succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a first-tier white item, an enchanted iron sword from a certain fantasy realm, a healing potion from a certain game world, a pair of ice silk stockings for women from a certain fairy world, second-tier yellow items, a foundational spirit liquid from a certain chi realm, a melody technique from a certain beloved world, third-tier green item, the first volume of an old man's magical notebook from a certain dragon adventure world. Golden legend. To have drawn even the old man's magical notebook. Truly, the system's authority is unparalleled. Yverre's smile widened at the sight of the green third-tier prize. Now, I have magic to play with. I wonder if Jesse and Emma can learn this chi magic. Recalling his gaze, Yverre examined the other rewards. The melody technique is also commendable. Although it is a martial arts internal skill, it serves as a worthy option for strengthening Jesse and the others. I have no use for the foundational spirit liquid. I could provide it to Jesse to aid in their internal skill training. Beyond these few items, some rewards appear rather lackluster. That healing potion pales in comparison to Arthur's wife's healing power. Observing the remaining rewards, Yverre's dissatisfaction grew. Alas, such is the burden of my kind heart. These items can only be sold at a premium to my loyal clientele, albeit with tears. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck past 10 in the morning. After completing the lottery, Yverre leaned back in his executive chair, clearing his mind to absorb the ambient energy of the universe. Enhancing his spiritual capacity, he contemplated the old man's magical notebook in his mind. The first half of the notebook comprises not solely chi magic, but also some summoning spells. I wonder if they will be effective in this world. Just then, a middle-aged Caucasian man, seemingly unremarkable yet exuding an air of authority, with deep, piercing eyes and a small mustache beneath his nose, entered the shop accompanied by his bodyguards. Upon surveying the interior and noticing Yverre reclining in the executive chair, the man paused momentarily before offering a greeting. "Greetings, may I inquire if you are Master Yverre?" "Indeed," Yverre replied, sitting upright. Observing the imposing middle-aged man before him, he surmised that this individual was indeed the unwitting client he had anticipated. "There is no lingering malevolent energy about you. What services do you require?" At this, the middle-aged man felt a surge of trust towards Yverre. He currently had no pressing issues, save for needing exorcism services that evening. He had come here based on a friend's recommendation, who spoke highly of the proprietor's remarkable abilities. With a mindset of cautious optimism, he proceeded. Once assured of Yverre's capabilities, the man extended his hand with a smile and introduced himself. "Greetings, Master Yverre. My name is Stephen Price, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Yverre reciprocated the handshake with Stephen. He then summoned a kettle, a cup, and instant coffee from afar, offering a brief demonstration of his prowess. As the two engaged in conversation over tea, the exceptionally perceptive Yverre, utilizing Stephen's appearance, name, and the topics discussed, recalled that he resembled a character from a film, a certain movie titled The Haunting from 1999. The final antagonist from that film lingered vividly in Yverre's memory. "So, Mr. Stephen, what business do you seek?" After a few casual exchanges, Yverre feigned ignorance, directing his gaze towards Stephen. Having chosen to momentarily place his trust in Yverre, Stephen articulated his superficial intentions. "I would like to enlist your assistance in ensuring my safety. I plan to take my wife and several fortunate companions to an old asylum rumored to be haunted, embarking on a night of adventure. During this time, I require your expertise, Master Yverre, to guarantee my personal safety." Upon hearing this, Yverre's thoughts stirred. As expected, it mirrored the narrative of the original film. Stephen intended to seize this opportunity to harm his wife. He did not wish for his spouse, Evelyn, to divorce him and claim half of his fortune. Yverre mused, how poignant it is that couples are like birds of the same forest. However, these matters were not his concern. Moreover, Evelyn was no saint and not his client. There was no need to expose such truths that could jeopardize his business. In an instant, Yverre concluded his reflections and declared his fee. Given that this was an overnight endeavor and the uncertainty surrounding the number of malevolent spirits, I propose a starting price of 10 million. What do you think of this price? Is it acceptable? Even though Yverre was not inclined to negotiate, he nonetheless posed the question. Upon hearing the quoted sum, even the moderately affluent Stephen could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. Were it not for his awareness of the young man's capabilities and the genuine presence of malevolent spirits in that place, he would never consider parting with such a substantial amount. However, when Stephen contemplated his wife Evelyn and the impending divorce that would see her claim nearly 100 million of his fortune, he decisively took the contract presented by Yverre and swiftly inscribed his name, sealing it with a mark. Once the collaboration agreement was finalized, Stephen exchanged a few words with Yverre, setting a specific time for their next meeting before departing the establishment with his bodyguard in tow. The bodyguard, exhibiting professionalism, remained silent throughout, walking ahead of Stephen, assisting him in opening the car door. Once Stephen was comfortably seated, The bodyguard assumed the driver's position, accelerating away from Yverre's shop. As he observed the receding vehicle, Yverre chuckled and shook his head. A husband plotting against his wife, and a wife conspiring against her husband. Such is the nature of greed. Where humans perish for wealth and birds perish for sustenance. Truly, if one is not of the same family, they should not enter the same door. Reflecting on the original storyline, Yverre couldn't help but ponder, wondering whether the malevolent spirits in the asylum would manifest as a collective of grievances as seen in the first installment or as individual entities as depicted in the second. Time passed swiftly as these thoughts lingered. Chapter 48, The Haunted House, A Couple of Ruthless Individuals. By 10 o'clock that evening, the once luminous moon was shrouded by ominous clouds, as if foretelling a night ripe for violence and chaos. In Malibu, before a mental asylum perched on the edge of a cliff, Stephen awaited his wife and several other unfortunate souls chosen by the dark spirits. Despite the complaints from Evelyn and the others, Stephen remained resolute in his decision to delay entry until Yverre's arrival. Just as impatience mounted and grievances were voiced again, Yverre pulled up in Jesse's Porsche, stepping out to meet the group. Stephen promptly approached him with enthusiasm, for he understood that his very life hinged upon this man's whims that night. He had even prepared a blank check, ready to offer more should the spirits prove formidable. In truth, Stephen had numerous methods at his disposal to eliminate Evelyn, but most would leave traces, which was not his desire. His reason for venturing into this notoriously haunted location was twofold: to orchestrate the demise of his wife, and to personally experience the thrills of the haunted house. His ultimate aim was to replicate such an attraction in his amusement park, thus increasing his revenue. This endeavor to rid himself of Evelyn, while simultaneously seeking inspiration, was a considerable gamble. He was willing to wager even his own life, fully immersing himself in the perilous game. A truly ruthless individual, accompanied by his wife Evelyn, who is equally ruthless. They deliberately chose to hold the birthday celebration within this haunted house, intending to eliminate her husband Stephen and frame the malevolent spirits dwelling here for the crime. As Yverre approached the crowd, he regarded the enthusiastic Stephen, refraining from diminishing the other's dignity and extending his hand for a brief handshake. "Apologies for my tardiness, Stephen." "Not at all, Mr. Yverre." Stephen quickly shook his head in denial. "We arrived early. Your presence here is indeed perfectly timed, Mr. Yverre." While Yverre and Stephen engaged in mutual flattery, the onlookers observed this exchange with a hint of curiosity. Such cordiality was not uncommon in their social and professional encounters. However, the surprise stemmed from the fact that Stephen, a somewhat renowned affluent individual in Los Angeles, was showing such attentiveness to a young man who, aside from his handsome looks and captivating demeanor, did not seem to possess any extraordinary attributes. Could he be the son of an investor behind Stephen's amusement park? Or did he have another significant identity? This question lingered in the minds of the few invited to partake in this adventure. Observing the scene, Evelyn, Stephen's wife, felt an unsettling sense of discord. She was well aware of her husband's character, and this humble demeanor was strikingly rare. Something was amiss. Sensing the dissonance, Evelyn stepped forward, warmly greeting Yverre. "Hello, Mr. Yverre. I am Evelyn, Stephen's wife." As she spoke, the woman in a strappy dress deliberately bent slightly, allowing the fabric to curve alluringly, revealing a glimpse of enticing allure. Evelyn was adept at leveraging her advantages to obtain her desires. Stephen, on Yverre's left, noticed this as well, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his deep-set eyes. Unfazed by Evelyn's seductive charm, Yverre merely responded with a polite handshake. Despite Evelyn's beauty and splendid figure, disinterest remained. Yverre was no longer the indiscriminate Xiao Chunan. Following the failed seduction, a flicker of unwillingness crossed Evelyn's eyes, yet she ultimately returned to stand beside Stephen. After this brief farce among the three, Stephen approached with a smile, observing the guests who deviated from the original plan, feeling no sense of discontent. After all, they were merely embellishments for the evening. He clapped his hands to draw attention to himself, and with an encouraging tone, he declared, "I am delighted that you could all join me for this haunted house gathering. The details in the emails you received are all true. If one can endure through this night, they shall receive $1 million in their hands along with the entirety of the eliminated contestants' prize money. Now, let us embark on tonight's haunted house adventure." As the words fell, the unfortunate souls chosen for this endeavor erupted in cheers. Among them are Eddie, a former professional baseball player of African descent, Donald, a physician, Watson Pritchard, a half-medium and indigenous individual, Melissa, an avid photography enthusiast, and Sarah, who has recently lost her job. Each harbors their own ambitions, yet their ultimate goal remains the same: wealth. In the Sierra Los Angeles mountains, within the confines of the Exorcist Guild, personnel monitoring perilous zones in and around Los Angeles noticed an individual entering the marked Malibu Psychiatric Hospital. He promptly reported the situation to his superior. "Minister, someone has entered the Malibu Psychiatric Hospital. Should we dispatch a rescue team, or wait until tomorrow for the police to recover the bodies?" Sam, the middle-aged white intelligence minister, approached to inspect the video footage from the location. Upon recognizing the figure of Yverre in the crowd, he paused momentarily. "Isn't that the promising youth old William spoke of? Intriguing. Let us see how you managed to survive in this haunted hospital." With such thoughts, Sam gestured dismissively to the staff, signaling them to disregard the situation. His penetrating gaze swept over the new employees, and in a detached tone, he instructed, "All new recruits, take note. As long as the primary targets under your surveillance do not exit voluntarily, do not intervene. Those who recklessly seek their demise or inadvertently wander in, simply pretend you have not seen them." Inside the eerie and desolate Malibu Psychiatric Hospital, a group entered the foreboding structure. Upon their arrival, there was no shattering glass from the skylight that nearly struck Evelyn. Rather, Stephen and his companions, all of ordinary constitution, stepped into the hospital's hall and immediately sensed a chilling draft enveloping the room. It felt as though they had entered a cold storage facility. "What a dreadful place. Why is it so cold?" Eddie, the blunt and straightforward one, grumbled as he rubbed his hands together. The others fared no better, muttering quietly, questioning whether Stephen had overdone the atmospheric setup, fearing the chill might lead to illness. Yet, only Stephen understood the reality. After having investigated the genuine hauntings here, he had not altered a thing. The technicians who maintained the mechanisms from the original narrative were deliberately absent. This time, he was playing for thrills, indulging in authenticity. All right, enough with the complaints. Think of the checks in your pockets. Ask yourselves if you truly wish to remain here to claim that million. Noticing the evident hesitation among the invited guests, Stephen quickly administered a dose of encouragement. The mere mention of money steadied their resolve. As Watson observed the clock inching closer to midnight, a sense of urgency washed over him. As the homeowner, he remained oblivious to the true nature of this mental asylum. He feared that this 1 million could be earned but not spent. With a venue fee of already 100,000, doubts began to creep into Watson's mind. While others engaged in conversation, he stealthily made his way toward the exit. He believed no one had noticed his subtle movement, yet Yverre, conversing with Sarah and the others, keenly sensed his actions. However, Yverre chose to ignore him, recognizing that there was no need to thwart someone's instinct for survival. Suddenly, just before midnight, the asylum's mechanisms activated, sealing all entrances and exits. Watson, feigning the demeanor of a drunken man hoping to escape with a bottle, was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. He glanced at the clock suspended from the hall's beam and then at his electronic watch, which clearly indicated that it was only a little past 11, nowhere near the stroke of midnight. Yet, the mechanisms had indeed been set in motion. Damn it, it's all over," Watson lamented, his face a mask of despair as he frantically shook the iron railings, his voice rising in a frantic wail. Chapter 49, Divergent Thoughts. A convergence of resentment, Watson? What on earth are you screaming about? Hadji, startled by Watson's sudden outburst, glared at him with palpable anger, wishing he could strike Watson and leave him searching for his teeth. Sarah and her companions, engaged in conversation with Yverre, turned their attention to the despondent Watson. "Watson, what is going on?" Stephen, feigning ignorance, chastised Watson, instinctively inching closer to Yverre. Desperate for support in this haunted house, he couldn't help but gravitate toward the only glimmer of hope he had. Evelyn, ever wary of her husband, noticed this unspoken connection. Displaying her cunning, she stepped forward, leaning slightly in Yverre's direction, having deduced his true identity. Yet, she refrained from voicing her suspicions, fearing that her husband, Stephen, might react irrationally. The others remained oblivious, crowding around Watson, pressing him for answers. Overwhelmed by their inquiries, Watson's psychological defenses crumbled, and he burst into tears. This is a bona fide haunted house. The patients and doctors who once dwelled here perished in a riot, ultimately succumbing to a devastating fire. Ever since, anyone left inside after midnight has met their demise here. There are ghosts, real ghosts. As Watson sobbed while revealing this harrowing truth, the expressions of the uninformed guests, including Sarah and Melissa, fell into despair. Gazing at Stephen, the benefactor, their eyes were tinged with a mix of resentment and anger. They could hardly believe that Stephen was serious, actually inviting them to venture into a haunted house. Was he not effectively sending them to face death in a restroom? Yet, the thought of the substantial reward promised by Stephen silenced their protests, forcing them to swallow back the profanities that danced on the tip of their tongues. Observing the compliant crowd, Stephen felt a sense of satisfaction. It was fortunate that he had gathered these financially desperate souls. Otherwise, if he had heeded Evelyn's extravagant suggestions to invite celebrities, he would have found it difficult to manage those individuals who were not so easily swayed by money. Meanwhile, upon hearing Watson's words, a chill ran down Evelyn's spine, and her gaze towards her husband, Stephen, darkened with malice. That wretched old man was indeed cunning, attempting to rely on malevolent spirits to eliminate her discreetly. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Evelyn exchanged a knowing glance with her unfortunate lover, Dr. Donald, her eyes seething with intent, urging him to find an opportunity to dispose of Stephen. Simultaneously, she began to contemplate her own safety, knowing that in this haunted realm, she required a genuine ally. Donald, the sycophant, would not suffice. Once Stephen was out of the picture, he too would meet his demise. Ultimately, Evelyn set her sights on Yverre, who remained unfazed and composed despite the ghostly disturbances. Based on her own deductions, Evelyn was confident that this handsome young man was a skilled exorcist summoned by her late husband, Stephen. After all, given Stephen's proud nature, he would never show such respect to anyone else. With this thought in mind, the astute Evelyn feigned a misstep, collapsing weakly against Yverre, her movements almost desperate in their allure. In response to this deliberate temptation, Yverre neither recoiled nor took advantage. He simply extended a hand to steady Evelyn, ensuring she was secure before transferring her back to Stephen. "Thank you, Mr. Yverre," Stephen said with a strained smile as he took hold of Evelyn's hand. Gripping it tightly, he pulled her into his embrace, his lips close to her ear as he menacingly threatened, "Evelyn, if you continue to embarrass me like this, I will eliminate you right now." Evelyn's expression turned icy under the threat, yet constrained by Stephen's hold, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "Understood." With her compliant response, Stephen released her, drawing her close beside him, effectively severing any chance of her proximity to Yverre. Witnessing this dramatic scene, Hadji and Eddie were left utterly dumbfounded. Such audacity. This woman truly disregards her husband, as if he were inconsequential. In silence, Eddie mourns for his benefactor, Stephen, for 3 seconds. While Eddie's attention is solely fixated on the woman, Sarah, Melissa, and Donald observe meticulously. They notice that the couple is entirely captivated by Yverre. This revelation speaks volumes. Just as Sarah and her companions are about to ingratiate themselves with Yverre, Stephen boldly proposes. In an effort to hasten the demise of Evelyn at the hands of the malevolent spirit, why don't we explore this psychiatric facility in teams? I've already invested the money. It's unreasonable for you to do nothing in return. The implication of money unsettles Sarah and the others, their expressions shifting as they inwardly curse Stephen's entire family. Even now, he suggests they venture apart. It seems he desires their demise for amusement. Yet, in their financial desperation, Sarah and her companions must maintain smiles. "Huh, indeed. What a splendid idea, Mr. Stephen." Yverre, observing their forced smiles, chuckles inwardly, recognizing Stephen's cunning. However, this matter does not concern him. Yverre, poised to receive dual rewards, is solely focused on the funds Stephen will provide and the essence points and talent attributes he will acquire after vanquishing the spirit. As for the leading lady and supporting characters, he is indifferent, embracing a philosophy of neither initiative nor rejection. He will accept what is offered, provided it meets his standards. "Mr. Yverre, what do you think of this suggestion?" Stephen gazes at Yverre with anticipation, as long as this esteemed individual does not refuse. He can ensure his wife Evelyn's untimely end. "I have no objections. You are financing this endeavor, so I shall defer to your judgment." Yverre gestures dismissively, indicating his agreement with Stephen's proposal. "Then let us form our groups, 2 individuals per team." Stephen, seizing the opportunity, swiftly announces, "I shall pair with Mr. Yverre. Sarah and Melissa will be a team, while Eddie and Watson will pair up." Turning to his wife, Evelyn, he forces a smile. "Evelyn, you shall team with Donald. He is your friend, after all. Stephen, you Realizing she has been maneuvered into a corner, Evelyn nearly erupts in anger, yet Donald intervenes just in time. Very well. Let us be a team, she concedes. With the benefactor's wife voicing her dissent to no avail, Eddie contemplates requesting a change in partners, but ultimately swallows his words. Since there are no objections, let us commence, Stephen exclaims, then feigns generosity, enticingly adding, the first team to complete the entire exploration will receive an additional $2 million. With the allure of money, the initially apprehensive Eddie seizes the reluctant Watson and begins their survey of the entire facility. In dire need of funds, Sarah, alongside Melissa, who aspired to create her own documentary, sprang into action. Only Evelyn, before being taken away by Dr. Donald, cast a venomous glance at the smug Stephen. Stephen, don't be so pleased with yourself. Just wait. In that moment, Evelyn no longer concealed her malice. Having reached this juncture, she felt no need to hide her true feelings. Haha, Evelyn, savor this final birthday of yours, Stephen remarked, looking triumphantly at the humiliated Evelyn, his tone remarkably carefree, exuding an air of assured victory. After exchanging a few barbed comments, Evelyn departed alongside Donald. Once she left, Stephen sighed and turned to Yverre, saying, "What a spectacle for Master Yverre. Tell me, why does wealth seem to extinguish that innocent love we once shared?" With the promised reward from Stephen, Yverre had no need to explore the sanatorium for the $2 million prize, thus affording him the leisure to engage in conversation. Yverre did not directly respond to Stephen's inquiry. Instead, he approached the long table in the hall, poured 2 glasses of the wine Stephen had prepared earlier, and handed one to him while taking a sip from the other. "Stephen, you are already a billionaire. Why do you still care?" Such musings often arise in middle age. Stephen downed his glass, his gaze reflecting a nostalgic longing for the past. They conversed briefly on this topic. Meanwhile, Eddie and his crew, the first to take action, had scoured the basement several times. After unlocking every accessible door, Eddie's attention fixated on the last door that remained stubbornly shut. "Watson, what is behind this door?" I have no idea," Watson replied, bewildered, muttering to himself. "When did this place have a room? How could there be a room here?" Before he could finish, the mute Eddie kicked the door with force. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door burst open, revealing a scene of utter chaos within. Even before entering, a foul, acrid stench assaulted their senses. The room was filled with charred, grotesque corpses, each frozen in a grimace of agony. At the moment the door swung open, their ashen faces, obscured beyond recognition, turned in unison toward Watson outside. Just that single glance. Watson, already possessing somewhat heightened senses, fainted on the spot. Poor Eddie fared worse. Due to his forceful kick, he stumbled forward, tumbling into the room along with the door. His dark figure rolled directly into the heap of charred bodies. Before he could cry for help, he was swiftly torn apart by dozens of blackened hands, dragged into the mass of corpses. Even the very soul was forcibly devoured. The unmistakable aura of malevolent spirits emanated from the grotesque amalgamation of charred corpses, rapidly spreading throughout the hall. Yverre, who was sipping his drink, abruptly halted, lowering his glass as a grave expression overtook his features. "Stephen, you truly must increase your payment this time." Chapter 50. The unyielding force of the warlord. Immunity to the unnameable infection. As the dark figure of Eddie fell swiftly, unconscious Watson was not spared either. In his stupor, he was unwittingly consumed by the vengeful spirit hybrid, his body and soul swallowed whole in a single encounter. Having devoured these two, this chaotic, twisted, and terrifying entity sought more sustenance. It began to expand rapidly, surging towards all living beings within its perceptual range. In the lobby of the nursing home, Yverre exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" Upon sensing the blindingly disturbing presence of this indescribable entity, he wished to cleanse his eyes. "Stephen, drink this when you're on the brink of death. It may just save your life. This concoction costs 500,000. Remember to settle up later." Yverre produced a vial of first-tier healing potion he had drawn, extending it towards Stephen. To his dismay, the healing effects of this potion were only effective on targets below the first tier. For him, it was practically useless, even less potent than the healing abilities emanating from Arthur's wife. Moreover, he had not merely drawn one vial. After 20 attempts, he possessed 6 in total. The realization that the healing effect was restricted to lower-tier targets nearly shattered his composure. "Stephen, Upon receiving the vial containing approximately 100 milliliters of softly glowing green liquid, was captivated. He could sense an instinctual yearning within his body for this extraordinary elixir. Master Yverre is indeed remarkable to possess such a treasure. I must cultivate a deeper rapport. The reward must be increased to demonstrate my sincerity. Stephen began to devise ways to secure Yverre's friendship. At that moment, Yverre remained unaware of Stephen's convoluted thoughts as he strode towards the mass of vengeful energy. The aura it radiated was comparable to the combined might of 10 Cereses. Its presence was overwhelmingly potent, and Yverre could even perceive a kind of spiritual pollution emanating from it, causing him considerable discomfort. Determined to prevent any unforeseen mutations, he resolved to eliminate this entity while the situation remained manageable. As he descended towards the basement, Yverre's aura surged with each step. The innate talent of his indomitable steel body granted him a permanent threefold enhancement, and upon entering his armored state, it escalated to 30 times. In an instant, the explosive surge of vital energy enveloped Yverre, surrounding him with a powerful aura. The blazing crimson aura, akin to a magnificent sun intent on purging all filth and malevolence, enveloped the entire mental sanatorium in a tremor induced by Yverre's formidable power. The once chill atmosphere had reverted to the warmth characteristic of summer. This was no mere strength befitting a third-tier transcendent. In the depths of the basement, the indescribable, grotesquely twisted manifestation of malevolent spirits momentarily paused. Sensing the radiant essence of Yverre akin to that of a resplendent sun, the suffocating heat of this all-consuming aura rendered it profoundly uncomfortable, much like the relentless sun itself. A cacophony erupted from the charred mouths of the malevolent entity, a sound that was distinctly inhuman, reverberating throughout the entirety of the sanatorium. Hearing this ghastly noise, Sarah and Melissa turned pale, hastily retreating towards the upper levels of the basement. What sort of jest was this? Why was there such a venomous and repulsive sound emanating from the depths? In that moment, all thoughts of grand prizes, dreams, and the pressures of life became utterly insignificant. Only the preservation of their lives mattered. Having initially hesitated to delve deeper, Sarah and her companion had scarcely taken a few steps before they encountered Yverre. Resplendent like the sun itself, clad in a sleek black suit with a fitted crimson long-sleeve shirt underneath, Sarah, with her delicate features and strikingly radiant appearance, had her golden locks elegantly arranged, with a few strands cascading down her forehead. Her hurried pace had left her slightly breathless, her chest rising and falling with fervor. Once she regained her composure, her astonishment compelled her to exclaim, "Mr. Yverre?" It was not that Sarah had a poor memory. Rather, Yverre's current visage was simply too astonishing. Reminiscent of a warrior she had once envisioned after reading comics in her youth. Tall and handsome, exuding an aura of power that captivated the heart. He was enveloped in a crimson flame that seemed to incinerate all sins. He radiated warmth and nobility, resembling a divine warrior of the blazing sun, embodying the very essence of supremacy. When fantasy intertwines with reality, the experience is indeed transcendent. This encapsulated Sarah's state of mind. Unbeknownst to Yverre, he was oblivious to Sarah's thoughts. Within his soul's perception, the malevolent spirit amalgamation had already pursued Evelyn and Donald. Though he was not inclined to rescue them, Yverre was resolute in ensuring the annihilation of this malevolent entity within the basement. Should it escape to the lobby on the first floor, all present would face inevitable doom. Save for him. In such a scenario, Yverre would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. Dismissing his thoughts, Yverre gestured for Sarah to hasten her departure with Melissa. "You must leave this place at once, Sarah. It is no longer safe for you." With that, he ventured further into the depths of the basement alone, radiating warmth wherever he tread. Upon hearing the words, Sarah obediently led the already terrified and dazed Melissa to the entrance of the basement. As she glanced back at the radiant Yverre, akin to a small sun, a silent prayer began to form in her heart. May the seller of cakes bestow his protection. In the corridor of the basement, the closer Yverre approached, the more he could sense the chaotic force within this conglomeration, a force that incessantly tainted all external matter. He held some conjectures regarding this power, which he hoped to confirm upon their meeting. He fervently wished it was not as he feared. In the central area of the basement, this had once been the site where Richard, the director of the sanatorium, personally performed surgeries on patients, ostensibly for treatment. These operations were, in truth, an indulgence of Richard's morbid inclinations. To him, the mentally disturbed were mere toys to be manipulated. Little did he expect that these patients would eventually rise in rebellion, igniting a fire that consumed the entire basement. That fateful night, as the sanatorium was closing at dawn, the firefighters were not able to arrive in time. The entire population of the sanatorium suffered together in a cacophony of anguish, their hearts filled with resentment and hatred, merging into one. At this moment, Evelyn and Donald, pursued by the malevolent spirit conglomerate, wore expressions of terror as they faced the grotesque mass before them. Protected behind Donald, Evelyn's eyes revealed a fierce determination. She refused to perish alongside Donald in this place. She was resolved to resist and escape. "Forgive me, Donald. You are a good person." Having made her decision, Evelyn silently uttered a phrase in her heart. Then, without mercy, she forcefully shoved the broad figure before her. After this act, she fled towards the sole path of salvation without a backward glance. Poor Donald, oblivious to the impending doom, was thrust towards death by the very person he cherished. This dramatic scene did not linger long. How could the conglomerate easily relinquish its prey? A black tentacle, composed of dozens of charred arms, shot forth like lightning, accompanied by a thunderous crack, aiming for the fleeing Evelyn. Before she could mount any significant resistance, her body was pierced by the twisted black appendage. In an instant, she was pulled back into the depths of the conglomerate. The sequence transpired with such swiftness, so rapid that Donald, not yet dead, witnessed his beloved Evelyn being devoured by the monster before him. Suddenly, he smiled, a serene acceptance washing over him as he embraced death with a grin. Just as Yverre arrived at that room, he chanced upon the poignant scene of Donald welcoming his demise with a smile. A sigh of sympathy escaped him. How tragic, indeed. Placing one's earnest affections upon a wretched being ultimately leads to a dismal defeat. Yet, Donald is hardly a paragon of virtue himself. Yverre, casting aside the tumult within his mind, confronted the malevolent amalgamation of resentful spirits that occupied half the room. The aura emanating from the entity was undeniably formidable, so much so that it seemed beyond the bounds of a mere third-tier extraordinary being. Yet, it was indeed classified as such. In this fleeting moment, the furnishings within the room began to warp and distort under the influence of the energy emanating from this grotesque entity. What in the world is this? The surgical light has sprouted tendrils. Yverre gazed in disbelief at the surgical lamp beside the operating table, which had inexplicably grown several black tentacles resembling the charred arms of the amalgamation. His eyes widened in sheer astonishment. This is bad. These tentacles, this sense of déjà vu. Had I known it would be this kind of entity, I would not have come here at all. Regret began to fester within Yverre as he contemplated his decision to accept this task. However, he suddenly discerned a critical insight. Despite his soul having been scrutinizing the amalgamation of resentment for so long, he exhibited no signs of contamination or distortion. It was as if he were immune to this soul-derived corruption. Wait, could it be that the system's ability, the one that grants eternal immunity, has rendered him impervious to the chaotic divine power of death? How authoritative is the old system? Chapter 51, Replication of Entries. Oh no, have I become an evil deity? Although the source of this amalgamation's corruptive power eluded him, Yverre was decidedly unwilling to delve deeper. Were it not for the foul creature before him, he would have sought to annul the contract and withdraw from this assignment. First, the accursed demon, and now this abominable entity reminiscent of a Cthulhu-like being. I am exhausted. Let the world come to an end. Yet, despite his thoughts, Yverre had no choice but to confront this grotesquely twisted entity. The amalgamation, upon his arrival, immediately targeted the individual it despised. Dozens of vile black tentacles erupted from its form, cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh. In an instant, they surged toward every potentially lethal point on Yverre's body. The initial strike was an unequivocal lethal assault. Faced with this relentless barrage of attacks from every conceivable angle, Yverre chose not to endure it as he had previously. Uncertain of the tentacle's striking force, he opted instead to invoke his phantasmal shadow talent, entering a state of ethereal obscurity to evade the deadly appendages. The tentacles, deprived of their target, pierced through several concrete walls before finally halting. Where they had breached, black tendrils began to sprout anew. Witnessing this, Yverre, now a shadowy specter, felt a surge of dread. In a sudden flash, he reappeared above the amalgamation of resentment. With a forceful determination, he declared, "Shatter." In that moment suspended in the air, he regained his physical form, unleashing a surge of strength amplified 30-fold before the amalgamation could extend its tentacles once more. The surge of vitality coursed through him, infused with an overwhelming force, all concentrated in his right fist. With a powerful strike, he slammed downward. The resounding impact echoed through the room, accompanied by the ominous sound of space fracturing. This formidable force, capable of shattering half a city block, struck the mass of malevolent energy, which endured for but a few fleeting seconds before disintegrating into a mist of blood and fragments, splattering the entire room. The very cliff beneath the basement shattered for several meters, transforming into a precarious precipice on the brink of collapse. With a triumphant exhale, he returned to his original position, releasing a breath of warmth, just as he believed he had successfully vanquished the malevolent entity. From the remnants of its shattered form on the cracked cement floor emerged a statue, obscured from view but emanating a faint, pale, chaotic light. Under the influence of this ethereal glow, the disintegrated mass of darkened flesh began to rapidly restore itself. Witnessing this, he could no longer contain his exasperation. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed. The near full force of his blow had been undone by that statue. He realized he must retrieve it, otherwise its continuous regeneration could very well exhaust him. With a newfound resolve, he seized the moment while the malevolent entity was still mending itself. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Knowing that his attacks could breach the defenses of the entity, he no longer hesitated. Upon reappearing, he unleashed a fist imbued with the powers of vitality, tremors, and spatial energy, radiating a tricolored glow, and struck fiercely at the mass of malevolence. With a thunderous boom, the full force of his blow impacted the entity, sending it soaring into the air. The restored form, enveloped in spatial energy, shattered into a cloud of blood mist. Amidst the swirling crimson vapor, he spotted the statue, approximately 30 centimeters tall, tightly wrapped. He reached out with an arm, fueled by his vitality. And upon entering the blood mist, a significant portion evaporated, allowing him to grasp the statue firmly in his hand. Immune to the taint of such negative states, he felt no adverse effects. The moment the statue was claimed, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Tier 3 boss, the malevolent entity. From Haunted House 1. Name: Malevolent Entity, a conglomeration of vengeful spirits led by the statue's autonomous consciousness. Body: 450. Soul: 0. Consumed by the statue. Psychic energy: 150. The ability to replicate talents. Green: control of flesh and blood. At this stage, it only permits basic manipulation of one's own flesh and blood. Significant enhancement and control remain unattainable. Flesh tendrils: utilizing psychic energy. One can unleash tendrils that contaminate the flesh of others upon impact. Mental pollution: the spiritual force derived from one's soul, when exerted upon another, allows for the choice to taint both their mind and body. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 green lottery draw and 60 origin points. Does the host wish to replicate this target entry? Control of flesh and blood? Mental pollution. Yverre, gazing at the system panel, was astounded. Possessing these two abilities was akin to becoming a minor malevolent deity. Though taken aback, this did not deter Yverre's eagerness to replicate the entries. He replicated all entries and affixed them to the blank entry space. Additionally, he allocated points, 20 to body, 20 to soul, and 20 to psychic energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the system commenced affixing the entries and distributing the attribute points. Ding! Entry affixation complete, attribute allocation finished. Body: 153, soul: 147, psychic energy: 140. The system's prompt resonated in his mind. Yverre underwent another subtle transformation, feeling invigorated and entirely devoid of the fatigue typically associated with battle. With his newfound abilities, his control over his own flesh was significantly enhanced compared to before. Regaining his composure, Yverre scrutinized the statue wrapped in an unknown material in his hand. Instinctively, he considered discarding it, wishing to sever ties with such artifacts. However, after some contemplation, he decided to store it within the system space, isolating it in its own compartment. After all, it might prove useful in the future. Yverre surveyed the basement, now resembling a battlefield. Satisfied that nothing of importance remained, he changed out of his tattered clothing from the skirmish and tidied up before returning to the lobby on the first floor of the sanatorium. Upon his arrival, Stephen and Sarah hastened toward him. Astute Stephen, noticing the strikingly beautiful Sarah approaching Yverre, instinctively halted his advance, granting Sarah the opportunity to approach. Should she succeed in winning Yverre's affections, he would no longer be a man easily trifled with. The recent tumultuous events were still vividly etched in his mind. For Yverre, the exorcist master, Stephen now harbored nothing but immense respect and admiration. His power was overwhelming. Such commotion seemed beyond human capability. While Stephen was lost in his thoughts, Sarah had already reached Yverre. Though she did not throw herself upon him, her eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. Dreams were intertwining with reality. Sarah found it challenging to suppress her emotions. "Mr. Yverre, I am so relieved to see you unscathed." Observing the seemingly unscathed Yverre, whose disheveled hair and changed attire hinted at recent turmoil, Sarah, filled with trepidation, patted her chest in gratitude, silently thanking the heavens for their protection. Unbeknownst to Yverre, who was not privy to the thoughts swirling in Sarah's mind, she was not invoking mere luck, but rather the support of the system itself. "Thank you for your concern, Sarah," Yverre acknowledged with a smile, surveying the hall. The only survivors remaining were Melissa, still shaken and struggling to regain her composure, Stephen, who held back words unspoken, and the caring Sarah before him. Their survival was indeed fortuitous. Yverre, glancing at the trio, urged, "Let us depart. This place is on the verge of collapse." "Ah, very well, Mr. Yverre," Sarah replied, taken aback but refraining from further inquiry. She approached Melissa, offering her assistance to rise. Stephen, ever the pragmatic one, followed Yverre without question, leading them to the still-closed door. "Yverre, what shall we do about?" Stephen began, but his words were abruptly silenced by a thunderous crash. With a slight exertion of his power, Yverre shattered the barricaded door with a single punch, an unspoken answer to Stephen's query. As they witnessed Yverre stride through the now-ruined threshold, both Sarah and Stephen, caught between astonishment and a sense of inevitability, fell in step behind him. It was not until they returned to Yverre's exorcism office that the reality of the earlier events truly sank in. The commotion in the basement paled in comparison to the sheer impact of that singular blow. In that instant, Stephen felt justified in his expenditure. The money was well spent. Chapter 52. Instant coffee only. Jesse's best friend's party. Within the office, Yverre instructed Hara to prepare instant coffee for himself, Stephen, Sarah, and the recently revived Melissa. Unfortunately, Yverre had yet to acquire a competent assistant, and Hara, while adept at basic cleaning tasks, was otherwise inept. Thus, the availability of instant coffee was a small blessing. As Stephen sipped the instant coffee, which he typically overlooked, he found himself appreciating it anew. Realizing it posed no risk of becoming a concoction of poison brewed by someone else's hands. "Master Yverre, here is a blank check from Citibank. Fill in the amount you deem necessary for your services. I am capable of covering it, no matter the sum," Stephen declared, setting down his half-finished cup and retrieving a check he had prepared in advance. As Sarah beheld the check, potentially valued in the tens of millions, even billions, her heart raced with fervor, beating like a drum in her chest. However, upon realizing that the astronomical sum was earned by Yverre, her envy dissipated. Moreover, she herself had received 2 checks worth millions, which satisfied her greatly. Yverre, wishing to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude, filled in the amount of 25 million on the check after accepting it. Observing this figure, Stephen sighed inwardly, not out of regret for the money, but rather lamenting that Yverre had not taken more from him. Building connections would be challenging henceforth. Stephen sighed internally, yet maintained a gentle smile on his face. "In that case, Master Yverre, I shall return to attend to subsequent matters. Rest assured, this affair will remain entirely separate from you." "Very well, go ahead." Yverre nodded in response, and as Stephen was about to exit the shop, he added, "The healing potion cannot save the dead. Remember my words when you use it in the future." "Thank you for the reminder, Master Yverre. I shall certainly keep it in mind." Stephen waved his hand and, escorted by the bodyguards who had long been present, departed from the establishment. Once Stephen left, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Sarah wished to invite Yverre for a meal, but Melissa, the unwelcome third wheel, was still present. Reluctantly, she stood up, her body tense, and inquired, "Could I have your contact information, Mr. Yverre?" "There is no need to call me Mr. I am not much older than you," Yverre replied, addressing the matter of titles, and then extended his phone, allowing Sarah to add her contact information herself. Seeing that Sarah had added it, Melissa also wished to do so, but recalling how much Sarah had helped her earlier, she refrained from intruding. After exchanging contact details, Sarah expressed her desire to chat again sometime before departing with her newly acquainted sister, Melissa, from Yverre's shop. Noticing that it was getting late, Yverre promptly closed the shop and ascended to the newly renovated second floor, facing the mirror in the master bedroom. Yverre activated his copy talent. In an instant, he traversed through the mirror's world and returned to his villa on Sunset Boulevard. There, he happened upon Jessie, who was staying at his home that evening. Thus, the battle commenced. Before long, Jessie found herself retreating, waving the white flag in surrender. The following morning, the sun hung high in the sky, and warm rays illuminated the bedroom. Jessie awoke much earlier than usual and sensed that she felt different today. Not only had her physique improved, but her skin appeared more refined, and her strength had significantly increased. This left her utterly astonished. She nudged Yverre beside her, and upon seeing her beloved awaken, she sweetly voiced her curiosity. "Honey, why do I feel like I've changed so much? Is it merely my imagination?" Half closing his eyes, Yverre extended his hand and embraced the radiant Jessie. Then, in response to her expectant gaze, he whispered softly into her ear, "Last night, you consumed something akin to a precious elixir. Given my current life level, you have already reaped so many benefits. Last night, you indulged alone. Does that mean I am extraordinary now?" Jessie listened to his unfiltered whispers, feeling no embarrassment, but rather elation at having truly become a first-tier extraordinary being. The more she learned about the extraordinary, the more fear enveloped her. It was not the supernatural events that frightened her, but the thought that her beloved might gradually drift away from her due to the transformation of life. The chasm between mortals and the extraordinary was insurmountably vast. In terms of lifespan, the difference between an ordinary person and a first-tier extraordinary being was more than threefold. This meant that if a first-tier extraordinary creature had not suffered severe injuries during its growth, it would possess a lifespan of 300 years, even if it did not subsequently break through. This was a formidable divide, a pinnacle of longevity that mere mortals could never hope to surpass. However, the extraordinary were indeed rare. Whether through cultivation, rare herbs, or divine gifts, these paths were unstable. It was not guaranteed that one could break through to the extraordinary merely by practicing or consuming some ordinary herbs or divine blessings. Even large organizations like the Demon Hunter Guild, which spanned several nations, had few genuine extraordinary individuals among them. Most demon hunters relied on external sources to hunt dark creatures, using their weaknesses to counter those dark extraordinary beings. Yet, if they were to accidentally encounter an extraordinary being that was not dark, their fate would be nearly sealed. Upon realizing that she had truly become a first-tier extraordinary being, tears of joy welled up in Jessie's eyes. She asked for nothing more than to remain by Yverre's side, preventing herself from becoming a desolate memory a century hence. Observing Jessie on the verge of tears, Yverre, for once, displayed genuine tenderness. He pulled her lithe form into his embrace, gently caressing her smooth back while murmuring comforting words. However, actions spoke louder than words. After their friendly spar, Jessie gradually regained her composure. After tidying up, the two set off for lunch together. Thus, Jessie clung to Yverre affectionately until the afternoon, when she suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit to Yverre's home the previous night. "Tonight, my college friend is hosting a party. Honey, would you like to accompany me?" Sitting on the sofa and perusing the Demon Hunter Guild forum, Yverre instinctively wanted to decline. To be frank, parties on this side of the city revolved around the same old themes: debauchery, revelry, and drinking. Yverre was not particularly fond of such gatherings and seldom participated in them during his college days. However, Jessie's next words piqued his interest. "I heard that the manor is a haunted house where people have died. The theme of this gathering is an early celebration of this year's Halloween, intended to set the stage for the festivities that will unfold in a month's time." Jessie, with enthusiasm, lifted her phone to show Yverre to a message from her dear friend, which detailed the theme, timing, and venue of the party. As Yverre absorbed the information on the screen, a wave of astonishment washed over her. A haunted house, a prelude to Halloween. How audacious of the locals! Was this not akin to dancing on graves? Intrigued by this spirited event, Yverre readily accepted Jessie's invitation, which filled Jessie's heart with warmth, prompting her to shower Yverre's cheeks with affectionate kisses. Chapter 53. The Night of Evil Spirits. Once again the demon. The afternoon swiftly slipped away, and it was not until after 7 in the evening that Jessie, having strolled the commercial street all day with Yverre, returned to the villa. During their outing, Jessie had chosen outfits for both herself and Yverre for the evening's festivities, neglecting to prepare anything for their mutual friend, Carly. The reasons were twofold. Carly had to work overtime at her father's company to resolve some pressing issues, and she was not particularly fond of the party's host, which ultimately led to Jessie's decision to not extend an invitation. After changing into their costumes, Yverre emerged from the bedroom first, adorned in a medieval noble vampire ensemble. He wore a black tailcoat over a white shirt, complemented by a black bow tie. His black trousers were paired with custom-made knee-high boots, and he draped a long, ankle-length cloak, black on the outside and crimson within, over his shoulders. His hair was styled into a slicked-back look, giving him an unmistakable air of aristocratic vampirism. Yverre chuckled at his reflection, imagining how Selena would exclaim in delight at the sight. Should he ever replicate the vampire persona, he mused, he would surely embody it more convincingly. Yet here he was, a demon hunter, dressed as a vampire. As Yverre pondered, the bedroom door swung open once more, revealing Jessie in her own vampiric attire. She had adorned her face with subtle dark makeup and donned a black corseted gown embellished with lace, paired with vintage lace-up boots. Around her neck lay the ruby necklace Yverre had gifted her, lending her an air of elegance and poise. With her appearance, she truly embodied the essence of a vampire countess. "Let us go, darling. The party has commenced," Jessie declared, stepping forward to link her arm with Yverre's. Clad in matching attire, they presented a harmonious pair. After a drive of over an hour, Yverre parked before a lively estate in East Los Angeles. Turning to glance at Jessie, who was busy messaging her friends, he inquired, "Is this the place?" "Indeed. Angela has come out to greet us," Jessie replied with a nod, confirming they had arrived at their destination. Yverre parked the car at a distance, wary of potential narrative twists. If the vehicle were too close, it could be targeted. He imagined having to walk back if such an event were to transpire. After securing the car, Yverre linked arms with Jessie and returned to the manor. This time, he expanded his spiritual perception, surveying the entire estate, ignoring the revelers and the chaotic scenes around him. Yverre's gaze ultimately settled on the malevolent skeletons emanating dark energy from the basement. After observing these remains, he glanced at the doorway where Jessie and his companion awaited. The mystery unraveled before him. His suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed a scripted scenario. Yverre recalled that this was a film titled Night of the Evil Spirits, featuring a once dashing Edward in the lead role, alongside the heroine from Freddy vs. Jason, with 3 other distinct supporting characters. One particularly memorable character was a thunderous woman named Susan. Yverre couldn't discern whether her thunder was genuine or feigned. While Yverre's mind wandered through these thoughts, Angela burst forth. Clad in a fitted black mini dress and black fishnet stockings, her hair streaked with crimson. Ecstatic to see her long-lost friend Jessie, she leaped into her arms. "Oh, Jessie, my darling, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, enveloping Jessie in a warm embrace and uttering words that could be deemed overly sentimental. This was the way of expressing affection among women, both in films and in reality, often bordering on the risque. "Angela, I've missed you too," Jessie replied with a semblance of decorum, influenced by Yverre's presence, simply conveying her longing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Angela released Jessie from her embrace and courteously acknowledged Yverre. Upon seeing her friend's handsome boyfriend, Angela's eyes sparkled with admiration, inwardly remarking how fortunate Jessie was. Despite her thoughts, Angela extended her fair hand for a brief introduction. "I'm Angela, the host of this soiree," she proclaimed, "and you must be Yverre, Jessie's boyfriend." After a succinct introduction, Yverre shook Angela's hand lightly before withdrawing his own, disinterested in her. Perhaps it was the makeup or something else. But Yverre perceived Angela as somewhat aged. Following their initial acquaintance, Angela returned to Jessie's side and inquired, "Shall we proceed inside now?" In response to Angela's question, Jessie turned to Yverre, seeking his affirmation. Upon receiving a nod from him, she replied to Angela, "Then let us go." With a confirmation, Angela led Jessie and Yverre toward the manor, her mind racing with thoughts. How had Jessie become such a devoted partner, needing permission to enter a party? Despite the undeniable charm and elegance of the man, Angela found herself questioning the extent of his allure. Yet, her assumptions were misguided. Yverre did not impose restrictions on Jessie's social interactions with women. Rather, it was Jessie, now a first-tier extraordinary, who sensed the discord in this environment. Although he could not rival Yverre's near-omniscient and powerful soul perception, Jesse was still able to detect the palpable gathering of malevolent energies. Having recently survived a supernatural incident that nearly cost him his life, Jesse instinctively sought reassurance from his ally, Yverre. However, to the oblivious Angela, this scene appeared as if Jesse had become a slave to love, willingly surrendering his life to Yverre's control. As they entered the grand hall of the villa, the atmosphere of the party was briefly enjoyed by Yverre and Jesse until it was abruptly interrupted by a group of police officers. Their justification was compelling. Someone had reported that illegal substances were being sold at the party. While everyone understood that such vices were likely present, the mere act of reporting necessitated police intervention. In the ensuing chaos, several inebriated individuals were promptly arrested, and the lively gathering was prematurely declared over, leaving Angela, the host, feeling both frustrated and furious, especially upon discovering that the culprit was one of the very individuals she had barred from attending. Her anger erupted in the nearly empty hall. "Damn it! Which fool let Colin in?" Angela exclaimed, her ire evident as she berated a plump, lethargic young man. Colin, aware of his guilt, remained silent, allowing Angela to unleash her tirade upon him. Observing from the sidelines, Colin's ex-girlfriend, Maddie, could no longer stand by. As she took a step forward, her arm was seized by her friend Susan. "Maddie," Susan softly called, shaking her head to signal her to refrain from intervening. Despite their frequent bickering and lack of kind words for one another, their bond was strong. Susan held a deep disdain for Maddie's ex-boyfriend, fearing for her friend's future should she become involved with a man engaged in such dubious dealings. At that moment, the door to a nearby guest room on the first floor was gently pushed open, revealing two figures, Lily and her ex-boyfriend Dax. After their recent altercation, they emerged, adjusting their disheveled clothing. The gaze of the assembled guests fell upon them, and even with their thick skins, they felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. "Ah, everyone's here," Lily exclaimed. The audacious Lily boldly broke the ice, greeting everyone present. Apart from Yverre and Dyke's friend Jeff, who were not acquainted with the others, the rest were old acquaintances from university. Once the awkward atmosphere dissipated, lively conversations ensued. Yverre, with his arm around Jesse's slender waist, found the scene somewhat amusing. This was hardly a night of malevolent spirits. It was clearly a night for ex-boyfriends. However, such matters were of no concern to him. Yverre was solely preoccupied with the demonic entities sealed within the corpses in the basement, pondering their affiliations and the potential rewards they might yield. Chapter 54. Once again encountering greed, demons 7. After reminiscing, the disgruntled Angela shifted her ire toward Colin, who had disrupted her party. "Colin, you scoundrel. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose tonight because of you?" The entrance fee for the evening represented her additional income for the month, the very funds she intended for shopping. Colin's actions had rendered Angela's efforts futile, and she might even face a fine. "I'm sorry, I truly need the money." Colin recognized the unfairness of his actions toward Angela and offered a direct apology, although he didn't genuinely believe himself to be at fault. Even if he refrained from selling, others would inevitably take his place. It was merely unfortunate that he had been reported by a petty individual tonight. Angela cast a disdainful glance at Colin before turning to Jesse, who was nestled in Yverre's embrace. "Oh, Jesse darling, I am truly sorry for tonight. We finally managed to gather, only for it to be ruined." Jesse rose from Yverre's arms and comfortingly wrapped her arms around Angela, gently patting her back. "It's all right, Angela. There will be other opportunities." Meanwhile, outside the estate, a group of police officers who had completed their apprehensions were preparing to leave. The leading middle-aged officer received a phone call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, his demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a tone of utmost respect. Yes, I understand. Sir, rest assured, for the safety of the East District, they will not be emerging." After assuring the caller, the line went dead. The old officer set down his phone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glimmering coldly in the dim moonlight. He meticulously inspected all entrances to the estate, ensuring every accessible exit was sealed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he instructed his team before entering his patrol car. As he sat in the driver's seat, reflecting on the words exchanged with the chief, a chill coursed through him. The value of human life in the face of significant matters was truly pitiable. Within the grand hall of the estate, aside from Yverre, none of the others were aware that they had been forsaken, all confined within the estate. Yet, Yverre had no intention of revealing this to them. One's destiny is a matter of personal choice. Neither wealth nor profit can alter it, and thus, one would not readily impart such wisdom to others. At this juncture, the narrative has veered completely off course. In a bid for vengeance against Colin, who had ruined the party, Angela boldly proposes that he explore the basement of the manor. With the party already in shambles, what purpose remains for them to congregate unless they seek some amusement? The attendees are largely aware of the house's sinister history, yet they find the suggestion exhilarating and are eager to partake in the adventure. Understanding his own culpability, Colin reluctantly consents. At this moment, Maddie, whose romantic inclinations have been restrained by her friend Susan, finally erupts and declares, "I will accompany Colin." Taken aback, Susan, the embodiment of frustration, can only shake her head in exasperation. It seems that whoever desires Maddie may have her. Colin, touched by Maddie's resolute choice, feels a stir of emotion. Then Lily, the blonde who has remained silent since the tension broke, proposes that they form pairs, with the extra person allowed to choose their partner. This suggestion is met with unanimous approval. Jessie, who has been tense since their arrival, begins to relax in this atmosphere. She looks at the composed Yverre and feels a sense of reassurance, thus stating, "I will team up with my boyfriend." Angela and the others nod in agreement. Ultimately, they divide into 4 groups: Yverre and Jessie, the enthusiastic Colin and love-struck Maddie, the blonde Lily and her ex-boyfriend Dax, along with the third wheel, Jason. Consequently, Angela is left to partner with the frustrated Susan. Yverre perceives no issues with participating in the game. Rather, he finds a certain delight in it, akin to guiding Jessie through a live horror film. With the teams established, the game commences. Naturally, Colin and Maddie are the first to set out, as Colin bears the blame for the evening's debacle. A few minutes after their departure, the other groups follow suit, leaving Yverre and Jessie alone in the grand hall. Are they safe? Jessie, linking her arm with Yverre's, inquires curiously. Yverre does not respond immediately, but instead leads Jessie to the entrance of the manor. "What do you see here?" he asks, as he retrieves a scattered bag of salt from the underbrush. "Salt? Could the malevolent entities here be demons?" Jessie responds, her mind racing with the exorcism knowledge she has recently acquired. Yverre, upon hearing this, affectionately ruffles Jessie's hair. "Indeed, you have made progress. They are indeed demons, 7 of them." After a moment's contemplation, Yverre continues to clarify the matter for Jessie. Based on the aura, it likely belongs to the soul of a superior demon. However, constrained by the laws of the present world, they can only act after possessing a host. Upon hearing Yverre's explanation, Jessie instinctively spoke up. "Honey, let us hasten our departure. 7 demons, that is exceedingly perilous." In Jessie's mind, nothing held greater significance than the lives of Yverre and herself. Aware of the imminent danger, she could not remain here with Yverre any longer. As for Angela and the others, she would simply notify them after she and Yverre had safely exited. That would suffice. "The demons have awakened. I require them as sustenance," Yverre remarked, as he opened a rift connecting to their vehicle. "Let us return to the car. You can pursue your spirit practice another time." Without waiting for Jessie's reply, Yverre propelled her through the fissure, causing her to tumble into the vehicle. After completing this, Yverre returned to the villa's grand hall, devoid of his protective aura. The first to be possessed was Colin and Maddie, who had arrived in the basement. Had they merely conducted their exploration and departed, nothing untoward would have occurred. Unfortunately, upon noticing the gold tooth in one of the 7 corpses, Colin's greed became insatiable. Burdened with debt, that single gold tooth would provide him considerable aid. With this thought in mind, Colin reached to pry out the gold tooth, only to cut his hand in the process. Seizing this opportunity, the demon within the corpse decisively entered Colin's body, forcibly possessing him. Unaware of the unfolding events, Maddie was caught off guard when the possessed Colin struck her, piercing her heart and making her yet another target for possession. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the second group, the blonde beauty Lily, along with Dykes and Jason. Witnessing such a thrilling spectacle, even Lily, despite her wild nature, could not help but scream in terror. Meanwhile, Susan and Angela, who had just arrived at the basement, felt a chill upon hearing the scream. "Susan, perhaps we should not proceed any further?" Angela suggested earnestly, gazing into the pitch-black basement. Susan, equally reluctant to descend, nodded in agreement. "Let us depart. I would rather face punishment than venture into that accursed basement." With that, Angela and Susan exchanged glances and decisively turned back towards their original path. "This wretched game is for whoever wishes to partake. I shall not engage." Chapter 55, This Damned Face. As Susan and Angela returned to the hall, they fortuitously encountered Yverre on his way back. "Yverre, where is Jessie?" Angela instinctively inquired upon noticing Jessie's absence, who usually clung to Yverre. "Did you hear that scream just now?" Yverre did not respond directly to Angela. Instead, after a moment of reflection, he gestured towards the ground. "There are demons in this basement. I instructed Jessie to return to the car." "Are you joking, Yverre?" "Surely. You jest?" Angela laughed initially, but her laughter soon faded. She could discern no hint of jest on Yverre's calmly handsome face. At that moment, genuine panic engulfed her. Beside them, Susan, listening to their exchange, was equally bewildered. How had the conversation shifted to demons? "Did Jessie not inform you?" "I am an exorcist," Yverre remarked. Observing Angela's fading smile, his tone devoid of gravity, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. This rhetorical question shattered Angela's composure completely. It echoed the saying, "My best friend and I are in sync. She toys with my mind." Jessie had clearly expressed her disbelief in Angela. Before arriving, Jessie had revealed nothing about Yverre, only mentioning that she intended to bring her boyfriend to the party. Angela had no time to mourn this betrayal. A roar from the demon, coupled with Lily's agonizing scream, resonated throughout the villa. Hearing the commotion, Angela promptly dismissed any lingering doubts regarding Jessie's trust in her, seizing the bewildered Susan and rushing to Yverre's side. This man was her only source of support. Angela was certain that she and Susan, as mere mortals, could not survive the demon's wrath alone. "If you have money, hide behind me." Yverre stepped aside, his ruthless words piercing the ears of Angela and Susan. To him, even the most beautiful of women had a price. If not for Selina's monetary persuasion that night in New York, he would not have acquiesced to her request. Had Selina relied solely on her beauty to plead with him, he might not have eliminated her adversary, but he certainly would not allow her to drain others without consequence. Observing Yverre's lack of sentiment, Angela timidly inquired, "How much do you require?" "If it is merely for survival, 1 million per person," Yverre replied after a moment's contemplation, stating a sum he deemed reasonable. "That is exorbitant. We cannot possibly afford such a fee." Angela and Susan exclaimed in unison, facing Yverre's merciless demand. Upon hearing their response, Yverre shook his head and coldly stated, "That is not my concern." In her desperation, Angela, as the ominous sounds from the basement drew nearer to the hall, quickly formulated a desperate proposal. "Can we incur a debt? I do not wish to perish." "Me too. I wish to incur a debt as well," Susan echoed, her anxiety palpable as the thunderous rumbling approached, sending ripples of dread through the air. Yverre merely cast a glance their way before returning his gaze elsewhere. The thunder was indeed real, but it was of no concern to him. Upon contemplating Angela's proposal, Yverre refrained from outright rejection and instead articulated his own demands. "Surely, debts accrue interest. 1 million is no trifling sum. How long do you intend to repay it, and what interest shall be calculated? Allow me a moment to ponder." Angela and Susan swiftly engaged in a brainstorming session, calculating their respective salaries and the monthly profits from hosting parties. Ultimately, Angela arrived at a conclusion. With a principal of 1 million, after deducting her essential expenses, she estimated a repayment period of no less than 20 years. "I will allocate 20 years. The interest will be based on my own circumstances. The plum blossoms are yours, accompanied by my presence for a decade, always at your beck and call. This is the best I can offer." Angela, exuding an air of resigned acceptance, cast a glance at Yverre, awaiting his response. "You, the plum blossoms?" A flicker of incredulity crossed Yverre's eyes. "I shall consider this. Let us sign this first." Yverre produced a contract he had prepared in advance, presenting it to Angela while shifting his gaze to the formidable Susan. "And you?" "Angela can comply. I am equally willing." Susan straightened her posture, showcasing her talents. Fortunately, during her schooling, she had refrained from indiscretions, unlike Lily and Maddie, who had been more reckless. Otherwise, her fate today would have been dire. "You too?" Yverre expressed his astonishment. In his recollection, Susan had not exhibited the same lewdness in the party's dance floor as depicted in films. Yet, when with her close friend, she had not shied away from risque banter. Embarrassed under his scrutiny, Susan clarified, "While I may appear somewhat improper, I assure you, I am a person of integrity. Let us sign. Your words, whether true or false, will be easily discerned in the future." Yverre handed Susan a copy of the contract from the system's space. Once both women inscribed their names and affixed their seals, the contract spontaneously disintegrated into ashes. This new contract was crafted by Yverre using the talent of Sinclair's cursed symbol, a handwritten original mirrored by his replication ability. Once the contract was signed, it would mark Yverre's claim over them. Breach of contract would lead to dire consequences. Yverre was not to be compared with Sinclair. Now, with his soul's power and the cursed symbol talent, he could eliminate the afflicted in under an hour. The agreement was finalized. Without waiting for Angela and Susan to inquire about the disappearance of the contract, Yverre activated a spatial rift, transporting both women outside the manor. Having completed these actions, it had scarcely been a minute or two. In the basement, the second batch of transformed individuals, Lily, Dykes, and Jason, had only just begun to rise. Their appearances had undergone a drastic transformation. The once beautiful Lily now appeared grotesque and repulsive. Her skin bore a ghastly purplish hue, her lips swollen and protruding, and her eyes had taken on the yellow irises characteristic of demons. Several black tendrils writhed erratically from her chest. Even those beside her, including MCD, bore a striking resemblance to her, their appearances having transcended the bounds of humanity. Their presence had grown formidable and terrifying, reaching the third-tier limit of a mortal's capacity to withstand demonic power. Damn it. Move now. Colin, the first to transform into a demon, realized that Angela and Susan's essence had inexplicably vanished after he had acclimated to his newfound strength. The other four newly transformed half-demons immediately followed Colin into the grand hall. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they surged from the basement to the main floor. As Colin entered the hall, he beheld Yverre lighting a cigarette. The sharp crack of the Zippo echoed, and Yverre took a deep drag from his Marlboro, releasing a dense cloud of smoke. Why the delay? We've been waiting ages for you. His arrogant demeanor was a profound provocation in the eyes of the possessed Colin and the other half-demons. Knowing they were demons, he still dared to linger here. Kit, Dax, transformed into a half-demon, was far more formidable than he had been as a human. Before he could finish his thought, he lunged towards Yverre with the intent to kill. But just as he advanced, a hand blocked his path, Colin's arm. Why are you stopping me? Dax questioned Colin. Confusion etched on his face. Fool, look at that face. Colin snapped back. No, not just any face. That damned face. The reminder sparked memories of 3 years prior. It was this very likeness that belonged to the bastard who had sealed them once again. Chapter 56. More devious than a demon. Yverre listened intently to the exchange between Colin and Dax, discarding the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. Well, what a narrow road for enemies to cross. This was Yverre's first encounter with a demon who had been dealt with by his cousin, John. Given John's notorious luck, he had surely made many enemies along the way, especially among demons. Yverre could already foresee that his future exorcism journeys would bring him face to face with many such beings. John, oh John, the next time we meet, I shall thoroughly rummage through your collection. Yverre silently resolved as he refocused his attention on the half-demons before him. What are you staring at? I am not John, and I won't seal you. Today, either I will vanquish you, or you'll wait for the sun to disperse your souls. Confronted by Yverre's audacity, MCD, now a half-demon, recalled John's demeanor during their previous encounters. Damn it, this guy is far too arrogant. He's just like that bastard. Nearly the same face, and the same haughty spirit. At this moment, old grievances and new resentments converged completely. 5 recently transformed half-demons, having gained a measure of freedom, decisively joined forces. They unleashed 5 invisible psychic tendrils imbued with demonic essence, resembling ethereal steel forks that stirred the very fabric of space. They tore through the air, slicing the void as they simultaneously lunged towards Yverre, drawing upon the memories and lessons learned from their previous encounter with Constantine. They were no longer the solitary demons they once were. Confronted by this hybrid assault on both body and soul, Yverre unhesitatingly and resolutely entered a shadowy state. In less than a second, he evaded the onslaught, instantly reappearing behind Lily, the half-demon. Spatial confinement. The moment Yverre manifested, he transformed into a corporeal entity, harnessing psychic energy to swiftly activate the power of space. Gathering the force of shockwaves in his arm, he unleashed a powerful punch, delivering a devastating series of blows. Shattering the air, suddenly trapped in place by the spatial force, the high-tiered demon soul of Lily emitted a warning of imminent danger. Yet her body could not keep pace with her soul's alert, and she collided directly with Yverre's fist, enveloped in scorching winds of shockwaves. With a thunderous crash, The half-demon Lily found herself unable to cry out for help, as her body was obliterated into a pile of flesh by the blow. Yverre's physical strength was overwhelming. Even without armor augmentation, he maintained a threefold enhancement of power. Coupled with the formidable shockwaves, no extraordinary being of the same tier, lacking physical defensive talents, could withstand such a terrifying strike. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, from Yverre's shadowy evasion of attacks to his sudden offensive, culminating in the destruction of half-demon Lily. All occurred within mere seconds. By the time Colin and the other half-demons registered the events, it was already too late. However, what was peculiar was that Yverre did not perceive the fury and sorrow for their fallen comrade in the eyes of the remaining half-demons. Instead, he found only a palpable sense of trepidation directed towards him. This was quite unusual. These vengeful beings ought to react differently. As Yverre retreated to a safer distance, he was taken aback to witness the pile of flesh that was once Lily rapidly regenerating into human form. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! Yet again, he faced the vexing and grotesque phenomenon of indestructibility. Yverre had encountered two entities possessing such immortality before. First, the nameless female corpse, and second, the amalgamation of resentful spirits assimilated by the mysterious statue. The immortality of the nameless corpse was merely a pseudo-immortality augmented by the soul. Once the soul perished, the body would follow suit. The immortality of the amalgamation stemmed from the mysterious statue. Without the statue, the conglomerate of resentful spirits would cease to regenerate. Yverre recalled the two encounters with the immortal beings, and a notion began to form in his mind. These individuals had been ordinary humans prior to being possessed, and as such, they could not possibly possess any extraordinary talents. This implied that the talents they exhibited were forcibly twisted into existence by the demonic souls inhabiting their bodies. There was no time to lose. He had to test this hypothesis. They had been possessed. So why should he not seize the opportunity to harvest some source points and talent attributes for himself? Otherwise, their demise would have been in vain. With a swift decision made, while the half-demon Lily was still in the process of recovery, Yverre launched another attack. This time, he summoned all his strength and instantaneously entered a state of armor transformation. To conserve his internal spiritual energy, he shifted into a low-energy, consuming shadow state. He executed multiple rapid teleports, feigning an assault against the other half-demons to distract Colin and his comrades. As they became preoccupied with their own safety, Yverre seized the moment to strike once more. The instant he materialized, his fist was enveloped with a force directed against malevolent energy, simultaneously infused with a formidable shockwave. With a powerful punch, the air erupted with a dazzling arc of fiery energy, accompanied by the shockwave. The unfortunate half-demon Lily, still not fully recovered, found her body and soul ensnared by this radiant arc. Without a hint of suspense, her flesh and spirit were utterly shattered and consumed by the flames of this strike. The residual force of the attack shattered half of the estate before it finally subsided. At that moment, the system notification rang out, which Yverre chose to disregard as he turned his attention to the other demons. Outside the estate, Jesse, Angela, and Susan, who had witnessed the scene, were left agape, their mouths wide enough to swallow an egg. "Jesse, is Yverre all right?" Angela exclaimed, her voice laced with concern as she gazed at the wreckage of the estate. Susan chimed in, bewildered. Was that Yverre's attack? Or was it the demons? If it were indeed the demons' assault, Susan felt inclined to give up entirely. Since the ogre incident, Jesse had not witnessed Yverre in action firsthand. However, just from the warmth and intensity of the power displayed in that attack, she was certain it was her man's doing. "Rest assured, he is fine," Jesse reassured the two women with unwavering confidence. A declaration that also served as a comfort to herself. Within the partially collapsed villa, the battle raged on. Upon witnessing Yverre's astonishing strike, Colin and the other half-demons promptly resorted to huddling together for warmth. They formed an odd formation, backs pressed against one another, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, presenting a rather bizarre sight. It was as though Yverre were the grand demon, the true villain of this tale. Observing the clustered half-demons, Yverre couldn't help but smile. Did they truly believe that huddling together would provide them safety? Behold the task I shall undertake. Yverre harnessed the energy within him to summon the forces of space, creating a rift beneath the feet of Colin and his fellow half-demons. Away they went. The souls had no time to react. The half-demonized Colin, Dax, and Jason found themselves plunged into the rift, returning to the basement. Now, only the naive Maddie remained, standing foolishly in place. Wait. Sensing Yverre's intent to strike again, Maddie hastily interjected. Let us discuss this. I shall relinquish this body to restore her to normal, and in return, you shall allow me to depart. What say you? The half-demon Maddie gazed at Yverre with hopeful anticipation. Assuming Yverre's silence indicated agreement, she prepared to vacate her vessel. Suddenly, having gathered his power, Yverre vanished in an instant, his speed leaving a fiery afterimage in the air. Bang! When Yverre reappeared, his fist, infused with raw physical force and enveloped in bloodfire, loomed larger in Maddie's vision. To confront such malevolent transcendence, one must ignite the fiery essence of life. The bloodfire soared skyward. In her final moments, a single thought consumed Maddie's mind. How could this being be even more unreasonable than a demon? Yverre, having withdrawn his fist, stood tall, exhaling a breath of heated air. I await the accumulation of power. Are you merely awaiting your demise? He quipped before striding towards the basement. With the experience of previous encounters, Yverre's subsequent maneuvers were executed with greater finesse. Upon meeting, he dispatched the other two half-demons to distant locales, focusing his onslaught on a singular half-demon. Even if they attempted to flee, escape was impossible within the confines of this estate, sealed by Constantine's magic. With no path upwards to the heavens or downwards to the earth, the three half-demons had no choice but to engage Yverre directly. Otherwise, returning to their skeletal forms would result in certain destruction. By coordinating their efforts, the trio of half-demons clashed with Yverre for over an hour. Ultimately, they succumbed to Yverre's overwhelming prowess, their bodies and souls obliterated. Even two unfortunate souls who failed to possess a host were left with no opportunity to act. Simply cast aside. Chapter 57. The Evil Diary requires a larger abode. Having resolved everything and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Yverre rummaged through the crumbling villa. To his surprise, his search yielded results. He discovered a notebook. This was no ordinary personal diary. Rather, it meticulously recorded the incantations, arrays, and steps required to summon and control demons. Additionally, it contained various dark magics, such as the fundamentals of curses, methods for cultivating malevolent spirits, and techniques for siphoning the life force of others. Yverre perceived that the contents were indeed quite detailed, though the actual efficacy remained uncertain. Despite his lack of need for such trinkets, he nonetheless tucked away the diary, likely belonging to the original owner of the villa, into the confines of the system's space. Having ventured this far, Yverre couldn't possibly leave empty-handed. After thoroughly sensing his surroundings once more with his spiritual energy to ensure nothing was overlooked, Yverre finally exited the manor. Hell! The crimson sky loomed overhead, the air thick with the stench of molten lava and sulfur. Within the dominion of the greed King Mammon, one of the 7 lords of hell, 7 slumbering high-ranking demons awakened, their fragments in the mortal realm having been annihilated, filling their yellow eyes with fury and murderous intent. They felt utterly humiliated. It was insufferable. They had been toyed with, ridiculed by a mere human, ultimately suffering the obliteration of both their bodies and souls. Damn it! This wretched individual, resembling Constantine, truly deserved to be cursed. The 7 high-ranking demons seethed with rage within their respective territories, their mouths spewing every foul word they had heard over the millennia. In the mortal realm, Yverre remained oblivious to these happenings. He merely sneezed, attributing it to the dust inhaled during the recent skirmish. Just as he stepped out of the manor, a soft, delicate figure lunged toward him. Jessie, while verbally insisting she was untroubled, felt a greater anxiety in her heart than both Angela and Susan combined. Angela and Susan were merely outsiders now, whereas Jessie had accompanied Yverre throughout this journey. Though only 2 months had passed, Jessie felt their bond rivaled that of lifelong couples. Everything is fine, Jessie. Let us return. Yverre sensed Jessie's concern for him, and he was genuinely touched by it. Humans are inherently emotional beings, and he was no exception. Under the watchful eyes of Angela and Susan, Yverre scooped Jessie into his arms and made his way back to the vehicle. Angela, Susan, come by my shop tomorrow. We will discuss the specifics of the contract then. Yverre started the car and called out to the 2 women outside. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped away, taking Jessie with him. Yverre had no time to linger in idle chatter with Angela and Susan. Any matters could wait until tomorrow. His priority was the well-being of Jessie, his true kin. As the two sports cars departed, their headlights gradually dimming in the distance, Angela shook her head in envy and turned to Susan, who shared the sentiment. Let us go. Forget about the sports cars and handsome men. My old Chevrolet can at least offer you a seat in the passenger side. Who would care? Susan retorted dismissively. Yet her body betrayed her as she obediently settled into the passenger seat of Angela's aging Chevrolet. Within the Los Angeles Demon Hunters Guild, the staff and the head of the intelligence department, Old Sam, gazed in astonishment as Yverre once again neutralized a location under secret surveillance. They were all bewildered. His strength appeared far superior to that of his cousin. Old Sam was quite astonished. He was acquainted with Constantine. Upon first observing Yverre on the surveillance footage, he was certain that Yverre was inextricably linked to Constantine. A detailed investigation indeed revealed the connection. Each month, Constantine would instruct the Exorcist Guild in his vicinity to transfer a sum of money to Yverre's account. Following this lead, the higher-ups within the Hunter Guild could easily ascertain the nature of their relationship. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Yverre, having poured his essence into calming Jessie, found solace in her embrace as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, in the sunlit dining area, Yverre had yet to organize the insights gleaned from the previous day when he was served breakfast prepared by Jessie. Watching her graceful silhouette busying herself in the kitchen, he spoke gently. Jessie, would you consider residing here with me? That is not feasible, honey, Jessie replied, momentarily pausing her task of cooking bacon before continuing. If I move in, Carly will come too, and if Carly comes, JJ will have to follow. Our current villa cannot accommodate all of us. The two-story villa was designed with 4 guest rooms and a master suite. However, at Yverre's request, 2 of the guest rooms had been converted into private studies and an exceptionally spacious gym. Upon hearing this, Yverre finished the last bite of his bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, wiped his hands with a napkin, and replied casually, then we shall purchase another one. After all, there are larger estate models available in the Sunset Boulevard North neighborhood. Earning money is meant for spending. For the sake of our happiness, an estate must be acquired. Once Jessie completed her breakfast, she brought it to the table and looked at Yverre earnestly. Honey, even the least expensive estate on Sunset Boulevard North requires at least $15 million. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Or we could initially use my. Here. Jessie hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. Yverre met her gaze and understood her unspoken thoughts. She was concerned that his finances might not suffice to secure an estate here. And if she were to contribute, it might bruise his pride. Hence, she had left her statement incomplete. Recognizing Jessie's good intentions, Yverre smiled and showed her his current bank balance on his phone. This sum was more than sufficient to purchase a splendid estate. Jessie, glancing at the nearly $100 million balance, was taken aback. Although she was aware that her partner's fees were substantial, she could hardly fathom that in just over 2 months, Yverre had amassed nearly $100 million. This was largely due to a payment from Stephen that had cleared 2 days prior, coupled with the fact that Yverre had not yet paid any taxes. Otherwise, a significant amount would have been deducted. However, since Yverre had signed a contract with the Los Angeles Hunter Guild, he was exempt from any personal tax obligations. This is the privilege granted to the Demon Hunter Guild by the local government, encompassing various rights beyond mere taxation. The higher one ascends within the guild, the greater the benefits one may obtain externally. Although Yverre is not an official member of the guild, contractual obligations render him a quasi-member. The entitlements due to him are duly inscribed in the contract penned by Old William. With no taxes to pay, Yverre plans to allocate approximately $50 million, reserving the remainder to maintain his standard of living. Yverre confides his intentions to Jessie, who, upon hearing this, resolves to manage the acquisition personally. Honey, you focus on your tasks. I shall handle the purchase of the estate. After discussing business, the two indulge in a moment of affection before Yverre sets off for his office. Though capable of teleportation, he revels in the exhilaration of driving. How delightful it would be if he could soar through the skies or manipulate objects at will. Upon arriving, Yverre notices a customized bulletproof Rolls-Royce parked beside his establishment. It is highly likely that this is his client. I can't believe I have a booking so early today. He murmurs to himself as he unlocks the door and steps inside. As anticipated, upon seeing Yverre, the driver and bodyguard of the luxury vehicle promptly disembark. Swiftly opening the rear door and trunk, they retrieve a folding wheelchair and assist a middle-aged man into it. The driver then pushes this robust, square-faced Caucasian, nearing 50, into Yverre's office. Chapter 58. The Kidnapper, Night Demon. Your kin has been sold. Inside Yverre's demon-slaying office, after hearing the words of the wheelchair-bound man, Peters, Yverre inquires, "So, you mean to say that your daughter, Elena, has been abducted? The kidnapper is the notorious murderer known as the Night Demon?" "Indeed, that wretched Night Demon. He committed a massacre at a party, and my daughter, having narrowly escaped, was taken by him." Peters nods solemnly from his wheelchair, his expression grave. He is deeply concerned for his daughter's safety. Elena is the sole child and heir of both him and his deceased wife. Upon hearing the name Night Demon and the tale recounted by this middle-aged man, Yverre surmises that this mirrors the opening plot of the film Night Demon 2. To be frank, Yverre finds the Night Demon somewhat lackluster and doubts the individual's capacity to provide substantial source points or talent attributes. In fact, should this individual lack the enhancement of the world's malevolent forces, he might not even rival a mere ogre. Just as Yverre contemplates declining the commission, he hears Peters state the offered remuneration. "Master Yverre, please assist me in locating my daughter. Alive, I wish to see her. Dead, I wish to see her remains. In addition, I need you to deal with that accursed Night Demon. Should she be found alive, I can offer you 50 million. If she is deceased, I will still compensate you with 20 million for your services." This is indeed a substantial fee. Even if it were to be placed on the dark web or among the Demon Hunters Guild, there would undoubtedly be numerous individuals willing to undertake this task, especially with such a generous offer. Yverre let out a light chuckle, refraining from immediately accepting the commission, and instead posed a counter-question to Peters. "Surely someone must have referred you to seek me out, correct?" "Indeed," Peters replied candidly, nodding in affirmation before revealing the name of his informant. "It was Director Tom. I have some private rapport with him." Upon hearing the name of the familiar Tom, Yverre smiled and nodded, inwardly marveling at his good fortune. Director Tom was indeed his lucky star, frequently introducing clients to him, and today had brought forth such a significant assignment. "I shall take on this task. You can expect a result by no later than 8:30 this evening," Yverre declared as he conjured a contract from thin air. Peters, taken aback by this display, felt a surge of astonishment but managed to calm himself, recalling the words of his old friend Tom. Without hesitation, he signed his name on the contract and pressed his seal. After the agreement was finalized, the contract disintegrated before his eyes. Peters watched this spectacle with intrigue, but refrained from inquiring further. Remembering Tom's words, he was cautious about probing into Yverre's origins. At present, Director Tom was the most esteemed figure in all of Los Angeles Chinatown, often boasting about Yverre's prowess after each successful resolution of a client's issues. It had been a while since Tom had seen Yverre, and each time he referred friends in need of exorcism or individuals filing reports, he would extol Yverre's virtues to great lengths. This had resulted in many clients never having the chance to challenge Yverre's reputation. "Whatever the price, it was as good as offered. Whatever you require, I am at your service." The emphasis was on simplicity and efficiency. Once the contract was settled, Yverre inquired further about the details of the Night Demon's actions. After confirming that aside from being more brutal, decisive, and physically imposing, the creature was nearly indistinguishable from those portrayed in films, Yverre resolved to address the matter promptly. Peters, eager for Yverre to rescue his daughter, provided a potential hiding spot for the demon before departing with his bodyguard and driver from Yverre's establishment. After more than an hour's drive, Yverre arrived at the location provided by Peters. It was an abandoned factory in the southern district of Los Angeles, characterized by a rather ordinary two-story corrugated metal structure. The moment Yverre stepped out of his vehicle, he sensed a significant accumulation of malevolent energy within the factory. Simultaneously, his acute sense of smell detected a nauseating odor of decaying flesh and blood, reminiscent of a rotting rat mixed with the stench of a summer latrine. The memory of this scent was strikingly vivid. He had encountered it before in the cabin of the grotesque cannibalistic triplets. "Ah, this is the place. There is no doubt about it." Yverre wrinkled his nose and produced a cigarette sent from the Dragon Kingdom, igniting it and inhaling deeply. The rich smoke swiftly overwhelmed the lingering scent. Exhaling the smoke from his chest, Yverre held the cigarette between his lips and ascended to the rooftop of the factory. After days of development, Yverre had mastered the ability to briefly traverse the air using spatial power. Although he still could not achieve the level of instantaneous movement that would shatter the sky beneath his feet, nevertheless, he was confident that such mastery was not far off. Setting aside his musings, Yverre extended his soul energy into the factory. The establishment was not particularly large, and within a minute, he had pinpointed the location of the night demon. It seems my probing has been detected, Yverre observed the night demon, who was glancing around in the innermost part of the factory, feeling a sense of incredulity. Snap! He snapped his fingers and opened a spatial rift before him. Stepping through, he materialized directly behind the night demon. In the next moment, before the night demon could comprehend what was happening, Yverre seized him mid-air with his spatial power. Intriguing. This mask can actually absorb soul energy. Yverre examined the mask on the night demon's face with his soul energy, discovering that it could siphon his own essence. Though the effect was subtle, he could still perceive it. With a mixture of surprise and determination, Yverre forcefully removed the mysterious, patterned black mask from the night demon's face. Beneath the mask was the face of a middle-aged Caucasian man, possessing a shifty demeanor. As soon as the mask was removed, the man began to scream in panic. Take it away, take it away. I don't want to kill anymore. I don't want to kill anymore. Growing somewhat impatient with the man's outcry, Yverre sealed his mouth with spatial power. Once the man had calmed down, Yverre proceeded to inquire about the information he sought. Tell me, where did you acquire this mask? Having released the spatial hold on the man's mouth, he responded. This is something I stole. Aware of the man's formidable nature, the night demon recounted the entire episode of how he had stolen the mask. It turned out that the mask was a prized possession of a reclusive elderly woman. That fateful night, the night demon had decided to pilfer from her home. However, the woman, unable to sleep, discovered him. In an attempt to conceal his identity, the night demon donned the mask, only to find it permanently affixed to his face. Wearing the mask granted the night demon a tremendous enhancement, augmenting both his physical and spiritual attributes two- or threefold. Yet, this was not the sole reason for his earlier terror. After donning the mask, this revelation led the night demon to discover that the mask required at least 6 souls daily for its sustenance. Otherwise, it would consume his own soul to quell its hunger. Unable to endure such torment, the night demon resorted to murder to nourish the mask. After listening to the night demon's account, Yverre concluded that this individual was a foolish and malevolent miscreant, distinctly different from the psychopathic artistic killer depicted in the original film. Yet, this distinction mattered little to him. What have you done with the girl you captured yesterday? I sold her. The now restored night demon replied candidly. An elderly woman purchased her from me for 10 souls. Yverre was utterly speechless upon hearing this. You sold her. Chapter 59, an elderly match? No. It's a body swap. Yverre felt a surge of frustration. How could this Alina be so sought after? Within less than a day, she had already fallen into the clutches of this unfortunate wretch. If she were not found, it would tarnish his reputation. As his anger escalated, he struck the night demon across the face, knocking out a molar before inquiring, when did you sell her? Do you know the buyer's whereabouts? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'll tell you everything. The night demon pleaded, his cheeks swelling rapidly from the blow. Without the mask's enhancement, he was merely an ordinary man, unable to withstand Yverre's strike. The old woman is named Violet, a 70-year-old Caucasian. To prevent her from double-crossing me, I placed a miniature locator on the girl I sold. If you want, I can show you her location on my phone right now. Yverre was pleased to hear the desired outcome. He had anticipated that this individual possessed a modicum of cleverness, knowing to leave a contingency plan. Otherwise, he would be searching for a needle in a haystack in Los Angeles, likely finding Alina's corpse long after it had begun to decay. Be honest and tell me where your phone is. How do I access the locator app? Yverre pressed, refusing to release the night demon. Seeing his honesty go unacknowledged, the night demon had no choice but to comply, recounting everything he knew. Following his instructions, Yverre opened the phone and logged into the app, indeed discovering Alina's location. Incredible. After all this, she is practically under my nose, Yverre remarked, a mix of anger and amusement evident in his voice. The locator indicated a house near Beverly Hills, an area he recognized, an old estate from the last century that had seen its price plummet, with no one willing to take it on. At least you're wise enough to cooperate. If you were to spend time in prison, you would surely be tormented by Peters. I might as well see you off now. Smack. Upon concluding his statement, Yverre provided Night Demon no opportunity for retort and snapped his fingers decisively. The spatial force restraining Night Demon erupted instantaneously. A sharp crack echoed through the dilapidated factory, the sound of a cervical vertebra fracturing resonating ominously. Night Demon's head tilted at an unnatural angle, and life departed from him. Without the enhancement of his hood, he failed to bestow upon Yverre any talent attributes or source points. Yverre returned to his vehicle and promptly contacted Director Tom, requesting his presence to manage the aftermath. This gesture could be seen as a reciprocal act, offering him a measure of merit. Mutual exchanges are the essence of true governance. Upon receiving the notification, Director Tom wasted no time and dispatched personnel to the location provided by Yverre. Meanwhile, he savored his coffee, envisioning a future promotion. After concluding the call with Director Tom, Yverre drove back to Sunset Boulevard and reached out to Peters. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by Peters, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, waiting anxiously at his doorstep. Just as the engine ceased its rumble, Peters urgently urged his men to assist him forward, his lips quivering as he struggled to maintain composure. Master Yverre, Elena is still alive, correct? Witnessing the desperation of a father for his daughter, Yverre refrained from prolonging the suspense and divulged the information he possessed. Night Demon had sold Elena to an elderly woman, yet this woman posed a potential threat as her transaction with Night Demon involved souls. It was highly probable that she was a sorceress or medium. Furthermore, her residence was located within a mansion in Beverly Hills, specifically in Benedict Canyon. Upon hearing this, Peter's expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing him to topple over in excitement. So, there is hope for Elena, Yverre affirmed with a nod. While the exact intentions of that elderly woman remain unclear, it is certain that she would not readily resort to killing Elena. Are we then able to proceed with the rescue? Peters inquired, his tone urgent, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly enough to make them creak. Yverre hesitated before responding. Taking a moment to contemplate, it would be wise to contact Director Tom in advance or any other high-ranking officials you are acquainted with in Los Angeles. I sense that something is amiss. Merely relying on the scant information provided by Night Demon, Yverre could not ascertain whether this scenario was merely a fabrication of cinematic fiction. However, he harbored a wariness regarding the elderly woman named Violet and her capability to exchange souls. This prompted the necessity for Peters to take precautions. Receiving Yverre's indication, Peters, driven by the urgency to save his daughter, resolutely began reaching out to several influential individuals within Los Angeles. After all, the Peters family had been a long-standing local lineage, possessing connections spanning generations. After swiftly contacting a few closely associated officials, Peters turned to Yverre. I have made the necessary contacts, Master Yverre. Excellent. Then let us set forth. Ensuring a layer of protection, Yverre nodded and re-entered the vehicle. He started the engine and adjusted the position of the car, extending his hand out of the window to beckon. Keep up with me. Several minutes later, within the confines of Benedict Canyon, a convoy led by a Porsche encircled an old-fashioned estate, sprawling over approximately an acre. Is my daughter really here? Peters inquired, glancing at Yverre, who was clad in a black trench coat with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ah, I can sense your daughter. Yverre exhaled a thick plume of smoke, perceiving the situation inside the villa with his spiritual awareness, before reassuring Peters, at least Elena appears to be in decent condition. Well-fed and hydrated. However, she is confined in a sealed underground chamber and seems somewhat agitated. Relieved to know his daughter was safe, Peters exhaled, but the fury within him remained unabated. Shall we launch a direct assault, or should we adopt a more diplomatic approach? No need. You all surround the area and prevent anyone from entering. I will take care of it. With that, Yverre discarded his half-finished cigarette, and before Peters could respond, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Peters and his bodyguards, witnessing Yverre's sudden disappearance, were filled with astonishment and reverence. The once skeptical bodyguards, who had harbored thoughts of challenging Yverre, found their sentiments dissipating entirely. How could mere mortals compare to the extraordinary? Such attempts would only lead to their own folly. Yverre entered the villa through shadowy teleportation. Upon his arrival, he encountered a young man in his 20s obstructing an elderly woman in her 70s, showering her with nauseatingly sweet nothings. This appalling scene made Yverre wish he could pluck his eyes out and grow a new pair. He quickly deduced the plot of this sordid drama, a classic trope from the genre of body-swapping narratives, reminiscent of the Key. Yet, he sensed a potential connection between these two individuals and the cult of Shandaji, the cult of eternal rebirth, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, rescuing Elena would suffice to fulfill his obligation. Thus, Yverre stifled the urge to intervene and turned towards the basement. At that moment, the elderly woman and the young man abruptly halted their repulsive exchanges. Violet's intuition alerted her to the presence of another person in the room. Upon careful perception, she scanned her surroundings and ultimately focused her gaze on the entrance to the basement. Although she could not discern the individual's aura, the absence of an immediate confrontation indicated that their target was not them. The only possibility remaining was the girl in the basement. Yverre took note of the elderly woman's scrutiny, but paid it little mind. Her rank was too low, and her spiritual prowess was lacking. In his current shadowy state, as long as he remained motionless, he resembled little more than a wisp of shadow. It is nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Ignoring Violet's gaze, Yverre, in a shadowy state, stealthily advanced towards the basement. Chapter 60, Voodoo Zombie. Peters, you must increase the payment. The elderly Violet maintained an impassive demeanor, turning to give her partner a knowing glance. Communicating through a spiritual whisper, a formidable presence has infiltrated our abode. The target may be that girl, recently transformed into the body of a youthful and handsome man named Luke. Haji Celeries responded through their shared essence. Shall we engage in combat, or allow him to rescue her? Recently embodied Celeries was not inclined to provoke further conflict. This marked his third transformation. Lacking any inherent voodoo aptitude, he realized that without acquiring methods or artifacts to mend the essence of his soul over the ensuing decades, he could only change form one last time before succumbing to death. Yet, his wife Bodhi, the elderly Violet before him, was a prodigy in voodoo. With each transformation, she could rapidly restore her power and soul essence through the sacrifice of lives. Even if she could not transcend the limits of her corporeal form to attain centuries of longevity, the knowledge of this disparity weighed heavily on Celeries' heart. He dared not reveal his sentiments to Bodhi. Possessing the form of Violet, Haji Celeries was oblivious to his husband's true thoughts. Were she to discover them, she would surely not hesitate to fashion her husband into a voodoo zombie, obedient solely to her command. How could she permit him to rescue anyone? If that wealthy girl were to be saved, how would they sustain their affluent lifestyle henceforth? Would it be through your earnings or mine? Bodhi was profoundly displeased with her husband's demeanor. However, she refrained from pressing the issue further, instead softening her tone. When I inhabit that girl's body, in the end, will it not ultimately benefit you? With that, Bodhi cast a flirtatious glance with her aged visage, evoking a sense of unease. Release the voodoo zombies we have crafted over the decades. Should that individual manage to vanquish our voodoo zombie, let him take the girl. Otherwise, he shall perish here. As Celeries absorbed his wife's words, his frustration deepened. What benefits to himself? Do not presume I am unaware of your entanglements with those men within the church. Yet, the thoughts that swirled within him transformed into obedient words. Very well, I shall proceed immediately. In the sealed basement, the light flickered dimly. The tomboyish Elena desperately sought a means to extricate herself from her predicament. However, within the enclosed space, devoid of any tools, she found no way to pry open the door. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man suddenly appeared before her. The sudden appearance of this scene startled Elena, causing her to retreat until her back met the wall. Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here? Oh, there's no need to be anxious. Yverre chuckled softly, displaying a photograph of her father, Peters, on his phone. Your father has entrusted me to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Elena gazed at the image on the phone, tears cascading down her cheeks. For the past few days, her thoughts had been consumed with her father. What would happen if she were to perish? It was during this time that Elena realized her father's strict control over her was, in fact, an act of protection. The aspects that had previously eluded her understanding were now clear. Regretful and on the brink of despair, Elena had almost resigned herself to her fate. She never anticipated that her father, Peters, would enlist such a remarkable individual to save her. Enough with the tears. Yverre raised his hand to halt Elena's sobbing, his patience waning with a woman uninterested in deeper conversation. I will take you to meet your father right now. Without waiting for her response, Yverre conjured a rift of spatial power before him, leading to the exterior of the villa. Come on, don't just stand there in a daze. He nudged the bewildered Elena forward. Yverre stepped through the rift, returning to the estate grounds. This entire exchange had taken merely a minute or two. Inside the villa, Bodhi, having just released the voodoo zombie, sensed Elena's absence from the basement and promptly commanded the zombie before him. Go and eliminate everyone outside. With a roar, the 2-meter-tall purplish-black-skinned zombie, its muscles taut and exuding a green aura, smashed through the wall and charged outward. It appeared devoid of intellect, and the noxious blend of various voodoo toxins and putrid odors emanating from its decaying form caused the flowers and potted plants in its path to wither and disintegrate. It resembled a walking embodiment of venom. I shall see how you manage to survive against my creation, a voodoo zombie decades in the making. Bodhi scoffed, watching her masterpiece surge towards the estate's exterior. Confident in her creation, which had consumed years of her life, sacrificed countless vagrants, and integrated numerous voodoo toxins, Bodhi was assured it could effortlessly dispatch anyone obstructing her plans. Meanwhile, Silas observed the voodoo zombie conjured by his wife with a chill running down his spine. A wave of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. In that moment, he felt his fate was no longer in his own hands. As for any discussions about card-playing strategies with other individuals, Silas now wished to declare, "I know nothing. I saw nothing." The piercing roar of the voodoo zombie interrupted the tender reunion between Peters and his daughter Elena. As they beheld the towering, green fume-emitting, purplish-black monstrosity charging towards them, Yverre couldn't help but urgently interject, "We must vacate this place. This creature is highly toxic." Heeding Yverre's warning, the others dared not to be reckless and quickly retreated, leaving the space for Yverre and the abomination. The voodoo zombie continued to roar, its noxious gases corroding the ground beneath it, creating a gaping pit. Yverre observed this scene with furrowed brows, realizing that he had underestimated the two individuals capable of transforming through voodoo rites. The creature before him radiated an aura indicative of an extraordinary being, at least at the late stage of the third tier. And it was a physical type of extraordinary being. Without the ability to impose tier suppression, such corporeal entities were the most challenging to contend with. Direct confrontation was inevitable. "Peters, you'll need to increase the payment." Yverre resolved as he faced the charging voodoo zombie, instantly entering his armored state and retaliating with a powerful punch. He reminded Peters of his initial request for an increase in funds. Peters, witnessing the collision of the crimson and emerald figures amidst the manor's garden, felt both terror and relief. He was grateful to have summoned Master Yverre, otherwise, he and his daughter would have been oblivious to how they might meet their demise against such a creature. The funds had to be increased. With this thought, Peters shouted, "Master Yverre, I shall add a mansion worth over 50 million, located on the north side of Sunset Boulevard." In the midst of the battle, as Yverre sent the voodoo zombie flying with a single punch, he received this delightful news. The prospect of acquiring a mansion without spending his own money invigorated him. The force of impact surged through his right fist. "Shatter," he declared as he unleashed a blow, creating a streak of crimson light that soared through the air, directly striking the voodoo zombie. The sound of the fiery essence burning through the toxic gases and flesh reverberated in the air. The voodoo zombie was sent crashing backward for dozens of meters, shattering several large trees before finally halting its motion. The left half of its chest, struck by Yverre's punch, was obliterated, revealing an irregularly shaped, gaping hole. Bodhi, witnessing this from within the villa, was gripped by astonishment, her voice trailing off in disbelief. "How is this possible?" she gasped, fully aware of the resilience of the voodoo zombie she had raised. Even withstanding a regular infantry rocket, the creature would not have sustained such damage. Something was amiss with this individual. Chapter 61, The Hat Fetish. The voodoo zombie, its chest pierced by the flames of vitality that countered its malevolent energy, felt its very soul in agony. The creature, already burdened by the tremendous strength of its body and the frailty of its spirit, endured the torment of its essence being compressed. Now, having endured this blow, the situation has escalated dramatically. Within the mind of the voodoo zombie, akin to a single-celled organism, the only thought that now occupies its tortured consciousness is the desire to consume human brains. The human brain, a vessel of consciousness and thought, serves as the sanctuary of the spirit, housing the essence of the soul. Typically, the voodoo zombie remains placated only after being fed brains by Silas. The subdued voodoo zombie disregards the poised evil, its nostrils flaring as it sensed the air for the presence of others. Ultimately, after surveying the surroundings, it sets its sights on an individual beside the master of the house. Though this person emanates a weak physical presence, their soul possesses a unique quality that perfectly tantalizes the zombie's appetite. With a single stride, the towering figure of the voodoo zombie rushes forth, moving as if gliding just above the ground. Evil observes the retreating zombie and refrains from pursuing it immediately, instead turning to Peter and the others. We must vacate this place and increase our distance. It is far too toxic here. Understood, Master Evil. Peter, aware of the gravity of the situation, acknowledges the command and instructs his bodyguards to swiftly escort him and his daughter Elena away from the vicinity. Once Peter has departed, Evil's gaze shifts towards the villa across the way. Inside the villa, the voodoo zombie's eyes are filled with a fierce and greedy intent as it fixates on Silas. It yearns to consume this man's brain. This extraordinary brain is certain to alleviate its suffering. The dazed voodoo zombie has entirely forgotten that Silas is the one who regularly feeds it. A beast is but a beast. Silas, witnessing the zombie's menacing snarl directed at him, feels a surge of anger that turns his face a shade of green. Ignoring his formidable wife Bodhi, he lashes out, "Bodhi, look at the creature you have raised." After receiving a beating, it dares to turn against its master. Bodhi, stung by her husband's harsh words and his display of weakness, feels her former affection begin to wane. A new emotion flickers in her gaze as it shifts towards the voodoo zombie. Suddenly, Bodhi utters a perplexing remark. "That night, you were actually spying on me, weren't you?" "Bodhi, listen to me, enough. Kill him." Bodhi interrupts, disregarding Silas's words, commanding the voodoo zombie to swiftly snap his neck. "A fool is but a fool. If you witnessed it, why not have the courage to speak out? If you had, I would have held you in higher regard, Silas." Disappointment etched across Bodhi's aging features. Her dissatisfaction with her husband becomes evident. This shocking scene of marital discord unfolds too suddenly and too swiftly. Evil, who has been observing the entire ordeal, is left bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Silas was so easily dispatched after just a few words. No matter how one contemplates the situation, it is unfathomable that Silas harbored a penchant for eavesdropping, lurking in the shadows to overhear his wife Bodhi's conversations. Yet, he dared not confront the truth directly, instead resorting to furtive glances. However, Yverre was uninterested in such trivialities. His sole concern was to prevent the voodoo zombie from devouring Silas's brain. In the final moment before the zombie could strike, Yverre's form flickered as he traversed the newly opened rift in space, vanishing from sight. Just as the voodoo zombie sank its teeth into Silas's bewildered head, Yverre emerged from the depths of space with a fist ablaze in crimson vitality. With a single blow, he shattered Silas's skull, and the residual force obliterated a significant portion of the voodoo zombie's head. The air became thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Seizing the opportunity while the voodoo zombie was momentarily stunned, Yverre unleashed a powerful left punch, swiftly following up with a second strike. A resounding crash echoed as the zombie's body plummeted several meters into the ground. This series of blows could aptly be summarized. The left fist delivered high damage, while the right fist followed suit with an equally devastating impact. Witnessing the voodoo zombie's head explode in an instant, its body entombed in the earth, Bodhi was consumed by fury. "Damn it, my voodoo zombie." The loss of her husband had not provoked such wrath, as Yverre had yet to turn fully in the air. Bodhi abruptly retreated, her body performing an erratic dance. In a tongue foreign to him, she muttered incomprehensible incantations. Her demeanor was far from what one would expect from a woman in her 70s. "Great Bondi, mighty Loa of War, your devoted follower Bodhi calls upon your strength. I offer the sacrifice of numerous lives in exchange for power. Loa of War, descend upon us." As Yverre landed and turned around, he beheld Bodhi fervently beseeching some deity. Although he could not comprehend the African tongue, the fervor in her voice and her posture made it abundantly clear. She was indeed invoking a spirit. Spatial confinement. "Halt this at once." Yverre swiftly summoned his psychic energy, channeling the power of space to force Bodhi to her knees, suppressing her fervent pleas for divine blessing. Against a corporeal adversary, this tactic was infallible. Yverre was no fool. He would not allow Bodhi to succeed in her invocation. Previously, he had released the voodoo zombie. Sensing its malevolent intent, he wished to witness a spectacle of betrayal where the servant might turn against its master. However, Bodhi's entreaty for divine favor altered everything. "Dream on if you think you can summon a god," Yverre mocked, intensifying his psychic grip. Bodhi, now pressed against the ground by the force of spatial energy, contorted in agony as her bones creaked under the strain. "Damn it! The cult of eternal life will not let you off so easily. Neither will my god. The Loa of War." Before Bodhi could articulate her thoughts, Yverre swiftly unleashed the power of space, obliterating both her physical form and soul. Aware of the treacherous nature of voodoo, which harbors the capacity for curses, Yverre could not permit Bodhi to complete her ominous utterance. After vanquishing her entirely, he summoned the motionless voodoo zombie from several meters below ground. Gazing upon the disfigured remains of the creature, Yverre once again harnessed his shockwave power and unleashed a formidable punch. The sound of shattering air resonated as the remaining body of the voodoo zombie disintegrated into toxic fragments. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Yverre glanced at the two alerts, but chose not to scrutinize them closely. Yesterday's gains had yet to be tallied, and he resolved to settle accounts upon his return. Ignoring the noxious remnants strewn about the ground, he meticulously searched the villa. After acquiring a modest sum of money and an old notebook, he departed from the premises. The impoverished Haji, who merely changed forms, was far too destitute. Upon locating Peters and his daughter, Yverre recounted the events to them. After receiving their gratitude and assurances that the promised arrangements would be completed by the following morning, Yverre began to make his exit under the watchful gazes of Peters and Elena. In the heart of downtown Los Angeles, within the domain of the Eternal Life Church, lay a chamber dedicated to safeguarding the personal soul flames of its members. The soul flames representing Silas and Bodhi extinguished in succession, sending a chill down the spine of the guard stationed outside the room. Hastily, he rushed to the office of the church's administration. However, upon hearing the lascivious sounds emanating from within, he hesitated, lowering his raised hand. Knocking now would spell his doom. After an agonizing 3 minutes, the sounds finally ceased, and the door swung open. A second-tier Hollywood actress emerged, delicately wiping her face with a silk scarf, brushing past the young guard. The inexplicable scent of heather made him wrinkle his nose, yet he refrained from uttering a word and instead stepped into the room. Having just risen to open a window to disperse the lingering odor, the duty officer returned to his seat and cast a condescending glance at the young guard, reprimanding him. "What are you doing here instead of standing your post?" "Apologies, Master Ludnell," the guard quickly offered, before explaining. "The soul flames of Grand Steward Bodhi and Steward Silas have both extinguished." "What? Nonsense. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ludnell exclaimed, his glass of red wine spilling into his lap as he processed the gravity of losing two capable high-ranking internal stewards in an instant. This responsibility is beyond Ludin's capacity to bear. Chapter 62. For transformations, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, Tom Cruise pays a visit. "Depart. Return to your post." Ludin irritably rebuked the young guard. Once the youth had slinked away, he hurriedly reported the matter to his superior. At around 8 in the evening, Yverre returned home as usual. Not finding Jesse in the house, he proceeded to the secluded study to claim his rewards from the two recent encounters. System, claim the rewards. As soon as the words left his lips, the system notification chimed in response. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Knight of Evil Spirits 3.5 tier Demon Boss 7. Name, Colin, Half Demon. Body, 200. Soul, 270. Psyche, 0. Replicable talent, green pseudo-immortal body. An immortal body sustained by a powerful soul, allowing regeneration as long as the soul persists. Half-demon transformation, gain demonic powers, entering a semi-demonic state that triples physical strength but is restrained by holy forces. Soul telekinesis, a telekinetic force derived from soul energy. The stronger the soul, the more potent the telekinesis. Remaining 6 half-demon attributes are identical. Congratulations, host, for defeating Universal Key first-tier boss Bodhi, along with the 3-tier voodoo zombie. Name, Bodhi. Body, 4. Soul, 5. Psyche, 10. Replicable talent, white voodoo remnants, comprising 3 voodoo techniques learned from Bodhi, including the creation of voodoo zombies, voodoo transformation, and voodoo invocation. Name, voodoo zombie. Body, 400. Soul, 10. Psyche, 0. Replicable talent, green, voodoo zombie body, grants 3-fold defense and incorporates a potent venom attribute. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. 8 green lottery chances, 1 white lottery chance, and 360 origin points. May I inquire, host, if you wish to replicate all abilities from the targets? Yverre gazed at the surging origin points, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. After allocating his points this time, he would be able to break through to the 4th tier. Let us replicate them all. Alongside, he would merge pseudo-immortal body, soul telekinesis, and half-demon transformation into new attributes. No sooner had Yverre spoken than a cascade of colorful light flashed across the system panel. Ding. Replication complete. Ding. Attribute fusion successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 new attributes. Immortal body. The body gains immortality, capable of swiftly healing any physical injury, and before the soul departs, can autonomously absorb the energies of heaven and earth for rebirth. Divine power. A power derived from the fusion of telekinesis, allowing not only the manipulation of objects but also the distortion of physical matter in the world. The more soul energy invested, the stronger the effects. Devil transformation. The complete devil transformation, a result of the fusion of greed-associated demon powers, will endow abilities linked to greed. Merge all aspects of oneself. As Yverre watched the newly synthesized attributes, he did not wait for the system to inquire and decisively articulated his thoughts. These 3 attributes were exceedingly formidable, rivaling the 3 attributes he had previously fused. Upon receiving Yverre's prompt response, the system initiated the attribute fusion. He felt 3 distinct forces begin to intertwine within his body. Adhering to the philosophy that enduring prolonged pain is less desirable than brief suffering, Yverre resolutely continued. He divided all his source points into 3 portions, allocating them to his physical body, soul, and spiritual energy. Ding. Congratulations, host. Point allocation successful. Physical, 273. Soul, 267. Spiritual energy, 261. As the source points entered his body, Yverre's life essence commenced its 4th leap. While still undergoing attribute fusion, the changes within Yverre became even more pronounced. His blood energy surged forth, enveloping him in a cocoon. The entire closed study fell into silence, with only Yverre's heartbeat resonating like a war drum, rhythmically pulsating. Time passed. Was it tens of minutes or several hours? The blood cocoon shattered, bursting apart into fragments that completely dissipated. Transformed, Yverre opened his bright, spirited eyes, as if they were poised to emit divine light, and slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, his clothing had entirely disintegrated due to the fiery blood energy during the transformation. The perfect physique from the 4 life leaps was now exposed within the closed study. His aura became more restrained, with a newfound ease in its ebb and flow. Yverre, feeling a power surge exceeding tenfold compared to before, was quite satisfied. A smile, genuine and heartfelt, graced his lips. He raised his smooth, jade-like arm and waved gently. Boom. The air shattered. Just before the terrifying force of his fist could obliterate the wall and penetrate the entire villa, Yverre willed it, and the power of space descended instantly. It completely restrained and extinguished the might of the punch. So powerful, his abilities began to flow effortlessly, no longer requiring conscious manipulation. He pondered whether it was due to the abundance and high quality of his innate attributes that he achieved such strength at the 4th tier, or if all extraordinary beings experienced the same. As Yverre felt all his innate talents reach the 4th tier, a torrent of power surged within him, igniting a sense of boundless ambition. Yet, recalling the mysterious statue within the system space and the demon he had provoked, his burgeoning pride was quickly tempered. Breathe. I must not become arrogant. Caution is essential to avoid failing spectacularly. After calming his swelling pride, Yverre changed his attire and exited the study. Upon emerging, he found Jessie sprawled across a table laden with sumptuous Chinese dishes, lost in slumber. Her fair, exquisite face bore a serene smile, suggesting she was indulging in a delightful dream. Yverre has been acutely aware of Jessie and her friend's silent sacrifices. Whether it is Jessie voluntarily relinquishing her claim to her father's company shares to devote herself to him, or Carly willingly accepting a subservient role, resolutely canceling the arranged marriage set by her family and subsequently being cast out, she has independently established a new studio to earn a living, proving her capability to support the entire family. Maria, JJ, and Jessica are also making their own contributions. Yverre's heart has grown cold, and it is time to warm it once more. Leaning down, he planted a gentle kiss on Jessie's forehead without waking her, instead using his spatial power to transfer her to the bed. It was late, and rest was necessary, especially since Jessie needed to handle the estate transfer contract from Peters the following day. As for the authentic Chinese dishes on the table, Yverre stored them in his space, intending to savor them in the morning. He could not bear to waste food. After tidying up the living room, he returned to the bedroom and embraced Jessie. drifting into slumber. The following morning, after a cozy breakfast with Jesse, Yverre headed to his shop, commencing his workday. Jesse remained at home, awaiting Peter's arrival with the house so she could address the contract matters. Half an hour later, as Yverre drove near his shop, he noticed a white man wearing a mask and sunglasses loitering in front of his store. Despite the disguise, Yverre recognized the individual immediately. It was none other than the infamous Tom Cruise, controlled by the cult of Scientology. However, in this world, Scientology was no ordinary cult. Yverre felt a twinge of curiosity about whether this Tom Cruise was still being controlled by his own body. Chapter 63, Seeking Peace. Little Leo, I truly did not kill Giselle. Despite his curiosity, Yverre did not acknowledge the approaching Tom Cruise as he stepped out of the car. Instead, he proceeded directly to the storefront, opened the door, and walked inside. Tom, though ignored, did not react with hostility, but rather followed Yverre obediently. Once Yverre settled into the boss's chair, Tom finally spoke his purpose. Master Yverre, yesterday was merely a misunderstanding. You dealt with the traitors Bodhi and Silas. My organization does not view you as an enemy. In fact, we could even become allies. After the report on the deaths of the Bodhi couple by the deacon in Ludin, the higher-ups of Scientology sought to investigate. However, their inquiry was abruptly halted by the leader of the cult. It turned out that while they were gathering information on Yverre, the Demon Hunter Guild had taken notice. Recognizing Yverre's potential, Old William, the head of the Los Angeles Demon Hunter Guild, issued a warning to the leader of Scientology. After all, this was merely a group seeking illusory immortality through dark arts. How could they dare confront a truly formidable Demon Hunter Guild? Early in the morning, Tom, the external laborer of the Mountain Great Sect, was dispatched to seek reconciliation. Observing that Yverre was unmoved, Tom hurriedly produced a contract from his pocket and placed it upon the counter. This is a token of our sincerity. I kindly ask Master Yverre to peruse it. Intrigued, Yverre, despite being unaware of the reasons for the Mountain Great Sect's capitulation, chose not to dwell on it. If it was indeed a deceptive ploy, he would consume the sugar coating and retaliate with double the force. Upon lifting the contract from the counter, Yverre scanned its contents and quickly grasped its essence. It was a deed transfer agreement for a lavish estate spanning 5 acres north of Sunset Boulevard, valued at an astounding $100 million. The previous owner was a wealthy magnate in maritime shipping, who, upon joining the sect of transcendent existence, had gifted this opulent estate as a meeting present to the sect leader, Ron. Since Ron had a secure place to reside, the estate had remained unoccupied, thus benefiting Yverre immensely. Uncertain of the Mountain Great Sect's true intentions, Yverre meticulously scrutinized Tom, discovering no signs of a soul exchange. He was entirely convinced that the man before him had willingly joined the sect of transcendent existence. As for the state of the world before, it bore no significance to him. He was indifferent to such matters. Having acquired the property, Yverre declared the matter settled. He grasped the contract firmly, stating, "As long as you do not seek trouble, I shall not concern myself with your affairs. Furthermore, I shall not keep you for coffee." "Very well, Mr. Yverre." Tom, regaining his composure, stammered a response before hastily departing from the intimidating presence of Yverre. Having felt Yverre's piercing gaze, he sensed as though his very soul had been laid bare. The experience was terrifying, surpassing even the dread of facing the president. Watching Tom's flustered retreat, Yverre shook his head with a faint smile, diverting his attention elsewhere. Noticing a layer of dust accumulating on the floor, he called out to the glass exhibition room behind him. "Halaseo, come here and sweep the floor. What have you been doing? The floor is dusty, and you haven't even bothered to clean it." Upon hearing his master's summons, Halaseo, trembling slightly, hastily grabbed a tool from the corner and rushed to Yverre's side. "I am here, master. I shall commence my duties immediately. Please do not hold my shortcomings against me." During this time, Halaseo had learned various flattery techniques using the computer on his desk, determined to survive at all costs. Yverre, satisfied with the earnest demeanor of Halaseo, remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall procure 2 new doll bodies for you, granting you the freedom of your hands. Thank you for your gracious gift, master." Halaseo, though he had no need for such trifles, expressed his gratitude as if he had received a tremendous boon, bowing respectfully to Yverre. Disregard the necessity of flattery. It is prudent to offer a compliment nonetheless. If the praise is delivered artfully, one need not fear for one's own safety. As the evaluation of Hala's compliance was underway in Yverre, within the precinct of the 3rd Division in Los Angeles, a strikingly handsome, yet visibly dispirited young man. Shackled in handcuffs, found himself confined to an interrogation room. He was none other than the globally renowned actor, Leonardo DiCaprio. Early that morning, he had been apprehended by the 3rd Division on charges of murdering his girlfriend, Giselle. Still ensnared in the remnants of slumber, Leonardo was in a state of distress. His recollection of the previous night was hazy. He remembered a wild evening spent with Giselle, indulging in excessive libations, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and falling asleep. To his horror, he awoke to find Giselle lifeless beside him, her demise marked by a grotesque visage, her jaw cruelly torn apart, and her tongue gruesomely severed. There was no evidence of any intruders at the scene, leading the authorities to classify him as the prime suspect in a potential homicide, thus placing him in custody pending further investigation. With a click, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a middle-aged Caucasian man accompanied by Leonardo's defense attorney. This man was Nick, the chief of the 3rd Division. Although he preferred not to personally oversee this case, the individual before him was a superstar whose fame had spread across the globe years prior. To avert the chaos of fans besieging his precinct, he resolved to interrogate the suspect himself. Shackled and apprehensive, Leonardo's eyes widened in alarm upon seeing the newcomer, prompting him to urgently proclaim his innocence. "Sheriff, you must believe me. I did not kill Giselle." Nick, his expression stern, remained silent, taking his place at the interrogation table and raising a hand to silence Leonardo's protests. "Mr. DiCaprio, you must understand," he replied gravely. "Our investigation has revealed no evidence of anyone else having been present in your master bedroom, or indeed anywhere within the villa." As he spoke, Nick's demeanor exuded the weight of experience, his gaze imbued with the authoritative pressure of a seasoned officer. "In essence, your likelihood of being innocent is less than 0.01. Should we uncover any evidence implicating you in the murder of Miss Giselle, you will find yourself imprisoned. Confession may lead to leniency. Resistance will result in severity. If you admit your guilt now, I trust you might negotiate a letter of forgiveness from her family. Before long, you could reclaim your status as the charming, carefree star." Under the mounting pressure, Leonardo's mind was assailed by vivid recollections of Giselle's tragic fate that morning. The image of her torn jaw and the haunting terror in her eyes consumed him. Just as his pallor deepened and his mental fortitude began to crumble, a pair of strong hands clasped his shoulder. It was his attorney, Joe, who offered a reassuring glance, encouraging him to remain calm. Joe then directed a sharp, discerning look at Chief Nick, issuing a cautionary remark. "Director Nick, do not transgress the law. Coercing confessions from others is unreasonable, non-compliant, and illegal. Until genuine evidence is presented, our defense attorney remains a lawful citizen, possessing personal autonomy." With a series of well-crafted arguments, Attorney Chow rendered Director Nick speechless. The director, whose countenance darkened like a tarnished pot, momentarily contemplated tearing apart Chow's audacious tongue. However, bound by the law, he could only watch as the defense attorney led the bewildered and terrified Shally away. "Humph, just wait. As long as there is evidence, you shall not escape." Chapter 64. Evil, Shally, you are doomed. As Shally stepped out of the precinct, he gazed up at the sun, yet his body felt devoid of warmth. The chilling sense of dread that had enveloped him since morning persisted. "Mr. Shally, are you truly certain that you are not the perpetrator?" At that moment, Attorney Chow whispered near Shally's ear. Regarding this case, Chow felt uncertain. He had only accepted the defense due to Shally's generous offer. Thus, he decided to directly inquire of the client. Should the client indeed be the murderer, he would need to devise a strategy for exoneration or a reduction of sentence. As for justice, it was of no concern. "I did not kill Giselle," Shally exclaimed in a breakdown of emotion, instinctively retorting, then justifying himself. "Even if our relationship was indeed tumultuous and we were to part ways, I would not resort to murder over such matters, would I? Moreover, our relationship is rather harmonious at present." Observing the sincerity in his employer's eyes, the trembling of his throat, and subtle gestures, Chow, who doubled as a part-time psychologist, was 90% certain that Shally spoke from the heart. Thus, he proposed his suggestion. "You may either consult a medium to commune with your girlfriend's spirit and inquire how she met her demise, or reflect on any unusual occurrences you have encountered recently. Alternatively, consider whether you have offended someone you ought not to have." As a defense attorney motivated by financial gain, Chow had witnessed many peculiar situations. In Xiaoli's case, it seemed plausible that he was entangled in one of these scenarios. Listening to Qiao's words, Xiaoli frantically replayed the events of the past few days in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled, I recently purchased a modern artifact. He remembered a ventriloquist dummy he had acquired a few days prior, reputed to be a prize creation of a renowned ventriloquist from the last century. Qiao's interest piqued. He eagerly inquired, where's that dummy now? I believe I did not manage to display it in my personal exhibition at the Getty Center due to some events. Xiaoli replied uncertainly, that dummy is still at home. Excellent. I have a plan. Mr. Liu, you shall soon be entirely liberated from any grievances. Upon hearing this news, a confident expression illuminated Zhou's face. Should that doll indeed harbor any issues, he would not hesitate to allow Director Nick of the 3rd Division to witness a supernatural occurrence. As for whether lives would be lost in the process, that was not a matter for him to contemplate. Mr. Liu regarded the self-assured Zhou with a hint of perplexity and inquired, what must I do? Nothing at all, Zhou replied. I will guide Director Nick and his team to search your villa. If that doll proves problematic, the misfortune shall not befall us. Zhou nonchalantly waved his hand. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing what to have for lunch, entirely oblivious to any moral qualms concerning his deception of Director Nick. In his eagerness to clear his name, Mr. Liu refrained from contesting this proposal. An hour later, the unsuspecting Director Nick was unwittingly drawn into a perilous situation orchestrated by Zhou. Accompanied by his officers, he followed Zhou and Mr. Liu back to the luxurious villa district of Beverly Hills. Upon entering Mr. Liu's villa, Director Nick predictably instructed Zhou and Mr. Liu to remain outside, aiming to prevent them from tampering with evidence within. This, however, played directly into Zhou's cunning scheme. Meanwhile, in the study adjacent to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, a young officer discovered an object shrouded in white cloth in the corner. He looked at it and asked a nearby colleague, should we uncover these craft-like items for inspection? It was evident that this youth was a novice. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question. The seasoned officer, chuckling, stepped forward to unveil the white cloth. You rookie, we need to locate the murder weapon, so naturally, we must examine everything we can. The jested youth remained silent, gazing at the childlike doll clad in a suit beneath the cloth, an inexplicable chill creeping over him. Chief, it moved. As the young officer attempted to divert his gaze, he caught a glimpse of the doll's eyes, which appeared to shift on their own. Ha ha ha. The senior officer laughed derisively, then teased. You really think that will frighten me? Just then, a voice similar to the young officer's echoed from behind the seasoned officer. Really, you won't be scared at all? The seasoned officer, witnessing the wide-eyed horror of the rookie, felt a shudder of fear rise within him. At that moment, the rookie officer could no longer contain himself and let out a scream. Ah! The young man's cry barely left the confines of the room before it abruptly ceased. Following that, the seasoned officer, as if confronted with an exceedingly terrifying sight, also screamed and then fell silent. This strange occurrence alerted Director Nick downstairs. He commanded his subordinates to chamber their firearms and led the way toward the 2nd floor. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of his 2 subordinates, whose demise bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Giselle in the morning, Director Nick comprehended the grim reality. This search was nothing more than a trap, a devious scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel Zhou, targeting him and the 3rd Division. However, devoid of any evidence, he found himself powerless against Zhou's machinations. Infuriated, Nick gazed upon the corpses of his men, consumed by rage, wishing he could eradicate Zhou with a single shot at that very moment. Outside the villa, listening to Director Nick's furious outbursts, Zhou merely chuckled and shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. He turned to face Little Lee, his tone relaxed and self-assured. Now, you can absolve yourself of guilt. But as for what that doll will do to you, it would be wise to consult a formidable exorcist. This suggestion stems from my genuine goodwill towards my employer. You may heed it or disregard it, as long as you ensure my payment is delivered punctually. Around 2 in the afternoon, Little Lee departed from the police station, traversing the streets alone, enveloped by an overwhelming chill that seemed to seep into his very core. A palpable sense of being watched enveloped him, an unmistakable malice that ignited his paranoia. Lost in thought, he inadvertently wandered through the city center, arriving at Broadway Street in Chinatown. It was only upon reaching this location that he regained his senses. No, I must save myself. An exorcist. Yes, I shall seek an exorcist. I have money. Surely, I can find one. His voice trembled as Joe's earlier words echoed in his chaotic mind. A wealthy acquaintance had once mentioned a powerful exorcist residing in Chinatown. Perhaps fortune would favor him. Recognizing his surroundings, Little Lee began to search diligently for the exorcist's establishment Joe had referenced. He inquired at various shops, casting aside any concern for his celebrity status. Driven by the haunting memory of Giselle's tragic fate, survival was now his only desire. Through relentless determination, Little Lee navigated southward along Broadway Street until he reached a crossroads, ultimately discovering the Ivy exorcism agency that Joe had spoken of. As he opened the door and stepped inside, he was met with a chilling yet reassuring proclamation: "You are doomed." Rather than feeling anger at this typically insulting remark, Little Lee was filled with a peculiar joy. If the speaker could discern his plight, it indicated genuine capability. Perhaps salvation was indeed within reach. "Please, Master Ivy, save me," Little Lee cried, tears streaming down his face. His voice quivering with desperation. He yearned fervently for life, unwilling to embrace death. Reclining in his office chair, Ivy, who had spent the afternoon in leisure, now sat upright with a grave expression, regarding Little Lee, who was ensnared by malevolent energy. A sense of the extraordinary washed over him. According to logic, with such an overwhelming presence of malevolent energy, one should not be alive. After a brief pause, Yverre interjected, "However, I am indifferent to how you managed to survive. Your predicament is dire, and the price for my assistance may cause you considerable distress, perhaps even dissuade you from paying it." Chapter 65. Silence, a foreboding welcome upon arrival? "I agree to any price, as long as I can survive." Little Lee's face was filled with desperation, his voice brimming with a fervent desire for life. "Do not be so certain. First, allow me to disclose my terms," Yverre said with a smile, raising his hand to articulate his demands. "First, you must compensate me with half of your current fortune. Second, you are to sign a profit-sharing contract lasting approximately 10 years, wherein you will relinquish 60% of your annual earnings to me. Third, should any of your future collaborators find themselves in a similar predicament, you are to recommend them to me. If you can agree to these conditions, I shall extend my aid." Upon concluding his statement, Yverre calmly regarded the pale-faced Little Lee, unperturbed by the prospect of non-compliance. In this transaction, he was the one wielding control. Little Lee had but two choices: to accept this seemingly collaborative yet actually servile contract, or to depart and await his demise at home. In the face of death, it was up to Little Lee to make his choice. Of course, he might also seek out other extraordinary individuals willing to assist him. "I agree to everything, as long as I can survive," Little Lee responded without hesitation, despite the harshness of the terms presented. He had once viewed death as inconsequential, but now, standing on the precipice of oblivion, he comprehended the truth. He was indeed afraid, fearful of, and daunted by death. "Excellent," Yverre replied, his heart buoyed by the satisfactory response. He then summoned the power of his inner curse, penning a contract by hand. Upon signing, he pricked his finger to seal it with his blood. "Today, I shall accompany you to resolve your issues." Yverre slid the completed contract across the table to Little Lee. Without hesitation, Little Lee seized a pen from the counter and inscribed his full name. In a moment of resolve, he bit into his thumb, using the crimson fluid to leave a bloodied fingerprint upon the document. The instant the bloodied print was affixed, the contract ignited spontaneously, ascending into the air before vanishing in an instant. As Little Lee witnessed this spectacle, he was taken aback, on the verge of voicing a question, when he suddenly felt as though a weight had been placed upon his soul. In that moment, he understood that this young man before him possessed formidable capabilities. This also signified that for the next decade, he would be compelled to labor tirelessly to repay this individual. Yet, compared to the alternative of death, this arrangement seemed exceedingly advantageous. After finalizing the contract, Yverre inquired briefly about Little Lee's circumstances. Little Lee answered all questions truthfully, almost revealing the positions and duration of last night's activities. Based on this information, Yverre discerned that the method employed was reminiscent of Mary Shaw's handiwork from the film Dead Silence. Furthermore, judging by the aura surrounding Little Lee, Yverre surmised that Mary Shaw was at least a peak-level third-tier spirit, if not a fourth-tier entity. This realization left Yverre feeling somewhat diminished. However, the contract's authority remained in his hands. Should it come to that, he could easily bind Little Lee with a lifelong covenant after their dealings concluded. Yverre found himself curious as to why Mary Shaw had not sought out Jamie from the original film, but instead targeted poor Little Lee. Little Lee, lost in recollection, eventually remembered the woman he had encountered, a blonde named Ella. I distinctly recall my first impression of her. She exuded an aura of deceptive perfection, as if meticulously crafted by cosmetic artistry. Upon hearing the name and Little Lee's description, Yverre instantly recognized her as Mary Shaw's perfect doll. It seemed that Jamie, that unfortunate soul, had met a fate akin to his portrayal in the film. You are indeed fortunate to have survived until now, Yverre remarked to Little Lee with a teasing tone. The doll you mentioned is, in fact, a formidable tool for spreading curses, wielded by the malevolent spirit known as Mary Shaw, who once captivated audiences as a ventriloquist in the last century. It was her own obsessions that ultimately transformed her into a vengeful spirit. Presently, her essence resides in the very town where she last performed. Consequently, most of the townspeople have perished. Younger individuals fled, but it remains uncertain how many survived beyond the town's borders. At this juncture, Yverre paused, reflecting on the film's intricate details before continuing in a somber tone. The locals even crafted a haunting nursery rhyme about Mary Shaw. Beware the gaze of Mary Shaw. She has no children, only dolls. Should you encounter her, refrain from screaming, lest she tear out your tongue and rend you asunder. Upon hearing this eerie rhyme, Little Lee broke into a cold sweat, realizing it mirrored the circumstances surrounding his girlfriend's demise. Had it not been for the shock of waking to find her in his arms, he might have screamed, and his fate could have been sealed that very morning. Yverre, intentionally frightening Little Lee to convey the gravity of their situation, then proposed they travel to Ravenstown to resolve the matter definitively. They boarded a flight to Ohio, arriving just after 4 in the morning. Considering Little Lee's ordinary nature, Yverre opted not to rush to Ravenstown and instead chose to spend the night in Columbus. The following morning, Yverre and Little Lee rented an off-road vehicle and, guided by their navigation, made their way directly to the outskirts of Ravenstown. Upon disembarking, they were struck by the eerie stillness of this seemingly desolate place, an inexplicable discomfort washing over them. Humans are inherently social creatures. Even in the absence of a formidable malevolent spirit like Mary Shaw, no one would choose to reside in such an unsettling and lonely locale. This is it. Let us proceed, Yverre declared to Little Lee, leading the way into the abandoned town. The buildings in this town exuded an unmistakable charm of the 1980s, lacking the renovations and improvements seen in other places. Yet, for a deserted town, such a state was entirely expected. Just as Yverre and Little Lee ventured a short distance into the town, a figure suddenly materialized on the street. Little Lee struggled to discern the person's features, but Yverre saw it with stark clarity. The figure, or rather, the doll-like corpse, was none other than Jamie Ashen, the protagonist from the original story, now transformed into a puppet. He stared blankly at Yverre and Little Lee, his expression devoid of life. An intimidation tactic, perhaps? How tiresome, Yverre muttered under his breath, raising his hand to unleash a wave of concussive force. Crack! Boom! The sound of shattering air reverberated through the town. As the doll Jamie attempted to move, his body, along with several nearby structures, was instantly obliterated by Yverre's strike. Little Lee watched in awe, subconsciously swallowing hard. To inflict such widespread devastation with a mere gesture, was this truly human? At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. His master was astonishingly powerful. Indeed, Little Lee had completely immersed himself in the role of Yverre's subordinate, a consequence of the contract he had signed. Now, witnessing his master's formidable prowess, he wondered how long he could delay kneeling in submission.